one more. You could attack for this. Just the best. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that jet
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Chua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Scenic skies here at the Seawall here in southwest British Columbia. Welcome everyone in to the 2025 Vancouver Regional Champions for Pokemon Go. Very excited to have you here. Wholesome _ aka Jim Lawson on the broadcast, joined by my co-caster, Softov.
Thanks, Wholesome. I'm really excited to be at the 4th regional that we've had here in Vancouver for Pokemon Go, and I know that I'm not the only one who's excited about the action here this weekend. Thank you to all of you who have voted in that Twitch poll for our community vote on the match to be featured on stream. I think that's going to be Junebug and PokePete, so we can all look forward to that later today.
Yeah, PokePete, actually a local here of Vancouver, and I think he was featured on stream last year, so hope to see some success for him again this season. But that said, speaking of this season, let's look at our roadmap for the 2025 season. You can see we're a little bit past the halfway point at this stage in the season. We already had our Latin America as well as our European International Championships, as well as a handful of earlier regionals here in the North American circuit.
That's right, we're in the 3rd and final leg of the season now. We've got NAIC coming up in June to kind of cap off the regular season, as it were. And of course, all roads do lead to Anaheim, those World Championships happening in August. And how are trainers going to earn their invites to Anaheim? They have to be accruing championship points throughout the season.
That's right, so let's look at the championship point breakdown. You can see first place will be taking 350 championship points, as well as getting an automatic invite to Worlds. Keep in mind this year, though, there will be 75 players who will be making up that leaderboard in North America qualifying, in addition to all the auto qualifiers.
That's right, but in Europe, you actually have to be in the top 50 of championship points, in addition, of course, to those who are earning automatic invites. But speaking of Europe, let's take a look back at the EUIC winners from last weekend.
EUIC 2025 was the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and it was something for the ages. 350 players came to London to compete for the championship title. This time, the meta was running wild. Annihilate and Primeape demolished whole teams thanks to Ragefest. Dugong and Azumarill cores brought the bulk, and a few surprise picks like Morpeko and Zapdos shocked the stage. Championship Sunday started with the winners finals, where CZ Wireless met the young prodigy Patoman. CZ Wireless dominated the first 2 matches with the help of his signature Primeape, but the Spanish prodigy never gave up and won the next 3 games. CZ Wireless dropped to the losers finals, where Cuvia 0-0 was waiting for him. Even though CZ Wireless came from a defeat, he held his ground and won 3-1 in a nail-biter match, advancing to the grand finals. Everyone was at the edge of their seats watching the final series. Switch after switch, catch after catch, Patoman and CZ Wireless were giving it all on this stage. Just as it happened in the winners finals, the German player won the first 2 games. But this time, CZ Wireless had a plan and frustrated Patoman's attempt to come back, resetting the bracket and getting 1 step closer to the crown. Even though the momentum was against him, Patoman restructured his game strategy and generated some of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The crowd went wild. Cheers from friends, peers, and trainers from every part of the world flooded the Excel London as Pato-Man became the new Pokemon Go European International Champion.
Pato-Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
Never miss another moment. Keep up with all the Pokemon Go action at pokemon.com/compete.
We had trainers from all around the world coming to compete at EUIC, but these 3 trainers made it to the top. Congratulations once again to Pato-Man, Z's Wireless, and Kaifia, who was really having kind of a breakout tournament, taking 3rd place there at EUIC.
Yeah, absolutely. A breakout for several trainers. But let's look at the breakdown of our top 12 for EUIC. Azumarill and Drapion at the top yet again. We can see that Annihilape has fallen just a little bit, and some Pokemon that were regular staples like Shadow, Kanto, Marowak have fallen down towards the 11th spot as well.
Yeah, I really felt like Primeape was kind of the MVP fighter for some of those top trainers, but you see this meta looks very similar to what we had seen a few weekends prior to EUIC at San Antonio. So let's take a look at the top 12 Pokemon from that tournament. Once again, like you mentioned, we have Shadow, Drapion, Azumarill, and Diggersby kind of at the top there. Feraligatr again in the top 5, and actually Dugong has really been making a strong appearance in these last couple of months.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to also just call out the Clodsire there as well. I feel like it's a Pokemon that's been hit or miss depending on the tournament that we've been looking at. And Galarian Corsola, a Pokemon that's actually had its movesets updated just a little bit. I'm curious to see if we're going to see that here in Vancouver. All right, well, let's talk about our winners here for North America as well. We want to take a look at our champions thus far here. So walk us through it.
This is an incredibly stacked lineup of champions that we've had this season. 5 separate winners, 2 of whom are here this weekend in Vancouver. That's going to be Lyle Jeffs III, trying to defend his Vancouver regional title from last year, as well as Elite, who's visiting us from North America. Yeah,
absolutely. A great gauntlet of trainers there. But let's look at the leaderboard so we can see throughout the season who has had consistent success. Out of Pocket, currently #1 at 1829 championship points, over 200 points ahead of Nighttime Clasher, who we will see here in Vancouver a little bit later today.
In addition to Nighttime Clasher, we've got trainers like Dunebug and Rise who are coming here to maybe try and move a little bit up these leaderboards. Remember, it's not just the top 75 who are earning those Worlds invites, but also those top 8 are going to be getting a very nice travel award towards those World Championships.
Absolutely. And if we look over at the European side, we can have our leaderboard there as well. I'm sorry, our champions first. We started off the season with Kazim in Dortmund, first-time winner. Actually, a lot of first-time winners here. We had Boom in Lille, we had PvP David in Stuttgart, as well as Icelandic Lapras in Birmingham.
That's right. Tauntaun, of course, kind of a veteran of that EUC and a previous IC champion, and he's been doing incredibly well this season, so many top cuts. But in addition, like we said, to these winners who are going to be at Worlds, we've also got those who are leading the championship points over in Europe. These are your top 16. You see a lot of familiar names here. Kazim, who of course won that first regional, as well as those who did very well at EUIC just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but we've got repeat winners, Colin 6, as well as Tauntaun Battus at the top. Keep in mind, though, it will be the top 50 from this leaderboard, in addition to the automatic qualifiers that will qualify for Worlds from the EU region. Speaking of Worlds, though, let's take a look at who has already qualified and punched their ticket to Worlds in the 2025 season.
We looked at those leaderboards to see who's kind of leading the championship point race, but there's also a lot of trainers who have already earned automatic invites, and that's what you see here. You have the top 4 from Worlds last year, everyone who's won a regional or a special event, or been in the top 4, I think, at an IC. And I think the next page just has one trainer, Kaifia, who's been having such a breakout season that, you know, we kind of just got to feature him on his own page on this World's qualifiers list. There he is.
Yeah, you can see him right there. Yeah, great trainer from Belgium. We saw him really break out at that European International Champion. Can't wait to see the next tournament that he participates in. All right, but we're bringing you back here to Vancouver, guys. Let's see what we have to expect for this weekend. A couple Pokemon that we wanted to spotlight that are going to be trending up and trending down. I think Pokemon on the rise is what we're going to be starting with, Soph.
Yeah, this is actually kind of an in-between, unique, one-time only meta that we have here in Vancouver. We're kind of in a half transition into the new season. We've had a couple of move updates with attack stats being updated. Moves like Foul Play, decreasing in energy, and that's why we think Shadow Sableye is going to be on the rise here in Vancouver. It also got access to Dazzling Gleam. That's not going to be eligible this weekend quite yet, but I think Shadow Sableye, with its, you know, incredibly powerful fast attack Shadow Claw, great coverage with those charge attacks, and very spammy now with Foul Play, is going to be making an impact not only here in Vancouver, but for the next couple of months.
That's right, Soph. On its way down, though, we have the Galarian Corsola. Pokemon that we've seen had a lot of success throughout this 2025 season. season. We saw Elam in Toronto actually leveraging it quite successfully to punch his ticket as a regional champion as well. But keep in mind, with some of the updates, Nightshade will have a little bit lower base power, making this Pokemon a bit less effective in the meta.
That's right. I think all three of those top 3 EUIC trainers actually had Galarian Corsola, but that's probably something we're going to be seeing change as a result of that Nightshade debuff. Or sorry.
That's right. All right, well, guys, we have a lot of new updates here in this Might and Mastery season. A lot of things to look forward to in addition to just this tournament. Don't forget, we actually have Community Day that's going to be coming up from 2 to 5 local as well. That'll be featuring Fuecoco, the Fire Croc Pokemon. But let's take a look at some of the things to expect here for the Might and Mastery season. Season that we have here, guys, we cannot wait to see the introduction of Raikou actually in our Dynamax raids as well. We actually had some Gigantamax raids a little bit earlier. We were participating in a Charizard one earlier, so.
That's right. There's a lot of great Pokemon being kind of rotated in and out of these Dynamax raids. And don't forget, on Mondays now, we've actually got a kind of mini max raid hour that you can participate in, kind of like raid hour on Wednesdays.
Well, what I'm super excited for is the introduction of the legendary Pokemon Kubfu, evolves into Urshifu, I believe as well. Another legendary Pokemon, first time being introduced into Go. I know that it has a lot of success in other formats like the video game, but this is the first time we're going to see it in Go, and can't wait to see how it's going to have an impact on the overall Pokemon Go scene.
That's right, and we can encounter these Pokemon throughout the season. Of course, you know, we're thinking about the PvP impact, but throughout the season, you're going to be seeing them kind of featured in raids, events, and research. So get excited for that.
All right, let's look at some of the season favorites here, guys. We've taken a look kind of at our last season and what we've really liked, but so I'm curious to see kind of what everyone is predicting for this season.
A lot of people think Lapras was the biggest winner of the move update, and we're actually not going to see it here in Vancouver because it didn't have access to Psywave and Sparkling Aria until very, very recently. But I think in future tournaments, we're really going to see it propel into the top usage because it has incredible coverage with Sparkling Aria, Ice Beam, or even Skull Bash in its charge attacks. And then now it has access to Psywave, which can really charge up energy really quickly.
What I love too is that one of the things that you normally consider as a punish to Lapras would be fighters, but with access to super effective Psywave, it makes those matchups a lot more neutral.
That's right. Well, there's a lot of great water ice coverage on Lapras, but another Pokemon that has water ice coverage and has been very, very powerful for months and on end now is Shadow Feraligatr. This is one of the most impressive offensive Pokemon that we've seen. We've seen it just shred through so many teams with its Shadow Claw combined with Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a Pokemon that just doesn't go away. With the moveset that it currently has, Hydro Cannon obviously being so efficient, Shadow Claw having such great neutral coverage as well, and even in situations where you're throwing resisted Hydro Cannons, it is in many cases a favorable matchup for the Shadow Feraligatr.
That's right, just so scary to go against a Shadow Feraligatr with no counter at all. But you know, we have seen a lot of trainers do very well, not only with Shadow Feraligatr, but also trainers like Marto have been very soft to Shadow Feraligatr and had ways to play around it. So we'll see what an impact Shadow Feraligatr has for the next couple of months.
Yeah, excited for Might and Mastery. But looking back to our Dual Destiny season, guys, you can see December, January, February, we had a lot of new regional winners. Over in the Oceania region, we had 89 Calgary Flames fan. But then we had some new winners as well over in NA, like Elam in Toronto.
That's right, and then of course Elite winning San Antonio in January. Again, you can expect to see him here in Vancouver. He's been having a fantastic season, such a consistent trainer, so I'm really excited to see him. And then of course in February, our NA leaderboard leader right now, Out of Pocket, winning San Juan.
That's right. All right, well, you know, I'm curious to see what this new meta is going to be looking like. So I don't think that we're going to be seeing any drop-off for Azumarill, for Drapion, anything like that. But I am very, very interested to see what that next Pokemon is going to be. That might be taking the spot. But before we go look at any more Pokemon, let's talk about some trainers here in Vancouver as well. We got a couple to feature for you. We talked about Elite as well. I think 3-time regional winner at this point now. One earlier this season, most recently actually in San Antonio. Dunebug, I mean, you can see all the medals that he's got. 4-time regional champion, but let's not forget about Nighttime Clasher as well.
That's right. Nighttime Clasher, of course, famously won that Liverpool tournament in Europe, kind of the North American Slayer of Europe, you could say. And these are all fantastic trainers from the US who have come here to Canada, trying to be the first ever US player to win the Vancouver Regional Championship. But in their way is going to be Lyle Jeffs III, the defending Vancouver Regional Champion, a 3-time regional champion, and he is going to be here at this tournament as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely worth spotlighting Lyle for a couple of reasons. I mean, of course, he is our reigning champion here for 2024. He had a almost flawless run back in the 2024 season, but he's had success this season as well in 2025 at the Louisville Regional Champion, and he is just a very highly regarded trainer. A lot of trainers look up to Lyle as someone who has just a ton of skills, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, always ahead of the meta, and I think he's got a great chance here in Vancouver.
I love that review of Lyle. I feel like he's such an icon in the community ever since I think his breakout performance was NAIC a couple of years ago, and he's just been so consistent since then, winning all of these tournaments. He's made grand finals and many, many top 8s, so I think a lot of trainers can really look up to Lyle here.
Yeah, that's right. Another trainer that we wanted to spotlight for today as well is going to be Rise to Occasion. We saw him recently in San Antonio as one of our regional finalists. He actually fell to Elite just recently, but he's had a very successful 2025 and 2024 season as well. Don't forget, he ended the 2024 season winning the final regional in Los Angeles.
He is the only trainer in the entire world to have won a regional championship every single season thus far. He hasn't done it quite yet this season, like you said, came very, very close in San Antonio, but I'm sure he's thinking about that this weekend as he heads into Vancouver.
All right, so if I hinted it a little bit earlier, but we wanted to talk about some of the Pokemon that we, the casters, are predicting to do well here. Again, a little bit of a transition season, right? We don't fully have all of the new move availability in the meta just yet, but taking a look at some of the updates, things like Hex, things like Foul Play, that some of these Pokemon already have access to, I'm predicting Malamar and Dusclops to do quite well here today.
There's a lot of dark types on the screen. I have Malamar, Sableye, and Mandibuzz, which I think everyone has at least one of those as well. And I also have Wigglytuff because I feel like a lot of the things that got buffed, you mentioned Hex and Foul Play, Wigglytuff actually does very, very well against them, so I wouldn't be surprised to see people bringing it to kind of counter those newly buffed picks.
Yeah, I think Wigglytuff has just been such a staple in the meta for so long. It might be a little bit off meta. It's not probably you're not gonna see it on any top 12 graphics, but there's so many Pokemon that regularly get hard walled because of the unique fairy normal typing that Wigglytuff always is something, always a threat that you have to look out for.
Yeah, it's been around in the Go Battle League for who knows how long, and actually I think there were a couple trainers in the top 8 of EUIC who had Wigglytuff, and I think it's only going to get better from there.
Yeah, who can forget Inadequence's run at Worlds featuring Wigglytuff as well. All right, well guys, make sure you follow along. Check out Pokemon.com/broadcast. You guys can check out all the action, whether that's on Twitch, whether that's on YouTube as well. Make sure that you guys follow the channels. You can also interact with us on social media as well. Make sure you use that #PlayPokemon, #PokemonGo. We love to feature your posts from X here on the stream.
That's right, we love to hear how you're enjoying the tournament, maybe enjoying Fuecoco Community Day as well, so make sure to share with us what you're up to today.
All right, well this is going to be a unique tournament. We're never going to see this meta again as we transition from one to the next. We're here in this in-between meta. Let's go ahead and kick it over to the casters to take us into the battles. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jim and Soph. I am here with Nick, and we are here to bring you into the battles for the 2025 Vancouver Regional Championships.
And Jim said it exactly right. This meta will never be seen again. It is a bit of an in-between state. You know, Vancouver's not really in between. It's not really in the middle of the country. It's kind of all the way on the West Coast. But this meta will be in between. I'm actually really excited because I think a lot of people will be willing to bring out some spicier picks. I think we saw on Rise to Occasion's team there, yes, 2 potential Aqua Jet users, and I don't think we've literally ever seen the charged attack Aqua Jet thrown in the Play Pokemon series whatsoever.
No, it's never been a very good charge attack, to be quite honest. Like, it doesn't have the efficiency to really be worth it. And now with this most recent update, it will.
Yeah, and Dugong, of course, always been a staple in the meta, but it now has the option to run water type coverage where it really hasn't in the past. You know, Water Pulse, Aqua Jet haven't always been the best moves, and the ice ground coverage is really, really nice, especially with same type attack bonus on that Icy Wind, able to get those debuffs. It never really has wanted to waver away from that moveset type.
All right, well, I am ready to get into these battles, but before we do, let's refresh everyone's memory on the format of this tournament.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6, pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Anaheim is on the forefront of all of these trainers' minds, but what is going to be a little bit more soon is the regional championship prizes that the trainers will be fighting for here in Vancouver. First place getting $2,500 as well as 108 booster packs.
That's a lot of booster packs.
It is a ton of booster packs, and it's probably more than anyone has ever opened up ever before, surely.
Surely. Let's go ahead and take a look at how the Pokemon, the most popular Pokemon, are shaping up for day 1. This is looking pretty similar, I would say, to last season. I would say Wigglytuff really making it onto the top 12 graphic. We weren't really, maybe some of us weren't necessarily thinking that. Seeing Charjabug making its reappearance, I think with that Discharge. I don't know if Discharge was really buffed. I think it was just changed, more of like a side grade. So we'll have to get into some analysis on that.
Yeah, absolutely no surprises with the top 4. You know, Azumarill, Drapion have been around and have been popular. One thing I do want to call out, though, is that we only see one fighter here in the top 12. Primeape, Annihilate, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, so a disappearance from its evolution, but Primeape, who did really well at EUIC, is here packing a punch in Vancouver.
Yeah, faster pacing and heavy hitting close combat is going to allow it to really threaten a lot of the Pokemon in the meta. However, its typing and its frailty do hold it back in some instances. Pure fighting doesn't get same type attack bonus on those Rage Fists, so they don't deal quite as much damage as one from Annihilate might.
Yeah, I'm really excited, though, to get into what our trainers have picked for our first matchups. I think our trainers are just about getting ready there on the stage and really looking forward to it, because some of the Pokemon that I'm excited to see are the ones that aren't on the top 12 graphic. Dunebug is going to have some unique Pokemon that recently were improved through their movesets, as well as Pokepete has a couple interesting picks as well.
I'm going to go ahead and reveal one of those. It's going to be a Fortress. We've seen one of them before. Of course, spicy Pokemon trainer from Europe, Inadequance, ran it and did quite well with it, got top 4. However, it's going to be a little bit better now with Rock Tomb having a little bit better damage per energy. And of course, it still maintains that debuff. I think it used to be maybe 50%, now it's 100% chance to get that debuff. So it's even better in that instance.
Well, there is a 100% chance of battles here today in Vancouver. Let's kick it on over to the stage. I really think Fortress has been just on the edge of being really meta relevant for a long time, and some trainers really have been able to pilot it. I know our co-caster Speediest Chief, that's kind of his signature Pokemon in the from his great success in the Grassroots series. But now having it with that Rock Tomb, the Volt switch already kind of made it a lot better. But with Rock Tomb, I think Dunebug is really onto something here. But with Pokepete, I want to shout out Tropius being in there.
Yeah, Tropius and Medicham coming back. Interestingly enough, the Medicham is not going to be utilizing that recently buffed Dynamic Punch. It's actually opted for Power Up Punch, Ice Punch, maybe trying to roll through Pokemon such as that Shadow Drapion by building up that attack damage, that counter damage. And Tropius is a Pokemon that has not been utilized all that much frequently in the Play Pokemon series. Ice types have been around, have been really strong. Dugong, Walrein, of course, Shadow Walrein has been really good in the past and actually performed quite admirably at EUIC, so maybe finding a way into its meta again. But here we go into game number 1, a solid lead for Pokepete. That Tropius into a Jellicent, switching quickly into Drapion is answered by the Quagsire, not Clodsire, and Pokepete's looking to be in a solid position here.
Yeah, Shadow Quagsire. Quagsire being a Pokemon that out of pocket really enjoys using, one of his favorites in the championship series because it's really versatile. Even though it has a crazy weakness to the grass type attacks, there aren't really a lot in the meta, so it just really has to watch out for grass type damage, but other than that, does really well.
And because Pokepete does not have access to Mud Bomb here, he's going to have to give up a shield here in order to maintain switch advantage. That's totally fine though, because he's going to come out of this matchup with a load of energy, able to potentially land a Stone Edge into this Jellicent to do a lot of good neutral damage. Dunebug grimacing a little bit here, knowing this is going to hurt, and it does about 50%, but I think he could potentially get a farm down here at the cost of just taking one more Aqua Tail, but I think he's going to be okay with that.
Yeah, Aqua Tail not going to be doing very much to this bulky Jellicent on his side of the field. Does take it down to the red, however. Has to throw one more Hex in order to knock out the Quagsire. Pokepete waiting out his switch clock just to make sure. I'm guessing that the Tropius is going to come in, and then we have the Clodsire coming in its place. Now, Guzzlord is able to do a lot of work here with Dragon Tail, and it's just so bulky, and Dunebug has 2 Protect Shields that he can use to guard his Guzzlord.
And interestingly enough, Dunebug is going for Crunch here as opposed to Brutal Swing. Maybe thinking back to my moveset choice at Baltimore this year. Stone Edge going to be shielded up here. Dunebug, I think, is in a pretty solid position given the shield advantage, and going for what looks like to be another Crunch, or actually, with that Dragon Tail sneaking through here, I think shielding up, maybe doing one more Dragon Tail into a Dragon Claw would be enough to knock out this Clodsire at this point.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Clodsire. It's just not going to be able to get to that next Stone Edge, I don't think. And Pokemon recognizing that and just kind of letting the Clodsire go and hoping that the Tropius is able to bring this home for him. But Guzzlord already at another attack.
Crunch coming through, getting no shielded by Pokepete. You have to remember, though, that Jellicent in the back has a fully loaded Shadow Ball. So if Dunebug is able to get the Tropius into Shadow Ball range, you can expect a quick switch out and then a Shadow Ball throw, because it will be the best move to throw into that Tropius.
Yeah, because in order for the Tropius to have success, it wouldn't be able to fast attack down, I think, at this point. It would need to spend another charge attack. Pokepete, there's the shield, and I agree with you, Alpha Phoebe. I think we're going to see a quick switch into that Jellicent very shortly. Or maybe the Clodsire looking to... Oh, there it is. There it is. There's actually a catch. Interesting. That's not exactly how we thought that was going to play out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dunebug waited a turn there, or... I think it was probably because he got a one-turn switch because it was in the middle of an attack cycle, and now Dragon Claw coming through, going to be enough to knock out. I think he could have played it either way. I would have to imagine this is maybe a bit riskier, given that that Shadow Ball could have been thrown. I don't actually know who wins the charge attack tie between Tropius and Jellicent, because it's not a matchup we've seen very frequently.
I don't know if I've ever seen that here in the championship circuit, but that's definitely something we can look into. I agree, though, that felt like a little bit of a riskier play from Dunebug. However, we have seen Dune do remarkable things with his Pokemon here in the championship series. You saw all of those trophies, you saw all of those medals at the beginning of the stream with Jim and Soph for talking about trainers to watch. I really like Pokepete's strategy, having that kind of like running an ABB style team with the Tropius and then 2 ground type Pokemon in the back, the Quagsire and the Clodsire.
Yeah, able to potentially... Actually, no, the line is a little bit weak to Dugong. I was going to say able to potentially pull out the Dugong, but the grass and flying type and the ground types are weak to it. But with Quagsire, it's a little bit more safe. So if the Dugong was able to line up into that Quagsire, that would be the best position for it for Pokepete. And I just got word from production, thank you so much, production, that Jellicent typically wins the charge attack ties into a Tropius, so he would have been safe saving that energy and going for the charge attack tie if the Tropius was able to farm down and come out with a move.
Yeah, but that's not very exciting to play it safe here on the stream. Dunes really wants to give us a show.
Of course.
So taking a look still at his team, that Shadow Fortress looks really, really interesting. I would love to see him pull that out to debut it here, debut his Shadow Fortress on the stage. Go ahead.
You were talking about it earlier. I want to kind of dive into it a little bit. It's a really interesting Pokemon because its typing is pretty good. Steel type and a really amazing defensive type. Bug, a really awful defensive type in most cases. Combined together gives it pretty solid flexibility. You're not taking super effective from all that much. Fire types being the thing that comes to mind, right? You take double super effective damage from fire types. There are no fires on Pokepete's side. And then the other option, the other thing that makes it really good is that its type, the fast attack type, Volt Switch, does really good into so much of the meta. We see a lot of flyers, we see a lot of water types in the meta, and we don't see that many electric types because electric types are typically pretty frail, and it makes them harder to bring into a meta that is frequently dominated by bulky Pokemon like Guzzlord or Azumarill.
Or ground-type Pokemon that are frequently in this meta.
Exactly.
Speaking of ground-type Pokemon, there's a Quagsire on the field matched up against that Shadow Droppy on Pokepete. I think this Quagsire has been doing really well for him, but let's see if he can leverage it differently this time, taking a look at this matchup here.
Yeah, although Quagsire and Junebug is a little bit ABB weak to this Pokemon, so I think that is exactly why he's staying in this matchup currently. Able to take one Aqua Tail as we saw in the last game, and likely going to opt to soft lose this matchup. So, oh, actually no, because it's a charge attack tie, because they pace to he paces to this Aqua Tail the same time as Quagsire and wins that charge attack tie. This is actually really optimal from Junebug, able to pull out the shield from Pokepete, put that Quagsire into a farmable range, and Pokepete's now going to make a decision. Do I need to hard switch out so that I don't get farmed down, or do I allow myself to get farmed down and to maintain this switch advantage that I earned through the usage of that one shield?
Ooh, I think he can get to the Stone Edge just barely in time. So Dune is going to have to take a lot of damage onto this Jellicent. However, the Jellicent is going to exit this matchup with a lot of energy. Almost 2 Surfs or a full Shadow Ball is ready to deploy on the next Pokemon, and that happens to be the Tropius. Makes a hard swab into the Fortress, but there is the Clodsire waiting for it. The Clodsire is going to be weak to that Earthquake because of its sub-poison typing.
Yeah, in comes the Stone Edge. Junebug is likely going to need to utilize both shields here. Stone Edge is just neutral, super effective against the bug typing, resisted by the steel typing. Earthquake coming back through. This is going to do a lot of super effective damage. It is non-same type attack bonus, but it is a Shadow Fortress and does 60–70% of the remaining health of that Clodsire.
But that Clodsire can safely tank that one because these Volt Switches are not going to allow Junebug to farm all the way down. So Clodsire can throw an Earthquake, and then Dune uses his last Protect Shield. Pokepete still has another shield remaining. Does Pokepete protect the Clodsire here? He does.
He does, and I'm a bit surprised by this throw. I think if I was Junebug, I might have gone for the bait, because he has 2 Surfs loaded here. He can very comfortably switch out, throw the Surf here. This is going to be more than enough to knock out that Clodsire. He's likely going to be able to get to a Shadow Ball against the Tropius as well. Great timing by Junebug, not willing to risk the charge attack tie into the Tropius. That move is not ready from Pokepete. He will have to probably do a few more Air Slashes to build up extra energy to go into that Fortress, excuse me.
Looks like Pokepete was trying to get 2 full charge attacks ready and is now going to have to soak up this Shadow Ball. The Tropius barely holds on, so now the Tropius has 2 full charge attacks ready, going for a Leaf Blade, actually.
Yeah, Leaf Blade is going to be double resisted. Once by the Steel, one by the Bug. It's not going to do much damage whatsoever, and another Leaf Blade coming through, not going to be enough to knock out If Pokepete can do one more air slash into an aerial ace, maybe he could pick up a knockout, but I think double aerial ace might have been the best play here.
Yeah, I think double aerial ace would have done a bit more damage. I'm not sure if it would have been enough to knock out, though.
And that's one of the advantages of using a Pokemon like Fortress. Maybe your opponent's a little bit unfamiliar with the typing composition, a little bit unfamiliar with that Pokemon, and you're not as sure, you're not as certain about what the best moves to throw into it are. Like I said, Steel and Bug are types that have a lot combined resistances, as well as types that do super effective damage to them. A lot of them for Fortress do cancel out. Like, it's a solid typing combination, absolutely. You know, Bug typing, not a great typing. Steel typing, a really great typing. Combined together, make a pretty good typing combination.
Yeah, they kind of balance each other out a little bit. I think we see Caesar as well in some limited formats because of that Bug Steel typing, tends to do pretty well.
I love Shadow Caesar with that Bullet Punch, fast attack pressure, can take down a fairy type Pokemon like a Azumarill.
Yeah, maybe we can get to go ahead and take a look at some of these replays to see how that Fortress did so well for Dunebug here in a little bit. Here we can see that Fortress using that Earthquake, taking, again, like 60 to 70% of that Clodzire's health. So really excited that we got to see that Fortress debut here from Dunebug.
And I talked about Fortress's fast attack pressure. It also has really amazing coverage in its charged attacks. Rock Tomb plus Earthquake ground types are ground type damage. It's going to be resisted by Flyers, right? And Flyers are going to be susceptible to that Rock Tomb. So those two typings provide really excellent counter coverage to each other. We talk about that for a lot of move typings. Another typical one is Ghost or Dark and Fighting. Those two combined will cover each other quite well. Ice and Electric are another pairing that do quite well. Something like Mewtwo, if you have both of those charge attacks, you can hit everything in the meta, more or less, or Master League meta at least. No, you can actually use it for Great League too, but it's a little spicy. They cover each other really well, and you can hit everything for either super effective or neutral damage.
Yeah, those coverage attacks are really, really important. That's why with this new meta update that we're getting to see at about 50% strength this weekend, it'll be 100% strength next weekend. I'm really excited for this Might and Mastery meta. Some Pokemon were given a lot of really interesting coverage attacks. Like, for example, one Pokemon I'm looking forward to seeing is Dusk Noir getting that Dynamic Punch. We were talking earlier yesterday, actually, about, could you imagine if they had given Dynamic Punch to Dusclops, the middle evolution?
That would have been Dusk crazy. I was trying to make up a pun, and it was a little bit slow. Dusclops is so much more bulkier than Dusk Noir, and like I said, Ghost plus Fighting is a really solid combination. Ghost is super effective against Psychic, but is resisted by Dark. Fighting does super effective against Dark and resisted by Psychic, so they cover each other really, really well.
Yeah, so lots of different Pokemon that we can be excited to see. It looks like our next pairing of trainers is starting to get ready on the stage, so we can kind of start talking about what we're looking about these two trainers. It looks like we're going to see the C2U and Adib Khan. Adib Khan, I know, had a strong NAIC performance, I believe, in 2024, was a Worlds qualifier last season as well, but hasn't really had that really strong breakout performance at a regional or an IC, like a top 3.
And I'm really excited. On his team, he does have Charjabug. Charjabug's been a Pokemon that's been in the meta. Hard to say for the past season, but like we've seen a sprinkling of it. But in past seasons, it was one of the most dominant forces in the meta. And now with Volt Switch being adjusted, or sorry, not Volt Switch being adjusted, with Discharge being adjusted, it might be a little bit more solid. But let's rewind back in time a little bit. Let's hear from an interview out with one of our co-casters.
All right, thank you, Nick. Wholesome underscore here with Dunebug97, fresh off his victory. Congratulations, first off. Dunebug, give us some initial reactions, maybe some strategy about that most recent matchup.
Yeah, so that last matchup, I had a feeling he was going to bring that Shadow Quagsire, and also the Tropius did look pretty strong into me, so that's why I did bring my Guzzlord into that matchup.
That makes sense. You know what's a little interesting is we are in this unique transition meta as we're talking, kind of going from one meta to the next. Tell me about your team building a little bit here, knowing that this is a kind of a one-off meta.
So going into this weekend, I identified something that got buff lately, that got buff in the last update, and Shadow Fortress was definitely one of the things I was really identifying because of the Rock Tomb buff. That it gets those Rock Tombs pretty quickly.
One question about your Guzzlord specifically. Crunch over Brutal Swing. Talk to me about that.
So I put Crunch on my Guzzlord because it's nice to have that hard-hitting charge attack, and Crunch definitely gets the job done a lot of the times.
All right, well, any other observations about this season? Anything that you wanted to talk about, kind of about your journey here in 2025?
I'm hoping I can get my first medal of the season, so we'll see how it goes this weekend.
Always a strong candidate. That's all we have time for with Dunebug. Any shout-outs that you want to have before we wrap up?
Shout out to my Infinity teammates and Laggard Gaming.
All right, short and simple. Congratulations again on the win. Casters, back to you.
We were just talking about really good pairings and typings and just kind of that combination. Teamwork, you would say, and it's really nice to hear Dune shout out his team members as well.
I thought you were going to say Dunebug and medals, because you know his photo, he's got like 6 or 7 medals on.
Dunebug and medals is like peanut butter and jelly. They're just such a great pairing together.
All right, let's talk about another Pokemon that's coming up that I'm really excited about. I was thinking about it a lot myself for the past season, and it just never really felt right. It's a Sucker Punch user that is on a the CTU's team, and it has better coverage now with improved Rock Tomb. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
I do, because I talked to some trainers about it yesterday while I was walking around the convention center, Canada Place. We were talking about Spiritomb a little bit.
Yeah, Spiritomb has not been super widely available. It's typically released during those Halloween events, but if you get, you typically get 1 or 2. You can trade them with your friends, get those optimal stat spreads for the Go Battle League and Great League, and I think it's going to be a really solid Pokemon. It's one of those. It's one of the 2 Pokemon that have that Ghost and Dark type, which prevents them from being taking super effective damage from Ghost type damage or Dark type damage, and really makes them only weak to fairies. So they're really great typing. We've been talking about pairs so much, and there's not too much fairy presence in the meta, and Sucker Punch is a really strong move. So I'm really excited to see how it fares here.
Yeah, I remember playing the main series game. Spiritomb was so tough on Cynthia's team because it was only weak to that fairy typing. And I believe like that's Generation 4. It didn't even have fairy typing back then.
Yeah, but let's go ahead and head to the stage. We'll see exactly how Spiritomb's able to do in this fierce battle between the CTU and the DeepCon.
And we can take a look at the CTU's team on the left. We do see that Spiritomb on the bottom, that 6th Pokemon slot on his team, running Sucker Punch, Shadow Ball, and that newly buffed Rock Tomb. Then we have Adib running, I would say, a fairly standard line compared to last season. I would say the most interesting Pokemon on there is Charjabug. Everything else pretty standard to what we've been seeing last season.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. This is totally a team that I could have seen someone running at EUIC. The one potential difference, and let me double check real quickly right here, is that Dugong moveset, but no, Icy Wind, Drill Run are the moves of choice for Adib. And even though it feels like Aqua Jet might be a new move added to Dugong, no, it was there, so it is legal for this weekend. Dugong already had access, and that's kind of the differentiating point, is did the Pokemon have access to that move before this new moveset update?
Yeah, and Spiritomb, because it already had Rock Tomb, we're going to be really interested to see how it is going to be doing today on the C2U's team. I agree with you, Alpha Feed. I think with Sucker Punch and Rock Tomb, having that now 100% chance at a debuff, I think it's going to do quite well.
Absolutely. It just needs to avoid the Azumarill and that Shadow Drapion. You know, those 2 scary Pokemon for that Spiritomb. It is running Shadow Ball over Ominous Wind, so there's no scary boost plays that we might see out here. Maybe one reason why we saw Dunebug not opting for the Spiritomb on his team.
And our trainers have locked in. We can go down to the stage, and I see a shiny Dugong next to that Shadow Kanto Marowak. We see a Deep quickly swap out into the Shadow Drapion, and it is a Shadow Drapion mirror, but one of them is shiny. So that'll help us tell them apart, Alpha Feed.
You see the CTU grimacing a little bit. He did not have an amazing answer for the Shadow Drapion, and he probably should have stayed in to throw a move with the Dugong to shore up switch advantage. Now Adib's actually in the driver's seat now. He switched out first. He has energy advantage, 2 Aqua Tails knockout in this matchup, and he is always going to pace to them more quickly than the C2U because he got that Poison Sting advantage.
Yeah, it is in a mirror matchup. Having energy advantage is crucial. Taking a look at the C2U, able to throw that Aqua Tail and draw a shield from Adib. I'm taking a look at that backline matchup. I'm seeing the two Pokemon that we haven't seen yet are the Clodsire and the Serperior. Clodsire being able to take a lot of neutral damage from Serperior. Both are very bulky Pokemon.
I think what the C2U needs to do here now is at some point he needs to pivot out and catch an Aqua Tail onto the Dugong. He knows that he cannot make... Oh, excuse me. I'm a little bit baffled by this. Adib was in a really strong position to fight for switch advantage, but he does now have the play to land a Rock Slide onto that Dugong. He instead, though, does switch into the Superior. It is a pretty neutral matchup into the Clodsire. However, Clodsire Poison Sting Sludge Bomb moveset, I do strongly favor that because it does slightly outbulk the Superior as well as does super effective damage as opposed to just neutral with that Fine Whip and Frenzy Plant coming from Superior.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb gives Clodsire the edge here in this matchup. We are going to see that super effective Sludge Bomb connect into the Superior, taking it down into really low health. However, the Superior able to hang on to throw this Frenzy Plant. I don't think it's enough to knock out, though.
If I was a team, I actually would probably undercharge this a little bit to get a bit more energy onto that Marowak. It's going to be extremely beneficial for him to get energy going into that Dugong matchup. Earthquake, no shielded here, is going to put a lot of pressure onto Adib. He's going to need to be able to knock out the Dugong before he gets Ice Sharded down. In comes the Dugong. Rock Slide's going to be coming through, and I don't think this is going to be enough damage, and I think he might get Ice Sharded down.
I'm thinking so too. This Rock Slide is super effective, and it is a Shadow Marowak. However, it only takes Dugong down into the yellow. One more Ice Shard is going to be enough, and the C2U takes this match.
Yeah, the C2U maybe a little bit frustrated with how he played that out, even though he won. He put himself in a really difficult position because he did not throw a charge attack with his Dugong before counter swapping into that Shadow Drapion. However, it's a bit tricky because Adib does have the ability to throw 5 Poison Stings and a Crunch before the Dugong does reach that first Icy Wind, because that is only 11 turns. 1 for the switch, 5 for the 5 Poison Stings, and then throwing the charge attack, whereas it's 15 fast move, or excuse me, 15 turns before that first Icy Wind is thrown by that Dugong.
These trainers, they had the Shadow Drapion in common. Something else they have in common, I'm looking, neither one has had a really strong breakout performance at a regional or an IC. They both had like good performances, like the C2U strong NAIC performance. Adib Khan also had a, like, I think took 13th at NAIC this last season. I think his strongest finish was 9th in Toronto this season. So both trainers have, like, they're just kind of on the precipice of having that strong breakout performance. I'm really interested to see which way this match is going to break.
Yeah, it's players who have been able to top cut, but yet have to earn their first medal. We see the ending of that game again. Adib unable to reach a Bone Club on that Shadow Marowak, preventing him to get to that move. Again, that's where I would have liked to see him potentially undercharge that second Frenzy Plant from the Superior, able to get more energy out of that matchup with those Mud Slaps. But that's enough about game number 1. Let's go here into game number 2, where it is a good lead this time for Adib, an Ice type and Dugong into that Clodsire for the C2U, and the C2U is running that Sludge Bomb, of course, so it's not super effective Stone Edge.
Yeah, so Dugong really takes the advantage there, which forced the C2U to make a pivot into his own Dugong. Let's see if Adib wants to stay in this Dugong mirror or make a swap out, although I'm not really sure what he would switch into.
Yeah, I think he's going to opt to stay in this matchup, and that's totally fine because he does have the energy advantage here because the C2U was the one who switched out. He will be the one who is likely able to win this matchup, so maybe the C2U will try to throw an Icy Wind bait at some point or try to catch a Drill Run onto the Superior later. Adib does have an even harder answer for that Clodsire in the back with his Shadow Kanto Marowak, of course, so I expect Adib to try to fight for switch advantage here, get that Kanto Marowak onto that Clodsire, and still be in a really, really strong position in the late game.
I wonder what kind of information this is giving the C2U. No, because I'm sure the C2U has to have noticed Adib didn't switch out here. So what can the C2U gather then about what is potentially in the back? Probably that there's no charge bug back there at the very least.
At the very least. And also, if he's thinking about the past team composition that he saw Adib run, maybe he's thinking it's the exact same line and is expecting a strong core together of something like that Kanto Marowak and that Shadow Drapion.
Well, we finally see one of these Dugongs knocked out, and then we have the Clodsire coming in. Might be trying to get a Poison Sting down. However, is that Dugong going to get there? No, the C2U's Clodsire actually able to fast attack down. We don't see that often from Clodsire's Alpha Feed.
No, Poison Sting doing good neutral damage into that Dugong, and Dugong very bulky. It was the exact amount of Poison Stings there that he needed, landing the super effective Earthquake, switching into that Superior, going to be answered by this Shadow Drapion. And the one difficult thing for the C2U is that he's going to lose this matchup. Superior does not beat Shadow Drapion. However, after the matchup, he's going to struggle a little bit to farm down because although the Poison Stings were neutral into that Dugong, they're going to be resisted by the Shadow Drapion, so they're just not going to do enough damage to really be able to farm down very comfortably in this matchup.
Yeah, Superior takes that crunch and the defense drop. So now the Drapion can very comfortably throw an Aqua Tail, knowing that it'll knock out. You can see the C2 kind of grimacing, recognizing, okay, Superior is going down, and I just cannot there's nothing I can do to knock out this Drapion. Adib still has a Protect Shield.
I really like that from the C2U. He recognizes he would lose the charge attack tie there, so goes for the extra Poison Sting. I'm expecting him to overfarm here as much as he can, throw right before the next Aqua Tail, and unfortunately, Adib's likely just going to no-shield, come in with that Kanto Marowak, and be able to farm down afterwards.
Yeah, because those Mud Slaps do so much super effective damage to the Clodsire. Maybe 4. Yeah, 4. It's only going to take 4 fast attacks to knock out. So the C2U, I really like the C2U trying to manage energy. I think doing as much as possible to take that matchup. But we're going to see here, there's that one last Mud Slap. And the C2U goes down with a Protect Shield, which is always frustrating.
Yeah, and you know, I think maybe the C2U is a little frustrated with how he played game number 1, although he won that one. I think he could be really happy with how he played game number 2. He really shored up his energy management and his decision making. Unfortunately, it was just a really tough team composition for him to come back from. He was a little bit too weak to that Dugong in the lead. His best answer was his own Dugong. And if you're switching into a mirror matchup and your opponent stays, you're just in a really tough position.
So Alpha Feed, maybe you could help some of the trainers at home who are just getting used to and just watching the tournament series now. Maybe they're newer. I saw that the Superior throw a resisted Frenzy Plant into the Drapion instead of the neutral flying type charged attack Aerial Ace. Why would you do that?
So different moves have different amounts of energy required, as well as the different amounts of damage that they do. And sometimes a move is so good in its damage per energy ratio that even if it's one stage resisted while the other move is neutral, it still does more overall damage than that other move. So that is the case there, where Superior throwing Frenzy Plant just does more damage to that Shadow Drapion. So if you're only going to make it to one move, you always want to throw that Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, so Frenzy Plant, Blast Burn, Hydro Cannon, some of these attacks are just so good that even when resisted, it's better than throwing a different attack that may be neutral.
Game number 3 starting up here. A little bit more of a neutral lead, but still advantageous for the C2U. It's going to be Dugong into Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion going to do 7 points in stings, throw the crunch before the first move from the C2U. C2U has the option to shield or no shield. I like the no shield because Crunch has the opportunity to lower the defense, and we see it here.
You spoke it into existence, Nick. All right, and then the C2U going ahead and throwing a drill run into the opposing Dugong. I'm imagining the C2U wanting to clear that debuff, and here it is, the Spiritomb. We get to see it. I don't know if I've ever seen one on the Championship Series before. This is very exciting.
Access to Rock Tomb, super effective damage into the Dugong. I'm not sure the shield was necessary. Maybe the C2U a little unpracticed with Spiritomb. Spiritomb is incredibly bulky and able to throw a Rock Tomb here. The reason I'm not super happy with the shield is because Adib does have that Shadow Drapion in the back, and it's going to be really, really good into this Spiritomb. Spiritomb doing Dark-type fast attack damage, which is going to be resisted by that Dark typing of that Shadow Drapion. However, it still adds up a little bit.
Yeah, and the C2's actually almost at another charge attack, opting to shield the Spiritomb against the Crunch, and then we're actually going to get to see almost 2 attacks, and actually throws the Rock Tomb before the Shadow Drapion gets an opportunity to throw its charge attack in turn. So here we see Adib shielding up the Rock Tomb. Are we going to see the C2 switch out? No, actually allowing Adib to get a little bit more energy before throwing another Crunch.
And really great play from Adib there in terms of counting, recognizing that he's going to be able to, throwing right before the charge attack was reached by the Spiritomb. Unfortunately for Adib here, he's going to need to put up the shield in this bad matchup. The Icy Wind is going to lower the attack of that Marowak, meaning that these Mud Slaps are doing a little bit less damage, but he's still able to farm down, come out with 2 Bone Clubs, which will do super effective damage into that Drapion. But remember, there was the attack drop onto that Dugong. So the question is where does he throw? Oh, great prediction from Adib. Does the Mud Slap instead of throwing the charge attack, and now is going to come out with 2 Bone Clubs. Both of these into that Shadow Drapion are going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, there is Bone Club number 1, and we are about to see Bone Club number 2. The CTU says GG's, and that is all that we get to see of the Spiritomb in this Winners Round 3 Group A. However, the CTU not out of it yet. This is a double elimination style tournament, so we can get to see more of the C2U's Spiritomb later potentially. But for now, Adib moving on here in Group A.
Yeah, I would have maybe liked to see a little more aggressive play from the C2U there with that Spiritomb. He was able to take out the middle matchup and come out with a good amount of health and energy with that Spiritomb. I think if he switched out, preserved it, kept it away from that Shadow Drapion, or just pivoted into that Dugong, which, you know, the Dugong would have forced the Drapion out likely, and maybe forced him into that Kanto Marowak, and it would have got aligned later. But if you're able to Sucker Punch down and get that energy so that you could build up into a Rock Tomb into that Shadow Drapion, maybe you would have had a little bit more play in an endgame situation.
Yeah, I'm really excited to rewatch this because Adib used all 3 of the same Pokemon each and every time, utilizing the Shadow Kanto Marowak, utilizing the Shadow Drapion, and the Dugong. If you know your team works and plays off of each other well, why mess it up?
Yeah, so here we see both switch into their final relatively healthy Pokemon. Of course, there are still Pokemon in the back. Adib, great patience, knowing that there's no energy on that final Pokemon for the C2U. It comes in, it is the Pokemon he wants to see. Double Bone Club, more than enough to knock out that Shadow Drapion, and Adib's able to secure a very solid 2-1 victory. A lot of good neutral play there. I think maybe a little bit better energy generation might have made that final game a little more close, because all those Pokemon have a little bit of play into each other with their charge attacks. Of course, you don't want your Shadow Drapion on a Shadow Kanto Marowak, but if you got a Knockwell Tail loaded, it's not that bad.
I really liked your call out during the battle where you talked about that really good prediction Adib made by throwing the Mud Slap instead of throwing the charged attack. That was really good energy management there by Adib.
Yeah. Because he knew, he might have known the switch clock also was not up for the C2U, which was a bit difficult, right? I think ideally the C2U could go into that Shadow Drapion, maybe throw 1 Poison Sting, see the Mud Slap come through, and then try to switch into the Spiritomb. But I don't think his switch clock was up quite yet, so I don't think that was possible. But let's go ahead and hear from Adib himself. Hear about what he thought that endgame scenario was like in that game number 3. We have an interview on this in front of the stage with Adib.
Thanks, Nick. I'm here with Adib, and congratulations on winning Winners Round 3 in Group A. You'll be advancing. I think you're playing Stud Muffins next, which is exciting. I think Nick wants to hear what was going through your head in the end game of Game 3 just now.
Yeah, so My idea with the end game was that it wasn't going to be superior in the back because I wished for it to not be. And so I was hoping that Marowak would sweep.
Seems like it worked out for you there.
Yeah.
And I also noticed that most of your team doesn't have any of these kind of newly buffed Pokemon that we saw, like the Spiritomb on the other side. Tell us about why you decided to kind of stick with what you know.
Yeah, so I don't catch a lot of Pokemon, and I just did not have any of the newly buffed Mons. I was very close on Dusclops. I was missing 10 XL candy.
Well, it seems like it's working out for you so far. Tell us about the Shadow Drapion. I felt like that was kind of the MVP for you, and it's been the MVP for a lot of people throughout the season.
Oh yeah, this is actually a new shiny Shadow Drapion. It has a really high rank, and I just got it like the last Shadow Rocket event, and I was running around getting all the Scorpy here at the venue. I still had to use like 100 rare candy, but it paid off. It's really good. I'm enjoying it.
All right, well, congratulations on that catch. It seems like it's working out. Is there anyone you want to shout out who maybe helped you prepare or anything like that?
Yes, shout out to everyone that helped me scrim, including Softoph over here, as well as everyone at the Dracoviz team, as well as everyone in Neil Court that helped me scrim. It's been really helpful. I feel pretty good about this event just because of all the prep I did.
Well, it's working out very well. Good luck for you in your next couple of rounds. I'm really excited to see you. And let's kick it back to the casters.
Thank you so for that interview with Adib. So thinking about it a little bit, yeah, thinking about it a little, I'm thinking about all the different things he said. One thing I do want to call out, though, is practice. We're in the season of Might and Mastery, and Might and Mastery is all about like honing your skills and getting stronger, and it sounds like Adib did a lot of practice. Even though maybe he hasn't been focusing on catching new Pokemon, he's been practicing with the ones that he already has.
He's also been doing some praying for the right Pokemon in the back. Maybe I need to start picking up on that one myself, because sometimes I'm hoping for a Pokemon in the back, and it's just the exact opposite.
The sheer force of will. Just hoping for something enough, and maybe it'll turn out for you. It's certainly a strategy that you can employ.
Maybe not the best strategy, but certainly a strategy. And of course, you know, you want to build your team composition so that you're not always relying on the correct Pokemon being in the back. Something like Shadow Drapion has got a lot of counterplay against its hardest answers in the meta. But, you know, you can utilize that Pokemon to pull out an answer to something else on your team, and then maybe put that in the back. And that's another way where you can kind of shore up any potential doubts about that third Pokemon that your opposing trainer has in the back, and play a little bit of mind games against them.
Yeah, maybe this will be Adib's weekend to have that breakout performance that he's really been looking for, looking for that really strong finish in a regional.
Yeah, he's making his way through. The tournament is going to be a full 2 days, of course. He's got a few more battles before he has secured a top cut performance, and then, you know, if he does that, he's got a little bit of a break. Maybe he can join the crowd, do some Gigantamax raids, do some Shadow raids. I know we were seeing some Shadow Regice here at the venue, as well as we're seeing the Kanto Birds as well in raids.
So lots of different things going on in the venue for all of you listening who are in the venue here today. Even at home, there's all the Gigantamax raids that are part of the event right now. And don't forget, from 2 to 5 o'clock p.m. today,
oh yes,
it's Fuecoco Community Day.
Yes.
My favorite Pokemon.
Yes, your favorite Pokemon that chomps.
Yes, my favorite Pokemon that's he's just a head empty friend that just likes to bite. How can you say no to that face? When I was playing through Scarlet and Violet, how do you say no to that face? I had to pick Fuecoco.
It's literally impossible. I've talked to all the scientists. They have determined it's scientific. They've used the scientific method. I have my PhD in Fuecocoology, of course, and it's impossible to say no to Fuecoco.
I do want everybody to know this man does actually have a PhD. I think that's important. This silly man. But what we do have, what you might also have a PhD is in Pokemon Go PvP, and we have a couple more battles here for you today. And something really exciting is these two trainers that we're about to feature are actually lucky friends right now. We have Cindy and Dylab, who are going to be doing a lucky trade here for us on screen.
Yeah, whenever we're ready on the stage, we can throw it over to them, watch it happen. looks like our trainers are already pulled up on that friendship page. They are ready. We've got that Best Buddy Diggersby being worked on from Cindy and the Moltres from Dilap. Let's see what they're gonna lock in. We see incredibly large amounts of dust from both trainers. 7 million from Cindy, 29 million, I think, from Dilap. That is just an incredible amount. They are trading a shiny Necrozma for a shiny Kyurem, and both of these Pokemon are really, really nice to get that 100% stat product on for that Master League. You can fuse them with other Pokemon. Shiny Kyurem fusion just happened with the Unovator. Let's check those appraisals. Oh! We do have the shiny 100% stat product there. It is nicknamed Eddie. Maybe we'll get to see him rename that to Cindy. He sends a gift over right after. Probably a bit of a force of habit from him there, but congratulations on that 100% shiny Necrozma, right? Yeah.
That is incredible. That is something not a lot of trainers can say that they have. I know plenty of people who did many raids during the last Go Fest season and did not get the Shundo that they were after, the community term for a shiny 100% ID Pokemon.
Yeah, I did many raids, got a handful of shinies, but none of the perfect ones. But let's go ahead and recompose ourselves after that really exciting moment and take a look at these teams. For Cindy, we're seeing two of the bulkiest water types that have ever existed. Toxapex and Azumarill paired with Serperior, Diggersby, Shadow, two Shadow Dark types, that Shadow Drapion, as well as Shadow Sableye. Very, very exciting there. Our first time seeing it on stream since the most recent buff to Foul Play.
I am really looking forward to seeing Dilap and Cindy battle it out here. Two Canadian trainers who are sporting their regional championships certs. So I am really looking forward to seeing who is going to take this matchup here. We have two Pokemon that are benefiting from the most recent updates. We have Shadow Sableye as well as Emolga.
Yeah, Shadow Sableye is going to pace to these foul plays very quickly, but because of the recent changes to Discharge, it's going to slightly outpace, not in the first time, but in the long run here. Discharge coming through. We're seeing a no shield from Cindy, comfortable with how much damage this is going to be doing, building up to foul play, and a great catch by Dilap. This is going to now be resisted damage, foul play into that dark typing of Shadow Drapion. How does Cindy answer this switch in?
Well, it looks like she's going to stay in with the Shadow Sableye and make a catch. Really nice timing on the part of Cindy to catch an Aqua Tail. So all that energy from that Shadow Drapion just kind of going nowhere into the Azumarill. This is generally a pretty neutral matchup, just because Azumarill is so bulky and the bubble damage does chunk away. However, Dilap's Shadow Drapion came in with a significant health disadvantage.
It's going to be a bit of an interesting team composition from Dilap because he is opting to try to pull out this Azumarill with this Shadow Drapion. He is ABB to Azumarill. That Emolga in the lead is going to be quite good. The Primeape and the Shadow Drapion are going to be a little bit worse. However, with the energy that he does have, he is now at a Discharge again, and this is likely going to threaten a knockout into the Azumarill, although Discharge is doing a little bit less damage now because it's super effective, and Emolga has a pretty good attack stat. It is able to pull out a knockout there. I do like this from Cindy. Coming in with the Drapion here, able to get an energy advantage. Unfortunately, though, the Discharge is ready right before the Aqua Tail is.
And the Discharge is going to be blocked by a Protect Shield on the side of Cindy, giving up the first Protect Shield in this game. Taking a look, it looks like the Emolga getting to use its charge attack first is going to connect this Discharge into the Shadow Drapion. Let's see how much damage it does. Only takes it down into the yellow, not quite the red yet. And then Shadow Drapion is going to be able to knock out here with an Aqua Tail.
And one thing that I've said about Shadow Sableye a few times, not on stream, but backstage to my co-casters, is that I think it is absolutely going to want to run Power Gem over Dazzling Gleam, even though there are fighters in the meta that resist both Foul Play as well as Power Gem. We see here that the Rage Fist is now being used, shield up from Cindy, Aqua Tail into a foul play with the Sableye is going to be more than enough to knock out this Primate. The question is how much does a foul play do, given that Dialab does have a shield here for the Aqua Tail?
Ooh, and we see a quick swap out into that Sableye, and there is the foul play. Shadow Sableye really benefiting from its Shadow boost that does 20% extra damage. Foul play being a little bit spammier, not enough to knock out, though. Foul play, it does, it's more efficient now, I believe, but it does a little bit less damage.
I was a little bit surprised there. I thought it was actually going to be much closer to knocking out. Unfortunately, though, for Cindy, not quite enough damage, still out of the range of one additional Poison Sting. The Shadow Sableye into even a Shadow Primate. Not enough damage with that foul play. I don't like doing it, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about foul play being enough in that matchup, or maybe we'll see in the future where Cindy's able to get more Shadow Claws onto a Shadow Primate, where it is going to be a little bit more impactful in how much damage that Sableye is able to do and put it in the range of one foul play knocking out.
So Dialab taking that first game of this matchup. Can Cindy reverse sweep here? Maybe utilizing some different Pokemon. Dialab utilized that Emolga, maybe bringing in something like the Diggersby to counter it. I'm kind of looking like at that Toxapex. I'm not really sure that that is going to have a lot of play here. It is a really nice bulky Pokemon, both Toxapex and Azumarill being just these really bulky water types.
And we'll see back in the replay here, a bit of an unfortunate catch for Cindy there, but she was able to answer it in turn with a catch of her own. However, discharge enough to knock out, putting Emolga in a pretty solid spot to sweep, and Dialab with the Shadow Primate doing lots of damage with Rage Fist, decent damage with Karate Chop, able to pick up the knockout there in the end.
And here we have it. We have Cindy, the 2022 Vancouver Regional Champion, against Dialab, the 2023 Vancouver Regional Champion. And we have Diggersby into Primate. We see Cindy safe swap into the Azumarill. And we see Dialab content to stay in with the Shadow Primate. We're not seeing an automatic swap from Dialab, perhaps wanting to make a little bit of a chip damage first before bringing that Emolga in.
Yeah, I think the chip damage makes sense because the discharge is not going to be enough damage to pull out a knockout, especially into a full health Azumarill. I don't think it's quite in range yet, and ooh, that is a lot of super effective damage from that Ice Beam. I think if Cindy wanted to, she could two-shield this matchup and bubble down, instead opting to no-shield the first discharge. Looks like she's going to pace right before the second discharge is ready. Dialab going for another fast attack instead. Ice Beam coming through, going to be more than enough to knock out. And Cindy's one switch advantage. However, that Shadow Primate has some energy left and is in a very scary spot. Cindy no longer has any resist for fighting type damage on her team. Superior is bulky, but it does not like a boosted close combat.
Nothing does. Nothing does. Alphafib. Moving into the Diggersby, this is the better answer, so being able to secure switch advantage does give her an advantage here, being able to align the Diggersby on the Shadow Drapion instead of the Superior, which Superior just straight up loses all the matchups, where Diggersby can potentially have an advantage. Cindy also still has both of her Protect Shields, and Dialab is about to use one of them.
Scorching Sands coming through would do a lot of super effective damage to that Drapion. Gets the attack drop, but I think Aqua Tail is still potentially going to be in range to pick up a knockout. We see a shield come up from Cindy. However, Dialab does have back-to-back Aqua Tails built and stored. Does she try to catch one? No, instead a charge attack tie. Cindy grimacing a little bit. Is this going to be enough with that attack drop?
Ooh, she decides not to risk it, uses a Protect Shield, and because that was a charge attack priority tie, she does get to get the Fire Punch off. Dialab opting not to shield because it's not going to be enough for the knockout. I think we are going to see an immediate swap into the Primate, and we see the Superior come back in turn. Now, because Cindy doesn't have any Protect Shields left, Dialab can go right for the close combat after doing enough fast attack damage to put it down into close combat range.
Yeah, we see the shield coming up for the Aerial Ace. This would be more than enough damage to knock out the Shadow Primate. Unfortunately, though, for Cindy, Dialab is at the back-to-back close combats. One, I think, should be enough to knock out the Superior. It's going to be a little bit close. And the second one is going to be locked and loaded for this Diggersby, able to clearly knock out the 1/4 health Diggersby. I'm pretty sure this does 70% to Diggersby, something like that. Diggersby is an incredibly bulky bunny, but not enough to handle a super effective close combat from Shadow Primate.
Shadow Primate does heavy damage, all the Phoebe, as we saw on the screen. Congratulations to the 2023 Vancouver Regional Champion, Dialab, for taking this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think we necessarily called that out before, but it is a battle of Vancouver champions, right? Cindy with the Shadow Kanto 9 tiles in 22.
Yes.
And I forget a unique Pokemon from Dialab's team, but there has to be one, right?
I'm sure he ran some Pokemon. I believe he ran 6 of them.
Probably. Potentially.
Potentially. We have had people run only 5 Pokemon.
And do quite well.
And do quite well. We saw it at Worlds a couple years ago. So moving on, though, that was some really nice battles from both Cindy and Dialab. It was really fun to see the 2 Vancouver regional champions pitted out there on the big stage. Dialab, I think, just kind of had some really good advantages, had a really strong starting advantage, especially in that second matchup.
Yeah, and he's using Pokemon that I think he's very comfortable with. He's been talking about Emolga for quite some time. I remember scrimming him a few months back, before the most recent changes to the Emolga, before the Acrobatics buff, before the Discharge change, but after the Thundershock change, right? The Thundershock change happened at the beginning of the last season, and he was really happy with its performance, and against certain Feraligators. You know, Feraligators are ferocious, a fairly attack-weighted, heavy-hitting Pokemon. Emolga can win that charge attack tie, and that was something that caught me by surprise. I was like, oh, Feraligator into Emolga, you know, it's not the good typing matchup, but like, if I can get to Hydro Cannon, I'm pretty sure it'll knock out, right? It does, but I can't get to it because Emolga always won that charge attack tie.
Yeah, Emolga is a powerful Pokemon as well. It's got quite a little bit of spark to it.
Nice one. I appreciate that. Yeah, spark, but not anymore. It's a Thundershock. It's got some shock to it.
That doesn't sound as nice.
Definitely not as good of a pun. I appreciate Spark a lot more.
Okay. Going on. As we set up for the next part of our broadcast, again, is there anything you think Cindy could have done in those matchups? I really liked bringing the Azumarill. I don't think Azumarill is going to feature as prominently as we fully get into this next new season. I don't know if it's like, we're going to see it as frequently as we see it now paired with that Shadow Drapion. But I do like that she brought it.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we see too much of the Shadow Drapion Azumarill Cold drop out. A lot of things around it have gotten stronger, but the two together form such a strong core pair. We're going to keep on this theme. It's really hard to break that. But let's go ahead and head over to Dialab. We have an interview with him, see his take on the meta, as well as his matchup against Cindy here.
Thank you, Nick. I am Wholesome_ here with Dialab, fresh off his 2-0 victory versus Cindy. Actually, a rematch of the 2022 Grand Finals here in Vancouver. So that's a quick highlight. In addition to congratulations for the win, congratulations on the hundo that we saw there. Shundo, actually. The Shundo, yeah, sorry about that. All right, let's get your initial reactions. Talk to me about the strategy and just anything that was going on in those two games.
What I first noticed was definitely Emolga was the best Pokemon into her old team. So pretty much brought it every game. And she was a little bit soft to Drapion as well, so I was planning on bringing that every game as well.
Well, you saw you make a nice catch there in game number 1. I think put you in a really good position. But talk to me specifically about the Emolga. Obviously a Pokemon that did have a little bit of a buff, we can call it. Where is it finding its place in the meta?
I think Emolga is probably one of the better flyers right now, along with probably Jumpluff. And Emolga also beats Jumpluff, which is a plus for me. I actually brought it last season in Toronto as well, before it even got buffed, so I feel like I had to pick it this time after Discharge got lowered energy and Acrobatics also got energy lowered as well.
Absolutely. Well, we talked about 2022, but we have to not forget that you've won a regional here already before in Vancouver. What would it mean to win another regional here in Vancouver?
I think that would probably be very amazing to probably win again. I wasn't able to attend last year, so I think that if I try my really hardest, then it might be possible. So.
All right. Well, Eddie, is there anyone else that you'd like to thank here before we wrap up?
I'd like to thank you.
Oh, I'd like to thank you too. All right, well, that's all we have with Dial-Up Churn here, guys. Congratulations again on the Shundo. Congrats on the 2-0 victory. Wishing you the best of luck. We're going to actually toss it to a break. We'll have more battles for you soon.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着 諦められない While your passion is a fire always lighting up a path It's the greatest you will get to leave them all So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life And you need courage if you want to win the fight Respect the opposition like a real hero should Then strike While your passion is a fire always lighting up a path It's the greatest you will get to leave them all So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come.
Welcome back, trainers. Welcome back, trainers. We are here in day one of the Vancouver Regional Championships. My name is Soph Toph, and I'm here with Wholesome _.
Yeah, thanks, Soph. We saw some great battles already today featuring Dunebug. He's running a very interesting team. In fact, we're going to be seeing him pretty soon, but Shadow Fortress was not really on my bingo card for what to expect for this transition meta here in Vancouver.
I've actually been seeing it a lot in the Go Battle League. Rock Tomb recently got a buff. It does a little bit less of an energy cost. It does a lot of damage. It actually has the same energy and damage as Scorching Sands, but it has the guaranteed attack debuff for your opponent, which is really powerful. We're going to be seeing that in action in just a little bit with Dunebug on the stage.
Yeah, he's going to be facing off versus Boglish, a trainer that we saw have an incredible run earlier in Sacramento here in the 2025 season. But Dunebug, obviously a household name. He's had so much success throughout every stage of this Pokemon Go journey over the last 4 years. But as he mentioned in his interview, he's yet to find that champion title here in 2025. So for him, the story is, how do I find that success? We're now in the second half of the season. His opportunities are starting to run out.
It's interesting because I feel like a lot of people are anchoring on Dunebug's incredible run from 2024, right? He won 3 regionals and second at UIC in a very short span of time. And this season, he's still been top cutting a lot, but like you said, hasn't gotten that championship quite yet.
All right, well, we're going to head over to the stage. Let's take a look at these trainers. We'll give them a little bit more of a formal introduction here. Take a look at their teams as well as some of their achievements. Again, Dunebug, we saw his team a little bit earlier versus Pokey Pete, a Vancouver regional, but now he's going to be facing off versus Boglish. What's interesting that I see about Boglish's team, though, is actually that Alolan Sand Slash that we've seen kind of fall off here in the last 3 or 4 months of the meta. Boglish bringing it back here in this transition meta for Vancouver.
Alolan Sand Slash is interesting because it definitely always feels like a kind of core breaker pick. There's always a few cores on the opposing team that it can kind of break up, right? You see Guzzlord, Drapion, and Jumpluff on Dune's side. None of them really want to see the Alolan Sand Slash. And Wholesome, I know you love thinking about those keys to success in these matchups. I feel like for me, from Boglish, I want to see him using maybe an Annihilate Clodsire core. I feel like those two pair really well together against Dune's team, but you do have to watch out for the Jellicent.
Yeah, I think on Dunebug's side, a key to success could be the alignment for that Shadow Jumpluff. Has a lot of really good targets, especially in the Serperior and the Annihilate, which are both very strong Pokemon for Boglish, but keep in mind, it has to watch out for that Clodsire, for the Alolan Sand Slash, the Mandibuzz, and even that Shadow for Alligator can really pack a punch with that super effective Ice Beam.
Definitely a couple very offensive Pokemon on Bogglish's side. The Shadow for Alligator that you just mentioned, as well as Annihilate and Alolan Sand Slash. So I feel like he's probably going to want to pick at least 1 or 2 of those 3 to bring to every battle.
All right, well, these trainers are still getting locked in here. We saw a lot of Dunebug conversation around that Shadow Fortress. It would not shock me if he ends up bringing it here in Game 1. Guys, let's move into the battles here. This is the winners semis in Group A.
All right, well, Dunebug is leading the Jellicent, and he actually has it in a great matchup. It's against the Clodsire, but Boglish actually doesn't want to switch out. He does have the Alolan Sand Slash in the back, which would struggle.
Okay, we see actually Dunebug being the first to throw, gets to that Surf. Don't forget that Hex was buffed both in its energy generation as well as its damage, so that's why we're going to see so many Hex users here in this meta. First Surf comes through, and actually it had its own, you could call it a buff, you could call it a nerf, relatively recently as well.
That's right, Earthquake coming through, and Dunebug is going to let it go. I think he's actually just 1 Hex away from the next Surf with incredible energy generation, but Boglish actually tries to catch on the Alolan Sand Slash, but Dune sees it coming, goes for the more efficient Shadow Ball.
I'll be curious to see if Dunebug ends up staying in this matchup. He's going to have to find a spot for this Shadow Fortress. He does not want to have it up against that Clodsire, so we could see him bring it in here. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, he actually could have brought in the Dugong, which would be double resisting those Powder Snows, but does bring in the Fortress, like you mentioned. Here comes a Drill Run from Alolan Sand Slash. It's not the Shadow form, so it's not going to do quite so much damage, so Dune does choose to let it go. He's still up a Protect Shield as well.
Yeah, this is a situation where do you want to go for that Earthquake super effective potential to one-hit KO your opponent, or do you go for this Rock Tomb, which has that guaranteed attack debuff? Boglish opting to use the Protect Shield, and yeah, Dunebug with a successful bait there.
Yeah, Dune now up 2 shields to 0, but Boglish has a lot of energy on this Alolan Sand Slash, but it's actually going to be hit with this Rock Tomb coming through first by the Fortress.
Does this Rock Tomb KO? No, it doesn't. Boglish able to hang on, has 2 charge attacks loaded. My question is, does this Volt Switch end up knocking out? Well, we're not going to know because Dunebug is opting to let this go. 2-stage attack debuff. I still think this Drill Run will knock out. No, hangs on with 1 HP. Dunebug able to swap out and catch this double resisted Ice Punch on his Dugong. What a play.
And Dune is in such a commanding position. Like you said, absorbing all this energy, still has 2 Protect Shields up, and has a very, very healthy Dugong here with a half-health Jellicent in the back.
Well, great team building by Dunebug here because this Dugong is absolutely core-breaking Bogglish's remaining squad. You mentioned that it has some good play versus that Alolan Sand Slash, but it has great play versus not only this Clodsire, but the Mandibuzz in the back too.
Yeah, it's looking good for Dune. I don't think he's seen the Mandibuzz quite yet, but this Icy Wind is going to knock out the Clodsire, and I think he's going to be very, well, he's already happy, but I think he's going to be even happier when he sees the Mandibuzz come in.
Yeah, Mandibuzz is a bit tricky though, keep in mind, because there is still the Jellicent on the side of Dunebug, and that's not something that wants to see the Mandibuzz whatsoever, but we're seeing that this is Air/Mandibuzz, which actually makes both of these matchups a little bit easier, knowing that it paces a bit slower to moves.
Well, this is looking great for Dunebug. I think they're both kind of laughing a little bit, knowing that this matchup is over. Dune still got the Jellicent in the back, in case there were an Annihilate on Bogglish's side, but there isn't, and he's going to be able to just clean up this game with the Dugong.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we're going to see this one still play out. These are 2 bulky Pokemon that do have pretty extended matchups overall, especially, you know what, Dunebug's team, what's really interesting is how pretty much all of these Pokemon, at least what seems like his strategy, is just building a lot of artificial bulk with this Pokemon. Dugong already a bulky Pokemon, but with access to Icy Wind, he can continue to just double and triple down on its artificial bulk, like we mentioned. Same strategy for that Shadow Fortress.
Yeah, you mentioned Dunebug's team building, and I'm looking a little bit closer. It looks like he has this kind of Dugong Jellicent core going on, and those do have to watch out for, electric types or grass types. But then his other 4 Pokemon are actually pretty hard counters to the Serperior on Boglish's side. So if Boglish decides to bring the Serperior to kind of counter the Dugong and Jellicent, he's going to have to watch out for the majority of Dune's team.
I think that there's just good balance on Dunebug's team in general. Yes, via that Dugong. One of the Pokemon I was looking at specifically is the Annihilate over on Boglish's side. And while it does have nice matchups into Pokemon like Drapion, Pokemon like the Dugong, of course, as well as the Guzzlord, maybe even that Shadow Fortress as well. There are 2 hard answers to it as well, both with that Jellicent as well as that Shadow Jumpluff.
Let's take a look back at this game to see how Dune was able to maneuver in and out of these situations with his Jellicent, Fortress, and Dugong.
Yeah, look at that catch right there. That was so great. Dunebug with double attack drop onto that Sand Slash, able to survive actually and make that crazy swap out, getting Dugong in a great position to save its Protect Shield for, I think it ended up using it versus the Clodsire, super effective Stone Edge. So Dunebug had all the right answers there, and I think Dugong was just such a great pick, not only for that Clodsire, but for the Mandibuzz as well.
Yeah, I felt like Dune had just kind of an advantage throughout the whole game. He had the great lead with Jellicent into Clodsire, and then like you said, the Dugong really kind of core breaking the Clodsire and the Mandibuzz as well.
Look, I know we've been talking a lot about Dunebug's team building and picks, but it's just worth noting that he seems to always be bringing Pokemon, at least in recent regionals, that are maybe one step ahead of the meta. We saw a lot of Starmie action earlier on in the season. That may have been Louisville at the time, so you and I were casting that one. Now bringing also what we could call maybe a sleeper pick here in the Shadow Fortress. All right, let's move into game number 2. We talked about the potential for the Annihilate, but it's getting lined up versus Dunebug's Jellicent.
Another great lead for Dunebug, and another Alolan Sandslash having to swap into the Jellicent. But this is a nice matchup for Jellicent. It resists those Powder Snows, and it's already at the first serve.
Okay, last time we saw Dunebug bringing in the Shadow Fortress into the Alolan Sandslash. Let's see if he opts to go for the same strategy, opting to stay in here a little bit. Maybe he wants to tank a charge attack, get rid of some of this energy from Boglish before swapping.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. You don't have a super direct answer to Alolan Sandslash. Yes, you have your own Dugong, but it's kind of a waste of energy to throw Drill Run there. But he does actually go into the Fortress again, just like in game 1.
Well, so if he has to swap out, you don't want your Shadow Fortress or your Dugong on that Annihilate. So you're going to have to prioritize maintaining that Jellicent alignment versus the Annihilate.
All right, Drill Run coming through here. Dune again chooses to let it go, realizing how bulky Fortress is, and he does throw the Rock Tomb just before Alolan Sandslash gets to another charge attack.
It's really interesting seeing this Shadow Fortress because it has this non-same type attack bonus Volt Switch, and Volt Switch does have a lot of play in all the waters in the meta. It's just such a clunky fast attack being 4 turns.
All right, well here comes the Annihilate to try and counter down the Fortress. Dune does reach this very heavy-hitting Earthquake, and now Boglish has to decide. He knows that Annihilate doesn't have a good matchup against Jellicent, so he actually chooses just let the Annihilate go.
Bye, Annihilate. Hangs on with just a little bit of HP, but it's not going to get a lot of effectiveness. Dunebug able to get this Hex through, probably still able to tank one of these super effective charge attacks here. This is a same type attack bonus Rage Fist. Yes, able to hang on, has some energy as well. In comes the Serperior. It's now Serperior Grass Pokemon versus 2 Water Pokemon. So
all right, well, the Surface coming through here, it's just going to chip the Serperior a little bit. Boglish knows his counts. He knows it's not a Shadow Ball. Now Dunebug has a Dugong, and both sides here have 2 shields up, so it's going to be very interesting to see how long Dunebug can maintain a debuffed Serperior in this matchup.
With this 50-second switch clock, these switch clocks will be coming back up for Boglish relatively quick as well. Maybe an opportunity to try to catch one of these super effective Icy Winds from Dunebug. Boglish is in range now where he is threatened to get fast attacked all the way down from these super effective Ice Shards.
I think that's a great call out. That Surf chip really kind of put the Serperior into Ice Shard range, and I think that's how this game is actually going to end up playing out. I really think that we're going to Ice Shard down the Serperior before we get to 2 Icy Winds.
Okay, here comes the next charge attack from Boglish. Absolutely juiced on energy here. In comes the bait, gets the final Protect Shield from Dunebug with these 2 attack debuffs. Will this next Frenzy Plant knock out? Tries to go for a catch, but actually does reset the attack debuff here. Frenzy Plant is loaded and ready to go. This may be enough to knock out the Dugong.
I think it is. That was actually a really heads-up play by Boglish. If he didn't switch out, I think the debuffed Frenzy Plant might have not been enough to knock out. And Boglish, all of a sudden, I think is able to take this game 2 and even up the series.
Yeah, I think Dunebug saying, hey, great play. I got to give you give you some kudos here. That was a very nice play from Boglish, and we've seen great plays from Boglish before. He's made some extended tournament runs in the past. So even though he is going against a very formidable opponent here, well-respected Dunebug, you have to give Boglish his own credit in his own right, for sure.
I wonder if he kind of foresaw how that game would play out similar to game 1. He kind of baited out the Fortress so that his Serperior wouldn't see it.
Yeah, I think that in general, we saw how strong that Dugong was from game number 1. He brings not only the Annihilate, which did not find the Dugong, but he brought a second answer to it as well with the Superior. Yes, of course you're taking super effective damage in return, but being able to quickly pace and dish out those super effective Frenzy Plants, not only versus Dugong, but versus Jellicent, yeah, it worked out very nicely there for Boglish.
Yeah, you do get to bring 6 Pokemon into these tournaments, so he brought the Mandibuzz and the Clodsire game 1. It wasn't really working out, and he made a great pivot into, like you said, the Superior for game 2.
Okay, well, now I'm starting to think what is going to be that answer to that Annihilate and to that Superior. For Dunebug, that could be the Shadow Jumpluff. Let's take a look back at these replays, though. Dunebug getting to this Earthquake, 1 HP, and a Dream almost knocking out that... It was actually very important that it hung on because it was able to get that Rage Fist into the Jellicent, which put it in farm down range.
Exactly, and that meant that Jellicent was only able to get off a Surf against the Superior, couldn't get any more Hex damage, couldn't get another Charge Attack off. So, really great for that Annihilate to be able to hang on there.
It's great seeing Jellicent back because it was a Pokemon that was very tough to deal with for a good portion of previous metas. And what really it struggled with was its pacing for a good while. Surf becoming higher energy means that you couldn't get there in that 4-3 Hex pacing anymore. Now, with no changes to its charge attacks, but with Hex generating more energy, now you're getting to Shadow Balls in 5 hexes than 4 hexes, and you're getting to Surfs in 4 hexes than 3 hexes. It is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, you bring up the great typing of Jellicent offensively at least, and it's always kind of been a core breaker for these fighter steel type cores, and I think that's what it's kind of trying to do against Bogglish's team, right? It wants to find the Alolan Sandslash, wants to find the Annihilate. Although, of course, in that game, we saw that Annihilate can fight back with those super effective Rage Fists.
I think that Dunebug is going to be bringing Jellicent all 3 of these games. I think it's just so strong. There's nothing that's going to be doing super effective fast attack damage with the exception of that Superior. Let's take a look though. Dunebug in game, also the Shadow Claw, let's not forget, because we're seeing it right here with this Shadow for Alligator. A terrible matchup for it though, getting lined up versus the Guzzlord. Dunebug opting to stay in. Keep in mind, he is running Crunch, but actually just builds to a Dragon Claw and swaps out to his Jellicent.
Yeah, he must think this matchup is very, very dominant because usually you don't want to switch into a matchup so behind on energy like this.
Okay, well here comes the Earthquake from Boglish, and Dunebug opting to use his first Protect Shield, wants to shield probably the most likely Earthquake, knowing this is a bit of a tricky matchup still. Now these Surfs do a lot of damage, and especially after this chip damage from the Guzzlord, I think that 2 Surfs should have no problem knocking out.
I think you're right. We see how much that Surf does. It looks like it does about half of the Clodsire's health and just above 25% left on that Clodsire now. Earthquake coming through. It does put the Jellicent just below half health there.
Yeah, I think that Dunebug was thinking, okay, what do I swap into here? Do I bring my Dugong in? It's going to be behind and has to watch out for those Stone Edges. But actually Dunebug here throwing on, what I think was Charge Attack priority here, knowing that you're going to win that very easily. Boglish doesn't want to invest in Protect Shield since Dunebug has so much energy. Despite Dunebug being down in Protect Shield, he has so much energy and is going to start threatening this for Alligator.
Yeah, he did bait out the Jellicent so that his Alolan Sandslash can avoid it. But like you said, Jellicent just came out of that matchup with so much energy. Shadow Ball actually does a ton of damage to Feraligatr, and Dune now with a quick swap out into Guzzlord. It's actually met by the Alolan Sandslash.
Okay, this is so much energy though that Dunebug already has, and keep in mind this is not Brutal Swing. This is the harder hitting Crunch. Has a chance for an attack debuff as well. Boglish not even having the Shadow Alolan variant, but recognizing the threat from that Crunch.
All right, well this isn't a great matchup for Guzzlord, but you do still have to remember that Dunebug has a full health Dugong, I believe, still in the back. It's going to be able to kind of deal these super effective drill runs to Alolan Sandslash.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, is how are you going to take out this Dugong as Boglish? You need to prioritize HP on this Shadow Alolan Sandslash. But I guess the one thing that's not going to happen is you're not going to get Ice Sharded down. You double resist those Ice Shards. What I'm a bit concerned about is maybe after all this energy gets dumped, maybe you just bring back in the Jellicent as Dunebug and you'll start getting these Hexes off, which, again, with a damage buff, do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Boglish does have to watch out for getting potentially fast attacks down, given how low health all of his Pokemon are. But if you're Dunebug, I think it's still a little risky to bring in the Jellicent because Boglish would have the option to bring in Feraligatr.
I think there's no reason to throw Drill Run now for Dunebug. I think you can actually just safely go for these Icy Winds, knowing that any non-shielded charge attack will put you in fast attack down range. So, okay, and actually trying to go for a catch there was Boglish. Dunebug knows, though, that there is some energy on the Shadow Feraligatr, and he can't overfarm too much. Needs to throw this charge attack. Boglish actually using the Protect Shield. Maybe wants to get a charge attack and get this Dugong off the field.
All right, well, there is still a shield left on Junebug's side, so Balgish knew he needed to peel that away. Here it is. He does get the shield with this Hydro Cannon. Now, for Balgish, you have to get to a charge attack with the Alolan Sandslash, but I'm just worried about all the energy that Junebug has.
Yeah, Junebug has energy on 2 Pokemon here, and with this energy advantage from the Jellicent, again, brought it all 3 games, is able to neutralize this Shadow Alolan Sandslash. That's going to be a great battle from Junebug. He's going to take the 2-1 series victory in the winner's semis for Group A.
All right, well, we will see Junebug then in the winners finals, fighting it out to make day 2. As for Balgish, he is going to drop to the loser's side, but he has made it so far in this winner's side of the bracket that he doesn't have quite as long of a road to go to make day 2.
Yeah, it was a little interesting because the one game that we saw the superior was the one game that Balgish ended up winning. Opted to put it back on the bench in that game number 3 after it had worked so nicely for him. And yet again, there was the Jellicent and the Dugong once again.
I felt like that core really worked out for Junebug, and we'll have to see if he kind of continues relying on that in his remaining rounds. He only has 1 remaining rounds today, actually, but felt like it really worked out for him there. 4 counters to Superior, you know, just maybe too much bench pressure for Balgish to want to continue bringing it.
Absolutely. It was interesting to see that Annihilate as well. It really didn't get too much play. I guess it did its job in that game number 2 for Balgish. It was able to tank a charge attack and get some damage into that Jellicent, but one of the things that I've been looking at recently, especially in the European International Championships, even a bit in San Antonio, is this constant battle that we're seeing of, is Primeape or is Annihilate that premier fighter of the meta?
I feel like we've seen both of them even just today, but let's take a look back at these battles. Of course, we saw Annihilate kind of being that better fighter in this matchup for Balgish, at least.
All right, again, Jellicent getting a lot of value here, able to take out the Clodsire, did use that Protect Shield in the switch situation, put Junebug in a little bit of an awkward spot, but once he's able to land that Shadow Ball, he just put himself in a position where he's able to dish out so much fast attack pressure between the Dragon Tails from the Guzzlord, the Hexes from the Jellicent, and then, yes, those Ice Shards were double resisted from the Alolan Sandslash, but again, just chipping and chipping and chipping away. Junebug feeling confident there in that 3-game series.
Yeah, it felt like he had a couple of potential win conditions, right? We were talking about maybe he could just go for a fast attack down, but he ended up kind of having a little bit of residual energy on all of his Pokemon, which, you know, you always want to do so you have some options, and ended up being able to take that game.
So we talked about caster predictions a little bit earlier, and one Pokemon that we thought would all be strong. I think 3 out of the 4 casters were saying how they were expecting to see some Malamar on the field. I don't think we've seen any Malamar just yet, but what we have seen a lot of seems to be that Jellicent. Maybe it's just a small sample size and a lot of Dunebug, but yeah, you guys can see Jellicent has looked quite strong. We have seen, I believe, some Sableye as well. I don't think we've seen any Claydol just yet, though, have we?
I don't think so, but we've seen some other Rock Tomb users, which of course is the main buff that makes Claydol a decent caster prediction on your end, right? We saw the Forretress, we saw the Spiritomb a little bit earlier as well from Sutiu, so you know, maybe we can still keep our eye out for Rock Tomb users, even if they're not Claydol in particular.
I'm actually really excited about that Spiritomb because while it has the same typing as the Sableye, it operates very differently because it's not getting to those foul plays very quickly. It has a little bit slower generating attacks, but it also uses, despite both having the same type attack bonus fast attacks, you're doing dark damage with Sucker Punch versus the ghost type damage with the Shadow Claws on Sableye.
Yeah, I'm still kind of holding my breath for Spiritomb. I'm not quite convinced that it has a place in the top meta yet. It kind of feels like if you need a Sucker Punch user, you have Galarian Moltres, right, and if you need the Dark Ghost typing, you have Sableye. So we'll see about Spiritomb, but you know, maybe some top trainers have brought it here today.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, these next trainers are getting ready. I'm taking a look ahead at this, and actually, I think we have a trainer that we saw featured quite a bit in San Antonio, that being Stud Muffins. If I'm not mistaken, ended up getting a podium position there in San Antonio after, I think, losing to Elite in the losers finals there. So that was a great run. We're going to be seeing him on the broadcast facing off versus Adib Khan here shortly.
Yeah, and Adib, of course, we've already seen on stream today. I don't think we've seen Stud Muffins quite yet, but he actually had a great match off stream. He actually knocked Itaxen down to the losers bracket. So, you know, Stud Muffins, another player that I kind of think is like on the rise this season. He made it really far at LAIC. You mentioned San Antonio as well, and he's already made it pretty far in Vancouver as well today.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Vancouver, we wanted to talk about some of the local scene as well. Yes, all these trainers are traveling all across the world to attend these regional tournaments. You guys can find a Pokemon event near you. Guys, make sure that you scan the QR code here. You can find local events, and don't forget, local tournaments do count towards those championship points as well. So
That's right. If you're hoping to climb your way on those Play Pokemon leaderboards, you definitely need to be racking up points from those local challenges and cups. And here are a couple of places that are actually local to Vancouver here in British Columbia that we just wanted to highlight.
Yeah, Everything Games draw for turn games, Van City CJ Trading Cards, and Bastion Games. I think I was actually chatting with one of the TCG casters, Wancho, earlier, and he mentioned that he spent a lot of time at Bastion Games, actually one of the first places that he was participating in some of the local TCG card cups.
Well, you know, these regionals only happen once a month or so. So if you want to get your Pokemon fill, you do probably have to find those local cups and challenges at those stores near you. But no, we're here in Vancouver. We've still got a lot of great matches. And I think our next couple of players are already on the stage right now.
Yeah, let's find our way over to the stage. Again, Adib Khan will be facing off versus Stud Muffins. We saw Adib on stream earlier. Pretty interesting team because a lot of the Pokemon that he's running are Pokemon that we've been seeing all throughout the season. Meanwhile, Stud Muffins, you know what? I don't think there's too much changes there, but the one Pokemon that stands out on both of these sides is that Chargebug. Why Chargebug in this meta, Soph?
I think it has great offensive coverage, right? It's that bug electric typing, and you know, we talked about Jellicent and Dugong in the last matchup, but in this matchup, we still see two waters on Stud Muffin's sides, right? It's got that, you see the Azumarill and the Dugong. It also resists fighting type damage from the Primeape. So I think really just that unique typing is kind of what's giving Chargebug a little bit of a boost here.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't see too many bug types in the meta in general. Being able to resist grass, being able to resist fighting certainly has a unique place. Let's move into game number one, though. We have Adib Khan versus Stud Muffins. This is the winner's semis yet again. We have the Chargebug into the Primeape.
Yeah, speaking of those two Pokemon, here is Primeape maybe trying to find its place as the premier fighter in the meta. First Rage Fist coming through. It doesn't do quite so much damage as it hasn't been boosted yet, and it is non-stab, so Chargebug is going to just take it there.
Now, the one thing that's nice for Chargebug is that it does pace to these discharges a bit faster now. Rather than needing 3 volt switches to each discharge, you now get to these discharges in 3 volt switches, then 2 volt switches. Nonetheless, Adib actually swapping in a hard answer to this Primeape, opting to bring in the Azumarill, and there's no Chargebug on the side of Stud Muffins to meet it.
Yeah, able to absorb this Rage Fist, and I'm not sure if Stud Muffins is going to try to maybe build up some energy before switching out, or if he's going to just throw it all at the Azumarill. He does build up some energy, save to close combat for later, and here comes a Dugong going to be absorbing this play rough.
Okay, well, what's going to be challenging for Adib Khan is that he has the Superior, and there's just so many answers to it in the back. There's the Drapion, of course, there's this Dugong as well, but Dugong is locked into this matchup for quite some time. Adib Khan, meanwhile, pacing to these play roughs, able to land the first one, but Stud Muffins has the Drill Run ready to go.
All right, Drill Run coming through here, and I think Adib's switch clock is going to come up pretty shortly, going to be coming up just before Stud Muffins' clock comes up, but I'm not sure if that was charge attack priority here. Looks like it was, so Adib is going to be locked in here, and you have to wonder now, maybe he wants to get out and go back into the Chargebug.
I don't know if this Dugong is in range of a Volt Switch down, but I think if you're able to get to this next discharge in time, you are able to outpace before the next Icy Wind or Drill Run. Adib should be able to neutralize this Dugong here. Now the question becomes, does Stud Muffins bring back in this absolutely loaded Primeape? Yes, indeed. Opts to throw one Karate Chop and unleash this first Rage Fist, but this is not enough to knock out.
It's not, but he does want to boost those Karate Chops right away, so he can potentially farm down. We might also see him he actually just throw the Rage Fist right away. He doesn't want to take another Volt Switch of damage.
Exactly. I think that HP is what he's trying to prioritize at this point. Adib recognizes that and says, no, I need to chip you away a little bit more. Knowing that you will get to this next charge attack, I think opting to throw this X-Scissor, knowing that it will KO, and there may be something in the back that does resist potentially that discharge as well. Something like a Diggersby or something like a, I guess just Diggersby. So, okay, in comes the Drapion now. Should be able to get a full farm down, and Adib recognizes that and swaps immediately into the Superior. This is not what the Superior wants to see, especially down in energy.
Oh, well, this is Drapion against the world, but it definitely does have a chance here. And Adib actually shields up the first crunch, doesn't care about the potential defense drop, which we actually see coming through.
Yeah, that's tragic for Adib. This puts him in a very tough position. Stud Muffin still has a Protect Shield ready to go. Needs to think, do I want to shield either a neutral Aerial Ace or save it for the Azumarill potentially, who will likely be able to get to another charge attack. Stud Muffins lets it go. Has the next crunch ready to go, and so, like you mentioned, there has been a defense drop against the Superior already.
All right, well, if you're Adib, you definitely need to get to another charge attack with the Superior. So, oh, but that crunch just puts you so low, and I don't think you can get to this Aerial Ace.
Yeah, no, I think that realistically for Adib, if you had no shielded the first crunch, maybe saved it for the second, you may have been able to reach that Aerial Ace. So a bit of a miscue there, but a tough spot there without a doubt. In comes the Azumarill. I think the only thing left for this Chargebug may be trying to use it as a sacrificial swap, but good timing there for Stud Muffins, able to reach this crunch. And if it's not enough to knock out, probably one more sting will do it.
Yeah, I think it would have been very difficult for Adib to come back from that endgame position. Just unfortunately, no energy on the Azumarill, not quite at a charge attack on the Charjabug. So I think even if he had shielded the first crunch, he probably would have still lost unless he was able to make a catch.
This is back-to-back series that we're seeing lots of great play from this Dugong. And if you look at some of the trends from recent tournaments, I mean, we're talking Out of Pocket had a Dugong. I know that it was all over the place at the EOIC tournament as well. And I think that even in the Merida LATAM tournament as well, Dugong was seen on so many of these top-cut teams. And I think it has a place to stay in this meta. It's not really getting touched so much, at least for now. The only thing I worry about is that a Pokemon with similar typing may take its place there in that Lapras.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. I think I was like, maybe this is Dugong's last ride, and that's why we're kind of seeing so many people bring it here. You know, we see the Dugong on both of these teams right here. We saw in Dune's team in the last matchup as well, but you know, it just has such great coverage. It also has access to Aqua Jet, by the way, which got buffed. So, you know, we'll have to see if it's still able to stick around once Lapras enters the meta.
You know, I'm glad you called that out because Aqua Jet is not a charge attack that we've really seen at all in the meta. And now with its lower energy, you're actually able to pace in 4 Ice Charge. So it's actually the lowest energy charge attack that we're most likely going to be seeing Dugong running here, at least in this tournament.
All right, well, speaking of low energy charge attacks, here's the crunch coming through from the Drapion, and of course, with that really fast pacing Drapion, able to get off another crunch and take that Superior too low to do any damage.
I think that when people were looking at, okay, which Pokemon do we feel is a little bit overtuned in this meta, a lot of people were calling for maybe a nerf to Drapion, but it is just such a flexible Pokemon. If we just kind of look in general for on paper, how does Drapion look? There's so few Pokemon that just have very dominating matchups against it, especially in the absence of Pokemon like Galarian, Stunfisk, and Registeel that used to be titans of the meta. There's so much freedom and so much flexibility with Shadow Drapion.
Exactly. You really only have to watch out for, you know, mud slappers like Shadow Marowak, but we're actually getting into this game number 2 right here. Charjabug again on the field, this time for Stud Muffins.
All right, Charjabug is absolutely going to be targeting not only the fighters, but these water-type Pokemon as well. Quick swap out from Adib, taking his Azumarill off the field and bringing in his own Drapion. Oh, actually, yeah, throws before, so he's able to negate any sort of one-turn desynchrony there. He's able to get this charge attack off on good timing and deny Stud Muffins that one turn.
And Stud Muffins, again, we see these players shielding the first crunch and then getting the defense fall, but, you know, maybe Stud Muffins is thinking out that he's going to switch out anyways and just wants to preserve some health on the Charjabug. We do see him bring in the Azumarill to kind of absorb this Drapion's energy.
Yeah, you've gotten 3 Volt Switches already, and then you also get that Protect Shield. So this is a good spot for this Azumarill right now, especially since you were able to get that Protect Shield back. So while the switch clocks are a little bit desynchronized here, I think Stud Muffin's still in firm control.
That's right, but again, we have Adib's switch clock that's going to be coming up just a little bit before Stud Muffins. Adib's actually going to let his Drapion go. We saw how potent it was for him in his last matchup, and it's actually pretty good against Stud Muffins' whole team, but, you know, Adib is thinking, oh, he actually brings up the Azumarill.
You know, I really don't mind this here because this Azumarill is going to struggle against that Charjabug in the back, so maybe he just wants to get some value out of it right now. If you look at that Charjabug on the side of Adib Khan, it does not have bad play into it, you know, obviously neutral play into the mirror matchup, but then it has solid play into that Annihilate as well, so maybe trying to put everything onto that Charjabug.
Yeah, I think here for your Adib, you need to get some use out of this Azumarill. Not only do you need to take out the opposing Azumarill, but you probably want to get off a charge attack on whatever's in the back to kind of give your own Charjabug a head start.
Yeah, he needs to get that head start on Charjabug though, because keep in mind, Stud Muffins is on that 2 cycle for his Charjabug right now as well. So if you don't have that energy lead, Stud Muffins should be in the driver's seat and ahead in energy.
All right, well, let's see if Adib preserves this energy, and he does. He actually goes straight out into the Charjabug. This Azumarill is very low. He knows he can take it out with fast attacks, and now all of a sudden we're back in the Charjabug mirror, but Stud Muffins throws first.
Yeah, no, that's very important that he was able to get there just a turn before Adib. Now he's able to actually still be like on even energy when it comes to this this pacing for these charge attacks. Adib is on the 2 cycle now, but with this Volt Switch coming through, I think Stud Muffins is only 1 Volt Switch away as well.
Yeah, he has a little bit of a health advantage and a little bit of an energy advantage as well. Like you said, just 1 Volt Switch away from this X-Scissor. I don't think this is enough to knock out Adib's Charjabug, but of course it would put it low enough that it's not going to have much value for the rest of the game.
I think Adib recognized that if I'm going to win this matchup, it needs to be on the back of this Charjabug. He's going to... Oh, I was expecting to see maybe a little bit of an overfarm. Opts not to, just throws the X-Scissor right away. Adib has now used both of his Protect Shields. Stud Muffin still has one remaining, has an Azumarill ready to go. But here we go. Here comes the Primeape trying to get to these charge attacks quickly. Oh, and maybe a quick combo play. Yes, Deepcon has the play rough ready to go, and I don't even think this Azumarill is in single charge attack range yet.
Yeah, so if you're Deep, the recipe for success here is really going to be whether you can land a discharge on this Primeape and make sure that it doesn't land on Stud Muffins' Azumarill.
Can you throw this Rage Fist and then Karate Chop down the Azumarill? He did not bait with the Ice Beam, so there is not a lot of residual energy. I think you still need 3 bubbles. No, instead brings in his own Azumarill to absorb any of this extra energy, then may go for that full farm down back with the Primeape.
Oh my gosh, this is so chaotic right here. Deep throws the Ice Beam, maybe regretting it, tries to undercharge. He does get the undercharge a little bit, and now what he's hoping for, oh, but he actually just goes for the bubble down.
Yeah, that's right. That's only going to allow for 1 Karate Chop, so actually heads up play there from a Deepcon. The discharge is loaded, but no, throws the full Volt Switch coming through. Stud Muffins has the higher damaging close combat ready to go, unleashes it onto the Charge Bug and knocks him out.
All right, and a 2-0 sweep for Stud Muffins to move on into the winners finals. I think he's going to be facing off against Dunebug in just a little bit to see who can make it onto day 2. As for Deeb, unfortunately going to drop to the losers side of the bracket in Group A.
Yeah, congratulations again to Stud Muffins. What a victory that he just had there. Some trainers at home might be thinking, why not throw that discharge there for a Deeb? Well, keep in mind that Charge Bug does not win that charge attack priority. So you're having to bank as a Deeb at that point. You're having to bank on that you survive one of those charge attacks, whether it's the Rage Fist, whether it's that close combat, get that Volt Switch damage to register, then launch your discharge. So I like the play there. Unfortunately, his Charge Bug was just not able to hang on.
I think that Deeb was just a little bit quick on the swap there because he had 2 charge attacks basically, right? He had the discharge on Charge Bug, he had a move banked on Azumarill, and there was a Primeape with 0 shields. So potentially if he had just stayed in with the Charge Bug to make sure he could get that discharge off, instead of it kind of just going to waste at the end of the game, maybe would have had a better chance, but it was still tricky. Stud Muffins, also had the catch opportunity.
There's so many factors that go into it. Not only the destination of your energy, but also the timing of your energy as well. Sometimes you're thinking, okay, well, I don't want to throw this charge attack here. I'm going to save it for the end. But then, like you said, you find yourself in that situation where, okay, I've banked up all this energy, but I'm shields down and I lose charge attack priority. GG.
Exactly, and banking energy is often great. You just give yourself so many options, but like you said, the charge attack priority is really what was key there. And banking energy when you lose charge attack priority is pretty risky.
Yeah. Well, it's great to see Charge Bug back in the meta. I mean, we saw it a ton. I think our first tournament that we really started to see it have some prominence was back at the Latin America International Championships a couple seasons ago with Hard Jeff, having lots of success up against Pokemon like Metacham as well as Superior, Pokemon that were very dominant in the meta. But first, let's take a look at our replay from this recent game here. Again, we saw a lot of Charge Bug action, but let's take a look at it a little bit more detail here.
That's right. So we had the Charge Bug with the great lead into the first matchup, but then, of course, the end of the game really just came down to a Deep's Charge Bug kind of not being able to get off that discharge there. But I think he's realizing that the Primeape has energy, and it's kind of just a call for when you think Stud Muffins is going to throw it.
Yeah, no, I really like this play here. Just recognizing that, oh, I actually need to undercharge here. I don't want to, I realistically don't want to give him any energy at all, but oh shoot, now he has a charge attack. I do need to knock out or else I just lose anyway. So it was a tough spot there for a Deeb, absolutely. Any energy that Primeape gets is going to be energy you don't want it to have. So it would just seem like he was between a rock and a hard place there with no win conditions towards the end of that game.
I think the win conditions disappeared as soon as Stud Muffins banked the close combat and swapped out, right? Like, at that point, it doesn't matter if the Primeape gets more energy. Like, it already has the winning charge attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I just want to note that this is a bit of a transition meta that we're in right now. We've had some moves that have been updated as far as their base power and their energy. So I'm very curious to just see, okay, how is this going to impact the rest of this tournament? This is kind of a one-shot here where you know that this is not going to, it's not like before, it's not like what it's going to be, but let's get some insights here. We actually have an interview here with Stud Muffins.
Thank you so much, Jim. I am here with the winner of that matchup, Stud Muffins. Stud Muffins, can you tell us a little bit about what was going through your head during that very chaotic end game of game number 2?
Yeah, I think he was trying to catch, so I was just being really patient, and then I'm glad it just turned out well.
And it definitely turned out well. Congratulations on the win. One thing that Soph mentioned during the battles was that this might be Dugong's kind of last hurrah. Would you tend to agree?
Yeah, I agree. I think Lapras is just going to replace it. So it's like, but it's still good right now, so that's why I'm using it.
Awesome, and it's definitely turning out well for you. Do you have any shout outs you want to give into the crowd?
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to shout out my friends and family back home in the Bay Area. And I want to shout out Flash, the Flash crew, especially CO's the Beast.
All right, fantastic. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of your battles today. Jim and Soph, back to you.
Hey, thank you, Stephanie. Congratulations again to Stud Muffins. And yeah, Soph, we talked about it, but Dugong may be on its way out. Everyone's so eager to see that Psywave Lapras unleashed at the next tournament.
Yeah, you talked a little bit about this being kind of a transition meta, and we saw a lot of trainers like Dunebug, kind of experimenting with Pokemon like Jellicent, who got the Hex buff. But I mean, I think Stud Muffins is still bringing a pretty conventional team, as was Adib, actually. Neither of them really were bringing some of these new toys, as we would say.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of the Dusclops, any of the Claydol. I mean, yes, Mandibuzz, I think we've seen on stream a little bit, but that is still from the old guard, absolutely. So we did see a little bit earlier some of the Pokemon like Spiritomb, which again has been a very interesting pick, but there are so many Pokemon that we have to look forward to here in the Might and Mastery season. Pokemon like Lapras, Pokemon like Grumpig. You've probably had some chances to play them in the Go Battle League already. I know I have, and they are a ton of fun to play. Psywave and just one-turn fast attacks in general just feel so flexible and give you so much creativity and flexibility when it comes to things like catching and move timing.
All right, well, certainly a lot of move updates, and I think actually a lot of Pokemon Go trainers are really excited to play in this new meta. We actually reached the cap for this tournament. There were no more spots in Pokemon Go, and look at how packed this arena is, not just for Pokemon Go, but for all of the Pokemon games. We've got TCG, we've got VGC, and we've got a great crowd of people also just hoping to spectate and cheer on their friends.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I am getting our next matchup here. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have Beach 7. We've seen quite a bit of him throughout the regional circuit. He's going to be facing off versus Toasty Palric, and one of the Pokemon that I'm seeing here on these team sheets is Morpeko. I don't think that we've seen much Morpeko in tournaments whatsoever. We did see it over at EUIC, if I'm not mistaken, but it's just such an interesting Pokemon that for a long time was ineligible for these tournaments. Talk a little bit about Morpeko and where its place is in the meta.
So it's a Dark Electric type, and it's very, very spammy. So it has Thunder Shock, which we all know does a lot of energy generation. It also does just a little bit of damage. But the really exciting thing about Morpeko is just how quickly it can get to Aura Wheel. So Aura Wheel is the same damage and energy as Frenzy Plant, but it also buffs Morpeko's attack. So it's just an incredible move for Morpeko to have access to. And if you've played against one in the Go Battle League, I can guarantee you've had some devastating losses.
I call it Morpeko the Master Manipulator because you're manipulating not only your attack stage is increasing, but your opponent's defense dropping as well with access to Psychic Fangs. So if you're not careful and you're not using your shields properly, it may just be one of those Pokemon that sweeps your entire team of 3.
Exactly. You think about really popular teams like Drapion, Azumarill, Shadow for Alligator, something like that, where you have no electric resist, right? You get a Morpeko up one Thunder Shock, and it's like kind of over. So it's definitely a very powerful Pokemon. It is very squishy, that's its downfall. So if you're using it in a Show 6 format, you just have to be really careful with how you manage your shields.
Yeah, absolutely. And Morpeko, if you're able to stay away from those fairy types, those fighting types, and those ground types, there is a ton of play, especially once you've been able to get a couple of those boosts. Let's look at the remainder of the teams, though. I do not see any Mud Slappers on the side of Toasty Palric. I don't see any Charmers. However, I do see that Primeape, which, of course, Primeape doesn't really want to tank any of those Psychic Fangs or Aura Wheels, but you're able to get those super effective Karate Chops off at least.
That's right. There's also the Digger's Bee on Toasty Palric's side, so not the same fast attack pressure as Mudslap, but it is a very bulky Pokemon that can take the double resisted Aura Wheel very, very well.
Yeah.
So we might see Toasty Palric kind of trying to rely on that Digger's Bee to neutralize the Morpeko.
All right, well, we just got it locked in there. You guys can see that Galarian Weezing. It is going to be the Shadow Galarian Weezing, a Pokemon that already had access to Sludge, but with the buff to Sludge, I think it was just a straight increase in power, if I'm not mistaken. Sludge went from being a very forgettable charge attack to being a very impactful one. Let's see if we see it on display here. We're moving into game number 1. This is winners round 3 in Group B, Beach versus Toasty Palric.
All right, and we see the Hex user on the field. This is Dusclops, a Pokemon, again, that we've almost never seen before in the Championship Series, but it's really benefiting from that energy and damage increase to its fast attack.
Yeah, Dusclops was a Pokemon we really only saw in maybe limited metas, maybe within Go Battle League. Not a lot of success whatsoever in the Play Pokemon format, but here we are, here in 2025. Dusclops has a place in this meta here, just like you said, from the strength of its Hex, able to get to charge attacks so quickly. Toasty Palric actually with a quick Protect Shield as well, able to properly shield up that Earth Power. A bait would be devastating though. That's a double resisted Body Slam.
Okay, Shadow Punch coming through here. Dusclops does paste its charge attacks very, very quickly, but they're not particularly heavy-hitting charge attacks. So Shadow Punch coming through here, and Beach very easily able to get out this Earth Power, and I believe that was also charge attack priority.
Yeah, this is interesting here because I think Beach actually might be winning the 0-1 shield here. Earth Power, no, does not quite knock out. The Dusclops hangs on with just a sliver of HP. Beach has a decision to make here. Do you want to take switch advantage or do you want the shield advantage? I think with that Morpeko in the back, he's thinking to himself, all right, I want to get shield advantage Morpeko. But so what's waiting in the back for that Morpeko is not going to be good for Beach.
So there is the Diggersby in the back for Toasty Powerade. Oh, but it's actually coming out onto the Azumarill right now. And this is a fantastic position for Beach because now you have the Azumarill in this great matchup. And yes, Morpeko takes super effective from Karate Chop, but you're up a shield. So as long as you can land one charge attack on the Primeape, I think Morpeko might be able to take that matchup.
I'm a little bit surprised here. Toasty Powerade investing that Protect Shield to win switch alignment, then just still giving it up, actually locking in his Diggersby now into this negative matchup. And with the shield advantage, I think that knowing that you're not going into a Diggersby, but instead in a Primeape, there's still play for this Morpeko.
Yeah, and Toasty Powerade did just get that attack drop on the Azumarill. It's a 30% chance, so that does make this matchup just a little bit better for the Diggersby, but you're also getting pretty low here, and oh my goodness, and another attack drop. So Azumarill, you know, still able to throw this Ice Beam, and we're gonna have to see if it's able to get to another charge attack against the Primeape in the back.
Yeah, Lady Luck now on the side of Toasty Powerade, able to get that 30% attack drop, not once, but twice. Azumarill has been mostly neutralized now. Okay, Beach actually now brings in his Morpeko. It's taking super effective Karate Chops, and these Karate Chops will only get more and more powerful after these Rage Fists. Okay, you're gonna let this Rage Fist go, but now you have to think, can I hang in there versus all of these Karate Chops?
Oh my goodness, I think you need to get to another Psychic Fangs, and it's gonna be really, really close whether you're able to get there, but keep in mind, Beach does still have the Azumarill in the back, and it has some energy as well. So I think no matter what happens to this Morpeko, Beach is going to be able to do something here. Just need a couple bubbles to take out this Primeape.
The Master Manipulator decreasing the defense of that, of that Primeape, despite all the energy now for Toasty Powerade. One more bubble is all you need for Beach. One on the Primeape, one on the Dusclops. No energy, ready to go. Azumarill should be sweeping here in game number 1.
All right, Azumarill is old reliable. It's been around since the beginning of time, at least for PvP, and we see it kind of sweeping the back line of Toasty Powerade there, right? Did so well against the Diggersby, even through those attack drops, and then of course, able to take out the Primeape at the end.
I'm a little sad, Soph, and I'll tell you why, because we didn't get to see any Aura Wheels that game. Just a Psychic Fangs, a couple of Thunder Shocks as well. I was expecting that heavy damage graphic to pop up at some point, but no Aura Wheels, unfortunately.
I know, I feel like we were hyping up Morpeko so much as this incredible offensive sweeper, and then we ended up just getting a Azumarill basically bubbling down a Diggersby and a Primeape. But, you know, sometimes that's how it goes. Morpeko is not going to be the star of every single battle that it appears in, and sometimes it just has to do its job.
Keep in mind on the graphic there, not Aura Sphere, it's going to be Aura Wheel that Morpeko has access to, a unique move exclusive to Morpeko, one that I'm sure we'll probably be seeing a little bit later on in this series here as well. But Corviknight's an interesting Pokemon as well, Soph.
Yeah, it just got released quite recently, and it has the same typing as Skarmory, and it also has access to Sky Attack, but it also has exclusive move Iron Head, which is just a little bit better, I think, than Skarmory's Steel-type options.
All right, well, don't forget what we saw in that game number 1. We saw the battle of the 3-turn fast attack users, the Gastrodon versus the Dusclops. Gastrodon unable to win the matchup, but did do a ton of damage, and actually, Toasty Powerade gave up switch advantage right away, which allowed for so much effort and so much work from the Azumarill of Beach against Toasty Powerade there. I think without that Azumarill, he may have been doomed, but thankfully he had it exactly where he needed, not only for the Diggersby, but also for the Primeape.
Yeah, I think even though the Morpeko didn't do anything directly, it kind of forced Toasty Powerade to bring those Pokemon that Azumarill does very well against. So let's see if Beach continues to use that Morpeko Azumarill core.
Well, I'll get an answer for you right now. He is using that Morpeko, but it is the worst case scenario, unfortunately, lined up versus this Diggersby. Here's the challenge, though. You're ABA weak to this Diggersby. You also have a Galarian Corsola hanging out in the back. Tries to catch a charge attack, but nice patience from Toasty Powerade, recognizing that, okay, there is a catch opportunity here. I will wait, but it still throws the Scorching Sands into the Azumarill.
Yeah, maybe saw the catch potentially coming, but still wanted to throw the Scorching Sands anyways. Doesn't have a great answer for it, and I wonder if he's going to just bank up energy and switch. He does come into the Dusclops, a very bulky Pokemon. You know, we talk a lot about chipping and dipping, and I think Dusclops is going to be a great choice to dip into.
This is an awkward situation because Beach's Azumarill is going to take a lot of damage here. Already has taken some chip damage, and now you're going to have these Hexes and Shadow Punches coming out. Your only two remaining Pokemon still need to find a way to get through this Diggersby. Now, with all that energy on the Morpeko, maybe you can do a Psychic Fangs and Aura Wheel combo. That may do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the great thing about Morpeko is, yes, you start with that electric type Aura Wheel, but once you throw any charge attack, it actually becomes a dark type move, and that would actually hit Diggersby quite hard. So that's potentially what Beach is going for, but he does really need to start getting these shields down.
Okay, in comes the Morpeko. It is going to be resisting the charge attack of Shadow Punch from Toasty Palric. Beach actually opts to not throw.
Oh, does it knock out? It doesn't.
It doesn't knock out.
Oh my goodness, that's actually a great call for Toasty Palric, and he saves so much energy on the Dusclops as well. Now coming in with the Diggersby, and I have to imagine Beach is going to shield this up because he has an Aura Wheel Dark type loaded.
Yeah, but I think he tried to go for that Psychic Fangs, but due to the timing desynchrony, yeah, okay, still goes for the Psychic Fangs here. So much energy on the side of Beach. I think that one Aura Wheel still not enough to knock out. Toasty Palric recognizes that as well, but now you're stuck on the electric side of the fence and you have to throw Psychic Fangs. I would just throw right away. Instead goes for the double resisted Aura Wheel. I'm a little confused here, so please help me make sense of this.
I think it does still do just a little bit more damage than Psychic Fangs, and you know, maybe Beach is thinking, look, I'm buffing my attack again. Maybe now I can just go for Psychic Fangs. Look, you see him tapping that button right there. This is charge attack priority, and I'm not actually convinced that this Psychic Fangs knocks out, but Toasty Palric a little bit worried about Aura Wheel, so he does shield it up, and he knows he can get off this Scorching Sands.
Look, it's an unorthodox meta, and we're seeing unorthodox plays here today, so absolutely. Toasty Palric has the Scorching Sands ready to go, and this is going to take Morpeko off the field. Despite all the manipulation, it has now been washed away.
All right, well now the Diggersby is quite low, maybe low enough for the Azumarill to deal with, and Beach, you know, he was ABA weak to that Diggersby, but it doesn't look like he's in such a terrible position right now. You do still have to remember all the energy on the Dusclops for Toasty Palric, but this is not a bad matchup for Corsola.
Yeah, no, it was important to get that Diggersby back on the field, so swapping back into the Morpeko with all that energy, which did strip away a Protect Shield, was an important move because it does free up this Corsola quite a bit, and actually Beach going for a very risky play here. The recently debuffed, recently nerfed rather, Nightshade does pull the Protect Shield though versus that Dugong.
Yeah, you save just a little bit of energy there, and Icy Wind coming through from the Dugong. It's not going to knock out the Corsola, but maybe put it low enough to be in range of a potential Shadow Punch from the Dusclops.
Okay, here comes the Power Gem. Shields are now down for Toasty Palric. This is going to be coming through unimpeded. I don't know that it's quite enough to knock out, especially after the debuff, but still does a good chunk of damage into the Dugong. Beach still has the Azumarill. I think he may be able to reach one more Power Gem, tries to go for a catch and gets it.
So you do catch this move here, but now you still have to think about how you're going to take out the rest of that Diggersby, right? I feel like Azumarill was the key to doing that. Joel Run coming through here, and Azumarill is able to take it. But now you're getting very low, and actually a great swap by Toasty Palric. He still has so much energy on this Dusclops, and it's all being thrown at the Azumarill. I think he even has another Shadow Punch after this.
I think Beach was trying to catch an Icy Wind, but good recognition by Toasty Palric, throwing the Drill Run instead, knowing that even if it's caught, it would still do neutral damage. Play Rough is ready to go. This will be enough to knock out the Dugong. I think Toasty Palric only has this Diggersby still left. Who will win this matchup here? Tons of energy still remaining on the Diggersby. It's able to quick attack down the Azumarill.
And not a charge attack loaded on this Corsola, but I don't think it matters. Diggersby is still pretty healthy, and a Scorching Sands coming through. We saw this game start with the Diggersby, and it closes with it too. And Toasty Palric able to even up the series.
We can see that timer up at the top of the screen. That was a long extended matchup, not something you see regularly with Morpeko, but nonetheless, Toasty Palric able to take the victory. ABA strong versus that combo of Morpeko and the Galarian Corsola. Diggersby just doing so much work there in that game number 2.
Yeah, you said you were surprised to see the timer come up with such a squishy Pokemon on Beach's side, but look at what Toasty Palric brought, right? He had the Diggersby, Dugong, and Dusclops, by far the 3 bulkiest Pokemon on his team, and one of them is actually a debuffer. So, you know, I'm actually not super surprised to see Toasty Palric kind of drag that game out into minute 5.
Diggersby, Dusclops, and the debuffer Dugong. Now that is a mouthful, so, but a great play by, or great plays in general there by Toasty Palric. And again, the key moment there, if we look back at these replays here in a second was, again, that Dugong not throwing the Icy Wind, which would have been able likely to knock out the Galarian Corsola. Instead, having the presence of mind to throw that Drill Run and doing so much damage into that Azumarill.
Exactly. If the Azumarill was just a little bit healthier, might have had a better chance against the Diggersby, but ended up just getting quick attacked down here. You see the Scorching Sands landing on Morpeko, and you know, at this point you have to wonder, we've been gassing at Morpeko, didn't do much in the first game, kind of got clobbered in the second game, right? We invested 2 shields, or Beach invested 2 shields into it, and it didn't really go anywhere. It was just kind of up against the Diggersby, which ended up closing out the game anyway. So I'm wondering if Beach is going to start dropping that Morpeko here.
Well, now is the time to enter your opponent's mind. So if it's 1-1, you have to be one step ahead. This is it, right? You win this game and you move on to the winner's semis, I believe. But if you lose this game, you drop down to the loser side of the bracket, and we all know the gauntlet that exists there. You're going to be at least doubling the amount of matchups that you have to play, trying to make your way to day number 2. But here we go, decisive game number 3. We're going to be seeing 2 Pokemon we have not seen yet today. It's going to be a battle of the poison types here, the Ariados into the Galarian Weezing.
And Galarian Weezing, another newly buffed Pokemon. You talked a little bit about Sludge being buffed, but that's actually not the attack that you want to throw against Ariados. It's actually the Brutal Swing coming here. Not going to do a lot of damage, and even though Beach has a debuffer in the Ariados, he's going to let it go.
Now this is awkward here, because on paper, the typing, you have to give the advantage to the Soph. I think you got something to say here. Go ahead.
This lunge is double resisted, and I just realized that Galarian Weezing just completely walls all of the energy from Ariados.
Yeah, he took the words out of my mouth. Despite the Ariados having the typing advantage here, it's not going to be doing anything with its charge attacks whatsoever. So Toasty Palric, with these non-same type attack bonus Brutal Swings, you're going to need 3 of them to knock out the Ariados. And meanwhile, these are going to be resisted charge attacks no matter what. Oh,
Yeah.
and a catch here, Soph.
And this is actually resisted Brutal Swing, so great catch by Beach. You know, Morpeko, not usually a Pokemon we see used as a damage sponge, but look at how little that Brutal Swing does. That might be the best I've ever seen a Morpeko take a charge attack, building up a lot of energy here, and the Morpeko actually does win charge attack priority, so going to be able to get off the Psychic Fangs. Toasty Palric has to decide whether he wants to preserve the Weezing.
You're doing so much damage with these Fairy Winds. I think that he actually just wants to stay in, get a Protect Shield via the Sludge, or just take this Morpeko off the field. Yes, you do have some threats against that Morpeko, especially the Diggersby, but Dugong does not want to see it. And I think that Toasty Palric is at least going to be throwing this. Could opt to swap into the Diggersby now. That's exactly what we see.
Okay, but we're actually in the Dark-type version of Morpeko now. So look at this Aura Wheel coming through. It's going to do quite a bit of damage. I don't think this Morpeko has boosted itself yet, but nonetheless, remember, this is a 100 base power attack right here.
Okay, that is significant damage still, right? Half the HP of Diggersby in a neutral scenario. That's not something we see every day. I love this play now by Beach, able to get to 2 Trailblazers back-to-back here. I think is able to be able to hang on versus this quick attack again, but has the next Trailblaze ready to go as well. I like the presence of mind, though, from Toasty Palric, though, recognizing that, okay, I don't want to have a charge attack priority situation here. Instead, opts to just go for the fast attack.
Exactly, and now you can just fast attack down. You probably just want a Scorching Sands, whatever comes in. You're likely not getting to multiple charge attacks against any of these potential Pokemon on Beach's side. He actually does the quick attack though, so nice timing there to get it off versus the Azumarill.
I think, was that 2 bubbles that we saw go through there? I think Toasty Palric may have waited 1 turn, and actually that second bubble may have snuck through. Yes, it did. So despite only doing 1 quick attack, the hesitation there ended up knocking out that Diggersby, so wasn't able to get off a Fire Punch as well.
All right, well, if you're Toasty Palric right now, you have a full health Dugong, down a shield versus a very, very healthy Azumarill. You do still have just a little bit of your Weezing left in the back. I don't believe it actually left with much energy, because if I remember correctly, it just threw a Sludge at the Morpeko.
That's right. All right, Beach trying to get to these playoffs. I think Toasty Palric will be throwing a charge attack. Actually opts to go for the Icy Wind as well, trying to diminish some of the offensive firepower that this Azumarill has. That's not something you say every day. But no, actually, Beach just wants to swap out, doesn't want that debuff at all. Okay, here we have it. The Morpeko's back on the field. In comes the Galarian Weezing to meet it as well. Protect Shields are down. Here comes the Psychic Fangs, and this Morpeko only has a sliver of HP, but I don't know that it's going to get to another charge attack, so.
I don't think it is. I think if you're Toasty Palric now, you just come in with your Dugong Ice Shard down and hope that you can get to 2 charge attacks against the Azumarill. I don't think you faint to a play rough right here. So if you're able to get off 2 Drill Runs here, I think you have a chance.
Should you have thrown the Icy Wind there to try and neutralize a little bit of the damage from this play rough? You hang on. I don't think you're going to get a fast attack down, but I think that there's still a protection on the side of Beach. You're going to need to get to 3 Drill Runs here realistically. One's not going to knock out. The second one's going to get Protect Shielded, but then you have to get to a third. I don't think that this is in the cards here for Toasty Pollard.
You're absolutely right. I did not realize that Beach still had a shield, so he is in a very comfortable position right here. You know, Toasty Pollard was able to make double drill run, but, you know, one definitely wasn't enough to take out, and Beach is going to be able to just bubble down the Dugong to take this game and the series.
I think shield usage there was the key in that game number 3. I saw some very creative plays there by Beach. If you remember, swapping out the Ariados that had all of that energy to then realign it versus the Diggersby with 2 Trailblazers ready to go. And look, Diggersby on paper had so much play into those matchups there, not only versus the Morpeko, but of course it can hit those super effective fire punches into the Ariados as well. But just we talked about this earlier, so not only the destination, but the timing of the charge attacks was so important there for Beach.
Exactly, you know, recognizing that the first matchup wasn't quite, you know, where he wanted to throw the energy and saving it for later. Ended up getting super effective damage on Diggersby, but, you know, taking a look at the stage, it looks like the 2 players are discussing it with our fabulous judge, Fraggin' Wagon there, I believe. Toasty Pollard maybe wondering about, I think he called out a bubble coming through at some point, extra bubble coming through at some point in the match. So I wonder if that's the moment they're discussing, but it could be something else.
Let's talk about this. I think we talked about the impact a little bit already. I think from what I saw, there may have been a hesitation there from Toasty Pollard, opting to wait to see what the Pokemon was, then throwing the quick attack and launching the Scorching Sands. What I see there is a 1-turn wait plus a 2-turn charge attack aligning with a 3-turn bubble from the Azumarill. When those fast attacks align like that, that will allow for that second bubble to come through from the Azumarill, thereby knocking out that Diggersby. Had there been no hesitation or anything like that, I think that he had a Fire Punch ready to go as well, which could have been impactful in that Game 3 matchup.
It's a great breakdown of the turns there that occurred in that moment. So yeah, if there was a 1-turn wait on the Diggersby, then I think everything was working as intended. And if that's the case, it's possible they're talking about a different moment in the match. We'll have to get confirmation from the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll wait for these judges to go through and really evaluate, hey, did everything work properly there in that game number 3? What I do want to call out, though, is we are having a great tournament so far, but there's a lot to look forward to today, not only with the tournament, but also with Community Day coming up as well. It has started now for the East Coast as well. So for those in the United States and Canada that are watching this tournament here locally, there's also the opportunity to participate in the Fuecoco, the Fire Croc Pokemon Community Day.
That's right. We saw a lot of Skeledirge usage, I believe, last season, not so much recently, but I think Dunebug and Emmy Weedle actually both won tournaments with Skeledirge. So, you know, maybe not a Pokemon that we see super commonly these days, but certainly a Pokemon that has its place in some metas, and it might pop up again.
Well, when we talk just objectively about the energy generation and the damage that's applied for fast attacks, Incinerate stands out because it is the highest energy per turn and damage per turn of any charged attack, any fast attack in the meta. Talonflame we see a lot of use of, but Skeledirge seems to have completely fallen off. Is that just from all the water soap? Is it the dark types? Why is it struggling to find its place despite having such good attacks and coverage?
I think there's a couple things going on. One you mentioned is Talonflame kind of emerging as the dominant fire type. And then we've also seen Typhlosion kind of in some scenarios. But let's actually take a look back at this game. This is the drill run coming through on the Azumarill at the very end of the game. And I'm not sure what we'd be looking for in that situation particularly. It seemed pretty clear cut.
Yeah, they're at the end of the matchup. I don't know what's going to be the situation that's getting reviewed there. I think that, like you said, pretty clear cut there. Maybe had to do with some of the damage applications earlier for one of those Pokemon. We'd have to see. But yeah, there towards the end of the game with that Protect Shield still remaining, I think that was certainly Beach's match, at least in the final 10 to 20 seconds there.
Yeah, I think so. I think Toasty Pollard would have needed Beach to lag for like 7 or 8 seconds in order to get off another drill run to flip that scenario, but there might have been something else in the game that they were doing. But actually it looks like the players are standing up, so I think that result looks like it's going to stand.
We'll try to get clarification for you a little bit later as to the details of that result, but as you can see, guys, the outcome, congratulations again to Beach 7. The ruling will stand there, and he's going to be moving on, I believe, to the winner's semis in his group. Toasty Pollard will be moving down to the loser side of the bracket. Pretty close games there, so that was actually a really fun series to watch.
It was close games and a close series, and I think the score really reflected that, right? You know, we were thinking that the Morpeko was really going to shine. didn't really happen, didn't really go the Morpeko's way, but I think Beach did a really, really great job throughout the series showcasing the Diggersby.
Yeah, I think we got to see some of that Dusclops there as well, and we got to see the Galarian Weezing. So between the Morpeko, the Dusclops, the Weezing, we got to see a lot of Pokemon that you don't see at every single tournament. So it's just awesome to see some of the changes what that means for the meta. And you know what? I think the Shadow Galarian Weezing is a sleeper pick. I think it's a Pokemon that has had a lot of potential, that now has a potential place to be a monster in the meta.
I think Galarian Weezing has been very strong from what I've seen, at least in the Go Battle League. I'm not sure about it in Show 6. It's definitely interesting because it feels like could kind of fill this offensive fairy role, right? Obviously, we know Azumarill is everywhere. Sometimes there's Wigglytuff, but other than that, there's not that much fairy-type damage in the meta. I think Fairy Wind on the Weezing is really powerful, and you get to sludge very quickly.
Well, there's not too many poison types that we see. There's not too many fairy types outside of Azumarill, maybe Wigglytuff that we see. And then, yeah, with access to Brutal Swing, just a very low energy charge attack, I mean, it is just a very interesting Pokemon for sure. So you and I were talking about this backstage earlier, actually. One of the interesting evolutions in the meta, I mean, this is now the 4th season of the Play Pokemon format for Pokemon Go, is as we see some of these meta changes, buffs, and nerfs to Pokemon, I feel that attacks are only getting better and better, and they're also getting faster and faster. Kind of call it a power creep a little bit, yeah?
I feel like that too. I mean, you look at when you started PvP Wholesome, the attacks that were around were, you know, Air Slash on Skarmory, maybe Water Gun on Blastoise, and, you know, nothing's happened to Water Gun, but it kind of has just fallen off as other attacks, like you said, have just gotten better and better. Actually, speaking of Blastoise currently has Water Gun, but now it has Rollout as of last week.
It will have Rollout, and that's another Pokemon to look forward to. Well, we're also going to be looking forward to some battles here coming up as well. I think before we do that, though, let's look at our March content update, though. We have a lot in store. We talked about Community Day. We've been doing some raids here at the venue as well, with some Shadow Raids and Mega Raids. But I think that we're very excited to see some Dynamax releases as well, so.
That's right. Don't forget that there are Dynamax battles every Monday from 6 to 7. You see some of the Pokemon that will be in the rotation there, including Kubfu. But what I have on my calendar personally is March 18th, Tuesday, Spotlight Hour. That is Shelder with Double Catch Stardust. And for those of you who don't know, every Shelder that you catch has more base dust than most other Pokemon. So if you have double dust on top of that, you're looking at, you know, upwards of 1,000, maybe even 2,000 Stardust per catch if you have, you know, Star Piece, Weather Boost, those kinds of things.
Yeah, double dust, base, plus Star Piece, plus a huge base in general. I mean, that is absolutely going to be insane. Guys, don't forget about Kubfu, though. Make sure that you are doing your special research and getting access to that. And also don't forget that you can get access to the newly released shiny variant of Charcadet as well. Actually, I believe that's a Pokemon that is getting a buff as well, the Armarouge, with its Incinerate plus Psyshock. It's going to be generating energy so much faster. It'll get to Psyshock in 2 Incinerates, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's right, 20 and 240. So that is very, very spammy as well. Same as, I think, Salazzle. So we are currently in the Powerful Potential event right now, ending on March 10th at 8 p.m. local time. So make sure to hatch those eggs while you can.
Yeah, Hisuian and Typhlosion back in raids as well. And I think there is opportunities actually to get that eligible for Great League with a little bit of luck as well. So that's one we'll have to see if it ever makes its way into Play Pokemon.
All right, well, I think you need a lot of luck to get that. But, you know, we've seen a lot of great battles here today, and there's still a lot of great battles to come, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll look at some past champions battling it out.
Good game. Good games. I was scared of that A-Slash. I was scared of that thing.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon Go Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful Charge Attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the third-place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
All right, well, it's great to hear back from all those trainers. I'm actually friends with Joe Ugarte. He is partners with Sierra Dawn, one of our VG co-casters, and he is very, very talented, really, really good at the VG, and it's interesting to hear all of those bits of information that can be cross-functional over the games, you know, being humble in defeat and being okay with the bits of unluckiness, such as getting a Night Slash boost against you. You know, it happens. You kind of want to try to play around that happening, maybe build a team composition that can buffer against that happening and still come out victorious.
A trainer that definitely knows about being victorious in battle is going to be our trainer that we're going to see on the left very shortly, and that is going to be our elite, our current San Antonio champion, who's had other regional championships under his belt, tends to do very, very well in the tournaments that he competes in.
And his opponent, 610 Hero, is going to be a fierce battler. 610 Hero is most recent performance was near top cut. I think it was top 64 in Toronto this year in 2025. And he has had some pretty solid performances. I think his best was top 3 2023 Vancouver. And he's looking to repeat that here, Vancouver 2025.
Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing what these trainers are going to be bringing to battle. When we saw Elite last, he was really piloting that Shadow Kanto Marowak, just kind of over and over and over. I remember casting those battles, and every single time the Shadow Kanto Marowak was Elite's MVP, and it looks like he's going to be bringing it back for a repeat performance.
All right, well, we're in for a little bit of luck ourselves right now because our trainers up on stage have another lucky trade ready to go. We'll have to see if we can repeat the performance of the last time where we were able to see that shiny hundo trade here. On the left, you see Elite. On the right, you see 610 Hero. And it's going to be, looks like another potential shiny Kyurem for shiny Kyurem. A nice little, oh, no, not shiny actually. Just a standard regular Kyurem.
Perhaps maybe looking to get one to fuse to get a Kyurem Black or a Kyurem White. Let's see how these turn out. So send these trainers your energy. Let's take a look at the results. 610 Heroes going first. Ooh, not bad. Definitely better than the one that was traded to Elite. That's not too bad. I would fuse that one.
Absolutely usable. I don't think I got a better one during my raids. I have to imagine that 6.1 times 10 squared Hero is going to be very happy about that.
You want to do all the math today, Alpha Phoebe.
I don't know if anyone's caught on, but I might be having a little bit of fun with his name.
All right, well, I am going to be having some fun going into these teams and looking forward to these battles. As I mentioned earlier, Shadow Kanto Marowak was Elite's MVP in San Antonio, and he's looking to bring it back for a repeat performance. Taking a look, he's pairing it with a lot of Pokemon that have been standard meta, but the one addition being that Dusclops. Dusclops running Hex, Shadow Punch, and Ice Punch. Dusclops, not known for its attack power, it's just known for being very bulky and very consistent, being able to put out very consistent small amounts of chip damage. Take us through 610 Heroes team.
Yeah, 610 has Jumpluff Shadow Annihilate with that extra damage for those counters to try to 2-shield through some matchups. Azumarill, another Shadow Fortress running the same moveset as we saw before with Volt Switch, Rock Tomb, Earthquake. Diggersby to try to wall off some of these poison types, and Shadow Drapion. Here we go into game number 1. It is a great lead for Elite. That Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Shadow Drapion. In comes Azumarill, and there's no amazing answer for it on Elite's team, so he's going to be chipping with his Bone Club, and I have to imagine dipping into his most neutral Pokemon on his team, that Dusclops? No, instead actually opting for Dugong.
Yeah, Dugong tends to do really well in the Azumarill matchup, especially if you can use an Icy Wind debuff first, or if you can get a significant amount of chip damage like Elite was able to do with the Shadow Kanto Marowak. You're going to see this Play Rough come through, and it's going to do, a decent chunk of damage, but here you see Elite going for that Icy Wind. You're looking to make it so you debuff the Azumarill enough that the bubble damage is slightly less, as well as the charge attacks.
610 Hero is going to be able to land another Play Rough here. The one really good thing for him in this matchup is that Elite's Dugong is now brought out, and Elite's Dugong's really good into 6.1 E2 Heroes team, ramming your Pokemon in the back, that Shadow Jumpluff and that the standard Jumpluff in the Shadow Drapion.
Just to clarify for the chat, he does prefer 610 Hero, so that's going to be the name that I am using. And the Azumarill on the side of 610 Hero is going to go down to that Drill Run. So Elite has secured a switch advantage here and is going to be able to either pull a Protect Shield or take a lot of health out of the Shadow Drapion. It is going to be super effective Drill Run damage. That is a lot. Shadow Drapion is a great Pokemon, but it needs to have a health advantage to be able to output, to be able to survive, to throw all of that all those really powerful attacks.
Aqua Tail able to knock out that Dugong. In comes the Kanto Marowak, counter swap into that jump bluff. You know, on the opposite side of the field, the Dusclops comes out. It's got Shadow Punch and Ice Punch. It's not actually a fighting type, even though it's only throwing punches here. It does have double super effective Ice Punch, which will do a lot of good damage to the jump bluff. However, it's not the same type attack bonus. And it's going to have to pull, or Elite's going to have to pull away these shields first before he's able to get one to land.
Yep, but 610 Hero being able to throw a charge attack first, and we are just going to see how bulky that Dusclops is. Throwing the energy ball, which is generally a pretty powerful attack, and Dusclops handles it just fine. Now we're going to get to see in turn, again, Dusclops not very strong of a Pokemon. Ice Punch, even though it is double super effective against a jump bluff, doesn't even take it down to half health. We see a quick swap out from 610 Hero to absorb this Shadow Punch.
Yeah, great catch here from 610. Thankfully for him, I'm out of different ways to say his name. Interestingly enough, he's running Aerial Ace as opposed to Acrobatics. As we know, Acrobatics was recently lowered in energy, so it's not as, it doesn't take as long to get to. However, Aerial Ace still pretty nice for baiting out shields. Looks like 610 is going to be throwing an Aerial Ace bait here. If Elite calls this, I don't think it's enough to knock out. He does get the shield. Who wins the charge attack tie between... Oh, actually no charge attack tie here. Elite opting for the Ice Punch immediately. 610 thought maybe he had a little more wiggle room to gain more energy before that Ice Punch was loaded.
And Elite takes game one of this matchup. Again, the Shadow Kanto Marowak doing a lot of work in the early game, but the Dusclops really just being able to outlast everything else in the end game.
Absolutely, you got to see its bulk shine there. I have to imagine that in this next game, 610 is going to have to more appropriately account for how strong Dusclops is. He doesn't have all that many hard answers. Azumarill going to be really solid, bulky, neutral answer. Diggersby, you have to be maybe a little bit careful about the energy. You wall the fast attack pressure, but you take super effective damage from the Ice Punch.
Yeah, and of course, if you can get the Shadow Drapion on the Dusclops, you can be throwing those super effective crunches. That's probably going to be your best bet at chipping away at a really healthy Dusclops. Taking a quick look at the replay before we go in, it looks like our battlers are locked in, ready to go. And we see the Diggersby, the two ground types out on the field. Shadow Kanto Marowak against the Diggersby.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty neutral matchup. Kanto Marowak can absorb one of these Scorching Sands quite healthily. It only goes into about 40% health, but the attack drop is going to be fairly impactful here because it means that 610 can now much more easily no-shield the Bone Club, going to do not very much damage, and even if it goes to this two-shield matchup, I don't think Elite can play it out now. Now catching actually the Scorching Sands onto the Dusclops, but a 610 has a team that is very well designed to be able to handle this switch, and in comes the Drapion, and we see an attack drop again from the Scorching Sands.
Yeah, so that is definitely going to help a little bit here. We're going to see the Dusclops doing what it can to start chipping away at the Shadow Drapion. But again, those Ice Punches doing neutral damage aren't going to be very useful. 610 Hero, we're going to start to see what does a Shadow Drapion Crunch do to a Dusclops? It's not going to knock it out. But we do see Elite shielded up, trying to keep the Dusclops healthy to throw a couple of Ice Punches into the Drapion.
Interesting timing from Elite here. He's nearly at 2 Ice Punches. I would have liked to see him throw after just 1 Hex there so that he did not have to shield up first, but switches out into that Kanto Marowak that has energy, able to pull a shield here with this, which would do enough to knock out that Shadow Drapion. However, in comes the Azumarill. The Azumarill is going to be able to bubble this Marowak all the way down, just able to reach that Bone Club as the final bubble comes through to be able to pick up the knockout.
Yep, knockout is going to happen immediately after this damage is applied from the charge attack, and we're going to see Elite immediately go for the Dugong. We saw it earlier. Typically, Dugong players, again, really like to go for the Icy Wind first because it diminishes both the damage being done from the bubbles and the play roughs, and it can help have your Dugong last a lot longer on the field of battle. So we're going to see Elite employ that strategy, going for the Icy Wind first.
Actually don't like this in this scenario. I think he needs the damage from Drill Run, and Elite is very comfortably able to no shield there because he does have the switch clock coming up. He has 2 Pokemon in the back. He maybe could have held off on throwing this play rough until after he was able to reset his defenses. In comes the Dusclops. This is going to be a Shadow Punch, not going to threaten a knockout either, and I expect to see a switch out from 610 into that Shadow Drapion to be able to throw a Crunch. Ice Punch coming through, I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out
Not
either.
even close. Even the Dusclops just is not an attack-weighted Pokemon. It's known for its bulk. So actually, Elite able to get to another attack before 610 Hero throws the Crunch. I believe he had it ready.
He did. He was looking potentially to throw on good timing, but now he's built up to 2 Crunches. This is going to be more than enough to knock out this Dusclops. We were talking about earlier how it wasn't going to be. With the addition of these Poison Stings, those Bubbles, easily able to knock out. The Shadow Drapion's going to win this charge attack tie with the Dugong. This Crunch, I think, is going to be just enough to knock out, and that's going to be game number 2 going to 610.
Yeah, I think that was actually pretty close on the knockout, so that was just enough. Very good calculations from 610 Hero. This is the first time I think we've seen that strategy from Elite kind of falter. I remember back in San Antonio, Elite just kind of had the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the lead every single game and was just able to power through those battles on the back of the Shadow Kanto Marowak. But now he's really changed. Shadow Kanto Marowak, if you think of that as the lead actor, the rest of his team is the supporting cast, and that's where he's made a lot of the changes.
Yeah, and I really do like that Dusclops as a supporter to his team. It'll be interesting to see if Elite does, or excuse me, if 610 does opt to bring the Shadow Fortress. I think it's got a lot of solid play into Elite's team. He, of course, probably wants to avoid that Marowak, as it does resist those Volt Switches. But looking at the replay, we saw Elite catch the Scorching Sands. However, that's going to be the move that 610 wants to throw anyways, and then just the energy that 610 was able to gather up on the Shadow Drapion, able to pick up knockout after knockout, able to secure victory.
And our trainers are locked in. This is a decisive game number 3. Oh, but it looks like we got to resend. We're going to resend. We were ready. I was ready, Nick, but it looks like we are going to resend. The battlers are going to send those again. Taking a look, again, 610 Eero being able to really manage his energy and his Pokemon, able to flip the situation from game number 1. And now we are in that decisive game number 3. Really interested to see, is it going to be on the side of Elite, who, again, has that regional championship, we've seen have success time and time and time again, versus 610 Hero, who hasn't had that breakout performance in a while. I think it was actually the first Vancouver Regional in 2022 where he had that top 3, and we've seen a couple top cuts since then, but not having that regional championship yet.
And I think we might take a very brief pause here as our players are talking to the judge on stage. I think 610 saw the lead matchup, but I don't think Elite did. So they're probably going to be discussing that and trying to figure out the best way forward. Leave that to the judges to figure out. I have absolutely no idea what the best way forward is myself, so we'll let them make a decision, figure out how we're going to move forward from there. But in the meantime, we can talk about the matchup that has just happened. Like I was saying, I really like to see that Shadow Fortress. We saw into another ground type, the Clodsire. It doesn't have as bad of a matchup as you might think, because although the Clodsire is double resisting the Volt Switches, it resists the Rock Tomb. You can hit for super effective Earthquake, whereas into something like the Kanto Marowak, it's only a neutral Earthquake, so the matchup's going to be a little bit worse, and I expect that's why we're not seeing 610 bring it as frequently as we saw Dunebug.
Yeah, and where that's kind of the exciting Pokemon on the side of 610 Hero. Where on the side of Elite, kind of the new exciting pick would be that Dusclops, and it makes a lot more sense for Elite to bring that just because it is so neutral, it is so bulky. Even against something like the Shadow Drapion, it's able to at least do some chip damage, and it can tank a Crunch where not a lot of Ghost types can. Imagine its evolution Dusk Noir would have a much tougher time handling a charge attack from a Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only other pure ghost type that could is the Corsola, the Galarian Corsola. It's got enough bulk, can do it from full health, but similarly to the Dusclops at half health, it's getting a little bit risky.
It is, and it looks like our trainers are getting all set to lock back in. I'm really looking forward to this again. Decisive game number 3. Is it going to be Elite, San Antonio Regional Champion, set plenty of other, medals to his name, or is it going to be 6'10 Hero to have another breakout performance that he has been looking for? Are we going to see, again, that Shadow Kanto Marowak Dusclops, or what are we going to see from 6'10 Hero? Our battlers are locked in. Let's take it on down to the field of battle.
And it's looking like it's going to be the same lead as before. It's going to be that Kanto Marowak into the Shadow Drapion, an immediate switch into Azumarill. And again, this is very reminiscent of game number 1. Not a great answer to this Azumarill, so he's going to chip the Azumarill with a Bone Club and then likely switch into the Dugong again, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and that, you made a very educated guess, Alpha Feed. We're going to see that Dugong, and again, we've been seeing Elite go for that Icy Wind first to debuff the Azumarill's attack. Icy Wind has that 100% chance of a debuff and able to bring its attack down. I'm not sure if he needs it, again, when the Azumarill's health is already this low, but is going to be going for that anyway, so the incoming bubbles and play roughs don't do quite as much damage.
Yeah, probably makes sense in this scenario because it allows for him to build up energy later in the matchup. However, I think if there's ever a scenario where he's going for a really long farm down, he won't necessarily have that opportunity because 6'10 would be able to switch out.
And now we're kind of getting into that end game scenario with these two very bulky water types. Both have a lot of energy. Elite is going to be going for that drill run for the knockout, but 6'10 Hero wants to be able to utilize all the energy he had built up on his own Azumarill to try to go for the play rough. Does Elite want to maintain switch advantage? No, actually allows the Dugong to get knocked out here, bringing in the Shadow Drapion to get really nice farm, but 6'10 Hero denies it again, makes a hard swap into the Drapion, knowing that it's going to be stuck here against that Marowak.
Aqua Tail coming through, going to do a lot of super effective damage to this Kanto Marowak. Elite does throw up the shield. Another one is one Poison Sting away from being ready, but Elite, knowing this, throws immediately. Not ideal timing in terms of fast attack timing. However, ideal timing in trying to get that move off before the next Aqua Tail is available.
Just seeing how much one fast attack does to that Shadow Drapion is always astounding. Drapion throwing the Aqua Tail. It's one or two Mud Slaps left to go, and the Shadow Drapion goes down before it can throw another charge attack. So it's kind of looking like it's going to be Diggersby against the world. Diggersby has a pretty okay matchup against the Shadow Drapion, but it also has to get through this Shadow Kanto Marowak.
And a very small thing there, but I would have really liked to see 6'10 immediately switch into that Diggersby there, because he would have been able to get a little bit more time before Elite got the switch clock up. However, Elite's now able to very quickly switch into the Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion throwing super effective Aqua Tails. He will need at least one more to knock out, but the Scorching Sand is ready.
The Scorching Sand is ready. It is going to be super effective damage. Diggersby not necessarily known for its attack power. Even though it's super effective damage, it's not quite enough for a knockout. However, now Elite throwing the Aqua Tail goes for a undercharge to try to build that energy back up, but doesn't quite work. The Azumarill still is at really low health, but that left a little bit. It left one Mud Slap for the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I think that's all that Elite needed, going to be able to throw this Bone Club here.
Bone Club coming through. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to knock out, but will the fast attack damage be enough to knock out before a Fire Punch is ready? 1, 2, 3 quick attacks are necessary. So Elite is able to secure the victory there, and 6'10 Hero is going to go down to the loser side of the bracket.
Really good energy management and health management on his Pokemon on the side of Elite. I'm really looking forward to rewatching that end game of that matchup. Just a lot of really quick decisions from both battlers.
And I do want to make a quick shout out. 6'10, as I had mentioned, saw the lead, but Elite did not. 6'10 did share that information with Elite as a good show of sportsmanship, which you just really love to see from trainers on the stage at these really important nearing the mid-game of the tournament battles.
Yeah, we are approaching the end of this side of the bracket. I believe that was Group B winners 3 for Elite versus 610 Hero. So Elite moving on. Again, on the back of that Shadow Kanto Marowak, brought in the lead every single game. It's a very similar strategy to what Elite did in San Antonio up against Rise to Occasions for Alligator.
Yeah. You wouldn't think that ground types can beat water types, but with how much damage those mud slaps can do, you're able to take that matchup in the 2-shield scenario, as that Shadow for Alligator, unless it has a really significant energy advantage, is unable to make it to a third Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, I really want to see the replay on this. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at that. So taking a look, this is, again, game number 3. And again, the Shadow Kanto Marowak has been really setting a lead up for success. The Scorching Sands isn't quite enough. The Azumarill just barely hangs on. It allows Elite to get that one Mud Slap of energy on his Marowak, able to throw the Bone Club to get the Diggersby down to really low health, and then the Diggersby not quite able. You could see 610 Hero putting up that finger saying, I needed one more quick attack, I needed one more fast attack of energy, and the Fire Punch would have been there.
Even technically less than that, just one more turn, really, because if he had one more turn, he would have been able to get that Fire Punch off as he died with, or as he was knocked out with that move. But let's go ahead and hear exactly how that matchup played out from the winner himself. We are going to hear from Soph and Elite.
Thanks, Phoebe. I'm here with Elite, who has just won winners round 3. Elite, please tell us what was going through your head during the nail biter of Game 3 you just had.
I was nervous. I don't know. It was really close. I was annoyed at the thing that happened at the start of the third game before we had to redo it, and that kind of messed with my mental game throughout it. But yeah, it was a nail biter at the end.
Well, you did a great job staying cool. I also noticed that this team is very similar to what you used in San Antonio. Do you want to tell us about how you came up with the swap that you made?
Yeah, so in San Antonio, I said on my team I would have the exact same team, but if I had a Corsola, I would put it over to Ariados. And I still don't have a Corsola, but I do have a Dusclops, and so it filled the role of like a ghost, and I put it over Ariados, and it's working.
Great, yeah, it definitely seems like it's working, and maybe Corsola is on its way out, so that's a great substitution. I want to ask you about a comment that I heard recently from Out of Pocket. Someone asked him who he thought would do really well at Worlds or maybe win besides himself, and he listed you.
Really?
Yeah, what do you think of that?
I mean, I appreciate it, Aiden. I want to see him do well at Worlds, and I want to play him at Worlds, so I think we can both live up to that.
Well, you're definitely one of the most consistent trainers we have out there. Is there anyone you want to shout out who has, maybe helped you get that consistency and those results?
In terms of getting consistency results, also Out of Pocket for that, and then also Lyle Jeffs and SS Thorn. But I do also want to give a shout out to Hayden, and also Luke and Vincent from UCI.
All right, well, I know they're all out there supporting you. Thank you again so much for your time, and congratulations again. And I think we're going to kick it back to Nick and Stephanie.
Well, thank you for that insightful interview. It's always great to hear who has impact on our top trainers, and very frequently it's other top trainers. One last thing I wanted to talk about in that last matchup was the interplay of the Kanto Marowak and Dugong. One of the best answers on 610's team to that Kanto Marowak was that jump bluff, but he was very hesitant to bring it because of how powerful ice-type damage from Dugong would be into that matchup, and it would make that team composition much more polar.
It would be very polarizing from the sake of the Dugong, polar and cold goes together. Dugong being polarizing in that matchup. And taking a look, I also really want to call out, I would definitely love to see a battle between Out of Pocket and Elite on the world stage. I think that would be really fun for the audience. I think that would be really fun for both of those trainers. We do have 2 new trainers, though, on the field, on the stage. We are going to see Nighttime Clasher, a fellow caster of ours, up against Beach. And both trainers bringing some new and interesting Pokemon. We have Nighttime Clasher bringing that Emolga, and then Beach bringing the Corviknight, bringing the Ariados, the Morpeko. Lots of different slightly off-meta picks.
Yeah, and I was very surprised to see that Beach was still opting for that Corsola. maybe if we get the chance to interview him, we'll be able to hear about why he brought that. Also, like you said, these teams are very different, very, let me actually count, see if I can do some math real quick. I want to say we only have like one shared Pokemon between the two teams? Yes, that looks exactly correct. So that's going to be 11 unique Pokemon, or 10, sorry. 10 unique Pokemon. No, 11? Yeah, 11. Sorry, math is hard sometimes. 11 unique Pokemon between these two teams, which I think is really great and goes to show how unique, to borrow a word from what I just said, meta we are currently in, with people being willing to try different things and pull out different spicy picks and see how they match up into what is a more core meta.
I think you used all of your math power in trying all the different ways to say 6'10" earlier.
Almost absolutely.
Almost absolutely. But I agree, this meta shakeup is really, it's refreshing to see a variety of different Pokemon. And the two Pokemon we're going to see on our screen now are Diggersby and Ariados. Diggersby, really bulky, able to resist the fast attack pressure from Ariados, but Ariados, because it has Trailblaze, is able to throw super effective damage into Diggersby and ramp up every single time. I really like how Nighttime Clasher, not worried about shielding that first Trailblaze.
Yes.
That's something we were talking about earlier. You never want to shield that first Trailblaze. It's always the second, the third, that fourth that start to be really, really scary.
Fire Punch coming through, doing good, super effective damage to the Ariados, and I'm pretty sure this next Trailblaze does not threaten a knockout. Those Poison Stings are resisted by the ground typing of the Diggersby, so I think even in after this Trailblaze, it's going to be a pretty tough ask of the Ariados to get a fast attack down. We might see Beach actually opt for a fast attack farm down from another Pokemon, but no, going to stay in. In comes the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to get to the Hydro Cannon, but opts to not throw, shield up the lunge, and go for a fast attack down. The really tough thing for Beach, though, is that he doesn't have any Pokemon that really want to take energy from a highly loaded Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, but the Shadow Feraligator's stuck with this attack debuff now. Shadow Feraligator is a really powerful Pokemon. A Hydro Cannon is still going to do a lot of damage to this Galarian Corsola, but yeah, it's stuck here with the attack debuff. We're going to see one more Hydro Cannon come through. That's about enough to knock out. It comes pretty close, knocking the Galarian Corsola down into the red.
I like the Snow Shield from Nighttime Clasher. Unfortunately for Beach, I don't think his switch clock is going to be up quite yet. So Nighttime Clasher is going to be able to come in with the Emolga, get a few sparks of advantage, and it looks like potentially a complete spark down. So now, Beach is in a bit of a tough spot. Although his Morpeko is able to resist the charge attacks from Emolga, it's a very squishy Pokemon, and Acrobatics does a lot of damage.
Yeah, even though it's not very effective, Morpeko is just so squishy. Even the Thunder Shocks coming from the Emolga, even though they're resisted, are starting to pile up in damage. We're going to see a Psychic Fangs. We see a no-shield, a Brave no-shield on the side of Nighttime Clasher, because if he had thrown another attack, that could have potentially knocked out.
In comes a Discharge. This will threaten a knockout onto the Morpeko. Shielded up. It now comes down to, I think, what's going to be a potential catch, but no, actually, both players switch out at the same exact time. Shield is there for Nighttime Clasher, which means that I don't think he has a win condition anymore. Excuse me, Beach has a win condition anymore. No shielding the Psychic Fangs. A move is loaded on the Emolga, although there is another Psychic Fangs for the Morpeko. Nighttime Clasher can just shield it up, so we see Beach no shield. Discharge coming through, going to be enough to knock out.
A lot of quick thinking at the end. I was really impressed by that simultaneous swap. And then Nighttime Clasher being able to really capitalize on that because the quick attack damage was doing a lot more damage there.
And it was really unfortunate for Beach because the two Pokemon in the back of the two, he was the one that was going to get fast attacked down. Like I had said it at the beginning of the match, Poison Stings do not do enough damage to Diggersby to ever really threaten a knockout. or a farm down.
Not ever, almost never. So again, taking a look at Nighttime Clashers team utilizing the Emolga, the Diggersby, and the Shadow for Alligator in this last matchup. I'm noticing that Shadow Annihilate. We've started to see Primate be a little bit more popular. Do you think Shadow Annihilate still has any play?
I think it does. Shadow Annihilate is just... it really forces you to think about how you're playing your game. Beach, of course, does have the Corsola as we see in this replay, but unless it's the Corsola on the field, you are very comfortable using 2 shields to protect up your Shadow Annihilate and counter down something like an Azumarill or a Corviknight.
I also want to call out again that Acrobatics going into the Morpeko. Acrobatics being, it did resisted damage, but Acrobatics recently benefited from a buff in the most recent Might and Mastery Go Battle League update. So we get to see it used here on Emolga, which is why we're seeing a little bit of Emolga here today. I missed it. I really like that Pokemon.
Yeah, it is. It is very cute. It's like a... It looks like a flying squirrel. I don't actually know what the name, the nickname or the category of Pokemon that it is, but if I had to guess, maybe it includes maybe it's the flying squirrel Pokemon. That's I'm putting that guess out there in the world.
Okay, well, I can definitely let you know that Emolga is the Sky Squirrel Pokemon.
Oh, so close.
And we're hopefully going to see a little bit more of the Sky Squirrel Pokemon in this next battle. But for now, we see that Diggersby up against the Azumarill. No Sky Squirrel here today, but we do see more Morpeko in the back again for Beach.
And we have a really strong answer for this Shadow Drapion. It's going to be the Corviknight coming in Steel type, Flying type, going to double resist the Poison Stings. Crunch does do a good amount of damage, and the Sand attacks are super effective. Iron Head is ready and available just before the Sky attack. This, I don't think, does threaten a knockout, but we do see a shield come up from Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, both trainers making changes to their lineup. Nighttime Clasher leaving that Emolga on the bench, and Beach really changing up this team. No Galarian Corsola, no Ariados this time.
Corviknight using the first shield to defend against this Crunch. However, I believe another Crunch is ready. No defense drop on this one. A second shield coming up from Beach, now having utilized 2 of his shields for just the one on the Drapion. However, he needs to throw another Iron Head before the final Crunch. Now, Nighttime Clasher has a decision to make. Does he want to play for switch advantage or shield advantage?
And it looks like Nighttime Clasher willing to sacrifice a shield. No Protect shields remaining in this battle, and actually makes an aggressive swap into his Shadow for Alligator that is going to have to take a massive amount of damage from this Sky attack right on the nose.
In comes the Morpeko. It's going to have to take a Hydro Cannon for this Thundershock damage it's able to apply, and this is going to do a lot of neutral damage. It's going to barely not pick up the knockout.
That is quite heavy damage, but the Morpeko is going to be able, because those Thundershocks are super effective, able to knock out the Shadow for Alligator. Here comes the Diggersby. Beach actually going for the resisted Aura Wheel. Not very effective against the Diggersby before the Morpeko is knocked out.
And I can see arguments for both moves there. The Aura Wheel is going to be doing a little bit more overall damage because it is such a hard-hitting move. I might have preferred the Psychic Fangs because then the defense drop would mean this Ice Beam just does a little bit more damage. But Beach is in a pretty solid position overall here because he's going to be able to do super effective damage with the bubbles into this Diggersby, and he resists all the energy from that Drapion. You have to remember, though, that Shadow Drapion does have a Crunch loaded currently.
Ooh, we see another aggressive swap from Nighttime Clasher into the Shadow Drapion to go for a defense drop on the Azumarill. Crunch's resisted damage, but look at how much that does!
And I do like this a lot from Beach because now with a Sand attack damage, he's put the Shadow Drapion into a farm down range, and if he's able to farm it all the way down, I think a Ice Beam from the Azumarill into that, into that Diggersby will be enough damage. No Aqua Tail able to be thrown as the bubble does apply, and Ice Beam comes through, able to pick up the knockout here.
Beach has tied up this series 1-1 against Nighttime Clasher. Lots of really quick swaps from Nighttime Clasher. I think Nighttime Clasher was playing really aggressively there, making all these quick swaps. Beach playing more of a measured game.
Yeah, and again, I really like that final switch into the Corviknight, although he had taken, and especially waiting until he had taken a charge attack onto the Azumarill. Azumarill able to much more comfortably take that energy, and then the fast attack pressure from Sand Attack from that Corviknight able to get to that Shadow Drapion into the Bubble Down range.
Looks like our trainers are talking a little bit as we are anticipating our next game. I do think, even though Beach did win that matchup, I do agree with you, Nick, that the Psychic, I would have preferred to see the Psychic Fangs, I think, on the Morpeko versus the Aura Wheel in that end game matchup, just because even though Aura Wheel is so powerful, the resistance on the Diggersby is just a lot. It's rough to throw an electric charge attack into a ground type Pokemon.
Yeah, not single resisted, but double resisted. Yeah, I don't know. Because the first Ice Beam was thrown before Nighttime Clasher could switch out, I think Psychic Fangs is the way to go there. If it wasn't, then you're no longer able to maintain that defense drop for the Ice Beam, so then I think the damage becomes more preferable, but maybe it's a different strokes for different folks. You know, some people like doing the freestyle, some people like doing the breaststroke.
Okay. How many water types do we even have in this? It's just a Azumarill. It's not like we're even in a truly like strong water type meta.
Hey, we could give Shadow Drapion an honorary water type medal, right?
I don't know, that Aqua Tail. Maybe, do you think we're gonna see more water type Pokemon in the new meta?
Absolutely. And I think that Pokemon's going to be Lapras, right?
Yes.
Lapras is going to be the water type that's able to do neutral fast attack damage to other water types besides Feraligatr, and it outbulks Feraligatr. You know, if you think about Pokemon that water types that typically beat Feraligatr, you're thinking maybe Azumarill, maybe Dugong, depending on the shield matchup. It's because those two Pokemon do neutral fast attack pressure to that Feraligatr. You have something that's bulky and is doing psychic type damage to it. You know, Lapras doesn't have psychic typing, so it's not taking super effective Shadow Claws. It's still just neutral, but that extra bulk is going to provide Lapras a really strong ability to handle Feraligatr in ways that Azumarill or Dugong can't.
Yeah, it looks like our battlers are getting ready for that game number 3. Again, this is going to be decisive game 3, 1-1 Nighttime Clasher versus Beach. This is the winners semis in Group B. The winner being able to go to the group finals.
And just to cue in those of you at home as to what was being discussed there, Nighttime Clasher, his moves didn't show up on the Diggersby, and he thought, oh, if I had a Scorching Sands, maybe I could have won that endgame. However, he was still one quick attack away from reaching that Scorching Sands, so Azumarill able to get that Ice Beam off before that Scorching Sands could have been landed, and that is going to be why that match stands. So it is 1-1 Nighttime Clasher versus Beach.
Yes, and our trainers are getting ready to lock in. They're making their team adjustments now. Again, taking a look, Nighttime Clasher, we've seen him, he's a world traveler, really. He likes to hop on a plane wherever he can go to try to get these regional championship wins. And then we have Beach here trying to kind of knock him down, has successfully taken a game off of Nighttime Clasher. Decisive game number 3. This is a great lead for Nighttime with the Emolga, being able to apply that super effective Thundershot damage. We've got Discharge that was changed with the most recent move update as well, to be able to apply a lot of super effective damage.
And I'm really curious here. Will the Thundershocks plus Discharge be more than 50%? No, it's actually a little bit less. It requires one more Thundershock to knock that Azumarill below 50% health. Ice Beam coming through. We saw before that Bubbles plus Ice Beam does threaten a knockout into the Emolga. So I'm curious. It does actually look like 2 Discharges will be ready before 3 Discharges, excuse me, will be ready before 2 Ice Beams. So this Discharge coming through looks like maybe one more Thundershock would knock out, but no, a quick switch into Gastrodon. Acrobatics going to do a lot of good neutral damage. Great shield from Beach.
A very nice shiny Gastrodon, I might add. And definitely not the Mud Slapper that we've been seeing around. Usually we're seeing that Shadow Kanto Marowak, so seeing the Gastrodon make a reappearance is really interesting.
I'm not really a big fan of the immediate body slam from Beach. I would have preferred for him to build up to the Earth Power to be able to try to pull away Nighttime Clasher's final shield, especially since the first Hydro Cannon does not pick up a knockout. Now Nighttime Clasher is able to get this Hydro Cannon through, do a lot of good neutral damage, and he could potentially just no-shield this body slam at this point. He's done what he's needed to do, and Azumarill can farm down the rest of this Gastrodon, or potentially the Emolga.
All right, the Diggersby is ready. Gets a little bit of an energy advantage for whatever is in the back, and Beach is in a rough position. So we have the Azumarill, and then there it is, a Nighttime Clasher. You can see both trainers give a smile, give a laugh, because Diggersby is one of the hardest answers to that Galarian Corsola that exists. And I think Beach just kind of recognizes his Nighttime Clasher has his number here.
And this game, switch advantage actually did not mean all that much because of the Pokemon that each trainer brought in. Beach, I think in order to win this game, would have needed to win the lead matchup, Azumarill into Emolga, but that would have been completely in Nighttime Clasher's control because Nighttime Clasher chose to shield that first Ice Beam. I think Beach was just really in a tough spot because we saw that a Thundershock down would have occurred to the Azumarill before that second Ice Beam was reached. So, you know, even if Beach double shields the 2 discharges, he still gets outpaced to 4 discharges before 3 Ice Beams.
I like that it's all smiles on the stage between these two trainers. They recognize Beach going for a catch. Nighttime Clasher says, nah, I'm just going to quick attack and throw a Fire Punch to knock this Galarian Corsola out. And it's all laughs. It's all smiles. Beach is actually going to throw the Protect Shield. But Beach knows it's all over from here. There is absolutely nothing. Like, this Galarian Corsola could throw Nightshade for days, and it's just not enough to knock out the Diggersby. I like that. I like that hug at the end there. What's good sportsmanship?
Yeah, I mean, these two trainers knew that the writing was on the wall for that matchup, and it was maybe a good 60 seconds before that game actually played out to the end. But, you know, you love to see the great sportsmanship between the two trainers. I actually had the opportunity earlier to talk to Beach after his last victory on stream. Unfortunately, we were unable to get an interview with him, and had I had that opportunity, I would have asked him, you know, what's up? Why are you bringing the Galarian Corsola? Didn't you know that there was a recent move update that made Nightshade a little bit worse? And you know what his response was? No, I didn't. Read the patch notes. They're there. They help you out, trainer. Trust me. Trust me.
Galarian Corsola, definitely still a really bulky pick. Just Nightshade is just not going to be as impactful. I think once we see, because again, we're in this transition meta, I think once we see next weekend when we can start to see the Might and Mastery update take full effect here in the Championship Series, I think we're going to see a lot more of that Dusclops. I think we're going to see a lot more of the Dust Noir, perhaps. I think there are going to be other Ghost-type Pokemon that really start to shine, and I think Galarian Corsola is going to take that step backwards.
I'm going to make another vying point for Dusclops over Galarian Corsola. Both Pokemon have the Ghost-type pressure with Hex and a Ghost-type charge attack. You have the anti-flyer option for the Ice Punch and the Power Gem. However, Ice Punch is super effective into Diggersby, whereas Power Gem is resisted. So that's a 2-stage difference between the effectiveness of those moves. So it's a much better matchup for that Dusclops.
All right, I believe we can take a quick look back at these battles. I'm really excited, again, to see Nighttime Clasher a powerful lead with that Emolga into the Azumarill. And kind of like you were talking about, this was like that first domino falling, kind of signaling Nighttime Clasher's victory here. Able to do a lot of damage into this Gastrodon, and then we kind of have all those laughs at the end. Once Nighttime Clasher was able to align the Diggersby onto the opposing Galarian Corsola, that was all Nighttime Clasher needed to do to secure that victory and move his way onto the winners finals for his group.
And the one thing I would have been a little bit curious about is if that Emolga could have Thundershocked down the Gastrodon. in Pokemon Go, ground typing double resists electric, and the water type is super effective against that. So if you add -2 plus 1 together, you get -1. So it's only actually resisted, singly resisted in our game. So a Thunder Shock down is feasible and might have provided the Emolga a lot of energy. However, this is all just a theoretical mind experiment here because of the end matchup there of the Galarian Corsola into Diggersby. It was 100% one-sided.
And we are 100% want to hear from the winner of that last match, Nighttime Clasher. Jim, tell us a little bit about what Nighttime Clasher's thinking about.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. Wholesome_ here with Nighttime Clasher, fresh off his 2-1 victory there versus Beach. All right, I want to get some initial impressions. Maybe talk to me about the matchups and what some of your strategy was going into that game.
Sure, so I tried a lot of things coming into this new meta, a lot of teams, a lot of things that did not work. So last night I was like, well, I'll just run back to the EUIC team and like get rid of Zapdos because that thing was not very good. So put Emolga and it's been working pretty well.
Okay, well, speaking of EUIC, I don't know that we had an opportunity to talk about this moment. I think a lot of trainers saw the double resisted, close combat, maybe single boosted. We all saw your reaction, but tell us what was going through your mind in that moment.
So like, here I am tapping. I'm like, tap, 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 tap. I catch. And like just pure shock, right? Like 60% damage from a close combat. Like, I don't know. Like, call me crazy, but I feel like double resisted was not the case there.
Yeah, I think we were all caught off guard for sure. All right, getting back to this particular tournament though, how do you team build for this transition meta that's between, it's not last meta, it's not the new meta, it's really just a one-off. How are you team building?
Not really sure, like team building wise, kind of just like going with what worked before, and it's good enough at least that I can play neutrally most matchups and not have to think too much. Like I tried like Galarian Weezing and that like, I don't know, I was not that much of a fan of it, but all good.
A little bit of autopilot, it sounds like then. I gotcha. All right, well, I know you've had a lot of success throughout the 2025 season. What's the goalpost for you? What are you trying to achieve?
Really, I just want to like win a tournament this year, or not go to a Worlds, or both. Both are fine with me. So we'll see. I'll go to some more tournaments until we can try to make that happen. I guess an auto invite would be cool, like not necessary, but could be nice.
All right, well, I know you're doing well on the leaderboards. All right, finally, before we kick it back to the casters, any shout outs or thank yous?
Oh, of course, shout out to like Lyle Jeffs, SS Thorn, all the friends from the USBC, and we have Elite, of course, and Tiki Risa, who's watching from home. She's almost at Worlds, and big shout out to her. And finally, shout out to Orange Juice Gaming, who I don't know if any of you know, but he actually flew me out here to meet him and help him with the Pokemon event, so that was pretty cool.
All right, shout out to Orange Juice Gaming. All right. Well, hey, thank you, Nighttime Clasher. Congratulations again on your 2-1 victory. We're going to kick it back to the casters.
Some fighting words from Nighttime Clasher there, talking down to Zapdos. I thought, personally, that Zapdos did quite well at EUIC, but I guess he has a slightly different opinion.
Well, I think Emolga is definitely a more interesting pick now. I think it's a little bit better positioned in the current meta and the metas that we're going to be seeing coming up here. But talking about the meta that's happening right now, we are ready on the stage already with our next pair of battlers. We are going to be taking a look at Group B Winners Round 4 with Dialap and Elite. 2 regional champions. Dialap again taking that 2023 Vancouver Regional Championships, and Elite has several regional championships under his belt, but the most recent being San Antonio.
You know, the phrase under his belt just made me think, instead of medals, what if we gave out championship belts like wrestling? How great would that be?
And a different timeline for sure. But then we wouldn't get to see the image of Dune wearing all of his medals.
Or we could, and it would just be that much more crazy.
Just belts for days. But what we have right now in front of us is we have Dialap versus Elite. Dialap bringing that Emolga that we saw doing quite well for Nighttime Clasher, and as well as a Shadow Quagsire, the Shadow Primate. Lots, 3 Shadow Pokemon. It's half of his team. And Elite also having 3 Shadow Pokemon, the Marowak, the Drapion, and the Feraligatr.
And we were talking about double resisted close combat into a ghost type. I don't expect to see that this match, but it'd be very curious to see if that Shadow Primate was maybe triple boosted, exactly how much damage a close combat into a Dusclops would do. I'll keep my fingers crossed behind stage. Maybe I will pray like a Deeb was saying that I do get to see that pack matchup but that would not be very nice to my friend Dialab, I guess.
All right, both trainers, one wearing a regional championship shirt from 2023, one wearing one from 2024. Let's go ahead and take a look how this opening matchup starts with the Shadow Primeape into the Shadow Drapion. The Primeape being able to output quite a bit of pressure here onto the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, Aquatail also putting some pressure back, going to take the first shield. I think that is more or less necessary in this matchup. First Rage Fist is loaded. Elite either now has to respect the close combat or call the bait here. This is not going to do enough damage to knock out, but it looks like maybe a second would be. Dialap instead opting to catch this Aquatail onto his Azumarill. Azumarill feels like a very safe Pokemon into Elite's team. Elite now is probably going to build up some extra energy, get to that Aquatail again for that Shadow Primeape later in the matchup, but Dialap now able to land a Play Rough into the Dugong, and potentially, if this matchup plays out, he's going to be able to pivot that Shadow Primeape back in and get a quick attack down later on.
We've seen Elite's strategy with the Dugong several times already in his previous matchups, like the ones against 6'10 Hero, opting for that Icy Wind first, and then we're going to start to see that charge attack pressure from the Drill Run. Both Pokemon are about half health at this point, so we're about halfway through this matchup.
Play Rough coming through, going to do another good amount of chip damage to the Dugong. It looks like maybe Bubbles plus another Play Rough might be enough. Instead now, Elite opting for a second Icy Wind. This is going to mean that Dialap's next Play Rough won't be able to knock out, but he is now able to switch into his Shadow Primeape and potentially get a full farm down. No, not enough damage with one more Karate Chop that would have not knocked out the Dugong, so now forced to throw the Rage Fist. Will he opt to throw immediately, or will he not? It is another Rage Fist into the Dusclops, and this is going to pull up a shield from Elite.
Yeah, but this Primeape so the Primeape had a Rage Fist. It's going to start trying to build up to another one. Can it get there before the Shadow Punch? It can't quite. Dialap looks like he's making a decision. He's trying to think through the next couple battles, the next couple moments, decides to let the Shadow Primeape down. And then we're going to have to decide, do we bring in the Shadow Quagsire that is fresh, has no energy, but also no damage done to it? Decides instead to bring in the Azumarill, knowing that the Dusclops can't really knock it out with one charge attack. Elite's going to have to use quite a few fast attacks, quite a few hexes before a Shadow Punch is going to be able to knock out.
And I do like that option from Dialap to no shield the Primeape. I think it puts him in a much more comfortable position with the Shadow Quagsire to build up energy, to opt to shield a move farther down the line. Another Shadow Punch is going to come through now. Dialap choosing to no shield here is going to build up some more energy. Elite, remember, does have an Aquatail stored and is going to have to use it carefully.
Yeah, that Drapion in his back pocket with that Aquatail, and because he has a Aquatail, could potentially get to a crunch really, really quickly if that is necessary. And the switch timer is up for Elite, so that's available to him at any point, where Dialap was kind of stuck here. Now that this Protect Shield's deployed, I think Dialap is almost able to switch out, not quite yet. And Elite being able, throwing the Aquatail right away, that is going to knock out this Quagsire.
A great read from Elite there. The switch clock was not up for Dialap. He knows he wins the charge attack tie. However, there's going to be a potential farm down here. No, Aquatail and Crunch actually reached. Crunch is going to do more than enough to knock out 1 HP in a dream. Maybe 2, is going to allow Elite to win this game, and the Crunch picks up the knockout, and that's 1-0 Elite versus Dialap.
Elite only needs one more game to move on in Group B. This is the winners semis. Elite looking to go into the winners finals for his group. Dialap has to make it a reverse sweep, winning 2 more games. I really like the Shadow Primeape pick right away. I noticed that Dialap at the beginning of the matchup built up to the close combat before throwing the Rage Fist. Do you think sometimes it's better to throw the Rage Fist right away so your fast attack damage starts to pile up again as well?
It's a very tricky matchup, the Primeape versus Shadow Drapion, because Shadow Drapion can very comfortably no shield the first Rage Fist. I think most players typically play it out to build up towards 2 Rage Fists before throwing their first one, because Karate Chop's not as hard hitting as counter. The boost to attack is not as impactful. In other matchups, I think throwing the Rage Fist immediately does make sense. Say a lead matchup into a Azumarill. There you want to boost your attacks immediately, and you're actually wanting to throw Rage Fist, so it makes sense to throw immediately after just 4 Karate Chops. Whereas in the Shadow Drapion, I think it's a little bit better to try to bait out a shield by building up to close combat.
Well, we'll have to see if Dilap is going to bring that Shadow Primate back in, or is he going to switch up his team? I like the team that he had, the Primate, the Quagsire, and the Azumarill. I think it's pretty solid into Elite's team. Actually, surprisingly, Elite not bringing his Shadow Kanto Marowak in the first game because he's brought it so frequently. It really is a staple, like kind of an MVP for him.
Yeah, maybe feeling like it's a little bit worse into Dilap's team. Dilap does have a flying type, but it is Emolga, which can't really throw back all that much. Here we go into game number 2. It is going to be a matchup of 2 neutral bulky Pokemon. It is the Dusclops into the Azumarill.
Yeah, but look at what Dilap has in the back. So he has his bulky Pokemon out front and then 2 powerhouses behind it. So maybe trying to like get the shields down right away, maybe kind of draw out the switch timer right away, draw out the game clock, and then having these 2 really powerful Pokemon in the back. Where Elite, on the other hand, bringing the Dusclops out front, and then he is hiding that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back, where typically we see it in the lead with him.
And the one problem for Elite right now is that he does not have an answer in his backline for an energy ramped up Shadow Primate, so he will need to prevent that from Dilap in this game. Shadow Punch coming through, going to do a nice chip into that Azumarill. Play Rough coming back in return, and I think it's going to be just shy of knocking out, but might be within range of a Bubble Down.
Yeah, not going to knock out. Dusclops is just too bulky for that. And we do see, again, an aggressive swap from Dilap into the Primeape. Now, what Elite is going to be throwing here is not super effective damage, but it would do a significant amount. And then we see the switch into the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
I would have preferred a swap into the Shadow Drapion from Dilap, knowing, of course, that I have the full information of what is in the backline. Because he's not really threatening a Karate Chop down at any point, I think Elite's very comfortable to be able to farm up to a move and throw it into the Primeape, which really needs to be shielded based on how frail a Shadow Primeape is. As we see here, Dilap is shaking his head, knows that that next Mudslap is going to be a knockout. In comes the Rage Fist. This is going to pull Elite slash shield, and now the Marowak is very healthy and has a lot of energy, and it looks like it could potentially reach 2 Bone Clubs before the Azumarill is able to reach a Ice Beam.
Yeah, Dilap was able to chip a little bit with those bubbles, but now he's in a really tough position because these Mud Slaps just do so much damage in addition to the Bone Clubs. The Shadow Dropion's just left with no defenses. So this is setting Elite up again. The Shadow Kanto Marowak and Elite, they're becoming synonymous with each other. We see Elite even just going right away for the Dusclops with the Hex, getting that knockout.
Doesn't even reveal his 3rd Pokemon. It just goes to show how powerful the Kanto Marowak is against a team that is not very bulky, and it does not resist the ground type fast attack.
Yeah, you almost have to have the Emolga in that situation. You need something that can at least resist the ground typing, but Emolga, like, I guess you would really just have to bank on the acrobatics there from the Emolga. I'm not sure what else I'm looking, and I'm not sure what else Dilap could have done. Elite and that Shadow Kanto Marowak, just too powerful. We need to see them both nerfed, I think.
Yeah, and Azumarill just never really landed where it needed to be. Of course, it wasn't a fairly reasonable matchup in that game number 2. Azumarill into Dusclops, very neutral, able to potentially win out the Zero Shield matchup. However, Dilap opting to try to get an energy advantage on that Primeape because Primeape does so well with energy advantage. I just think that it wasn't the exact right timing for him to bring it in because the Dusclops was still able to get to Shadow Punch before it was threatened to by a Rage Fist.
Let's take another quick look at that dominant performance from Elite, catapulting him into the winners finals for his group.
And here we see just how strong the Kanto Marowak is, able to knock out the Azumarill, able to do heavy damage here to that Shadow Drapion, and able to get 1-2 more Mud Slaps through, actually opting not for that Mud Slap in the end game, switching to the Dusclops, really trying hard to not allow that third Pokemon reveal, so that maybe if they do face each other in day 2, or if Elite happens to lose the winners finals, that team composition wasn't fully revealed to Dialab.
Yeah, and it's also just a little bit of a flexing. I was able to win, well, only just two of my pocket monsters.
Yeah. And getting what we call a 3-ball flex.
Yes, the 3-ball flex is always something that is very valuable to our trainers. Well, I think we're going to be getting wrapped up and starting to get ready for our next battles with Jim and Soph. But overall, these have been really great battles. I just want to shout out again how refreshing it is to be able to see some different Pokemon, to be able to see some different attacks, seeing the Emolgas, the Dusclops, seeing the Charjabug make another reappearance. We've seen so many great Pokemon. Spiritomb from the C2U.
Yes.
Lots of really fun picks. It's just, again, it's refreshing. It's like a breath of fresh mountain air here in Vancouver.
Nice one. I absolutely love it. And it is really, the weather here isn't always the best, but it's always a very refreshing breath of fresh air outside. You know, it's a little bit rainy. That is the Pacific Northwest. It's a little bit cold. Not as cold as Boston, or as cold as my friend Charles is from outside of the Montreal area, so not as cold for him, but maybe a little colder than Texas or Southern California, where Elite's from.
Bit of a transition weather for this transition meta that we are currently in. But we are going to get set up for Jim and Soph to give you even more great battles. Don't go anywhere. We have so much exciting Pokemon action coming your way.
One away.
Yeah.
Again, incredible games, guys.
Hello Pokemon trainers, Caleb Hang here to recap the 2025 Toronto Regional Championship. To debut the new meta of Dual Destiny, trainers travel to Canada for the first regional featuring the newly buffed Bibarel and Starmie. To counter the rise of Galarian Corsola, Shadow Drapion toppled both the usage and performance charts, but a few Bibarel and even a Starmie snuck into Day 2's top cut. Top players from around the world fought for the coveted title of Toronto Champion, but breakout performances from Sceptile Ice 25 and Dr. Roast Beef stole the show. On the winner's side of Day 2, Elam and Sceptile Ice powered through the competition to meet in the winners finals, where Sceptile Ice defeated Elam 3-1, securing his best finish to date. Meanwhile, Dr. Roast Beef went on an upset spree, besting the likes of high-performing trainers including Worlds finalist Inadequates, to earn himself a spot in the losers finals. However, Elam ended Dr. Roast Beef's run with a strong 3-0 showing, getting a rematch with Sceptile Ice in the Grand Finals. Elam was entering his third Grand Finals appearance, still missing a first-place finish, while Sceptile Ice was trying to further his best-ever tournament performance. The series swung back and forth with Elam resetting the bracket, while Sceptile Ice pushed Elam to a final Game 5 match. With a bold strategy of double shielding his Annihilate lead, Elam unleashed his stored energy in the final seconds of the match and secured his first ever regional title.
And Elam claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion.
With a title finally achieved, Elam proved to the world that consistency and hard work is rewarded. If you want to join in on the action yourself, head to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Hey
Hey Pokemon fans, I'm here with Stephanie, one of our casters from Pokemon Go, to talk a little bit about what just happened at the Europe International Championships a few weeks ago. So, what happened?
I would love to talk about it. So EUIC was stacked with powerful trainers. The top 8, 7 of them, 7 out of 8 are regional champions. So you know it was an incredibly difficult tournament.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be so difficult, and to make it to the very end, that must have been a tough path.
It was. I want to shout out the trainer who is not a regional champion. His previous top placement was number 5, top 5 in Stuttgart, Kufia. And that is incredible to do so well in an international tournament surrounded by all of these regional champions.
Just to find yourself in that top 8, I hope that player is very proud of that accomplishment because it's tough to achieve.
It is. Those tournaments are stacked. And I have to shout out another trainer from the top 8, a fellow caster of ours over in EU, Martijn, also known as Inadequent. He brought a wild Pokemon. He brought Shadow Palkia and piloted it to top 4, taking 4th place. Shadow Palkia uses Dragon Breath to just completely melt through other Pokemon.
What's so amazing about that is Shadow Palkia also hadn't been in the game for very long at that point, and there are limited chances to actually catch one. And Martijn being able to do that is awesome.
We only have one. Trainers have one Shadow Palkia.
Mine doesn't look very good. But the Go-casters are stacked because it wasn't just Inadequate. I also saw that Nighttime Clasher, another one of our Go-casters, was also in the top 8.
Yeah, so really great group of trainers. And I want to talk about our top 2 now, our 2 trainers who climbed to the top of that mountain. We've got Padomon and Z Zweilous. These 2 trainers battled 12 times. They played 12 games during the finals. They played the winners finals, the grand finals, and there was a bracket reset, so they had to do the grand finals matches again.
12 games?
12 games.
12 games is incredible. And so what happened at the end? Who won?
So Padomon is our new EUIC champion, and he gets to keep the trophy in EU. He's a Spanish trainer, and this trainer had the crowd going. A lot of fellow Spaniards came to cheer him on, and it was just really emotional to hear the chants in the crowd, and as well just the moment when Padomon fell to his knees when he realized that he won. It was just a really heartwarming and emotional moment.
It really just caught me in the feels, being able to live through that winning moment together, almost, it felt like. And so it was very special to watch that grand finals, and congratulations to Padomon for winning EUIC. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for the updates, and now back to the Vancouver Regional Championships.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day 1, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Welcome back, everyone, to Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Wholesome _ here, joined by Softo. We had a great start to the tournament, and always lovely hearing from It's Axon. He's actually here competing in Vancouver, Soph.
He is. I think he fell to Stud Muffins on the winner's side, but I haven't checked up on his progress on the loser's side. But, It's Axon has really kind of catapulted himself, not just from winning the World Championships, but now to being one of the, if not the top Pokemon Go streamer on Twitch. So, congratulations to him for achieving that.
Yeah, he really has an educational, inspirational angle that he has on his stream. Very, very interactive with his chat. So many folks are coming in looking for guidance, looking for inspiration, looking for teams, and he's just so good at connecting with these trainers, and so articulate with how he's able to talk about fast attacks, typings, all the intricacies that exist within Pokemon Go.
Yeah, actually, I would say we're in a pretty lucky place right now with a lot of top trainers also being content creators, right? Obviously, Nataquins and Marto, second and third at Worlds, and Yukai also even sometimes streams as well, which is really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm taking a look ahead at our next matchup that we have coming up. Jocko Loco is a trainer that we've seen, I think that most people know in the Toronto and Vancouver tournaments. We've seen him have, I think, 2 or 3 top cuts at this point as well, and also a former #1 in the world on the Go Battle League leaderboard as well. So I'm looking forward to see him. He's going to be facing off versus CC here in a minute as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think about the Canadian trainers at this tournament who are, maybe favored or have a good chance to win. Those would be, Lyle, SS Thorn, Dialab maybe, and a Shady Equation. I think Jocko Loco actually would kind of be a dark horse pick there, where he's certainly in the conversation. So you mentioned those Canadian tournaments he's played at. In 2024, he actually top cut both the Toronto and Vancouver championships, and he's looking to repeat that here.
Yeah, some of those trainers that we don't necessarily see just going through the full circuit in the North American region, right? Or even traveling outside of region, but the tournaments that they do attend, they're impactful.
Exactly. I think Jocko Loco is one of those trainers. I would say a Shady Equation also one of those trainers who I think is playing in a later group, so we'll have to see how he does too.
So I want to just get your gauge. I know we've talked a little bit about this transition meta that we're in, that we keep talking about. Is there any standout move that you think has been most well represented here, whether that's going to be foul play, rock tomb maybe? I don't think we've seen any air cutter, but maybe discharge or sludge. Is there anything that's standing out most to you so far from these move changes?
So I think we thought it was going to be foul play, but for me, what I've seen so far, I think it's been Hex. Elite has been on stage a couple of times. He brought the Dusclops, which he said was kind of a replacement for Galarian Corsola. And I think we've seen a couple other people bring Dusclops, but actually another move that recently got buffed is Aqua Jet, and that's actually on some Pokemon like Dugong we've talked about, as well as Golisopod, and I think we're going to see some Golisopod on stage in just a second.
Well, let's move over to the stage. We'll get our trainers introduced. We already mentioned Jocko Loco. Jocko Loco will be facing off versus CC. I'm just going to go with CC here. So, trainer that I don't think we've seen too much on stream before, but is running a pretty fun team there with Double Shadow, and I think our first sighting of Talonflame this tournament, so.
Talonflame actually looks pretty good into Jocko Loco's team. There are several Pokemon, of course, Drapion, Thunderfang on Steelix, Aqua Jet on Golisopod, that can deal super effective damage to Talonflame, but there isn't really anything that's going to be resisting fire, and we all know how powerful Incinerate is.
Absolutely. One of the Pokemon that's interesting, has an interesting matchup versus that Talonflame will be the Shadow Steelix. Obviously, it's going to be taking super effective Incinerate damage, but it can hit back with those Thunderfangs, and I think it does have some okay matchups here, especially versus Azumarill, Drapion, and Talonflame. We're moving into the matchup, though. We're going to have the jump up into the Shadow Drapion. For now, these trainers opting to stay in.
It's actually not that bad of a matchup for Jumpluff because you are very bulky. You can't take 2 crunches if you don't get the debuff, and you outpace to 2 Aerial Aces.
Yeah, Aerial Ace is the key thing here. While Acrobatics did receive a buff, ooh, and actually we're seeing it every single time here on these crunches. So, oh my gosh, a defense drop there from that crunch from the Shadow Drapion. Jocko Loco launches the first Aerial Ace. 2 Aerial Aces are not quite enough to knock out, however. Jocko Loco is able to get this charge attack off first, however. Then he may be in a position where he can farm down if he wants to use his Protect Shields.
That's right. This does put the Drapion quite low, and it doesn't look like Jocko Loco wants to swap out. It's just going to stay in, and CC actually goes for the crunch here. Not sure how much an Aqua Tail would have done to the debuffed Jumpluff, but looks like Jocko is happy to just let this Jumpluff go down.
Okay. This Golisopod looks so interesting now. If you're able to get this full farm down, okay, actually the crunch does get locked in here. That is a huge reach there for CC. This is going to be significant damage. Jocko Loco recognizes that, uses the Protect Shield, has a nice energy advantage now, and actually in comes the Annihilate. You resist these Karate Chops.
I think I heard the defense fall sound go off again, but let's see how well Golisopod can take these Karate Chops. This is the Aqua Jet coming through for the first time that we've seen that attack on stream, which is fun. And looks like a Rage Fist is coming through now from CC.
Aqua Jet is going to have the same pacing as the same type attack bonus X Scissor. That's going to be 5 Shadow Claws to each. Here comes the Rage Fist, not enough to knock out. I don't think you're in Karate Chop down range at this point as well before Jocko Loco is able to reach this next Aqua Jet. I think Switch Clock is up. If Jocko Loco wants to get out, could swap in the Dugong, but you're swapping a Dugong into a Primate.
You do have a shield though, so what you have to hope for, and actually gets an Ice Shard through there, which is also very nice. So I think what you want to do is throw a charge attack before the Primate gets to close combat. So we'll have to see if CC anticipates that and maybe goes for a catch.
Okay, this is going to be very close. Actually does get the catch. Great call there, so catch comes through, and this is going to be a neutral Icy Wind into the Talonflame. I believe Jocko Loco's Dugong is energy dry as well. Meanwhile, the Talonflame also energy dry.
All right, well, Dugong is reaching for its second Icy Wind here. Does get there before the fly, so you do get to debuff the attack. This isn't going to be enough to take out the Talonflame, but it will put it very, very low.
I'm curious to see, will this Golisopod have any additional impact in this game? Switch Clocks are coming up now. Keep in mind, this is 2-stage attack debuff now on this Talonflame. Will this charge attack be enough to knock out? No, it's not. A quick swap maybe for Jocko Loco, or does he think he can farm down? Brings in the Golisopod, gets 2 Shadow Claws, does not even take the Incinerate.
And that could be huge there because that's going to force the Primate to throw energy here. And now it's all going to come down to whether Jocko Loco can reach another charge attack with the Dugong.
I want to say that he's 2 Ice Shards away. Can the Dugong withstand the Karate Chops? No, there it goes. A little bit less HP maybe than we had thought there. Game number 1 goes to CC.
Yeah, just 1 Karate Chop was enough there. Yeah, so a little unfortunate for Jocko Loco there, but really great play from CC. The Talonflame, like we were saying, just looks so safe into Jocko Loco's entire team. He brought 1 water type, well, 2 water types just now, but Dugong doesn't really have any water type damage. So you have to wonder if he's gonna maybe look to that Drapion with the Aqua Tail, or maybe the Thunderfang Steelix to try to counter the Talonflame.
Well, I think on CC's side, that Shadow Primate looks so strong. Maybe the biggest threat is going to be that Golisopod, which resists that Karate Chops, but realistically, that Shadow Primate isn't super focused on Karate Chop fast attack damage. It's more about building up those Rage Fists and trying to land close combats. Everything else, you're probably going to be able to hit for neutral damage across the board. The one thing but beyond the Golisopod, though, is that jump bluff. And we saw 2 bodyguards to that jump bluff with the Talonflame as well as the Drapion there. I love the way that CC was able to build his team there.
Yeah, great team building there. The Drapion caught the nice lead in the early game and actually got a couple of crunch debuffs as well. And actually, I think you mentioned this, Wholesome. This is actually a really big crunch for that Drapion to reach at the very last second against the Golisopod. It pulled an entire shield.
Yeah. I mean, if you end up tanking that damage, then you're just in a position where that Talonflame is most likely going to farm all the way down. What I want to see at some point, Soap, would maybe be an Aqua Jet landing on that Talonflame. I'm curious how much damage it's actually going to be doing. If I'm not mistaken, it's a 40 energy charge attack, and we used to see Liquidation from Golisopod. I don't think that Liquidation was 1-hit knocking out, and that was a little bit higher energy. So maybe with a more efficient Aqua Jet, it can be a little bit stronger, but I still think the one thing that Golisopod lacks is that ability to 1-hit knock out a lot of Pokemon.
And it doesn't have quite the bulk to hang with a lot of these super common meta Pokemon that we see. For example, you think about Azumarill, you're doing neutral Shadow Claw to Azumarill's resisted Bubble, but I still don't think that's that great of a matchup for you just because you kind of lack the bulk. And of course, your charge attacks are walled.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is important that this jump bluff is running Aerial Ace, and we saw so much about the Acrobatics switch, where I think it went from 60 down to 55 energy. Acrobatics was already considered a relatively efficient move. To now make it even more accessible, going from 60 to 55 energy, I think a lot of trainers will be opting to move into that Acrobatics moveset. We're seeing it on a Molga already. I wonder if we're going to start seeing it more on Jump Bluff.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward situation for Jump Bluff where you kind of want all of these charge attacks available to you, right? But Aerial Ace is the cheapest one, so I can definitely see why Jocko Loco still has that on there.
Absolutely. All right, well, Jocko Loco currently down 0-1 versus CC. We're going to be having a repeat of the Jump Bluff, but it's met by the Talonflame.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad into Drapion, but this is definitely something that you want to instantly switch out of, and Jocko Loco pivots to the Golisopod. Not a straightforward answer on CC's side, and Jocko Loco is able to fire off this Aqua Jet before the Talonflame has time to react.
Yeah, this is probably your best answer to this Golisopod. It's known as a Core Breaker. Hey, we got our answer. Does it one-shot knock out? No, it does not. Talonflame able to hang on, but this is a little bit of an awkward spot now because this Golisopod has energy. You have to swap out. You don't want to get farmed down, and you're going to get to an X-Scissor, which is super effective into the Superior, and you outpace as well.
CC does have the aerial ace loaded on the Superior. I expect to see just a little bit more farm before throwing it, but I feel like Jackaluka got great value out of this Golisopod. Pretty much took out the Talonflame, and then look at all the damage it's done to the Superior already too. Actually goes for the Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, this is a tough spot now for CC because I just don't know how you're going to be coming back from this. I mean, the Annihilate does look very, the Primate does look very strong, obviously in that Steelix, but how are you going to be getting through this jump left now that your main answer to it is gone?
Exactly, like look at how low that Talonflame is. I think it threw the energy onto the Golisopod pretty much right away. So definitely not going to have that much energy. And Jackaluka, I don't think can go for a full farm down here. Does have the Aerial Ace just before the Superior reaches its own Aerial Ace. And now I think you're going to have a great matchup against the Primeape in the back.
Primeape is not running Ice Punch either. This is Rage Fist Close Combat, so it's going to be the full Primeape show. And I mean, what are you going to do with this Talonflame? If you use it as a sacrificial swap to try and catch a move, well, then you've just completely negated any sort of attack buffs that you might have as well. So I think if CC is going to be catching a charge attack, he needs to do it early before he ramps up in attack.
That's a great call. It's always interesting to try to calculate when you want to do your switches with all these buffs and debuffs flying around, but Jackaluka is going to just let this first Rage Fist come through. Doesn't do a ton of damage, but the second will probably knock out. But actually a nice pause there. You said that he was a GBL former #1 player, and those are the kinds of mechanics that you can improve on when you play the Go Battle League.
Okay, Jump Left still hanging around, and Protect Shield still on the field. I think if you want to shield this, you will be able to reach that final aerial ace. Now, keep in mind, CC, double attack stage debuff. If he tries to go for a catch here, he's going to lose those boosts. But I think all he has to do is, oh yeah, no Jackaluka with the patience and is able to land this aerial ace. So this is going to be against a Shadow Primate. I feel like this knocks out. It does.
It does knock out, and the Talonflame is going to come in now. And I think 2 Fairy Winds wasn't quite enough to take it out, but Jackaluka now going to reveal the 3rd Pokemon, and just 1 Thunderfang is enough to even up the series and take this game #2.
Yeah, absolutely. So despite the Talonflame into Jump Left lead, what a turnaround that we saw there for Jackaluka. And we talked about Pokemon's ability to core break teams. Morpeko is one of those core breakers we see from time to time. Golisopod, I think, is another very interesting Pokemon that can absolutely have core break potential as well.
You mentioned earlier that we don't see a lot of bug-type Pokemon floating around, and I can kind of see why the coverage on Golisopod is seen as so valuable. You have 3 different typings there between the fast and charge attacks, and you know, X-Scissor, we just saw it land on the Superior, we saw the Aqua Jet land on the Talonflame, so really versatile coverage there.
I'm looking and I'm thinking that Talonflame still does look very strong into Jackaluka's team. But if you no shield that Aqua Jet, maybe that could have been a different game. You shield that Aqua Jet, and yes, you are getting a little bit outpaced, but the longer the matchup goes, the better it is for the Talonflame because those Incinerates just stack and stack and stack up, and you're also getting to your flies in 2 Incinerates rather than the initial 3.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting to see CC maintain the Talonflame on the team because it's pretty safe into the entire team of 6 that Jackaluka has. And as for Jackaluka, I definitely expect to see him staying with the Golisopod. We saw it, being a really effective safe swap there. And really the only answer that CC has for a Golisopod safe swap is I think if you lead Drapion, then you're a little bit ahead on energy.
Well, for CC, I think that Azumarill is going to be a really nice answer to it as well. Yes, you are going to be resisting the bubbles as the Golisopod, but at least you have the ability to hit back with that play rough for neutral damage. Meanwhile, you're going to be resisting all the charge attacks from that Golisopod, both in the Aqua Jet as well as the X-Scissor. Now that said, I think those are long enough matchups that it gives trainers the ability to have a lot of creativity and flexibility, swap in and out, dance in and out of matchups.
Exactly, but we haven't seen the Azumarill quite yet from CC, so maybe a little bit afraid of the Thunderfang Steelix that we just saw Jackaluka bring. But actually, now that you bring it up, Azumarill has pretty neutral matchups across the board, so actually wouldn't be surprised to see the Azumarill come into play here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in game #1 2 strong answers to that Jump Left, which could be a check to that Azumarill, but even the Jump Left needs to watch out for the Ice Beam from Azumarill as well with its double weakness to Ice. So I'm very interested to see what CC ends up bringing here. I think there is a lot of creativity that he can bring, and even one interesting Pokemon is going to be that Diggersby. If he's anticipating the Steelix perhaps, that would be a huge call, but of course it does well into the Drapion and even double resists the Shadow Claws from that Golisopod. So while that's still a tough matchup because you can't throw your Scorching Sands and you're singularly reliant basically on those fire punches, I mean, it is something that still has some potential.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Steelix on Jackaluka's side for this matchup because I see the Primeape, I see the super effective Incinerates, I see the Diggersby. You don't have a great matchup into Superior either, so I'm not really sure what it's targeting.
If I'm CC, I'm bringing that Shadow Primeape again here in game number 3. Let's find out, though. Here we go. This is a decisive game number 3. And hey, we got the Diggersby on the field for CC, and it gets lined up versus the Drapion. Quick swap out into the Golisopod. That's going to bring in now the Shadow Primeape. Again, Shadow Primeape does pace quite a bit faster to these Rage Fists, but Draco Loco up energy is able to get off this first Aqua Jet.
Up just a little bit of energy, but you do eventually get outpaced by the Rage Fist. But the difference is that Aqua Jet is probably pretty much going to knock out the Primeape, whereas Golisopod, if it really wants to, yes, it is going to take this very first Rage Fist.
Yeah, you're basically behind a full charge attack in that sense, right? Because one Aqua Jet, just like you said, one hit knockout, whereas you can just simply tank that. I do think that after this second attack buff, however, though, there may be an opportunity to Karate Chop down. This is going to be interesting now that your 2-stage attack increased.
And if we look at those backlines, I feel like switch advantage is going to be key here, because if Draco Loco has to go back to the alignment that he started with, he's going to not only have Drapion on Diggersby, but also Jumpluff on Talonflame. So this matchup right here actually could decide the entire battle.
Okay, well, this is interesting. I would have liked to have seen one Karate Chop, then the Rage Fist for a charge attack priority potential, but instead Draco Loco just shields, will be able to not Shadow Claw down, just goes and throws this Aqua Jet, knowing that both Protect Shields have been removed. He'll be able to maintain the alignment that he likes.
All right, well, unless Draco Loco swaps out here, it's looking like a pretty good game for him. But actually, wait, there's no shields on his side, and now there's a Talonflame up and Incinerate.
Yeah, you know, this Diggersby isn't really out of things just yet. I mean, it has play pretty much everywhere. It does not want to see that jump up, but is at least still able to hit for super effective damage. Now, will CC be able to land the Brave Bird? I mean, that's going to be the question here. And if you land the Brave Bird, does that mean that you're in range now where an Aerial Ace will knock out? I don't know.
All right, well, I think we're going to see exactly how much this Brave Bird does and whether he chooses to switch out right away, because now, Draco Loco actually brings in the aerial, well, he has to bring in the Jumpluff, and now CC actually just banks the fly, it looks like, and switches out into Diggersby. I think it's looking very good for CC because that Talonflame is going to win charge attack priority at the end of the game.
So I think if you throw the fly there, that it doesn't knock out, right? And then there maybe is potential that that Jumpluff can knock out the Diggersby. It's still going to be tough, but I like this. You now bring in the Diggersby as CC. You get it, this Jumpluff in range where one fly will knock out with a Fire Punch. So things are definitely looking the way of CC right now with all that energy still remaining on the Talonflame.
Yeah, I completely agree. Unless he is unable to tap that fly for whatever reason at the end of the game, I think it's looking pretty good for Draco Loco. Fire Punch actually coming through. I don't think this knocks out the Jumpluff, but it puts it pretty low. And I mean, you have some energy here on the Jumpluff, but Draco Loco knows he needs energy to take out the Talonflame, just lets it go down, and CC actually takes the victory there.
Yeah, congratulations to CC. We were definitely talking up Draco Loco's game early on, and he did have that, I think, initial victory there. But yeah, no, CC able to have a very, very strong showing there. Someone a little bit of an unknown or a dark horse candidate. We were saying how maybe Draco Loco was the dark horse candidate, but he's going to have to try and make a run through the loser side of the bracket. He's going to want to find his way to day 2.
Really great play with the Talonflame throughout this series as well. Maybe didn't prioritize it quite enough in the game 2 that he lost, but for game 1 and game 3, we saw just how much damage that Talonflame was doing.
No, you're right, Soap. I think that realistically, all 3 of those games were kind of leaning on the side of CC. Game number 2 maybe made one shielding decision that, you know, maybe end up hurting him a little bit, but still able to take a relatively clean series there.
Yeah, looking at the game 3 at first, I thought it was just going to come down to switch advantage, but then you realize that Talonflame, you know, even if you're lined up against the Drapion with that super effective Aqua Tail, if shields are down and you're up in Incinerate, yeah, you're going to be able to get to a Brave Bird that pretty much knocks out any relatively glassy Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, that is the strength of Talonflame, exactly. It's when you're in a position where shields are down and you can land that Brave Bird, you want something else to probably take those shields out. Talonflame can do it itself, of course, especially when you're threatening Brave Bird energy, but when you get an energy advantage and shields are down, there's so few things that can well tank a same type attack bonus Brave Bird.
Well, let's take a look back at that game 3 and the series overall and see how CC won that series with the Talonflame. This is where I thought things were going to be critical, right? The switch advantage with the Golisopod versus Primeape, and the Golisopod was really a key Pokemon for Draco Loco here, but, you know, did have to go down 2 shields to use that, and then just left himself so vulnerable to this Brave Bird right here.
You know, there wasn't a great answer to that Golisopod anywhere on the team for CC in that game number 3. Realistically, all 3 of those Pokemon can have losing matchups versus that Golisopod, but I think that Primeape was able to get those shields out of the way. It was just so threatening early on, and with its superior pacing, it was able to do a lot of damage, take a lot of shields and really set up the rest of the team, specifically that Talonflame to sweep.
Yeah, I think CC kind of really understood the bigger picture of the game, right? Like, you know, when I see a Primeape swap into a Gliscopod behind Energy, I'm like, oh, well, this is a disaster. But, I mean, all the Primeape had to do was take the shields, and then it was actually smooth sailing for CC. But let's actually hear from CC himself. I think we have an interview with Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Soph. I am here with Cece. Cece, I believe this is only your second regional tournament. I believe you came to Vancouver last year as well. Can you just tell the crowd a little bit about who you are and where you're from?
So I'm a local here in Vancouver. I've been PvPing since the beginning, but like ever since they had a competitive scene, I just had to jump on it. So.
That's awesome, and you're doing really well today. How did it feel going up against Jacko Loco? He's a really accomplished battler, a regional champion who has had a lot of top cuts. How did it feel going toe-to-toe against him on the field of battle?
To be honest, win or lose, I just wanted to get the experience because going against someone that's formidable as him was like is a win or winner. It's a win-win. It's a win-win in its own right.
Yeah, it's really great getting that experience, and you came out on top. Really, thanks to your Talonflame, I thought was a really proficient Pokemon for you in that battle. Can you tell us more about that choice? Why Talonflame for this kind of in-between meta that we're in right now?
I'll have to thank Scrims for that because I was getting wrecked when I was using any other flyer, and I felt like I just had to have one flyer on my team to like tie it all together, and Talonflame was the pick.
Awesome, and it worked out really well for you. Do you have any shout outs you want to give out into the crowd or for anyone at home?
Yeah, shout outs to Whisper and FreakyBot for all the scrims last night, and yeah.
Awesome, it looks like those scrims paid off, and we are excited to see you continuing to battle today. Jim and Soph, back to you.
Thanks so much, Cece. I love that mindset of, you know, knowing you're up against a formidable player, but kind of just saying, you know, I'm just going to do what's in my own control, and win or lose, I'll be happy with that. So, you know, great to see you on the stage, and great to see you advancing so far in this tournament.
Absolutely, and you know, I talk with a lot of trainers about what their team building strategies are, and you know, a trainer that I very, very regularly talk about is S. James P21, and what he always says is you have to have a mud slap resist on your team somewhere, and normally that's going to be a flyer in a lot of cases, maybe a grass as well, sometimes a jump bluff, which is both, but they're really, with how strong Mud Slap is in this meta and previous metas, I think having a flying Pokemon is always going to be strong, and for CC, Talonflame seemed to be that answer.
Yeah, you know, it's for Coco Community Day, another Incinerate user, one of not many Incinerate users available in the game right now. But, you know, Skeledirge, you know, maybe not the dominant fire type as we just saw Talonflame doing so well, but Skeledirge is, you know, still another option. Unfortunately, doesn't resist Mud Slap, though.
It's not. But what we do have to look forward to, you mentioned the Community Day. I believe it just started here in Vancouver. And what's exciting not only is access to Blast Burn, but also Torch Song being added to the move pool as well, which gives another a different element to actually having a fire-type charge attack within its tool set for Skeledirge that may change the way that it's perceived in the meta.
All right, well, the meta is changing, so we're still excited to see how things are shaping up, but I think our next two battlers are ready on the stage, and we have yet another lucky trade, I believe. We've had so many of those today. If you were around earlier, you might have seen Dial-Up get a Shundo from the lucky trade, so that was really exciting. But this next matchup, we have Katie46 and Final Boss AJ doing their lucky trade before they do their battle, so of course, two very good friends right here. We're actually jumping down to the losers bracket really quickly for this match right away. By the way.
Well, I'm excited to see the lucky trade, but what I'm also excited to see here is the 5 Shadow team on the side of Final Boss AJ. She's known for her utilization of Ice-type Pokemon, and we've got the trusty companion in the Dugong there, but look at what is surrounding that Dugong there, the Shadow Manectric. Oh my. All right, here we go. Shiny Kyurem, Shiny Kyurem. So prediction, will there be a Shundo, yes or no?
Probability-wise, just no, but remember, we're looking out for that 2042 CP. If you see that come up before the appraisal, that means we do have another Shundo on stream.
My very first Kyurem catch, the very first raid I ever did. I got that Hundo, not the Shundo. Will we see it here? The 2006. Whoa, they mirrored them. They didn't even get close to the Shundos, but they both got the exact same combat power there. So a little bit of a disappointment there, but you know, that's life sometimes in the lucky trade situations.
Well, the probability of getting a perfect IV Pokemon off a lucky trait is very, very low. So, you know, they'll try again next time. They're already at best friends, and who knows, maybe they'll even want to use a lucky trinket.
All right, well, so close your eyes here. I want you to imagine that it's 2023 here, okay? Now open your eyes. Take a look at Katie's team. We have the Carbink Lantern Superior Metachamp team here. This is not something that we see every day.
I know. I was just thinking, actually, you know, we're going into a new meta, but it feels like we've taken a couple steps back into 2023 or, you know, several seasons ago. So Metachamp actually got a buff recently. It now has a much more efficient version of Dynamic Punch on it.
Yep.
Dynamic Punch is now 45 energy, 90 damage. That's the same as Side Strike or Avalanche. It gets to that very quickly with Psycho Cut. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to seeing Metachamp being used here. I think we saw a battle earlier where a trainer had Metachamp, but I didn't get to quite see it on the battlefield.
Well, when you look at just fighters in the meta, it's really, there's been a consolidation of available fighters. We used to see, you know, Machamp, we used to see Metachamp, we would see Surfetch in some cases, just a lot of different fighting types. Realistically now, it's basically just Primeape and Annihilate. So to see Metachamp back, it is interesting. It is the one Pokemon of those three that's relatively bulky, and rather than running close combat, which has that debuffing element to it, it's running Dynamic Punch, which you said is a very efficient move, and with the pacing of Psycho Cut, yeah, it could have a lot of effectiveness into Pokemon like this Drapion, or potentially that Dugong as well.
You do have to watch out for the Sableye, and I feel like that is a tale as old as time, the Go Battle League. We used to have Metachamp pretty much everywhere, but when you got it locked onto a Sableye, it felt like a GG. So, you know, Katie is up against a Shadow Sableye on AJ's side, so we'll have to see if she's able to keep her Metachamp in the right place.
All right, well, I have seen Final Boss AJ on her stream using this Shadow Manectric. It's going to be running Thunder Fang with Psychic Fangs and then Wild Charge. I don't know how effective these Thunder Fangs are going to be into that Superior and Clodsire duo. Maybe if you get it aligned versus the Mandibuzz. Here we go, though. We're moving into game number one. Katie46 versus Final Boss AJ. It's going to be the Metachamp into the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
All right, and this Metachamp does actually have Ice Punch. So that's going to be some very fast, super effective damage. And I actually just think I saw a Mud Slap come through. Very interesting. But Ice Punch coming through here. Not the most powerful charge attack, but AJ is going to shield it up.
Yeah, no, timing could have been a bit more optimal there, but you do pull away that Protect Shield, which is very impactful. You do absolutely hang on versus this Bone Club as well. And with the pacing of these Psycho Cuts, very close to getting to this next Ice Punch as well, and able to throw in good timing this time.
Yeah, another super effective Ice Punch coming through, and AJ doesn't want to go down 2 shields quite yet, so she is going to just let it go here. And you see that Ice Punch does just about half of what was left there, so the next one definitely would take out. And if Katie wants to get off another Ice Punch, which it looks like she does, she is going to put up a Protect Shield. The question is, are you going to be able to get it off before the next Bone Club?
I think she's one away from this next Ice Punch. Yes, and actually a nice catch there. Final Boss AJ able to actually get through the Poison Sting as well, so great catch opportunity there. This is not going to be the Dynamic Punch, non-same type attack bonus Ice Punch. Will we see a quick swap out? Yes, this is going to be the Mandibuzz. It looks like it is not taking advantage of that recently buffed Foul Play, instead running Snarl and Dark Pulse.
Dark Pulse is a little bit more expensive, but it's also a little bit more efficient. I think in this matchup, though, Katie is probably just going to go for 2 Aerial Aces to take out this Drapion.
I'd be surprised if we saw a Dark Pulse there. So, all right, Katie opting to, no, she does not actually get off that Aerial Ace there. I think almost at 100 energy, if not already at 100 energy. Final Boss AJ able to unleash this Aqua Tail. Katie probably just wants to throw this Aerial Ace right away. No, and actually allows Final Boss AJ to get another Aqua Tail through.
And at this point, you're over 100 energy. I think she's done maybe 1 or 2 Snarls past that 100 cap, so maybe just wants to throw the Aerial Ace right away. There it is, and Aerial Ace is going to come through onto this Drapion. I expect to see Final Boss AJ actually just maybe stay in and tank this, because her other Pokemon don't have a very fast way to take out the Mandibuzz.
Katie gets to this next Aerial Ace, and she's 1 Snarl away from the next Aerial Ace after that. Final Boss AJ opts to let the Drapion go down. I think at this range, you're going to be bringing in your Jump Bluff. I don't know how much energy that Shadow Kanto Marowak has, but an Aerial Ace is already stored. Instead, opts to go for the Dark Pulse here, so.
Yeah, Aerial Ace would have been super effective there, but maybe thinking that she can only get to 1 move, so going to go for the one that costs just a little bit more energy. Katie's actually going to stay in. It looks like she's going to let herself get Fairy Winded down, not quite able to make that last Aerial Ace. And you do still have just a great Clodsire here to counter the Jump Bluff, but the problem is that AJ preserved that Shadow Marowak.
Yeah, you love to use, or to just receive all this energy here on your Clodsire, right? There may be even an opportunity where this Metachamp is able to reach another charge attack if it's able to get maybe a line versus that Marowak. But no, in comes goes the Marowak, a quick swap out. No, just not enough energy remaining there for Katie. Really needed to try to go for a catch there, but at this stage of the game, I think that Final Boss AJ has a significant enough energy advantage that the Shadow Kanto Marowak may be able to take out this Clodsire.
Yeah, Bone Club coming through, but it's actually shielded by Katie. She has a lot of energy on this Clodsire and is going to go for a Stone Edge, but AJ is going to shield up this very low health Marowak. The Poison Stings aren't doing anything at all. Just needs to get off a few more Mud Slaps and actually maybe just one more to the Bone Club.
All right, well, this was just one of the most impactful move updates in the history of the game was Bone Club and Mud Slap for Shadow Kanto Marowak, a Pokemon that had relative obscurity prior to that is now a meta monster, and you can see if it gets a line versus a poison type, that is going to be a good game. In fact, game number 1 does go to Final Boss AJ, currently 1-0 versus KD46.
Yeah, maybe a couple of places where Katie could have thrown her charge attack with a little bit more optimal timing, maybe a couple of fast attacks or lost here and there, a little bit of energy lost, but you know, have to give kudos to AJ for realizing that she needed to preserve the Marowak and make that catch very early on as well.
I think that for Katie, that Mandibuzz was so strong into the entire team for Final Boss AJ. Shadow Kanto Marowak, relatively positive matchup there. Also into the Drapion, positive matchup. Into the Shadow Jumpluff, maybe not at low HP, but if you're able to land several of those aerial aces, those are super effective. Maybe what we see here is AJ recognizing that, hey, my Shadow Manectric does quite nice into that Mandibuzz, time to unleash it.
I think, though, because Final Boss AJ is already up 1-0 here, I don't know if you need to take the risk of bringing the Shadow Manectric, but no, AJ is a very charismatic player, so you never know what you can expect from her.
Look, I think I know AJ relatively well, and if I know her, she's going to want to unleash that Shadow Manectric. It's a Pokemon that I believe she was initially using for an auto-wreck challenge one time that she won a game with and then said, hey, this is actually fun. I didn't know this Pokemon is so good. I think more people are familiar with Luxray, for instance, which has had like a community day, and it has a similar moveset, right, with that Psychic Fangs Wild Charge, but the Manectric is even more attack weighted. It's an even more ramped up version of that Luxray, and I know that she wants to get it on stage here.
Well, if you're thinking about Thunder Fang, Psychic Fangs users, I think the Steelix is the more obvious Pokemon that comes to mind, but like we said, AJ loves being unique, loves bringing those special Pokemon, and let's see if she brings the Manectric to the stage.
We're moving into game number 2 here. Again, this is losers round 3. This is winner go home. Yes, Mandibuzz for Katie, a positive matchup into this Drapion versus AJ.
Now, this is a positive matchup for Katie, and the backlines actually look decent for her as well. The Superior looks incredibly strong once this Drapion is out of the picture. Oh, but AJ actually a quick swap into Manectric, and I don't know if Katie was expecting this, but does throw off the Dark Pulse. I'm really curious to see how much damage this does.
I don't even mind this, right? This is going to be significant damage. It's going to put it in range now where you can just simply fast attack down with anything. Yes, will AJ get to one charge attack? Yes, absolutely. You're going to get the Psychic Fangs off into what is this Carbink? I would have liked to have seen the reach for the Wild Charge, though. That would have been really fun to see if we could have had an unshielded Shadow Manectric Wild Charge.
Not quite enough health there, maybe, to get to the Wild Charge, but now AJ recognizing that this Carbink is locked in, brings in the Marowak right away to start mud slapping down, and Katie is actually able to get to a Moonblast here, which could be huge. Able to pull his shields there. All
right, we've been seeing debuffs. Will we see another one? This is a lower percent chance. No, not this time. Like you said, AJ recognizing a full fast attack down. This Shadow Kanto Marowak has so much energy, ready to unleash Rock Slide after Rock Slide. And realistically, you're only going to be throwing Rock Slide for the remainder of this game now. Well, maybe not.
All right, well, here's a Bone Club bait on the Superior. And I think if you're Katie, you've got to be feeling pretty good about the chances your Mandibuzz is going to have against the rest of the team. She even no-shields this Bone Club. And AJ, at this point, actually is going for the Rock Slide, maybe realizing that Katie is going to just prioritize the Mandibuzz.
Well, at this stage, Katie knows the full roster for AJ. I mean, they both know each other's teams now, so you know that your Mandibuzz is going to be your MVP. Keep in mind all of the energy on this Drapion. A great catch by Katie, opting to preserve that Superior, knowing that it will have a lot of play into that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. I believe Katie still has 2 Protect Shields to AJ's 1.
They both do have 2 Protect Shields, which actually could help out. Sorry, AJ only has 1 Protect Shield left, so I feel like Katie's in a pretty good position here. You just need to land, looks like maybe 3 aerial aces to take out this Drapion.
Yeah, no, this is going to be quick pacing for AJ. You get to these Aqua Tails in 4 Poison Stings, so while these are not going to be doing a lot individually, over time and how fast these add up, it does put a lot of pressure onto this Mandibuzz.
Yeah, actually, if you're able to maybe, I don't know, come out of this matchup with some energy to throw out the Superior, maybe get off another rock slide, maybe there's a chance for Final Boss AJ here?
Well, if you look at what the formula to knock out that Superior is, 2 rock slides don't actually knock out. So that first Bone Club that was thrown, if you're able to get 2 rock slides and that Bone Club, that could be enough to knock out. So this game is not over at this point.
All right, Aqua Tail coming through here. Let's see if Katie puts up her final Protect Shield to try and get off this air release. Looks like she does, which maybe gives an opening for AJ to come in with a Marowak, try to get off this rock slide before Katie can react. Oh, but she actually gets out just in time, and now catches the Bone Club on Superior.
Well, I think Katie felt like, oh no, I think I just caught a rock slide here, and that's probably gonna knock out, but let's see if, okay, yeah, no, actually, able to get to the move, has the Frenzy Plant ready to go. Still a Protect Shield though for Final Boss AJ. Will she be able to maybe Mud Slap down the Superior?
I think that's a possibility. I mean, the Mandibuzz does have some energy, and wow, actually is able to Mud Slap down, has a lot of energy on the Marowak, and I think AJ all of a sudden able to make a fantastic comeback here to take the series.
Yeah, no, that's a shocker there for sure. All the alignments seem to be on the side of Katie, especially with how strong that Mandibuzz was looking. But yet again, at the end of a matchup, both of these trainers have a charge attack stored and ready to go. It's all about timing for when you're throwing those charge attacks. And that's a great scene right there. 2 friends, AJ and Katie, hugging it out on stage. AJ able to take a clean 2-0 victory. Katie, one of our notable trainers coming all the way from Alaska here. For her, this is actually her closest regional.
I think that's right. We saw her at another regional, but yeah, coming from Alaska, I think this Canadian regional in the upper left corner of the of North America is probably going to be the closest that she can get. So great to see her here. Great to see her make it on stage. And I know AJ is feeling very good about getting to showcase the Manectric as well.
Yeah, it's great. Actually, both content creators that we see on Twitch as well. So yeah, it'll be very cool seeing some of their reactions on streams to facing each other. Either way, we did get to see the Shadow Manectric, and it did get a win as well. Let's take a look back at that game number 2. Look, I don't think this was the Shadow Manectric game. I think it was some great navigation by AJ of especially that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but never discount the ability of the Shadow Drapion. It is just so spammy and has so much flexibility that in the hands of the right trainer, it can do a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with how much utility AJ was able to get out of this Shadow Marowak. She actually threw 2 Bone Clubs that went unshielded on Superior and still won the game. So yeah, it really just had so much energy that it didn't matter if 70 of it was resisted.
That's right. And Bone Club is just an efficient move in general. And with the pacing and just energy generation of Mud Slap, I mean, even in situations where you're throwing resisted Bone Clubs, I mean, sometimes that can be a very solid play. Like when you're in situations against a Pokemon that resists both ground and rock, I mean, you'd be surprised how much those Shadow Bone Clubs, how quickly they add up, even in resisted situations.
You mentioned earlier that it's nice to have, you know, a Mud Slap resist on your team, but I think sometimes a single resistance doesn't quite feel like enough, and that's why you want to go for those flyers that maybe actually double resist the ground type Mud Slap damage, right? So Talonflame actually only single resists Mud Slap, so, you know, not the best Marowak counter out there.
Well, it's interesting, when we talk about Mud Slappers in general, we normally think about Shadow Kanto Marowak as the premier Mud Slapper. Then maybe a close second would be Gastrodon. We've seen tons of success. I don't know if we've seen a regional winner with Gastrodon. I'd have to go back into the history and take a look there. But a Pokemon that also has access to Mud Slap that recently got buffed via Rock Tomb buff, it's going to be Claydol. Now, in my opinion, so feel free to disagree here, what Claydol makes, what it has going for it with the ability to debuff your opponent with Rock Tomb, I think its typing is just so threatened that I don't know that it's ever really going to find a firm spot in the meta.
I thought you were talking about what Claydol has going for it, but then it sounded like you made a negative comment.
It's the opposite. No, we're hating on Claydol here, so.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's a ground psychic Pokemon, and the psychic typing kind of just feels like a defensive liability sometimes, right? You don't do super effective damage to that many things in the meta. Yes, you theoretically do to poison types, but the premier poison type is actually Drapion. And then you're taking super effective from all these darks and ghosts that just got buffed. So I feel like I have to agree with you that I'm not confident in Claydol's place as a Mud Slapper quite yet.
Absolutely. All right, well, we can yap here all day, but let's go ahead and go back to the stage. We actually have an interview ready with Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Jim. I am here with Final Boss AJ. Now, AJ, you have battled Katie before on the championship series, like on the stage. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So yeah, my first tournament here in Vancouver in 2023, I actually matched up with Katie, and like we didn't know each other then. So, you know, it was 2 girls going at it. And she got the come from behind victory on me then. Like, I was a rook back then. So to come on here, and like we become such good friends since then. So for both of us to come on here, go on a stage, to do what we know how to do, and to remain undefeated on stream, I am very happy with how that turned out.
That's awesome. You get to kind of even up the score there. I want to definitely turn and highlight your team. Now, Wholesome mentioned during your battles that Shadow Manectric, I think you were using it during Go Battle League, and you really found it fun, and that's why you brought it here today. Can you tell me a little bit more?
Yeah, I hit Legend with it at the end of last season, and there were so many like double water teams or like water flyer teams that were disrespecting Electric, so I just looked at my team and like, what do I have that can really take advantage of this? And I used Shadow Manectric like 2 years ago before the Thunderfang buff. So I just put it on with my Marowak and just like, let's see how many people I can hit with this thing, and turns out it's a lot. And Shadow Manectric go Burr, Coyote's just running over certain Pokemon. So sad it didn't perform as well on the stage as I'd liked. I needed it on that Mandy, but happy to give her a little bit of shine for a Pokemon that is buried in the rankings. So, you know, just fun. It's fun. I'm here to have fun.
So if Shadow Manectric hasn't been your MVP today, which Pokemon has been?
Definitely Marowak. I was lucky I had Shadow Marowak from the word go once it got that Bone Club buff and that Mud Slap buff, so I have a lot of battles in with that girl, and she has just been so rock solid. Like, for a ground type, she rocks solid, just able to do whatever I need her to do, and like took out a Serperior, took out a Mandy. She's just so good, such a good Pokemon to have on the roster.
Yeah, it's definitely doing great for a lot of trainers today. Last but not least, can you tell me a little bit, how does it feel to get a win on stage in your home country of Canada, and any shout outs that you want to give here today?
Hey, Canada is the best nation in the world. Don't let anyone else fool ya. Shout out to my faction, Backstage Battlers. They are American, but I don't hold that against them. Shout out to my regular crew that appears on stream with me, Dunebug97, A7XXDRB, who couldn't be here today, Mystic Sparkle 24, Acoin, the entire collective crew on there. Shout out to people like Axon, who have been so kind and like giving me expertise and like helping me improve my game. And just this community is awesome.
Yes, it is. And for the community, we actually have a very special treat that we're going to head on over to the stage to show you. Thank you so much, AJ, for taking a moment with me. Let's go ahead and head to the stage for a special treat.
AJ talked a lot about her friends in the community, including Katie, who she just battled and did a lucky trade with. But here we actually have yet another pair of trainers facing off against each other on stage who are lucky friends. This is Rise to Occasion with his good friend, Kem Coop.
All right, let's see what we're getting lined up here. Is this going to be the Zamazenta mirror? Do we have a shiny mirror as well? Yes, indeed. All right, well, we're going from Oregon all the way to Texas with this one here. Rise to Occasion. He has had a lot of success this season. Same with Kem Coop. Let's see if they can channel that success into a lucky trade as well. Don't forget, Dialap Churn already had a Shundo on stage here. Will we see another one? I don't know what combat power we're looking for. It doesn't look like either trainer's too excited right here. Seeing disappointment manifest, and yes, indeed, one of the lowest possible stat combinations that we could have seen there. Unfortunate for both of these trainers, but, you know, we keep trying.
A lot of disappointment on stage for everyone except for Dialab with those lucky trades, but, you know, getting a very high IV that you're satisfied with from a lucky trade, very low probability, so really you just got to keep your head up and keep trying.
All right, well, Kem Coop and Rise, I think both at San Antonio, so they've had a lot of consistent battles throughout this 2025 Championship Series season. We're going to take a look at these teams here real quick, and we have not seen a ton of action from these Shadow Sableye, but it was in our caster picks as a Pokemon that we expected to have a lot of success here. In fact, don't forget, Shadow Sableye was on the roster for Lyle Jeffs back in 2024 when he won the Vancouver Regional. So it's a Pokemon that's had success before, and now with a slightly buffed foul play, a bit quicker pacing, which is what Shadow Sableye needs, could be very impactful.
Looks very safe into Rise's team. Maybe not the best matchups against the Shadow Drapion and Shadow Jumpluff, but what I really want to call out here is this is actually giving me a little bit of vibes from the Jocko Loco CC matchup just a little bit ago. We have the Galissapod on Rise's side, which looks very safe, but then we've also got the Talonflame on Kem Coop's side, which looks very safe. So I'd be really interested to see whether these two trainers also choose to kind of bring those key Pokemon every battle.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through here and really identify where there may be some core-breaking opportunity. Rise was so keen on getting this Golisopod. I think that he probably traded with 4 or 5 different people yesterday, trying to find a specific Golisopod that has some win conditions and unique matchups, and trying to identify is there's really any reason that you want to bring the Golisopod here. It just seems to have a lot of struggles. Yes, maybe it'll have some good play into the Fire-type Talonflame, but Toxapex, don't really want that one. Azumarill, don't really want that one. Diggersby, it's got some play, but I don't know. I just don't see the play for Golisopod, at least in this matchup.
Well, maybe Rise knows something that we don't, because like you said, he was hunting down those Wimpod in the arena yesterday. I heard he even got 16 or so Wimpod from the co-caster to my right over here, so maybe this is one that you gave him.
He has confirmed that this is not the one that I traded him. Yeah, so there was no collusion here whatsoever. So, but he did find one that he would not reveal the unique stats on, so. Let's, okay, well look, I am wrong here. We are bringing this Golisopod in game number 1, double resisted Shadow Claws, but with the pacing for these Aqua Jets, you're gonna be doing some significant damage. Meanwhile, Chemcoop will be firing off this Fire Punch into the Golisopod. Probably 2 of these along with the Quick Attack should be, well, to take it back, not enough to knock out. We don't know of the Golisopod is a very tanky Pokemon, but yeah, I guess up against the Diggersby, looks like it's gonna be winning the Zero Shield scenario here.
Super effective Aqua Jet coming through, and it does just enough that I think 2 Aqua Jets is going to take it out, unlike these 2 Fire Punches, where the second isn't going to be enough to take out the Golisopod.
Yeah, hitting for neutral damage, but again, with no same type attack bonus, just not enough to be impactful with 2 shot there. All right, well, Rise is going to have the luxury now to overfarm a little bit. Will we see a catch? Yes, indeed, that's exactly what we're seeing. This is going to be a catch on the Shadow Sableye, not really known for its bulk, and it's taking 20% additional damage due to its Shadow variance as well. Look how much damage that Aqua Jet does. Oh my, and there's another one ready to go.
Wow, Rise had so much energy here, and now Chemcoop thrown his Sableye onto the battlefield, but it's already at 40% health and down a shield, and Rise has a couple options for how he wants to finish off the Sableye. Looks like he's gonna go for a Mud Slap down, maybe use a shield.
Yeah, this is a little surprising to me. I mean, you don't want to be bringing in Poison Sting user to try and farm down. That's certainly not going to work. But now you're going to be likely having your Shadow Drapion realigned versus that Diggersby, which is a bit curious as well. So
he does have 2 shields up though, so the Shadow Drapion can hang with Diggersby with shields up. I think at this point, the Diggersby looks like it would need 2 Aqua Tails to be knocked out. Maybe some fast attack damage from the Gastrodon could help, but looks like we've got Talonflame on the field now against Rise's Shadow Drapion, but this time the Shadow Drapion has some shields on it.
Yeah, just like you're saying, Shadow Drapion operates great with shields, and with access to Aqua Tail, it's actually able to hit super effective versus both of these Pokemon. Now, the one thing that I think is going to be challenging, Soph, is that Aqua Tail does not one-shot either of these Pokemon at this range. It doesn't one-hit knock out this Talonflame. You can actually no-shield this, and I think that the Diggersby might be out of range as well. After these Poison Stings add up, though, you are approaching, okay, this is going to be so close. Does this Aqua Tail knock out? I don't know.
I really do not think it knocks out, but it looks like that might have been charge attack priority, which if that's the case, Rise is probably going to be happy to let this Drapion go. Maybe you can Mud Slap down with the Gastrodon, and that's how you kind of finish off this Diggersby. The Aqua Tail wasn't enough, but just a couple of fast attacks, that actually gives you some, oh, wait, sorry, that was just a Fire Punch. It doesn't even knock out, but Rise still able to switch out and finish it off with the Gastrodon anyways.
Okay, Rise has tons of energy here. The Talonflame is not at a charge attack. I think he can do 1 Mud Slap and throw. The Body Slam is not going to be enough to knock out. Maybe after some Mud Slaps, 2 Body Slams will be enough. Chemcoop does have the charge attack loaded now. Fly and Brave Bird both ready, but Rise has the Earth Power ready to go here. This is going to be single resisted, but with the same type attack bonus and efficiency of the Earth Power, it's going to be almost enough to knock out the Talonflame.
Just 1 Mud Slap, doesn't even need to take the Incinerate, and Rise is going to take the 1-0 victory in this series.
I've been wanting to see that Golisopod Diggersby matchup so often because I was just curious, hey, do you hang on versus 2 Fire Punches? I was thinking maybe not. I played a lot of that Golisopod, and you know what, I was a little bit let down, but that was before I got access to Aqua Jet, so maybe Golisopod is the sauce now. I don't know. We've seen some success for it, absolutely. It has very unique typing. The only other Pokemon that we see with that bug water typing that we might ever see in the meta is the Araquanid, which is almost the polar opposite, just kind of from a stat perspective, of the Golisopod. Araquanid being known for its bulk and tankiness, whereas Golisopod is one of the more attack-weighted Pokemon.
Yeah, the opposite, not only in the tankiness, but also in the pacing. I think Arachnid, a very bulky Pokemon, takes quite a while to get to his charge attacks, whereas Golisopod here, at least, is really going to be relying on the spamminess, the high energy generation Shadow Claw, combined with the very cheap Aqua Jet and X-Scissor.
You know, it's actually interesting. If you look at them, I believe it's, what, 20 turns to Araquanid's charge attack, whereas it's 10 for the Golisopod. And if we're looking at, you know, stat totals, I would imagine that it's probably twice as bulky as well. So that's a pretty interesting observation. Anyway, looking back at these replays here, yes, Chemcoop able to hang on versus that final resisted Earth Power, but one Mud Slap is all you need in that situation. So, like you said, sometimes it's not enough to single resist those Mud Slaps. You need to have a double or even triple resistance in some cases.
Exactly. If that was a Jump Bluff or a Mana Buzz, I don't think the Earth Power would have done anywhere near that much damage. But let's see how these trainers adapt to game number 2. I think the Gastrodon actually looks really, really good for Rise. Obviously, you need to watch out for the Talonflame, which is single resisting your ground type damage. So maybe pairing Gastrodon with some counters to the Talonflame is going to be how Rise tries to build his team.
Well, I have to expect both of these trainers to battle each other quite a bit. Let's not forget they are teammates as well in some of their grassroots formats that they play in. So you can certainly imagine that these trainers are scrimming together quite a bit and probably have a good bond and closeness as well. So we expect them to understand a lot of their tendencies and some of the little minutia that may make up these two trainers' battling strategies.
That's a good point. They are wearing very similar logos on their shirts. And, you know, all the scrims together are probably how they got to Lucky Friends in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, these trainers are locked in. This is winners round 3 in Group C. We have Rise bringing the Golisopod yet again. It's getting lined up versus the Azumarill. This is a matchup I've been wanting to see. You have your neutral Shadow Claws that you do have the advantage versus the bubbles coming from Azumarill that you resist. But meanwhile, you can only throw resisted charge attacks. Aqua Jet actually more efficient than the X-Scissor, if I'm not mistaken. If Rise is throwing here, it has to be more efficient.
Yeah, we all know that Rise has done his Golisopod research here. Let's see how much this Aqua Jet does. Looks like a very, very small amount of damage, maybe just about the same damage as those Shadow Claws alone did. Play Rough is coming through here from Chemcoop. You know, Golisopod not the tankiest, but you can probably hang on versus a neutral Play Rough from Azumarill. Looks like Rise is going to bank the energy, hope it's going to be more effective later. Now brings in the Drapion to start dealing these super effective poison stings.
All right, able to get a full sting through there and does shield up what could have been a Play Rough. It is simply just the Ice Beam from Chemcoop. There is a nice answer to this Drapion here. Yes, this is going to bring in the Diggersby on the side of Chemcoop, but it's behind an energy. Rise already at 2.5 Aqua Tails.
Yeah, you're behind energy, but you are up a shield, so I don't really expect, well, I expect Chemcoop to maybe invest 1 shield into this matchup. There's not really a rush to do it right away, but Chemcoop is almost at the Scorching Sands as well. I have to wonder if he's going to try to throw it right away to prevent Rise from getting off the next Aqua Tail.
Yeah, you need to throw right away, if I'm not mistaken, before this next Aqua Tail is reached by Rise. It will knock out for sure. Yeah, no, Rise actually has a decision to make here. Do you want to go down 2 Protect Shields? He says yes. Rise, to occasion, has 0 Protect Shields and actually got debuffed as well. I still think this Aqua Tail is enough to knock out though.
I think you're right, but Chemcoop does have 2 Protect Shields. You know, it does feel bad to use a shield on such a low health Pokemon like this, but you have a lot of energy. This could be your best chance to take out the Drapion. Oh, but he actually anticipates that Rise is going to throw the Aqua Tail right away and catches on his own Azumarill.
Yeah, no, I think that's a heads-up play, but also Rise, I think if you're recognizing that a shield is getting used and he knows that you have a second one stored, you may want to anticipate that swap. Either way, Rise builds up energy back to an Aqua Tail and now opts to bring in the Gastrodon. I think you can actually just farm all the way down here. You're going to have to eat a Play Rough. But oh, this is an interesting play now. If Chemcoop wants to get off this Play Rough, he's going to have to shield a Body Slam. This is a great play by Rise.
Yeah, really realizing that maybe Chem wasn't feeling quite sure about which charge attack he wanted to use, maybe trying to gauge whether he could get to 2 Ice Beams, but instead waited just a little bit too long, giving Rise the opportunity there to pull a shield.
Okay, well, Rise has a little bit of residual energy, and with this farm down, he is now, I believe, only 3 Mud Slaps away from getting to his Earth Power, meaning that he is 9 turns away, whereas if the Sableye comes in, it is 10 turns away from getting to its Foul Play. Chemcoop has to try and make a decision here. Does he go for a catch? Does he try and stay in and absorb this Earth Power? He goes for the catch and has the Scorching Sands ready to go, but no, instead he actually catches the Earth Power.
Oh my goodness, maybe you could have left just a little bit sooner, maybe hoping that Rise would just commit to the Earth Power and not react in time. But now Rise had so much energy banked from before. This is from the Golisopod versus Azumarill matchup, remember? So Rise is banking the Aqua Jet, and it's coming in very handy here against the Sableye.
Okay, I don't know if you kind of have to farm down if you're the Sableye. I think we actually saw charge attack priority there. But with all of that energy, yeah, Rise to occasion, able to get tons of value out of this Golisopod. I mean, Rise probably made 10 good plays in that matchup. He still has 3 Pokemon on the field. Wow, I am just blown away by the plays there. I mean, nothing really looked textbook there for Rise to Occasion, but every opportunity he had to make an impressive play, he was making them.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like anything really stood out as a particularly impressive play, but it was like a lot of good plays throughout the match, right? I love the way he saved energy for the Golisopod to bring in later. I love that he recognized that Chemcoop was, you know, just reaching a charge attack with the Azumarill, and Rise could kind of prevent that from happening by throwing the body slam with the Gastrodon. So I think really just being precise throughout the match put him ahead.
And don't forget, Rise went down 2 Protect Shields early on. He shielded that Scorching Sands from the Diggersby into a Shadow Drapion, but then he had 2 Aqua Tails ready to go. He gets the first Protect Shield on the Diggersby, and then Chemcoop does make that catch. But what I thought was so impressive was when the Gastrodon came back in and he threw on charge attack priority with that body slam. Let's look at the replays right now, though. We can take a look back at that game number 2 there. Yeah, we saw this catch here on the second Aqua Tail. Heads up play by Chemcoop. But don't forget, this Gastrodon comes in and charge attack priority ties, forcing the final Protect Shield with that Azumarill.
Exactly, and then here's the Sableye, and Chem kind of makes a catch, but you lose all of the energy that you had on your Diggersby as well. So, you know, not all catches are exactly what you want them to be, right? Sometimes you kind of want to actually snipe with your energy instead of absorbing the opponent's energy.
That was a key moment. Let's just break that down by the numbers. So we had 3 Mud Slaps, right? That was going to be 9 turns. We saw 4 Shadow Claws, that's 8 turns. The 1-turn switch, that's 9 versus 9. So what that means, when you bring in your Annihilate, it's going to have a charge attack priority versus the Gastrodon. If you are any other Pokemon that wins a charge attack priority versus that Gastrodon, that's a great play. However, when you lose that charge attack priority, it feels like a bad play because, like you said, you lose all of that energy.
Exactly. Thank you for the math lesson there. It really helped me understand the turns.
I learned from the best.
Well, congratulations once again to Rise, you know, advancing through the bracket. And, you know, we were like, oh, it's kind of surprising. It felt like that was such a dominant win. But remember that Rise was actually one of our trainers that we spotlighted at the top of the show. He's incredibly decorated, and for a good reason, right? He's just so precise. He knows exactly how he wants to play out each of these matchups. And, you know, he's even researching these brand new Pokemon ahead of time.
Absolutely. We talk about trainers that are one step ahead, that are really not just reacting and waiting for everyone else to figure it out and then trying to be a copycat or something like that, or duplicate someone else's success. They are those pioneers of those new metas, and this is a unique meta. We talked about Dunebug earlier on with this Shadow Fortress. I think if we're going to be talking about MVPs after day 1, the ones that are standing out to me right now, Shadow Fortress, maybe a Jellicent for Dunebug instead too. It's the only one we've seen, I think. But then you have to say the Golisopod that we're seeing from Rise, as well as a couple other trainers.
I think actually the Shadow Drapion were kind of underrating in that matchup there. It felt really, really safe. But let's hear from Rise. I think he had a lot of safe Pokemon in that matchup, and I think he has an interview with Nick.
All right, thank you, Sophia and Jim. I'm here with Rise. Congratulations on a very solid victory there. Going off of what Sophia was just saying, she's talking about which Pokemon on your team you felt was the safest. What was that Pokemon for you?
Well, Golisopod looked really safe as long as it avoided the Toxapex, and it seemed like the Toxapex was kind of hard for him to bring against my team with the threat of the Steelix and the Mud Slapper, so I thought Golisopod was definitely probably my safest pick there.
Absolutely, and speaking of Golisopod, of the Pokemon that have been changed, have been updated for this new season, that was the only one on your team that you actually included. Why did you go for that as opposed to maybe Aqua Jet Dugong?
I think Dugong just needs that ice ground cover, especially for the mirror match. If you drop Drill Run, the mirror is pretty brutal. And Icy Wind's just nice to have that debuff potential. So although Aqua Jet's a great move, I think on Dugong it makes more sense for the other two. For Golisopod, I have to shout out some of the LNDS crew over in Brazil. I was scrimming against some of them, and my team was kind of inspired by some of them, and I made some adjustments of my own with the double flying jump bluff. So I'll shout out to Brazil.
We've mentioned it a couple of times. You are still working for your way to try to get that first tournament victory here in Vancouver for this season. What about a intermediary meta? What kind of preparation did you do for something that was so short to try to get that victory here?
Normally, I like to prep, maybe scrim every few days for a few weeks, kind of ease into it, but this is kind of a unique situation, right, with this obscure one weekend meta. So it felt kind of like cramming for an exam at the last minute. Like I was back in college and doing a lot of scrims past few days, and yeah, just trying to get as many reps as possible the past couple of days.
bringing back some bad memories for me from having to study in college as well. Well, thank you so much for the insight, Rise. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We've got a short break coming up, but don't go anywhere. We've got some intense battles coming up right after.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am here at Canada Place today asking the tough questions. What do we think of the new Might and Mastery meta? I will be asking trainers today 2 questions. Who's the biggest winner? And what is your hottest take? Right now, we're starting with Jacko Loco, also known as Jacob. Jacob, which Pokemon was the biggest winner of the Might and Mastery update?
Biggest winner in my opinion is Lapras, by far. Like, Psywave is just such a good move, and the coverage that it provides just makes Lapras one of the most flexible Pokemon in meta.
Ooh, I think that's going to be a popular take, but let's find out, what is your hottest, spiciest take on the new meta?
My hottest take is about Spiritomb. I think Spiritomb is an insanely cracked Pokemon. Like, it beats Feraligatr, Clodsire, Malamar, Niloop, and it's got these super niche wins against, like, Air Slash Manabuzz or Diggersby, which is kind of crazy for Ghost type, in my opinion.
Spiritomb is definitely a hot take. Let's go ask some other trainers.
What Pokemon is the biggest winner? It's about time she's the biggest winner. It's Lapras. Lapras finally getting some recognition that she deserves. One of the original staple ace Pokemon, finally asserting her presence on the meta with Psywave and Sparkling Aria now. She can pace so well. She can put that fast move pressure on the fighters. A Lapras that beats fighters is a Lapras that I adore.
The biggest winner for this update is definitely Credilli. With the access to Rock Tomb now, it's a great debuffing charge move, and it has a solid place in this meta.
My hottest, spiciest take for this meta coming up. I think electric damage, we saw that rising a little bit in some of the regionals last year and at EUIC. I think it's going to continue to climb, and electric damage is going to be very important. I think Charjabug might be all right, but I think it's going to be usurped by Forretress as the bug type that wields electric. If you look at Lapras and some of the remaining Pokemon that are really good in this meta, like Wigglytuff, like Drapion, Fortress can fight all of them and resist a lot of their damage. So Fortress is going to sit there, just be a rock solid steel bug lump and just take that punishment and hit with those Volt Switches and that buffed Rock Tomb.
My hottest and spiciest take of this meta is, I really like it so far. I think it added a lot of flexibility and options to the meta, and well, it didn't nerf the previous meta by buffing things. It really added a lot of dimension and options for people to run, so I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, Dialab, which Pokemon is the biggest winner of the Might and Mastery meta update?
In my opinion, I think Lapras is probably the biggest winner. I think it does everything that Dugong does, but better. So.
A better Dugong. And now I'm going to ask, what is your hottest and spiciest take of the Might and Mastery meta update?
I don't know if it's a spicy take or a hot take, but I remember the day the update dropped, I looked at the rankings, and I almost spit on my water when I saw which Pokemon was at number 7, and it was actually Grumpig. So, and I don't think it will actually be that good. I think a lot of ghost types, like Spiritomb, Dusclops, Dusknoir got buffed. So I don't think it will actually be that good. So that's why I think.
Do you think it might be maybe a little better in like Go Battle League versus like the Championship Series meta?
Probably a little bit better, but I'll be honest, I don't even have one. I don't think I've clicked on a single Spoink in the history of me playing Pokemon Go. So I have to start clicking on and catching those Spoinks. So.
And so will everyone else. Dialab, thank you so much. And now, trainers, you have heard it too. Those are the takes on the new meta. Let's go kick it back to the Pokemon action. Thank you so much to all of those trainers who chatted with me yesterday here at Canada Place in Vancouver, Canada. I am DeFi250, also known as Stephanie Christine, and I am joined by Alpha Phoebe.
We just had a flurry, Canada joke, right, of battles there up on stage, and we are going to continue the action here. We are just about halfway done, I would say, with our day, maybe a little bit past half, but the action doesn't stop here.
No, we have lots of exciting battles as our competitors are trying to secure their spot in day 2, trying to make that top cut finish. Our next 2 trainers are no strangers to the battlefield. We have the Torian up against Dapper Discs.
I believe both of these trainers attended Vancouver last year, did fairly well. We're gonna have to see which of them can come out victorious here in this winners round 3 of Group C. So we're starting to see the other half of the bracket. Vancouver, we have just about 120 players total, so we don't have the typical 8-letter bracket system. I think we're just doing 4 potentially.
Yep, 4 groups. So we're going to see trainers we've seen a lot of trainers from groups A and B today, and now we're starting to move into groups C and D, so the latter half of those brackets. And our trainers are ready on the stage to go ahead and talk about their teams. Both trainers are actually bringing some interesting Pokemon that have been buffed by the most recent Might and Mastery meta update. We have the Torian, who is bringing that Galarian Weezing that recently benefited from a Sludge, I believe, update.
Yes.
And then Dapper Discs as well, bringing the Galarian Weezing, but also that Emolga and the Dusclops. The Torian actually sticking to that Galarian Corsola as well, even though it did suffer a nerf with Nightshade, so it's not really able to win as many of those neutral matchups as it could before.
And we can actually see a pseudo mirror match here between the pure ghost types of the Galarian Corsola and that Dusclops. But here we are into game number 1. It's going to be a Galarian Corsola into a Galarian Weezing. Interestingly enough, you had the opportunity to evolve a Coughing into Weezing, and if you had a Shadow Coughing, you could have evolved it into a Shadow Galarian Weezing, but I don't think we've seen a Shadow Galarian Weezing yet today.
No, that was a very limited opportunity in game. We've seen it before with things like being able to evolve Cubone to Marowak. Not something that you can normally do, a very unique opportunity. Here on the stage, though, we have the Corsola using Nightshade against, it's still a good attack, it's just not as good for Corsola as it was before.
And we see that Dapper Discs has 2 Brutal Swings loaded up right now. The first one coming through, I don't think it's going to be quite enough to knock out. That Galarian Corsola is quite bulky. One more Fairy Wind into another Brutal Swing now puts the Torian in a position where he has to make a choice. Does he want switch advantage, or is he going to farm down after shielding? He loses switch advantage here. In comes the Azumarill in 3 bubbles, gets a knockout, but not before a Sludge comes through.
And this is going to be super effective damage. It's not going to be enough to knock out an Azumarill. Very little is able to knock out an Azumarill at full health, but does take it pretty close to half. So I would say that Galarian Weezing really more than did its job there in Dapper Discs lineup.
Oh, and interestingly enough, Dapper Discs opts to come in with the Dugong here and not the Azumarill. Azumarill throwing the first play rough. No debuff has been applied, so this will do the full amount of damage as it is supposed to. In the back, we do see that it is a Shadow Drapion versus Emolga, and it is a fairly neutral matchup. Dapper Discs opting to hold off. Again, he's at nearly 2 drill runs at this point. Play rough coming through. Maybe he could have thrown an Icy Wind to lower how much damage that does, but instead opting to switch out and save those two drill runs here, potentially to try to land one of them into this Shadow Drapion. Maybe he was making a bit of a team prediction there.
Perhaps. And now we have the Shadow Drapion really behind on health, but really up in energy. Is going to be able to throw almost back-to-back charge attacks into this Emolga. Dapper is opting to protect against that first one. Do we see a defense fall? We do! That is unfortunate. Now he definitely has to shield whatever if there's a crunch again.
In comes the discharge. This was a charge attack tie, and it's great to see and great to know that Emolga does win that even against a Shadow Drapion. Aqua Tail coming through is going to pull the shield. Dapper Discs now has a bit of a tricky spot to play. He does have a lot of energy onto that Dugong. He's able to throw the discharge, but instead opting to switch into the Dugong, throw the Icy Wind. This is going to be enough to knock out. Pulls the shield. I don't know if a move is ready from the Torian, but no, instead, Drill Run coming through. This is going to be good neutral damage. I actually really like those two charge attacks throws from Dapper Discs, recognizing, okay, the first one's likely going to be shielded and is still enough to knock out, and then going for the Drill Run in case there was a catch.
Oh, and the Torian going here for the play rough, going to knock out Dapper's Dugong. Going for an undercharge, that doesn't really need it. Still going to completely knock out here. And then there is the Emolga to finish the job there. And the Emolga already had a full acrobatics, which is more than enough to clear the Shadow Drapion off of the field of play. So our first game here in this match goes to Dapper.
Yeah, that is a little bit of an over knockout there. Acrobatics probably could have taken out a Shadow Drapion for maybe like 80% health or something like that, and I think it was at like 10% at that point.
Yes, that was a little bit much, but definitely enough to do the job. Taking a look at Dapper's team, I really appreciate that Dapper seems to have adjusted to this intermediary meta that we find ourselves in, bringing Pokemon like Emolga, like Galarian Weezing, and Dusclops that have all really benefited from this intermediate Might and Mastery update.
And it was interesting to see just how much damage that Sludge was able to do into a Azumarill. I know before it was a really, really inefficient charged attack. It does a little bit less than 50%, it would seem. Discharge coming through, Dapper recognizing, okay, I win charge attack priority with this Emolga into that Drapion, into basically everything on the Torian's team besides that Shadow Primeape. So he was very comfortable there in the end game, having so much loaded energy, and really played around his win conditions well.
I wonder what the Torian could do. Like, if he needs to bring something, maybe bring his own Galarian Weezing. Maybe we need to see, like, the Diggersby to combat something like the Emolga. But, like, Diggersby just doesn't seem like it's too risky, it feels like, against something like the Primeape or the Dugong. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Dapper's done a really solid job of covering the answers for that Emolga by bringing two answers to ground types. Of course, Dugong being very safe generally in the meta. Maybe the Torian's gonna try to utilize his own Shadow Primeape to have a solid answer to Dapper's Primeape and that Dugong. However, of course, that does leave him a little bit more vulnerable to the Emolga itself.
It looks like our trainers are giving that thumbs up, meaning that they are locked in. The Torian sporting his regional championship shirt, one of the most rare items of apparel in the game, and Dapper really looking, again, wanting that regional win, and is going to try to get it with his Primeape up against the Shadow Drapion. We were talking before about how the strategy with Primeape into the Shadow Drapion is to build up to 2 Rage Fists to bait out like the close combat,
right,
rather than going for the Rage Fist first.
And we're actually seeing him farm a little bit over back-to-back Rage Fist, and this time he's actually opting for the Rage Fist, I'm thinking Rage Fist and seeing the fighting type animation because Fist is something that you would expect a fighter to do. However, it was just the bait, or it was actually a close combat, and he built up towards a second one. A near simultaneous swap by both trainers here. Dugong comes in, answered by the Weezing. Sludge is going to be the move of choice here, given that it has same type attack bonus. However, Dapper's in a pretty solid spot. He's able to survive both of those charge attacks from the Weezing, land a super effective Drill Run, and he's looking to be in a pretty commanding position.
Yeah, Dugong is definitely in a commanding position here. Dugong's going to have to absorb a Sludge, but that's okay. Dugong is a very bulky Pokemon, and again, Dugong kind of on its last hurrah. We're probably going to see it replaced by Lapras by next weekend, but really showing that it's doing well for Dapper here. Already having an Icy Wind to throw at the incoming Shadow Primeape.
And that was very peculiar because I'm pretty sure Dapper switched out first, and that meant that the Torian could have brought in his own Shadow Primeape, but instead opted for a Galarian Weezing, which takes super effective damage from the Drill Runs.
Dapper's weighing his options. He has 2 Protect Shields, but has to decide when is the most optimal time to use them. The first Rage Fist not going to be as dangerous as the subsequent ones. So opting to absorb that first one and then is going to have to shield all the remaining ones. That Primeape is getting really low. Can you Thunder Shock down, or are you going to have to throw a charge attack like this discharge here?
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate timing there from Dapper. I think he probably would have preferred for this to not be a charge attack tie. However, he does have a good amount of energy stored, but so does the Torian. In comes this discharge. This would threaten a fast attack down, so I think it needs to be shielded by the Torian. Last moment shield comes up. In comes the Primeape. The Primeape is also now at a close combat, so I think this close combat's going to be able to come through because it's going to win a charge attack tie afterwards, but I also don't think... Oh, there is an Aqua Tail loaded.
There is an Aqua Tail loaded, but the close combat is going to go first, and that is going to be more than enough neutral damage to knock the Shadow Drapion out. And Dapper has claimed victory here, 2-0 against the Torian.
Yeah, that was a really intense battle. A lot of switches back and forth from both of these trainers. It does look like the Torian might have said something to the judge, so we'll have to wait a little bit to see if there is a potential match under review.
While we wait, I do have a quick question for you, Alpha Phoebe. I noticed that Dapper is using a regular Primeape and the Torian is opting for a Shadow Primeape. What would be some of the benefits to using one or the other?
It's a good question, and frankly, I don't know all of the major benefits of using one over the other. I think the biggest thing that comes to my mind is that the Shadow has a better, more comfortable time taking out a Azumarill in the 2-shield scenario than the non-Shadow does. I think the non-Shadow has a little more comfortable of a matchup against something like Drapion. As we saw, it was able to more comfortably no-shield the Aqua Tail and then still be able to reach 2 close combats, and I don't think that the Shadow Primeape can do that.
Yeah, so again, it's a big choice to make when you are constructing your teams. Do you want to have that extra attack, that 20% extra attack as a Shadow, but your defense is dropped, or would you prefer like a regular or a purified Pokemon where you get to keep those defenses intact?
And speaking of purified Pokemon, it can also affect the move pool that you have options to take. And we've seen for Sableye very frequently the charge attack of preference, in addition to Foul Play, has been returned. A little bit more recently, I'd say Power Gem has kind of crept into usage, especially with the few buffs that move has received. Shadow Sneak, a long time ago, used to be used, but I don't think it's been a charge attack choice of favor anytime recently.
No, and then we've talked about how Dazzling Gleam, which is going to be legal in competitive play as of next week,
of course,
is more of like, it's like a side grade. It's not really an improvement for Sableye.
Yeah, like I was saying our very first time on cast, maybe it's a little more useful against fighters. You know, the fighter that it was being used against, that the Shadow Sableye was facing was Primeape and not Annihilape, whereas like Annihilape, I'm pretty sure Foul Play does more than enough damage that you need, whereas Primeape, I was thinking, oh, you know, it's fairly squishy, it does not have that much bulk. Maybe the neutral Shadow Claws plus the resisted Foul Play would be enough in certain matchup scenarios. Happened to not be in that one, but we have also not seen that matchup all that frequently, so it's still some room for debate.
Room for debate there, but one thing that while we are waiting that you can be doing at home right now is opening your game and catching Fuecoco.
Yes.
It is Fuecoco Community Day right now, 2 to 5 p.m. local time, so that falls right for us here in Vancouver. Be sure to evolve your Fuecoco up to Crocolore and again to Skeledirge so that you can get a Skeledirge that knows the charged attack Blast Burn, one of the best attacks in the game, available only to those first partner Pokemon. Also, the charge attack Torch Song gets added to Skeledirge's move pool this weekend. Lots of other bonuses. It's triple Stardust.
Oh, it is?
It's a Stardust Community Day. It's triple dust.
I did not know that. I should put some star pieces on.
Yeah, you should be playing the game. So lots of those. Of course, all the other really great Community Day bonuses. You get an extra special trade. If you're here in the venue, you actually get 3 special trades as a benefit. Sheesh, as a benefit of being at a regional championship event. Lures and incenses last for 3 hours, which is a really great use of your resources. So lots of really great reasons to be playing the game right now. We also have the powerful potential event that is concurrently going on right now, where you can get Cub Fu for the first time. It's making its debut in Pokemon Go.
Actually caught mine not that long ago. Got my dex entry.
Yay!
It's pretty good.
You also mentioned you got a dex entry for a different Pokemon.
Yeah, I did not play the event where Sinistea was available. My brain's thinking Sinistea because that's the variant that is viable in VG, but that's not even the one that I think we have available right now in Go.
Nope, that one it was introduced in the Paldea region, and it's not available quite yet, but it's kind of like got a matcha flair to it. It's pretty fun.
Matcha gotcha.
Matcha gotcha.
A little update on what's happening on stage. Of course, the game is under review. What is being discussed is the Drapion coming in against Emolga. The Torian believes that he might have come in a little bit late. We'll have to see if that had an impact on the game outcome or not. Leave that for the judges to decide, and we will continue talking about Pokemon that I don't have in my decks.
Or we can talk about Pokemon that we've been catching lately. We have been doing a little bit of the max battles.
Oh, yes.
Some Pokemon that are available, again, are the Gigantamax, not just the Dynamax, the Gigantamax, Charizard, the Venusaur, and the Blastoise, which are really difficult to take down, which is why it's nice to be able to come to an event like this, where there's quite a few people who are willing to do those battles with you.
Absolutely.
Community is so important for that, and the strategy. Having some, being able to talk a little bit about, oh, I'm going to use Max Spirit here to like heal everybody, so you don't have to. I'm gonna do it.
Absolutely, and trying to spread the damage across your team so that your Pokemon can stay active for longer. If you have something that's a really strong attacker into Charizard, such as a Blastoise, you know, you could switch into a Pokemon that's maybe built around tanking a little bit more. For me, that's Metagross, which does not tank Charizard all that well, but like maybe for like a Gigantamax Venusaur would be a really great tank. It resists the grass type moves and double resists the poison type moves.
And you can hit it with psychic
damage
as well.
Yeah, I did make sure to fast TM the, I had it on Bullet Punch for a while, and I don't think that is the optimal move of choice. I do think you want it on the psychic type fast attack.
All right, so it looks like our trainers, again, just to let you know, if you're just tuning in now, we have the Torian versus Dapper. We are taking a look at game number 2. As Nick mentioned earlier, Torian is wanting to look at that Drapion versus Emolga, making sure that the outcome of that was correct. So we have our judges, again, thank a judge. Be sure to thank our judge staff, everybody who makes these tournaments run so smoothly. We could not do regional tournaments like this, or internationals, or worlds.
Or locals even.
Or locals even, if we did not have our amazing judges from the Professor program.
And there's always a tweet that goes out from, I don't know, I think it's like maybe the official Professor program Twitter, or maybe it's, I think it might, no, it's actually, I think Gaming Gen, who's the local regional TOs for these tournaments. They always post a tweet that you can look at and you can see just how many professors there are that are required to host these tournaments. Because of course, there's not just Go, but there's VG and TCG. And although, you know, Go's been doing really great lately in terms of numbers. We've been growing. We've capped out here in Vancouver. We capped out at UIC.
San Antonio as well.
And like, we are pretty close to having our first tournament above 512, which would be really amazing for hitting that next kicker. Go is small relative to VG and TCG. TCG frequently has over 2,000 players. I think at EUIC, VG was over 1,000, which is mind-boggling.
Yeah, and you have to have judges that are on the floor. You have to have our judges up on the stage. You also have to have people running the side events, running the prize wall. There's so many different things that our professors, our judges need to be able to do to make these tournaments run. And we really appreciate it because I love coming to regional events. Vancouver is a great city. I'm so happy that we got to come out here today to talk about these great battles. And yeah, again, thank you to all of the staff that makes this tournament happen.
Yeah, I was talking to one of our VG casters today, but also Go player Jake Mueller earlier. He was cracking some packs for having played in a side event yesterday. So like, even if you're not a competitor like us, you can still participate in a lot of those events, and it's a great way to spend the Friday before the event, especially if you're in a little bit early.
Yeah, really definitely worth coming to the event venue the day before to play the side events, to get to know the venue, check out the vendors. There's a lot of really great things to do when you're here a day early. I got to talk to a lot of great trainers. I got to talk to like Mushroom Queen. I got to talk to Katie, Lyle, Dilap, lots of Jacko Loco, lots of really great people.
Wow, you know so many top trainers. It's very impressive.
And it was great to hear their takes on the Might and Mastery meta and just kind of some strategies on how to grow and hone your skills as a battler. So lots of really great discussions that I got to have yesterday because I was here a day early.
You know, you got to ask them a bunch of questions. Now I get to ask you a question.
Oh my goodness.
What is your #1 piece of advice for a battler trying to hone their skills?
Ooh, I would say a couple important things. I think it's important if you let's say you're playing Go Battle League or you're doing a practice tournament, I think it's really important to watch your battles back and critique them. But what we can take a look at now is that our trainers have come to an agreement. They have shaken hands, and Dapper will walk away here with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, the results will stand, and we will be able to move forward through the rest of this tournament. I know we did have a really exciting matchup potentially coming up. Maybe Rise to Occasion showing up to the stage again?
Yeah, definitely a trainer, rise to occasion, really looking for that win. Has gotten a win every single season, a regional championship, but just hasn't gotten there. Got second place in San Antonio, just could not take down Elite and that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And I believe Elite had caught it that week. It was a very recent catch for him. And just piloted it to victory. But Rise, not satisfied with that second place, wants to take a championship here in 2025.
And Rise has had some good success on the West Coast as well. I believe last year he won the LA tournament, so maybe moving a little bit north, across the border into Vancouver. Maybe he's been drinking a little bit more maple syrup, you know, trying to get into the feel of the Canadian vibe.
Yeah, and I mean, Rise is from Wisconsin, is kind of his home state, lives in Texas now, so has to kind of reacclimate to the weather up here.
Yeah, and it's not that cold.
It's pretty nice out today, actually.
Yeah. I mean, well, you have two people from the north of the U.S. on the desk right now. I'm sure you're like, oh gosh, it's so hot outside. It's 30 Fahrenheit, or
it's raining instead of snowing. It's incredible.
Yeah. Though my least favorite weather is cold rain.
Cold rain is unfortunate where it's right above freezing.
Yeah, absolutely the worst. And then at night, if it gets even colder, then you have ice slick all over the roads. Absolute worst.
All right, I am excited. We are going to have a couple trainers coming up here. You are correct, Nick, in that we are going to see Rise to Occasion on the left-hand side of our screen very shortly, followed by Dr. Roast Beef, who's had an incredible season, had a couple really strong performances lately.
Well, let's go ahead. I know you had talked a little bit about the highlights from that matchup. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. We have the Torian versus Dapper, and it was Wheezing into the Galarian Corsola, able to pick up the knockout. This impactful sludge, how much damage it does now is so much greater than it was before.
And we are going to see here the Torian doing everything he can to take down Dapper, throwing these play roughs, doing what he can, but that Emolga has just been a menace and doing really well for Dapper, brought it both games.
Yeah, and I really like to see how much it's been showcased here at this event. Drill Run again, going into that Galarian Wheezing, doing good, super effective damage, and then able to drop the attack of that Primeape. Another discharge coming through, picking up the knockout, and in comes the Shadow Drapion for the Torian, unable to withstand that close combat from that Shadow Primeape, and game, set, and match.
And match it was. But let's go ahead and again, congratulations to Dapper for that 2-0 victory, moving on in his group. Now we are looking at Group C. This is winners round 4, which might be the winners semis.
Yes, I believe so.
So these trainers are looking to go to that next battle, to that next matchup that is going to secure their spot for day 2. They are looking to go to the finals for their group. Dr. Roast Beef, as I was mentioning, has had a pretty good season. Took 3rd place in Toronto this season and had to defeat, I remember, a number of top trainers to get there. Played with a Bibarel, I believe, was kind of the unique Pokemon on his team that time. Also had a pretty strong performance in San Antonio.
Well, we have a little bit of a graphic here for you to look at for NAIC. Don't forget to beat the crowd. You can reserve a hotel specifically through this QR code. More information is there. It'd be really important because NAIC last year sold out, and I believe the year before it sold out. So I highly expect it to sell out again this year. And I've been thinking a little bit about, the differences between NAIC, LAIC, and EUIC. Like LAIC always has the best crowd, the most energy, the hypest moments, the loudest cheers. EUIC I feel like is like the spiciest picks. Still pretty good energy, but like I feel like the spice really shines. NAIC is like the biggest of the ICs. Of course, it all leads up to Worlds, and usually Worlds is, I think, a little bit smaller than NAIC, but it's the biggest tournament, the penultimate tournament of the season.
Yeah, it all kind of, you're right there. You're right at the precipice of the season, right before Worlds. NAIC is always so exciting. So definitely get your, if you are planning on going, if you know you are going, see if you if you can secure your flight and your travel, your transportation, your accommodations, and then as soon as these tournaments are posted, be sure that you are registering right away for regionals and for ICs. You want to have those numbers right away.
Yeah, if you're a Psychic type, use Future Sight and plan ahead. Always a great thing to do. We see our players up on stage, as we've mentioned a few times. It's Rise to Occasion versus Dr. Roast Beef. They're going to get their headsets on first before we get too far into reading into their teams. We've seen them before. We can go through the Pokemon on their teams, of course. It's open team sheets, of course. Rise is rocking that Shadow Drapion. Dugong, Shadow Steelix with that Thunder Fang. Lots of fast attack pressure there. The Golisopod, a Mud Slapper with a Gastrodon, and a Shadow Jumpluff.
And Dr. Roast Beef also running some really cool Pokemon. The Jellicent, which I believe Hex was an attack that recently got buffed, so that kind of helps out Jellicent. The Fortress, which is really, really fun with Volt Switch, and then Rock Tomb is the attack that really pushed Fortress into the spotlight for this season. But still, both trainers, Shadow Drapion isn't going anywhere. It's just too good. It's too good of a Pokemon, and it is going to be sticking around.
Yeah, Jellicent's been really interesting because throughout its career as a Pokemon, I'm going to use that word pretty liberally there, it's opted back and forth between Hex and Bubble as its fast attack of choice. When it was first released, all you saw was Bubble. Bubble got nerfed in terms of its damage, then you saw Hex kind of rise up, and then Bubble's kind of returned to its former glory. It's been a little bit more mixed usage, but now Hex has received another buff, and I think Hex will be here to stay for a good while. It's going to be pretty neutral into the meta. This meta has been very water type focused with the Feraligatr and the Azumarill, so it's a little bit better there. It's also been very ground type focused, so maybe Bubble still has a little bit of play. However, you also have to remember that the normal types are less in the meta right now because of the recent changes to rollout. That's been the dominant fast attack of normal type Pokemon in recent days.
And our trainers are locked in and ready to go, and this is a terrible matchup for Dr. Roast Beef. You can see him going for the switch immediately into the Jellicent. That Dugong is the last thing that Jumpluff wants to see. So we see Rise go right into the Shadow Drapion. Again, one of the best Pokemon in the meta, from the last meta into this one, and it's going to do great here, being able to do super effective crunch damage.
Surf coming through here, not going to be enough to threaten a knockout. The question becomes, can Dr. Roast Beef pace to another Surf before the Drapion reaches a crunch? And the answer is yes, so he's going to be able to strip away one shield here. Rise now has a choice. Do I want to shield this, or do I give up my Shadow Drapion? He opts to save it. I think that he's going to be able to land just an Aqua Tail here to pick up a knockout. He has two loaded, so I expect to see a no shield from Dr. Roast Beef.
Yeah, I don't think the Jellicent was going to be very impactful, not really worth keeping around. Now he has a choice. We've got the Shadow Jumpluff and the Dugong. Looks like Dr. Roast Beef slowly waiting out the switch timer and actually bringing in the Shadow Jumpluff. Fairy Wind's going to be doing neutral damage to this Poison and Dark type Pokemon. Maybe going for a farm down here. We'll have to see. That'd be kind of tough at this range.
It would be. However, I have to imagine it's got to be what Dr. Roastbeef does, because this this Jump Bluff, 2 J-letter Pokemon, is in such a bad matchup against that Dugong. I'd be surprised. I'm surprised to see him try to preserve it. However, the Dugong in the back for Dr. Roastbeef is going to be paired up against the Jump Bluff of Rise to Occasion. So we see that Rise actually has to stay in this matchup. So the shield is actually quite impactful, because it allowed him to get a good energy lead onto his Shadow Jump Bluff. And looking at the moves, he does have Acrobatics, which will do a lot of super effective damage to the Jump Bluff of Rise.
Yeah, and I think that kind of, because Rise is not taking the opportunity to switch into his third Pokemon, I think that kind of gives Dr. Roastbeef a clue as to which Pokemon is in the back. He's probably looking at it like, yeah, if Rise had like the Steelix or the Golisopod or even the Gastrodon, he would be bringing it in right now.
Absolutely. That Gastrodon would need to stay as far away as possible from that Jump Bluff, which hard walls most of the fast attacks and charge attacks that it has access to. Drill Run after Drill Run, this is a long mirror match between the 2 Water and Ice type Pokemon. Drill Run making this matchup a little bit less lengthy because it is neutral damage going back and forth. Rise opting to not shield this Drill Run, going to let it through. Good neutral damage, knocks it into the red. Aerial Ace ready and loaded. A switch by Dr. Roastbeef. It's actually not running the grass type charge attack, pulls the shield from Rise. It was a charge attack tie, so Icy Wind coming through now. The question is, does Dr. Roastbeef shield it up? And the answer is no. Thinks it's an Icy Wind. In comes the Jump Bluff for Rise, and Dr. Roastbeef actually has some play here. Rise is actually running the double flying moveset too. I think if Dr. Roastbeef throws an Icy Wind, picks the knockout, and has an energy advantage into Rise's Dugong in the endgame, he has a win condition here.
Yeah, we are both staring at this screen very intently, kind of watching. You can see Rise with a grin, kind of putting his hand over his mouth, thinking it through. Icy Wind does knock the Jump Bluff out, and here is the Dugong. It looks like Rise is going to get to the Drill Run first.
Yeah, I thought it was a grimace and not a grin, but because Rise is on the 4 Icy Wind rotation instead of the 5 Icy Wind, or 5 Ice Shard rotation instead of the 4 Ice Shard rotation instead of the 5 Ice Shard rotation, he's able to barely outpace there. And Dr. Roastbeef couldn't actually throw another Ice Shard before throwing the Icy Wind into the Jump Bluff, because Rise would have been able to reach another Aerial Ace and pick up the knockout. So really close endgame there by Rise. Frankly, really well played by Dr. Roastbeef as well.
Yeah, it's gotta be tough to play, you go up against someone like Rise, who has all of those regional championships to his name, is a very consistent opponent. But Dr. Roastbeef played that incredibly well and played it to a very, very close endgame. Just one fast attack off.
Aquatail able to pick up the knockout into the Jellicent in the endgame. It was the Jump Bluff able to pick up the farm down here, retain switch advantage for Rise. However, once the Dugong came in for Dr. Roastbeef, it was a really, really tight back and forth endgame.
And there is that final hit to knock out Dr. Roastbeef's Dugong. That was so close. Can Rise to Occasion secure a second win here to get him one step closer to securing that day 2? Get himself one step closer to that gold medal that he has been chasing all season long? Or can Dr. Roastbeef put a point on the board? Did very, very well with his Pokemon in that last series. I'm interested to see, are we going to see some of those other picks from Dr. Roastbeef, like the Fortress? We got to see the Jellicent, maybe we see the Fortress. Are we going to see something like the Steelix from Rise to Occasion? Are we going to see, or are they going to kind of stick to what's been working?
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Rise bring the Steelix. He has typically favored it, and it does not look too bad into Dr. Roastbeef's team. It does have that fast attack pressure into the Dugong as well as Jellicent. It really has to avoid that Kanto Marowak, but Rise has pretty good coverage for that Marowak with the Jump Bluff, with the Dugong, with the Gastrodon, and frankly the Golisopod too.
And we have now, the roles have been reversed. Now it's a great lead. Or no, it was the same as last time. You're right. Rise won the lead both of those times.
Yeah, interesting, because we were seeing, we get to see the screens before they lock in. Rise was kind of going back and forth between a few Pokemon and then eventually decided to lead that Dugong again, and it was absolutely the right choice, and his team is actually really, really strong into that jump bluff. Crunch coming through now, going to be shielded by the Jellicent, but no, unfortunately, it was a defense drop there. You would have preferred to have no shielded that one, because now this next Crunch surely will knock out.
Surely, and we are going to see the Surf get shielded, so it looks like these trainers really trying to play this matchup out. Rise has the first Crunch and is a Poison Sting away from the second Crunch. Dr. Roastbeef has to make a decision. Do you let it go? He lets the Jellicent go. It looks like, I thought maybe it was going to do a 1 HP in a dream for him, but no, that definitely knocked out with the defense fall. And now this Jump Bluff is going to have to absorb another Crunch from the Shadow Dropion.
Got a question for you,
And
Stephanie.
another defense fall.
Ooh, how much damage do you think that a Earthquake from a Shadow Fortress does to a Shadow Steelix?
Ooh, that's a fun math problem that maybe we'll get to see play out here.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea myself. I don't think Dr. Roastbeef is very happy with, oh wait, no! He doesn't have Earthquake, so he's absolutely walled in this endgame. He has Mirror Shot and Rock Tomb. Rise is very happy with this third Pokemon in the back for Dr. Roastbeef. Without access to that Earthquake, this is just not the right spot for this Pokemon. If there was Earthquake, I think it would have been a much closer fight, but Mirror Shot going to be resisted by that Steel typing of Steelix, just does no damage.
Yeah, that's really tough, and kind of brings us to what should the move pool, what should the moves on that Fortress be? Because you really are walled up against something like a Steel type here.
Frankly, I don't think you expect that many Steel types in the meta, because the meta is so ground type centric. However, you see a couple Mirror Shots actually able to lower the attack here. Jump Bluff comes in. We see Dr. Roastbeef throw up his hands, knowing even if I shield this Psychic Fangs, it's going to be the Dugong coming in, and we actually see him give up, forfeit that match, recognizing there are no more win conditions for him, because that Dugong's going to farm all the way down, come out with a charge attack for that Fortress, and that's going to be game over anyways.
Yeah, so Rise really able to capitalize on two back-to-back really strong openings, deciding to bring the Dugong both times and Dr. Roastbeef leading the Jump Bluff both times. So taking a really strong lead and capitalizing on it. Because we've seen plenty of times that you can have a really strong lead and fumble it later in the middle or the end game, but Rise just kind of taking that momentum through each of those games.
Absolutely. You can think, oh, you know, I won this lead, and my Pokemon in the back can still handle that lead Pokemon my opponent had, and maybe you don't care as much about switch advantage, but if your opponent played a Jedi mind trick on you and made you think that they were the third Pokemon was going to not be very strong against your lead Pokemon, and it is a hard counter to it, then they can build up momentum from that one matchup and carry it into the final matchup, the final Pokemon matchup, and win victory that way.
Well, Rise has certainly won victory here, and hopefully what he's hoping for is to carry that momentum through to the finals for his group to secure that spot in Championship Sunday, looking to get that gold medal. Here we can take a look and see at that second game replay, that Crunch that knocked out because of that defense fall, and then we're going to get to see again that Fortress just not in a good position, and Dr. Roastbeef, you can kind of tell from his body language, just recognizing like he doesn't have an out here.
And we see him tapping on that screen there at the end, but he wasn't tapping his phone to try to do fast attacks. He was tapping his phone to try to get to the top left button.
Yeah, he was trying to exit the battle and concede, and I just, again, recognizing there are no win conditions left for me. Rise had my number on this one.
Now let's talk a little bit about Steelix as a Pokemon here with the moveset that Rise opts for. So he's running that Thunder Fang, Psychic Fangs, as well as Breaking Swipe, So it's a Pokemon that's not really all that threatening with its charged attack damage, but because of its immense bulk and Thunderfang being a fast attack damage-oriented move, as well as Psychic Fangs lowering the defense of your opponent, it can be a Pokemon that helps you build up some momentum, some damage on your opponent's teams, and mitigates that usefulness of their shields, because if they're saving shields for a third Pokemon and Steelix comes out, then you don't really need to shield most Psychic Fangs unless you're a fighting type.
Yeah, Steelix is a Pokemon that the longer the matchup plays out, the better it is for Steelix, because it can continually just debuff the opponent and just continue to ramp up with the Thunder Fangs. There's a lot of Pokemon like that, Dugong being another one. The longer a matchup plays out, you can continuously debuff with Icy Winds.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Pokemon that are like that, looking to stay in that matchup for quite a long time.
Yeah, we have our two trainers getting ready up on stage. It's going to be a return of Dapper as well as Gerald. Gerald has been at a lot of these tournaments as well, has got a handful of top cuts under his belt, and we're going to see which one of them can proceed through their winners semis as well to that final match of day one for the winner, at least, of their own group finals.
Yeah, and as these trainers are getting set up to give us that next semifinal, let's take a look at the March content update. What's something you notice here, Nick?
I think the thing that is most interesting to me is the number of different Dynamax battles that you can do with Dynamax Caterpie being kind of interesting to me, because Butterfree is actually one of my favorite Pokemon from Gen 1. I know it's not the best Pokemon to play in the video game series because it has a very abysmal total stat product, but because it's so early on in the game, I have a lot of nostalgia for it, because you'd get it, you know, you'd work your way through Metapod not having many attacks, but once you get that Butterfree, it has a lot of utility, and it's a pretty beautiful Pokemon. It's probably why well, actually, no, I'm thinking beautiful. I was like, that's why it's named it, but no, Butterfree.
And another Pokemon that I think is pretty beautiful. Look at those eyes. Look at that smile, is Fuecoco. Here in Vancouver on the West Coast, we have 90 more minutes. We are halfway through Community Day. Have you caught your shinies? Have you evolved up a Crocodile into Skeledirge? Have you used your star pieces?
I haven't used my star pieces. I don't know if I have a shiny. And I have definitely not evolved into a Skeledirge yet.
We have some work to do here behind the desk, but these trainers are putting in the work on the stage. I'm really looking forward to these next battles with Dapper and with Gerald. Gerald just known for having that giant smile and just being a really happy-go-lucky person on the stage, and always bringing that Teddy Ursa with him as well.
I don't actually know if I've noticed the Teddy Ursa before.
I have. I think that's a Pokemon that he brings with him pretty frequently.
At least not on his team.
Not on his team, but on the stage as a plush, kind of as a good luck charm, representing the team SoCal Swablu. And Dapper as well. We've seen him on the stage before. We actually just casted his battles not too long ago, utilizing a lot of Pokemon that recently were buffed in the Might and Mastery update, like the Galarian Weezing, the Dusclops, the Emolga, lots of really good stuff, and opting for the regular Primeape as opposed to the Shadow.
Yeah, kind of the opposite team composition in terms of Pokemon move updates to Beach. Beach has basically no Pokemon that had a move that was buffed, and Dapper has, I believe, 4. On the side of Gerald, though, he is utilizing that Charge Bug. Really interesting to see how it will pair up into Dapper's team given the more recent change, the adjustment to Discharge. But here we are into game number 1. It is a solid lead for Gerald. It's going to be Azumarill into Diggersby. And I have to imagine that Dapper's going to switch at some point into his Dusclops, and we do see it come in. There's no hard answer for this Pokemon on Gerald's team.
Yeah, Gerald, I know from previous interviews, just kind of likes to use the Pokemon that he likes. He plays Pokemon that he enjoys, and it looks like maybe utilizing that Galarian Weezing is a little bit new, but most of the Pokemon on his team he's used before. Interesting to see how this is going to play out with the Azumarill and the Dusclops. The Dusclops wearing the beautiful flower crown from Dia de los Muertos.
And it's an interesting team composition from Gerald. He is running 3 water types. 3. And there are no grass types, of course, on Dapper's team, but there is an electric type. But Gerald has not brought in his answer to the electric type, that Gastrodon, to the field. So I think Gerald's still in a pretty comfortable spot, especially with his Dugong potentially getting paired up against that Diggersby. It's actually, the Dugong's a little bit better into the Diggersby than Azumarill is because of Icy Wind debuffs. Except he's actually now brought in the Dugong. The Dugong's no longer going to be faced up against that Diggersby, and I have to imagine that Dapper brings in the Emolga at this point.
Yeah, and we, like you said it, and it happened. This is the Emolga's chance to shine, but Dugong is going to be able to start debuffing it with Icy Winds, and again, using the Icy Wind to start to really bring this Emolga's attack down.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for Dapper is because of the Ice Shard advantage that Gerald was able to obtain, he's unable to throw a discharge before the first Icy Wind. However, it's not that impactful given that Gerald was highly likely to shield up the first discharge anyways. Second discharge coming through, going to be shielded as well. Gerald is likely going to throw another Icy Wind to lower the attack of that Emolga once more, but it does look like the Emolga will reach a 3rd discharge before the 3rd Icy Wind of Gerald. The question is, will these debuffs have mattered enough here to be able to make sure that that does not pick up a knockout?
I'm really curious too, because how many Icy Winds has been thrown now? 3?
Just 2.
Just the 2? Let's see if that's enough. And it is! That the Dugong sticks around, so kind of so Gerald perhaps had an opportunity. Was his switch clock up quite yet?
It was, however, I think this is the right play because getting the Icy Wind debuff, super effective damage into the Diggersby, is going to help shore up this matchup a little bit because of the energy advantage Dapper was able to obtain by switching first. I think he needed to be able to find a way back a little bit, and I think being able to land the Icy Wind is that way. However, a return attack drop from the Scorching Sands occurs.
And the Diggersby is going to be able to throw another Scorching Sands here, but it's not going to be enough to knock out this Gastrodon, especially not with the Diggersby having had to absorb that Icy Wind first. We see the Gastrodon, Gerald wisely getting another Mud Slap in, just really trying to utilize his energy, recognizing that Dapper still has 2 Pokemon in the back, so wanting to make sure that he is able to make it through these matchups. And Gerald recognizes he doesn't have to use his charge attack here, and actually doesn't need to use it here either, recognizing that Dapper left all of his Pokemon without a charge attack ready.
Gerald had the option to throw the double resisted body slam into the Dusclops, however, instead opting for the Earth Power, more than enough to knock out that Dusclops, and able to secure victory there in game number 1. It would have been a bit interesting, I think, to see if that Earth Power into the Diggersby had been able to pick up the knockout, would the Emolga have been able to make it to a charged attack? I think the answer is still no, because it was 3 Mud Slaps was able to knock it out. However, because the Diggersby survived, it was a 1-turn switch afterwards, which delays how quickly that Emolga could have reached a discharge.
I want to call out that you mentioned the triple water team and just how really safe of an idea that is for Gerald, because where are the grass types other than Jumpluff, which is not on Dapper's team? Dapper doesn't have any grass type Pokemon or any grass type damage. Back in previous metas, we were able, for example, even if there weren't grass type Pokemon, you had Lickitung that had a grass attack, or you had Cresselia that had a grass attack. But this worked pretty well for Gerald.
Absolutely, and there aren't that many superiors there out in the field. I believe it did make the top 12 graphic. My memory is failing me currently, but it has been in the meta a fair amount recently, but it is absolutely not on every team. And Dugong, because of Ice Shard damage, does have a significant amount of play into that grass type matchup.
Yeah, and even like with the electric type damage, Gastrodon's fine into that, so he does still have an answer there. Actually going to be running that same triple water team again, so Dapper really needs to prioritize the use of that Emolga, making sure it gets aligned on the Dugong or this Azumarill.
We see a switch out from Dapper, not wanting to play out that 2-shield matchup because he is running the non-Shadow Primate. play rough coming into the Dugong. Dugong going to be very comfortable with taking this damage. Question is, does Gerald decide he wants to switch out, or does he stay in this matchup? I have to imagine at some point he switches out, going into his own Dugong to remove this from a possibility from Dapper. Dapper is not going to be able to line up his Primeape on a full health Dugong, and removing that possibility is a great step forward for Gerald in this matchup.
And we are going to see this Dugong Mirror matchup play out. Dapper Disc's Dugong has quite the energy advantage, currently has 2 charged attacks stored, where Gerald's came in with much more of a health advantage.
A drill run after drill run being launched here. This is not going to be enough to pick up the knockout. The one thing that Dapper can do here at this point is potentially pivot into his own Primeape to try to get a quick, fast attack down. However, it was a charge attack tie. This drill run coming through is going to do a lot of neutral damage back, but not enough to pick up the knockout.
No, and now we have another drill run. This one potentially could, so Dapper's got to make a decision. Deciding to let the Dugong go, this could potentially make really good farm for either the Primeape or the Emolga.
I think the Emolga would be a really smart play here. However, the Primeape is going to come in, get the full farm down now. I imagine, based on where Dapper is tapping on his screen, he might try to switch immediately into the Emolga. No, instead, because it is an immediate throw of the Ice Beam by Gerald, he is going to throw up a shield, throw one more Karate Chop into the Rage Fist.
Yeah, so this Primeape has energy for days, a pile of energy. However, Gerald does have 2 shields, and when you are a Primeape, you want to be sure that energy is going somewhere. So really, really wanting to make sure it can pick up a knockout here, and is going to start ramping up against this Azumarill using 2 Rage Fists. Already has another Rage Fist, so that's going to be 3, and then we're going to see the 4th one launch as well.
Yeah, the really tough thing for Gerald here is that he should not shield this, and unfortunately does. There are 2 Rage Fists, as you called out, ready and loaded, which means that a immediate throw by Gerald of the Ice Beam would have not been able to pick up a knockout. Instead, he's going for what looks like fast attack damage pressure here. Dapper is going to no shield this Ice Beam, give up that Pokemon, but there's an Emolga in the back. Emolga has really hard-hitting charge attacks with acrobatics and discharge, and the Azumarill actually able to get to 1 final Ice Beam here.
So how is this going to play out? The Emolga, again, acrobatics is such a hard-hitting attack against the Gastrodon, and it's kind of nice. Gastrodon gets to resist all of these Thunder Shocks.
Acrobatics coming through. I don't think it's going to be enough to pick up a knockout yet, but I think it's going to put it just in range of, ooh, actually no, maybe not in range of a discharge. It might need another acrobatics, and it looks like it would be a outpaced from Dapper here, going to get a 2nd acrobatics landed, and that is going to be game number 2 going to Dapper, tying the series at 1-1.
The triple water team worked for Gerald the first time, did not work a 2nd time. Dapper was able to make that adjustment, switching 2 of his Pokemon up, actually, bringing in the Dugong and the Primeape, leaving the Diggersby and Dusclops on the bench.
Yeah, Dugong, a fairly safe Pokemon into the team of Gerald, really just needing to avoid the Charger Bug there. You see the rest of Dapper's team here. I do like the Primeape. It was really, really solid into the Azumarill, a Pokemon that you would think that it's not all that great into. But Rage Fist after Rage Fist, the energy he was able to generate in other matchups really allowed him the ability to steal those shields from Gerald, to deal that damage that was necessary, and knock out the Water Fairy Azumarill.
Yeah, we saw, I think it was 4 total Rage Fists out of that Primeape, which is like so threatening. It threatens shields, it threatens the health of your Pokemon. So being able to get that energy advantage on the Primeape was key for Dapper.
Acrobatics, not quite enough to put it in range of the discharge, but the energy that Dapper had gathered from that Thunder Shock down meant that he was, or not quite Thunder Shock down, but the few Thunder Shocks before Gerald was able to switch out meant that he was able to reach that 2nd acrobatics before an Earth Power was reached. I'd be really curious to see just how much damage that Earth Power does to an Emolga, given that it is a flying and electric type,
Pokemon, which means it is singly resisted. But let's go into game number 3 here. It is the decisive game 3. It is a Azumarill into the Diggersby, an immediate swap out by Dapper into Emolga, and an interesting counter swap of Dugong by Gerald.
Yeah, and Gerald again bringing his 3 water types. So deciding that he thinks this is the line of 3 that is going to make the most sense here. But Dapper again kind of switching things up again, bringing the Primeape again, taking the Diggersby back off the bench. Really interested to see how this is going to play out because Emolga does really well here with that discharge damage. However, Emolga's a flying type, so the fast attack damage from the Dugong, those ice shards along with the icy winds, those are really threatening, and the Dugong is going to win, securing switch advantage for Gerald.
Interestingly enough, Dapper has opted to no shield here, and I would be surprised to see him shield this as well. I have to imagine he's going for the 2-shield Primeape in the back. He has lost switch advantage though. In comes the Primeape. Now in comes the answer of the Azumarill. There is a shield advantage for Dapper here. He's able to win this matchup with that shield advantage. However, will Gerald even opt to shield a singular Rage Fist?
It's definitely not the first one, probably also not the second one, but maybe by the third one, we might see a Protect Shield, just as these Rage Fists continue to kind of snowball in their power.
Rage Fist number 2 coming through, going to do a little bit more damage than the last one, going to put this Azumarill into the yellow. Azumarill going to be able to reach another Ice Beam before it's going to be knocked out unless a close combat is thrown. This could have been a close combat there. Gerald could have opted to throw at improper timing to prevent this Rage Fist from coming first. However, barely able to survive. No actual throw immediately, maybe an attempted catch there, but now what does Gerald do? Does he come in with the Azumarill and throw the charge attack, or does he go in with the Gastrodon, expecting an immediate throw by Dapper? No, coming in with Azumarill, throwing the Ice Beam, pulling away the last shield.
And now it is Gastrodon against the world, against a still pretty healthy Primeape with a lot of energy, and that Diggersby is so healthy still in the back.
I just want to call out what Dapper did there was really, really smart. He waited until the damage applied from that Mud Slap, meaning that it would not do the extra damage from the close combat having dropped to the defense, allowing him to get off that second close combat. Really, really well played there by Dapper in that endgame. Take notes, trainers. That is something that you need to be able to do in order to perform at the highest level here at the Championship Series.
And that secures a victory for Dapper. That was the winners semifinals, I believe, for Group C. So Dapper is now one step closer to securing a place in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I can't say it enough. That was really, really top play there that you got to see. You know, we see it time and time again from the trainers that come to these championship events. These small, minute things that you can do, the small little advantages that you can stack together to build a tall tower victory is what matters in these matchups, where it's just the tiny differences in skill that cause these victories between these two battlers.
Yeah, can you walk us through again, what did Dapper do that was just so phenomenal there?
So, fast attack damage applies typically on the beginning of the final turn of its animation. So for a Mud Slap, that would be at the beginning of turn 3 or the end of turn 2, kind of how you look at it. He allowed that damage to apply before he threw his charged attack, which means that because he threw a close combat, his defense was not dropped before that damage applied. So if he had thrown it immediately, the fast attack would have come through. You would have seen the animation. The damage would not have applied before the charge attack went off, but it would apply immediately after, you know, that cascade of animations of seeing the charge attack animation and then seeing the zoom back out of the camera. It applies immediately after that zoom out, and it would have prevented him from throwing the second close combat. But because he waited, he doesn't take the additional damage, able to get that second charge attack off, and secures a very clean victory.
So he allowed his Primeape to have that little bit of health left, so the Mud Slap wasn't going to be enough to knock out due to that close combat. Lots of really great plays here today, and we are far from over. Let's go back and watch some of those really great plays from earlier in the tournament, and don't go anywhere. We still have lots more battles left with Pokemon action here in Vancouver.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to poison and fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a fighting and poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back, everyone, to the heart of British Columbia, home to the world-renowned Stanley Park. We're happy to have you back in Vancouver, Canada, for what has been a great tournament thus far. Wholesome _, aka Jim Lawson, back with Softoph.
That's right, I am Softoph, and we are working our way through the winners side of the bracket. I think we're all the way down in Group D, and this tournament only has Groups A, B, C, and D. So, you know, we're starting to fill out the bracket for day 2 now.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think for some clarification, I think the last stage that we're going to see for day 1 is going to be winners semifinals. We'll be starting off with winners finals in day 2 as well. So for those of you that are seeing the nomenclature on the screen, semifinals, finals, semifinals is where we're going to be wrapping up at day number 1, I believe. Now that said, a trainer that we've talked all about, a trainer that we spotlighted in our intro today, Lyle Jeffs III. In fact, he is our reigning champion of the 2024 Vancouver Regional Tournament. We're going to be featuring him on stream here, but I'm just very, very excited. We've seen so many big names already, but we still have this final group that is absolutely stacked as well.
Exactly. So Lyle was in this group. We also had trainers like SS Thorn and Shady Equation in this group. But Lyle is actually going up against a trainer who I don't know if we've seen too much, if at all, on the Play Pokemon circuit, although he has made an appearance in the Go Battle League, and that is HDMV, who Lyle is going to be playing in just a moment.
Yeah, we all love underdog stories, and we've seen some already. We talked a little bit about Jocko Loco and some of the trainers actually that he were facing that we were describing as dark horse or underdog candidates as well. This could be a similar story as well. In fact, we're going to go over to the stage here. We see Lyle Jeffs III, again, a trainer that is just very highly regarded amongst a lot of trainers, right? He is just known for having consistent success throughout each and every season. He's had several attempts at Worlds already, and any given regional, he has a good chance to win that regional, realistically.
Exactly. I mean, you see Lyle in your group or on the bracket, and you're like, oh my god, I have to play this guy. So definitely very highly regarded, as you said, and, you know, really well respected and renowned in the community as well. But he's going up against HDMV, like we said, a relatively unknown trainer. And I'm really excited because there's actually a Regice on the other side. And, you know, Regice is one of those Pokemon where it kind of feels like you want more than 2 charge attacks at sometimes, right? Maybe you want the Earthquake, the Thunder, the Blizzard, and the Focus Blast. But in this case, I think HDMV is just rocking that Thunder and Blizzard moveset.
Yeah, which gives it some really interesting offensive coverage. And obviously against Flyers, you're kind of overlapped there with Blizzard and Thunder. But Thunder are going to be pacing a little bit faster. If we look at all the destinations that it has, I mean, the only Pokemon that's realistically going to be resisting Thunder is going to be that Diggersby, and you can hit that for super effective Blizzard. So this is going to be super interesting. I think that it actually has some play into this team. Now, Lock On not going to be providing any offensive pressure whatsoever, but the one thing that Regice I think lacks is that a lot of attacks don't, at least Thunder does not one-hit a lot of Pokemon.
All right, well, we're getting into the first game here. HDMV is leading Shadow for Alligator into Diggersby, a relatively favorable lead, and of course the classic Drapion Azumarill core in the back.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these trainers end up utilizing their Protect Shields. Obviously, Lyle Jeffs with his Diggersby, no problem tanking one of these Hydro Cannons. Meanwhile, one Scorching Sands, it's not enough to knock out the Shadow for Alligator, but it does put it in quick attack down range where Lyle could then make shielding decisions to end up taking the matchup. So first, Scorching Sands does go through. HDMV tanks that one on the chin, does reach the next Hydro Cannon, but opts to overfarm just a bit as well.
Yeah, and Lyle doesn't try to go for a catch or anything fancy like that. He's just going to let this Hydro Cannon come through. Actually does put up a shield, and maybe at this point you could think about trying to quick attack down, but no, HDMV not going to let that happen. Actually brings in the Drapion, but now I think you have to shield the Scorching Sands.
Yeah, and actually Lyle going for a cheeky bait here. Will HDMV let this one go through? No, last second he does shield the Fire Punch. You can see a little bit of turn the head, feeling a little bit frustrated on that one. He will have an opportunity to overfarm, but Lyle making a cheeky play himself, bringing in the Dugong to absorb this resisted energy.
And that's such a great destination to put that Aqua Tail on. And now this is a very nice matchup for Dugong. Yes, you are just a little bit behind on energy, but Dugong is a relatively tanky Pokemon, and you can pretty much threaten to one-hit with the Joel Run or just go for the debuff and the Icy Wind.
Well, so look what this is setting up now. Yes, that Diggersby into the Shadow for Alligator, not the best matchup, but the way that Lyle was using shields, things were in his favor at that point. Now you get the Dugong into this Drapion, and eventually your Shadow Galarian Weezing will potentially get lined up versus that Azumarill where it can hit for super effective sludges as well.
Well, hang on here. I think that defense drop actually mattered because that Dugong all of a sudden just dropped to 2 crunches, and yes, Lyle does still have the Weezing for the Azumarill, but you also have to get through some of the other Pokemon, and actually a great catch by HDMV.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of dancing around in this game number 1. This is living up to the hype. A full Scorching Sands gets absorbed there by that Shadow Feraligatr. Now this Drapion has a lot of energy, and one Aqua Tail does knock out this Diggersby. There's a lot of play for HDMV, and this is a battle where it seems like the momentum keeps going back and forth.
All right, well, they're both locked in right now, and Lyle's actually got the Galarian Weezing onto the Azumarill with the new Sludge buff. This is a pretty favorable matchup. You're going to see just how much damage the Sludge does. It definitely doesn't do enough to one-hit, but I think it can two-hit.
What's challenging, though, for Lyle is just you have a Shadow variant of the Galarian Weezing, and look how much damage these bubbles are doing. You're now being threatened by one Aqua Tail knocking out later on from that Shadow Drapion. Lyle actually opting to let this Ice Beam go, knowing that he can tank it. He will be able to overfarm quite a bit, and he's going to force HDMV into a curious position here.
All right, Sludge coming through. He doesn't actually have 2 Sludges, but I think he has maybe 1 Brutal Swing of residual energy after the Sludge come through. HDMV lets that go, hoping to put it all on the back of this Drapion. Still has a shield, and I don't know if he's been counting. Does he know that this is just a resisted Brutal Swing?
No, he doesn't, thinking that it may be the Sludge. Both of those are resisted, but still an efficient move. Now Lyle needs to get to just 1 charge attack here. He gets to the Fire Punch. Protect shields are down. If this is not enough to knock out, surely we'll be putting it in single quick attack range.
A lot of dancing around in that battle, but Lyle did come out victorious there, keeping good track of the energy on all of those Pokemon throughout the battle.
If you talk to Lyle, one of his key strategies is just minimalizing his mistakes there. And despite some of the flashy plays there by HDMV, he's just going for consistent play, trying to be 1 step ahead and trying to just make maybe 1 fewer mistake. So far, he's having a lot of success here, 1-0 versus what's been a very, very close battle against HDMV.
Yeah, we didn't really have a chance before that first game to kind of dive into the matchup there, but I think the Shadow Galarian Weezing, yes, we saw it in that battle against the Azumarill, but it just looks so safe into HDMV's entire team.
Well, realistically, what's going to be doing fast attack pressure versus it? There's nothing that's going to be hitting for super effective fast attack pressure. You have the Dragon Breath, double resisted. Lock-ons, they don't do anything. Resisted Poison Stings. Everything else is just going to be neutral. So I think it has a lot of play, and there's nothing that it's going to be locked into just a terrible, devastating matchup.
Exactly. So if Lyle ever has a choice between what to throw into a neutral matchup versus what to keep in the back, I think he's going to try to keep the Shadow Weezing in the back because he knows it has plays versus everything. But we're already into game 2. Lyle is again choosing to lead the Diggersby, but this time met by the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, Diggersby finding its target, absolutely, resisting the Poison Stings from this Drapion. Even in situations now, with the buff to Fire Punch, this matchup is just so strong now for Diggersby. Even in situations where there's maybe, you don't bait at all, you're in the driver's seat here as Lyle.
Exactly. I think you could go straight Fire Punch and even win some shielding scenarios, but HDMV actually well aware of that and catches a resisted Fire Punch on the Feraligatr.
Catching a Scorching Sands could have been devastating here, but like you said, it's resisted energy and just tickles this Feraligatr. This is now going to be bringing in the Galarian Weezing, and the one advantage you have here is pacing, getting to those Brutal Swings a bit faster than the Hydro Cannons from what is actually a very fast-pacing Pokemon in Shadow Feraligatr.
Exactly, and I don't think that Feraligatr got the Shadow Claw through, so it's going to be pacing, quite evenly here, but it's just going to be 1 fast attack behind. Here is the Sludge from Lyle, but I think he's going to reach the next Sludge just 1 turn before the Hydro Cannon. HDMV knows that and just lets it go.
Well, this is curious now. I think you just bring in the Drapion. All of this energy is resisted, but as the Galarian Weezing, you do win charge attack priority. All right, this is resisted damage here. Keep in mind, all the charge attacks are resisted, but look how much of a chunk that still does into the Drapion, even being resisted.
All right, Aqua Tail coming through. I think Weezing can hang on here if it wants to, but I'm not sure if Lyle's going to try to maybe switch out because he still has some energy, I think, on the Diggersby. Looks like he's just going to stay in. Maybe he can actually get to this last Brutal Swing and actually commits all the way for the Sludge.
Yeah, you got to like the commit there, and this is so much energy that you would be losing and giving up as this Drapion. I think for Lyle now, what he does is ends up bringing in yeah, he can actually just safely tank an Aqua Tail, no problem. He may even try to catch the second one on his Dugong like we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, he definitely could, although it's a little bit risky because if you don't catch the Aqua Tail and you get a crunch instead, you could get debuffed as well. But I think Lyle is in a pretty nice position here. Azumarill does come in, and Lyle actually going to throw the Scorching Sands before going out into the into the Dugong to meet the Azumarill, and maybe hoping that he can just fast attack down that Drapion later in the game.
Well, if you're Lyle, you're saying to yourself, I got options here. Trying to search for a debuff, gets it with the chance debuff there, 30% from the Scorching Sands, has guaranteed debuffs if he wants to utilize, though, as the Dugong with Icy Wind. he may just go straight for a drill run now, knowing that he's already got the Scorching Sands attack debuff.
I think that's exactly right. Maybe 2 drill runs plus a lot of ice shards, and then a 3rd drill run to get rid of the last protect shield. But I think this is looking pretty good for Lyle. Just have to watch out for a potential catch.
I don't think we're going to be seeing any heavy damage graphics popping up for the remainder of this battle, but we are going to be seeing some consistent drill runs coming through from Lyle. I don't think there's any reason to throw Icy Wind at this point. Even with this catch here from HDMV, I think Lyle still has so many options, and he can realistically apply another debuff if he wants when this Azumarill comes back in. Now, keep in mind, this Azumarill is energy capped, needs to throw right away, and actually goes for a bait. May have been a miscue here, but I'm so shocked by this. This Dazzling Gleam, or sorry, rather the player of would not have KO'd, so I'm perplexed here, Soph.
Maybe wanted to save just 1 bubble of damage. You know, when you're in such a bad position, sometimes you need to make risky plays, but unfortunately not paying off for HDMV there. Dual run coming through, puts the Azumarill very low, and just 1 more Ice Shard is enough for Lyle to take the series.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even with that catch with the Drapion, with how much energy that Lyle had and knowing how much HP that he still had remaining, I didn't think there was any situation there where Lyle's not going to be able to reach that last drill run and with those Ice Shards knock out. Now, it was a little surprising there to see that bait attempt there. Double resisted, non-same type attack bonus Ice Beam. Maybe thought it was on, knowing that he had to throw energy right away, just said, hey, I think it's on the right. Turned out to be on the left.
Or maybe just hoping for a bait. You know, Lyle only has really 1 healthy Pokemon left, and sometimes trainers do just put up the shield on the first attack, knowing that it's pretty safe.
It's the most likely player up, right? So maybe that's what he was thinking about. Either way, Lyle showing why he is not only one of the strongest trainers in Canada, but one of the strongest trainers in North America and the world. He's going to be moving on to the next round of the tournament and looking very strong in that matchup versus HDMV.
Not the most flashy plays, but like you said, he's very consistent, stays cool under pressure. And let's take a look back at some of those plays. So remember, HDMV actually had the flashy play early on in the matchup, caught the Fire Punch on for Alligator, but you know, Lyle didn't panic. He just sent in his Weezing. He knew he outpaced, and you know, that kind of set him ahead for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful catch that we did see there. I mean, we saw good plays by both of these trainers. It wasn't just letting the matchups play out as they're meant to play out. There was some creativity, there was some dancing around. We got to see all that. So it was an entertaining battle for sure for the folks at home. But it just seemed like Lyle was 1 step ahead. He was a man with a plan, and yeah, 2-0 victory for him.
1 step ahead in the game, but also maybe 1 step ahead in the meta, right? I think that was a great showcase of Galarian Weezing. And I think that's a Pokemon we might expect to see more. We talked a little bit at the beginning of the broadcast how there aren't that many fairy types out there in the meta, besides Azumarill and the occasional Wigglytuff. But I think Galarian Weezing can fill that role quite well.
Well, it's always a lesson for those at home. If there's a window where you can evolve something exclusively, you probably want to do it. We saw Lyle in Louisville leveraging that Shadow Kanto Marowak, which so many people at the time didn't even have access to, right? And that is something that he just showed. Look, here's this Pokemon. You probably don't have it. I do, though, and I'm going to show you how good it is. Not everyone has a Shadow Galarian Weezing as well. There was only a small window to evolve Coughings into the Shadow variants of Galarian, specifically Weezing. And yeah, he's showing how strong it is here today in Vancouver.
You know, ironically, I think actually a lot of people didn't have the Shadow Kanto Marowak because they took that advice and evolved their Cubone into a Alolan Marowak, thinking that that was kind of going to be the stronger version of it. But, you know, unfortunately, Kanto Marowak ended up being the dominant prevailing version.
I don't think that was a bad evolve, right? The Alolan one. I mean, I think that it was solid, and we still see it today, even in the meta from time to time. But you never know. One fast attack change, and in this case, it was a fast attack and a charge attack change, can absolutely turn the tides of a meta and take a Pokemon from irrelevant to meta monster.
Exactly, and Marowak has just been so dominant this entire season. I mean, even today, through yet another season of changes, we've seen Marowak be pretty dominant. You see how much it does to, you know, a Drapion, of course, when it's hard countering it, but also, you know, mud-slopping down Pokemon like Shadow for Alligator. It's very potent as well.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's hear from the man himself. We're going to turn it back over to the stage. Take it away, Nick, with Lyle.
Thank you, Jim. I'm here with Lyle. You had said to me just before we tossed this interview that you had recently lost 4 games in a row on stream. How does it feel to have broken that curse, or as you said yourself, to get that monkey off your back?
Yeah, it's been weighing on me a little bit. Since LAIC, I lost all my stream battles, so it feels good to just get that out of the way, and now I can kind of move forward and focus on the rest of the tournament.
So you have a Shadow Galarian Weezing on your team. Can you talk to us about why you opted for the Shadow versus the Shadow variant?
Yeah, I just feel like the Shadow does really good damage into things, and the Shadow Fairy Wind damage is really impactful in some matches, like specifically like Drapion. You don't have anything but resisted charge moves, but your fast moves do add up and allow you to use just the resisted charge moves in that matchup.
You've gotten the chance to look at a number of the battlers here so far. You know, you're sitting out in the crowd watching. What's one Pokemon that you're maybe a little bit afraid of seeing that you might see on someone else's team?
Honestly, my team is not the strongest into Drapion, which is not a good idea in this tournament. Also, Shadow Steelix and Golisopod is quite annoying, and I believe my next opponent has both, so let's see how that goes.
All right, well, good luck in that match. I'm sure you'll have to figure out a creative way to handle that. Before we go, back to the casters, any people you'd like to shout out?
Just big shout out to my family, my girlfriend, my friends, everyone here, and good luck to everyone in the tournament.
All right, well, thank you again. Good luck in the next round, and we'll send it back to the casters.
Lyle is an icon in this community for so many reasons, not just his many, many championship wins, but also the community that he helps to cultivate. So great to see him kind of, you know, shouting it out and giving back to the community as well.
Yeah, he's a culture guy. I mean, you spend 5-10 minutes sitting out in the crowd with him, and you're going to just fall in love with Lyle. He's just a great, wholesome guy, you could say. Someone that you absolutely love spending time with, and he's a great battler as well. 3-time regional winner.
Yeah, and another grand finals appearance on top of that, I believe in Pittsburgh last season.
Yeah, I'm curious to see just how, we call it the group of death, right, is going to end up playing out. Who is going to be that trainer that advances to, or trainers that advance to day 2? We talked about a Shady Equation, we talked about SS Thorn, we talked about Lyle. I mean, that is an absolutely stacked group right there, and that's just naming 3 trainers.
Yeah, I think we're still going to be sticking in Group D for our next match coming up. I believe it's 2 trainers who we haven't seen on stream here in Vancouver yet, and actually maybe in quite a while for one of these trainers, even going back several tournaments.
Yep. I'm taking a look, and Ashton Ash is going to be next up here. I believe that he was our 2nd place NAIC finalist last season, and he's just had success everywhere that he goes. I don't think he's had a champion title to his name just yet. He's probably that next trainer, though, that when you think of people that have had consistent success season after season after season, who's going to be that next person to become that first-time champion? Could be Ashton Ash. He's going to be facing off versus Meteor Valiant.
Yeah, Meteor Valiant is someone who I think had a really nice season in 2023, back when you needed to be top 2 to advance to the World Championships. And he had several top cuts, but wasn't ever able to quite get that top 2 placing. And then last season was struggling a little bit more. But now I think with the championship point system, if he's able to get that consistency back, I think this could be a great season for him to try to qualify to Worlds.
Meteor Valiant known for running Pokemon that have high fast attack pressure. We've seen the Victory Bells and the Bastiodons back in the day. After several nerfs to Smackdown and Razor Leaf, no longer finding their places in the meta just quite as much. Although I would say Bastiodon would have some play, at least in Ashton Ash's team. But that said, now rocking the Shadow Kanto Marowak, actually a triple Shadow team with the Shadow Sableye, Shadow Drapion as well. And we're seeing a lot of Emolga today, aren't we, Soph?
Yeah, especially from some of the Canadian battlers like Dapper Discs. I think Dialef also had Emolga, but great to see Emolga on Meteor Valiant's team here as well.
Okay, we're moving right in here, and we're going to be seeing a Battle of the Shadows, Battle of the Ghosts, Shadow Sableye into the Shadow Annihilate, a very good matchup for Meteor Valiant. He's going to actually opt to stay in with his Shadow Sableye here and actually reach this Power Gem before Ashton Ash is able to get to a charge attack on his own counter swap, the Dugong.
Yeah, not a great answer in Meteor Valiant's backline for Dugong, but is going to pull the shield and then actually go into his own Dugong. You see how much damage those Shadow Claws did, and now I feel like that's about a drill run of damage that you're getting to save.
I think it's more than a drill run, and I think that's why Meteor Valiant has to be in the favorable position right now. Here comes the first drill run from Ashton Ash, has the next one almost ready to go here. Will we see it thrown right away? Yes, indeed. So Ashton Ash does have the HP advantage in this situation. Keep an eye on switch clocks, though they will be coming up relatively quickly.
That's right, Ashton Ash did switch just a little bit earlier, so if Meteor Valiant throws another charge attack, maybe right here before he hits 100 energy, if Ashton Ash wants to, he can preserve the rest of this Dugong, maybe go back into Annihilate and get a little bit of an energy advantage.
Well, if we see Meteor Valiant throwing back-to-back here, it could end up being caught on that Annihilate. And actually, no, just opts to stay in, throw it into this Dugong. This is going to leave Ashton Ash's own Dugong pretty low here. Let's see how he wants to play this.
he is just staying in. Oh no, he actually does decide to switch out into the Annihilate, and Meteor Fallion quickly comes back in with his own Shadow Sableye now that his clock is also up. Rage Fist coming through and does choose to shield it up. Again, not the most powerful charge attack, but at this point the Shadow Sableye is pretty low.
All you need is 2 counters to get ahead of that Sableye, though. I don't know that you're going to be able to get to another Rage Fist here, but look how much damage you've done into the Sableye now. And look, you have a great answer to the Sableye in the form of your Azumarill. You're no longer threatened by that return. Power Gem still a good move in its own right, but I think Azumarill's going to have no problem absorbing all of this energy.
Yeah, the counter has really put the Sableye quite low, though, so you're probably going to hope to fast attack down the Sableye and hope that your energy can land somewhere in the back.
Don't forget the energy that Ashen still has on his Dugong. If he's able to get this Sableye off the field and then also the Dugong off the field, he could potentially permanently attack debuff that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
All right, Power Gem coming through. Azumarill is actually below 50% health now, but luckily for Ashton Ash, there is a Kanto Marowak. Oh, and actually Meteor Fallion tries to maybe catch a Ice Beam, but Drill Run coming through here from Meteor Fallion, and all of a sudden, this Azumarill is getting dangerously low.
All right, Meteor Fallion has often relied on fast attack pressure, and when you look at the remaining slivers of HP that exist for Ashton Ash, I think fast attack pressure may be the answer to, I mean, maybe 3 Mud Slaps is going to do it between these 2 Pokemon?
Oh, it's going to be very interesting because if the Marowak comes in, you're probably going to want to throw the Ice Beam immediately. Nope, it's actually the Sableye, just a bubble. All right, I think a Mud Slap is going to come through, and you just really have to throw right away if you want to have any hope of getting off 2 charge attacks. But I think the next Mud Slap is going to take out the Azumarill.
Yeah, I think so too, and you easily tank one of these because you know that Icy Wind has been stored. So this is where you use that Protect Shield. Azumarill cannot bank 2 charge attacks. If it could, this might be a different story, but it cannot. Will you hang on versus the final Mud Slap here? The answer is no. Meteor Fallion will take game number 1 versus Ashton Ash. All of that fast attack pressure, just a little bit too much for him to handle there at the late stages of the game.
And Marowak really just had to come in and deal a couple of Mud Slaps, even though the back line was Azumarill and Dugong, which are very unfavorable for the Marowak. It had a smaller job to do, and it got it done.
All right, we talked about Shadow Sableye and why we think it's going to be doing well in this meta. Of course, if it gets lined up versus a Shadow Annihilate, it's going to be in a favorable position there. But what it has is that potential to farm down with the same type attack bonus, super effective Shadow Claws there. And then even those Power Gems did a number on that Azumarill. Yes, you're not hitting for that nice return that the Purified variant has that can, in some cases, win those 2 shield matchups. But even with Power Gem and with Shadow Claw, I mean, that was a devastating amount of damage into that Azumarill.
Exactly. I think getting that farm down on the Annihilate really put Meteor Fallion ahead. Like you said, just came out with so much energy and pretty much took out 2 full Pokemon that way.
Yeah, absolutely. What was a little bit odd was that Dugong mirror. I think neither trainer felt very comfortable there, but that decision to bring back the Annihilate for Ashton Ash did put Meteor Fallion in that position where he was able to get all of that farm on his Sableye. And I mean, look at the HP remaining for these 2 Pokemon from Ashton Ash. Yes, you have basically 3 charge attacks ready to go, but because Azumarill cannot stack charge attacks and you can't get to that final one, yeah, Meteor Fallion able to take game number 1 very cleanly.
Yeah, when you throw a charge attack, a fast attack does come through when you have same duration fast attacks like Bubble and Mud Slap. So, you know, like you said, 100 energy, pretty much 3 charge attacks in total on Ashton Ash's side, but couldn't get them off.
Okay. All right, well, these trainers are locked in for game number 2. This is winners round 3 of Group D. We're going to be seeing a return of the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's going to be met by Ashton Ash's Shadow Annihilate, a much better matchup this time for Ashton Ash.
Yeah, Annihilate is much happier to see this than the Sableye. The counters really add up as well if you start going for those Rage Fists. And it does look like Ashton Ash is throwing this right away.
Yeah, first Protect Shield comes out from Meteor Fallion. This is the bait. We know that there is Ice Punch, which would be threatening to knock out super effective the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Oh, and a catch from the Azumarill. Yeah, you've got 2 better answers to that Shadow Kanto Marowak. May as well swap in the Azumarill. There's not really a direct answer for Meteor Fallion either.
Yeah, now you get to save his shields because obviously the Annihilate wouldn't be able to take that energy particularly well, but for Meteor Fallion, he's able to kind of come in with the Azumarill and absorb the energy from the opposing Azumarill.
So my question is Ashton Ash's Azumarill, his own Azumarill, in double play rough range? I don't know that it is. Maybe after the bubbles.
I'm not sure, but I do know that it does roughly 25% damage, and I think that this play rough isn't quite going to be putting Azumarill into that range quite yet.
Maybe 2 play roughs and a devastating bubble down, or maybe even bring back in another Pokemon to try and get a farm down and save some of that energy. It's going to be curious to see how these trainers play it out, but I think we got a while here until we see something happen.
All right, play rough coming through onto Meteor Falion's Azumarill, bringing him to just about a third of health on actually both of these Azumarill, and Meteor Falion is farming up just a little bit more energy. Actually, it could have been charge attack priority there, but Ashnash didn't want to fire the resisted Ice Beam. I think he should be able to hang on after this play rough, maybe fire off his own, just has a sliver of health and he knows that he survives that and able to get off a play rough of his own.
Yeah, that is huge. We were asking ourselves 45 seconds ago, will it hang on versus the second one? Yes. Will you hang on versus the third one there? Yes, as well, it seems like. Okay, but 1 counter is now enough to take out the remaining HP from the Azumarill. Don't forget the Bone Club is already stored, and Ashton catches another Bone Club. He's making some fancy plays here, so.
Yeah, this Marowak is just thinking that its Bone Clubs are never landing on that Annihilate where it wants to, but again, we see Meteor Falion have a Bone Club caught and then goes into the own mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, we had 2 mirror matchups that we're seeing here, and they're playing out very similarly. Ashton catches a move on one of his Pokemon, gets a slight energy advantage. Meteor Falion then mirrors. With a little bit of an HP disadvantage, though, there's still a lot of ways that this game could go.
Yeah, Meteor Falion is down his shield, but like we said, the switch clocks are a little bit desynced, and oh my goodness, actually an Icy Wind debuff there. I think that maybe reduces the damage of the Ice Chars a little bit, but also maybe hoping to pull a shield because Ashton again, holding those shields until the very end of the game.
These are back-to-back matches that we've seen double resisted Ice Charge attacks thrown into Pokemon, so it's not something that you see every day here, but Meteor Falion now throwing the drill run. Ashton shielding this one. He's making all the right calls.
All right. Well, Ashton taking advantage of that desynced switch clock, able to get off the Rage Fist on the Dugong, and this is actually very, very helpful because, yes, your final Pokemon is going to potentially be permanently debuffed, but you got a lot of value out of this Annihilate.
Okay, now you bring in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. You don't have any HP remaining really at all, so you don't provide that much farm, but now it is 1 Pokemon versus 1 Pokemon. They both have a lot of energy, but I believe Ashton has the shield advantage and the energy advantage.
I think if you're Ashton you probably still need to land 2 charge attacks to take out this Dugong, and now you're actually debuffed, so I'm actually not sure if 2 drill runs is going to be able to take out the Dugong. It's actually going to be very close.
But I think Meteor Falion also needs 2 drill runs, and it's possible that Ashton gets to 3 drill runs before Meteor Falion gets to 2 drill runs. A lot of charge attacks needed here. In fact, I think Ashton recognizes, hey, I definitely need 3 charge attacks at this point. May as well make one of them an Icy Wind to debuff my opponent's attack.
All right, well, Meteor Falion's Dugong is very low, does win the charge attack priority, but I don't think that this drill run is going to be enough to take out Ashton Dugong. So after several long mirror matchups in this game, I think Ashton is going to be able to take the 1-1 to even up the series.
Not necessarily the most exciting game that we've ever had here, but an effective game for Ashton He ties up the series 1-1. Yeah, that Annihilate certainly has some struggles versus fast attack pressure Pokemon like that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but he made 2 great catches to take those Bone Clubs and find a way for that Shadow Annihilate to be impactful.
And those catches are great, not just because you're able to absorb the damage, but also because you're able to desynchronize those switch clocks. And we saw at the very end of that game, he was able to get out, just a sliver of health on his Annihilate, but he was able to get those super effective counters and really kind of give him the health advantage in the end with the Dugong Mirror.
Okay, so I have a question for you. For Ashton with his Dugong and Azumarill, what are Meteor Falion's responses to those 2 Pokemon outside of his own?
Well, there's the Emolga, which of course you have to watch out for the super effective ice attacks, but I mean, you're doing super effective damage as well the entire time, so that's definitely an option. I think the Sableye, which we saw in Game 1, is also very potent against both of those Pokemon.
Yeah, where Emolga struggles is that just 1 discharge doesn't knock out, and I think 2 is even close to not knocking out. That is Azumarill as well. So in some of those Zero Shield matchups, it doesn't have a lot of play. So I think that Ashton finds himself with some very safe Pokemon, and Meteor Falion's kind of on the back foot, at least in that game too.
Yeah. Speaking of safe Pokemon, the Dugong for Ashton which of course we saw for several minutes already, it's just very, very safe into Meteor Falion's entire team. So I definitely expect to see Ashton continue to bring it. And I think for Meteor Falion, the key is going to be trying to get some meaningful damage onto the Dugong because it is so safe, and if that's going to be Ashton Ash's MVP, you really have to try to take it out.
Well, look, these trainers may see the writing on the wall and think that this is the last opportunity for Dugong to pop off, so they're getting their money's worth for sure. All right, well, we're going to have a nice matchup for Ashton Ash. It's the Azumarill into the Shadow Sableye. Now, that said, these Shadow Claws do a lot of damage as well, especially attack-weighted Shadow Sableyes. You can see just how quickly the Shadow Claws are adding up. But now, yeah, Power Gem is loaded. This is going to take Azumarill not quite to half HP, but it is going to do a solid chunk.
Yeah, if Meteor Fallion wants to invest some shields in this matchup, I think Sableye can maybe power through if it really, really wants to. But if not, I mean, you've already done quite a bit of damage to the Azumarill, so you could maybe be happy with that.
Ashton Ash bringing 3 Pokemon relatively strong to this Shadow Kanto Marowak. So Meteor Fallion is going to be using this Protect Shields. He's going to find himself in a tough spot trying to manage these 2 Shadows.
All right, Power Gem coming through here just before Azumarill reaches another charge attack. So now Ashton Ash has to decide whether he wants to shield it up. It looks like he does, recognizing that, hey, I still have a lot of energy on this Azumarill, and I really want to take out the Shadow Sableye.
Will we see a second shield here? You don't really have a Pokemon that can safely farm down this Azumarill. I think it necessitates that you have to use the second Protect Shield, and Ashton Ash recognizes, all right, I'm just going to be swapping out and bringing in the Dugong here. This does free up the Shadow Kanto Marowak a bit, however.
Power Gem coming through here, and Ashton Ash is shielding it up. I'm wondering whether the Shadow Sableye can get to another Power Gem or another Foul Play, but we'll never find out because Meteor Fallion is bringing us into yet another Dugong Mirror.
I don't know that anyone asked for this, but we are seeing the Dugong Mirror yet again. And oh yes, the classic double resisted Icy Wind being thrown into the Dugong. I mean, look, there is utility to this without a doubt. Meteor Fallion just swapped in this Dugong, and you ensure that all of these remaining charge attacks will be debuffed. Hey, who wants to see this again? It's going to be another double resisted Icy Wind to boot. I don't know what's going on here. So
I actually don't like that second Icy Wind as much because look at Ashton Ash's switch clock, right? It's almost up.
Yes.
So the Icy Wind debuff really doesn't apply for that long of a period of time.
You're having to think how many charge attacks are going to be impacted by this debuff. For Ashton Ash, it's going to be, probably 2 or 3. For Meteor Fallion, it's only just going to be that one most likely. He can just swap back into another Pokemon. Although it is a little bit awkward for Ashton Ash because do you bring in your Azumarill that may then get farmed down by some other Pokemon? Do you bring in the Diggersby that takes super effective damage? I don't think so. Okay, a quick swap now by Meteor Fallion brings back in the Shadow Sableye, and I think, yeah, now this is going to be resisted damage into the Azumarill. This is not enough to knock out.
Yeah, that was nice by Ashton Ash. Banked up a little bit of energy before switching out. I was wondering whether he would switch into the Azumarill or the Diggersby, but does get farmed down by the Sableye. And now, okay, but actually, the Sableye had so much energy and he had to absorb it on the Dugong.
I think Ashton Ash was thinking, okay, no, I actually just want to wait a little bit. I think he hesitated for a second there. Otherwise, I think it would have been a simultaneous knockout. But with the one-turn wait, I think that the Shadow Sableye was able to farm down and get that foul play off. That could come back to bite him. But let's see what happens. Okay, a drill run ready to go here. Was that a charge attack priority, Soph? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I didn't see whether Meteor Fallion was able to tap either of those 2 charge attacks at the bottom, but looks like it wasn't. Actually going to swap into the Marowak to farm down the Dugong. And now Ashton Ash just has 1 Pokemon left, and it's the Diggersby. It is behind energy, but you got a couple of very valuable fast attacks off on the Marowak.
Yeah, no, with a little bit of that fast attack pressure from the Dugong, this may put the Shadow Kanto Marowak in a more manageable range, especially if you're able to get one of these attack debuffs from your Scorching Sands. Do you even throw it on 2 maybe instead? Okay, does throw on proper timing. Meteor Fallion does not throw his Bone Club. 2 Bone Clubs do not knock out this Diggersby, but this could be a very impactful debuff for Ashton Ash's Diggersby.
All right, Scorching Sands comes through, and he does actually get the attack fall. 30% chance there, so that's very, very nice for Ashton Ash. But remember, there is still just a little bit of that Dugong left. It's going to be able to get off some Ice Shard damage at the very least.
Okay, here we go. Fire Punch is loaded. There are no Protect Shields. Do you get to the final Bone Club? No. Ashton Ash has a Charge Attack ready to go, but no, Icy Winds are loaded, and you win Charge Attack priority. Meteor Fallion will get the Icy Wind off, and that's going to be enough to knock out the Diggersby. So how many times have we seen games come down to who wins Charge Attack priority?
A lot of times, because these really top talented trainers know that the energy is just so impactful, and they know that banking it for the end of the game can also be really impactful. I think Meteor Fallion knew that.
You got to see a lot of Dugong action there, and it was Dugong there in that game number 3, who I think was the most valuable Pokemon for him. I think he actually had 2 Icy Winds stored, if I'm not mistaken, so a little bit of overkill there, but nonetheless, great plays by Meteor Fallion, and he takes down a very formidable opponent in Ashton Ash.
I think Dugong might have been the MVP for both sides there. We saw Dugong being brought by both trainers throughout that matchup, and we even saw Dugong being perceived as so valuable that the other side saw fit to just Icy Wind the opposing Dugong.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you recognize, just like you said, that this Pokemon is so impactful and has play against pretty much every Pokemon on the squad, how do I minimize the effect of that Pokemon? Well, even though it's a double resisted Icy Wind, while that doesn't do much damage in its own right, all the utility that it has to debuff the rest of those matchups does have a lot of impact, without a doubt.
I feel like what really let Meteor Fallion take those 2 games that he won was the damage from the Shadow Sableye, right? In game number 1, we saw it, dealing a lot of damage to the Azumarill, and then in game number 3 as well, we saw the foul play and then farm down of the Azumarill as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there you have it. We see Ashton Ash moving down to the loser side of the bracket. Never count him out, a very talented trainer in his own right. But it's great to see potentially this last ride of Dugong. And I mean, I do want to give it a little bit of some spotlight here in this tournament. And I think that if we look at just the overall usage for Pokemon throughout the entire 2025 Championship Series season, Dugong has been one of the most picked Pokemon in the last third to half. It was almost nowhere to be seen, with the exception of, I think, Baltimore, where maybe Wadaj brought it? It was there early on, but it was the likes of Cresselia, Malamar, Shadow Drapion. There wasn't any Dugong at all throughout the middle of the season, but we're seeing this emergence right before it may be on its way out.
I feel like Drapion, Shadow Feraligatr, and Azumarill have really kind of stolen the spotlight for the majority of the 2025 season, but I think you're right that recently, increasingly, trainers are realizing that Dugong is actually pretty neutral or favorable into those 3 Pokemon that I just mentioned, as well as a lot of other meta Pokemon. So it's actually been sneaking its way into a lot of those top usage graphics for day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, continuing to just look at specifically the typing of that Dugong and where its weaknesses come in, there's not a lot of rock type pressure in the meta. I think the most common rock charge attack that we see, Rock Slide, recently been nerfed, right? There's no Smackdown users that we're seeing. Carbink is pretty much nowhere to be seen. While yes, Grass does hit for super effective, you're hitting back for super effective in most situations with your Ice Shards. Electric? I mean, where are we seeing that? Morpeko, maybe?
Emolga?
Emolga, maybe? Yeah, I mean, still in those situations, you have, with your great coverage, abilities to fight back. I think its main struggles today, where you're going to get punished, is with those fighters.
Exactly. Well, the meta continues to shift, and it's really hard to kind of figure out where the meta is going. But if you want a lower stakes situation compared to regional to try out some of these Pokemon, you can find a Pokemon League near you. You scan that QR code, I believe you'll be taken to a website where you can find, stores that are hosting challenges, cups, as well as league play. And those are great places to kind of meet new trainers, as well as maybe test out Pokemon that you want to bring to regionals.
Yeah, those local tournaments are kind of the proving grounds for these regional tournaments and international championships, where you don't necessarily have to have the full exposure of everyone seeing your team. You can test things out with a little bit more anonymity. But guys, if you're in the Vancouver region, make sure that you check out some of these local venues. Everything Games, Draw for Turn Games, Van City CJ Trading Cards, and Bastion Games.
All right, well, speaking of those local tournaments being great places to make friends and try out new Pokemon, I think the matchup coming up is actually between 2 good friends and very decorated locals as well. Wholesome, do you want to tell the crowd who we're expecting?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be seeing almost back-to-back, but no, Lyle Jeff's making a return here. 2 out of 3 games. What a treat for everyone on the broadcast. He's going to be facing off versus Sergio, a.k.a. SS Thorn. These are 2 very, very talented trainers and very close friends as well. Like you said, they are local, so they're regularly bumping into each other and battling in some of those local tournaments. If we're looking at trainers that just know each other's styles, I mean, this is about as good as you're going to see.
Yeah, both of these trainers, not only are they locals, not only have they played each other in, those tournaments as well as potentially regionals and other major tournaments, but they're also both streamers who also watch each other very, very frequently. So I feel like it's kind of hard to find pairs of trainers who have watched more of each other than these 2.
They actually participate in unique challenges as well, where they're trying to run, in some cases, very obscure Pokemon, or Pokemon that maybe aren't ones that they're necessarily picking. They're getting input from external sources, kind of forcing them to adapt to some unique challenges. So not only are these trainers talented in their own right from a play Pokemon perspective, but they have some of the most broad knowledge when it comes to all the different Pokemon, all the counts, all the typings. Just when you look holistically at the overall knowledge that trainers have across all of the Pokemon, you have to say that Lyle and SS Thorn are some of those experts for sure.
Exactly. You mentioned some of those unique challenges. I think they try to race to legend each season while playing under those restrictions. I think SS Thorn won more recently, and then Lyle won the one before that. So a little bit of fun rivalries going on.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, taking a look at these Pokemon, I want to call out some of the specific Pokemon that could be keys to success for these trainers. If you remember Lyle in his interview with Nick, he was talking about Pokemon he didn't want to see. Shadow Steelix does look like it could be a problem for Lyle. He has some answers to it, of course, in the Shadow Primate, or sorry, in the Standard Primate, as well as the Diggersby. Oh, looks like we got another battler on stage here as well, so.
That's right. I think that's Pepsi Dog, a famous dog beloved by the Pokemon Go community. So you can see it's working there according to that little sign.
Yeah, working hard for sure, bringing a lot to the broadcast here, so thanks for the feature there. But yeah, no, Thorn I think does have some play with that Shadow Steelix, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Lyle over-rotate a bit, knowing that he has to bring answers to it, because if you look at that Shadow Jumpluff, if you look at that Dugong even, especially if you look at Pokemon like the Shadow Galarian Weezing, a lot of struggles that those Pokemon are going to be having.
I think Lyle mentioned in the interview he was worried about not only the Shadow Steelix, but also the Shadow Drapion. So I have to imagine that Lyle is going to be relying heavily on the Diggersby to potentially neutralize both of those.
Yeah, Diggersby Primate, I think, do have play, but at the same time, Thorn has answers to those. Now, keep in mind, we've seen Golisopod on stream already, right? I know that we saw Rise to Occasion running it. I think we saw some other trainers running it a little bit earlier in the day as well. But I'm curious to see how one of these elite trainers like Thorn is going to be using Golisopod, if he brings it at all. I think it has nice play. It's actually one of the very, very few Pokemon that resists that unique coverage that Dugong has in its Icy Wind and Drill Run. It's very similar to what we see from, for instance, the Alolan Sandslashes, but that Ice and Ground type, the only typing that resists those two types, it's going to be the Bug Water Pokemon.
Exactly. Well, I'm looking forward to these battles. I think they're going to have a lot of fun as well, and some unique Pokemon on each side. I think we saw Lyle relying a lot on the Galarian Weezing in his last matchup. Not sure if that's going to be the case here. You do have to watch out for the Gastrodon, but aside from that, maybe some decent play.
If I'm Lyle, I'm bringing that Shadow Jumpluff. I mean, I don't think there's too many great answers to it. It has enough neutral play. Yes, it's going to struggle a bit versus Steelix. Yes, it's going to struggle a bit versus Shadow Drapion, but I think it can hold its own enough and hit neutrally, where with how good it does into some of those other matchups, maybe a smart bring.
All right, we saw one of these trainers kind of go into the lock-in screen, second guess himself, and then go back out to pick some of these Pokemon. So they're thinking hard about what they want to bring, maybe thinking that the other person has already kind of thought through a couple levels of theory here, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said, these trainers, I feel like they're very much in each other's heads. They know how they play. They know what they like to play. They know their weaknesses, in fact. Let's see how they're able to take that knowledge and translate it to effectiveness in the battle. So we're locked in here in winners round 3. This is Group D. This could be a regional finals here, but it's not. We got Lyle versus Thorn, and it's going to be a battle of the Shadow Jumpluffs.
Yeah, it's the Jumpluff you mentioned for Lyle, but it's actually not with SS Thorns, and I'm curious who wins Charge Attack priority here. I actually imagine that these trainers would know, and Lyle's actually running the double flying moveset, has that recently buffed acrobatics.
They're both running the flying movesets here. Yeah, Aerial Ace, acrobatics for both of these trainers here. Aerial Ace gets no shielded there by Lyle. A nice call. 2 Aerial Aces do knock out. I think that Lyle actually went for the acrobatics here, which also does not knock out. So perhaps, oh wow, look at that damage. Okay, heavy damage indeed. This is going to bring in the Shadow Drapion. You will be able, as Lyle, to get to this Aerial Ace a little bit quicker. Lyle seems to be, at least at this juncture, ahead in the battle.
He might be ahead, but I'm not sure what his plan is for taking out the rest of the Shadow Drapion. Looks like he's just going to bring in the Weezing, realizing that now that it's been tripped by Aerial Ace, you can probably take out the Drapion with just your Fairy Winds and resisted charge attacks.
Well, maybe he's thinking, all right, 2-Shield Primate could have a lot of play here. Knowing that that Jumpluff has mostly been neutralized, you could probably even Karate Chop down through it, and 2-Shield Primate, especially with some attack buffs, could go crazy here.
That's a good point. All right, Poison Stings are chunking away at this Galarian Weezing, so Lyle is going to fire off the Sludge at the last minute. I don't know if he's going to be able to get off a second charge attack, but depending on what comes in, he might be able to make it.
Okay, in comes the Golisopod. It's going to be able to get 2 Shadow Claws, a bit of a head start, but Lyle does still have his Jumpluff. I think it has 1 or 2 Fairy Winds as well. Let's see if he ends up using it as a catch, or maybe he wants to use it as a damage sponge for this Golisopod. Yes, brings it in. Did not have any energy, so nice overfiring by SS Thorn, and good patience as well. Could have tried to maybe throw that X-Scissor, would have been resisted by the Primate. I think that Lyle needs to shield this, yeah.
All right, Aqua Jet coming through, but now that Golisopod was just so ahead on energy and SS Thorn has already pulled the shield away, I have to imagine that Lyle is kind of in an uncomfortable position right now. But actually, SS Thorn is letting this Rage Fist go. Maybe you can somehow Karate Chop down.
I don't know that you're going to be able to Shadow Claw down the the jump bluff. I think that the Fairy Winds are going to be doing some damage as well, but you need to get more damage into, you need to get more damage into this Golisopod somehow. I don't know how you're going to do it. Karate chops are resisted.
Yeah, I'm not sure Lyle has a great way to take out this Golisopod. The Primeape is very low, and yes, you have an Aerial Ace on your own jump bluff, but SS Thorn also still has a shield, and I'm not sure you can get to 2 charge attacks.
No, while you do outpace, I think that you're currently on the 5 cycle as Lyle. So yeah, there's just no way for him to come back here. Lyle recognizes that. And despite a early head start there for Lyle, Sophie mentioned it, there was no real answer to that Shadow Drapion. He talked about how it was a bit of a weakness, and yeah, SS Thorn able to take full advantage in game 1.
Yeah, it wasn't just the Shadow Drapion, but also not really a great answer to the Golisopod that was hanging out in the back.
I'm trying to think, what's going to be that answer there? And we talked about how Dugong does, it only throws resisted damage into that Golisopod, but it's, and maybe something that can at least slow it down, and while still having good play into that Drapion as well. I don't know if that's a smart bring for Lyle, but that was a tough game number 1 where I didn't really see any win conditions opening up for him.
Yeah, I think Lyle probably needs the jump bluff to land on the Golisopod because it's just so safe into the rest of his team, and if you're behind energy or shields, it's going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, he wasn't able to do it there. And again, early matchup, Lyle actually calling the Aerial Ace and then landing the Acrobatics, but that quick swap now for the Drapion, yeah, puts him in a very awkward position where he can't really just swap right away. And maybe he could have seen stay in a little bit longer, but it's definitely an awkward spot for Lyle.
Yeah, the problem with landing in Acrobatics is that even though you got a lot of damage off, you left yourself pretty much energy dry, and that meant that the Drapion was able to kind of come in and take advantage of that and force you into an awkward position.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, Lyle talked about his weaknesses. We saw the Shadow Drapion as well. Maybe Thorn now brings the Shadow Steelix. It certainly would have some nice play into the Shadow Jumpluff, nice play into the Dugong, pretty neutral into the Dusclops, and good play into the Shadow Galarian Weezing, but maybe Lyle wants to bring back a Diggersby Primeape combo. We'll see.
Well, Diggersby would be nice into the Shadow Drapion. If you lead into it like we saw earlier, you can maybe go straight Fire Punch, but I don't know, you mentioned the Jump Bluff as being potentially key for Lyle. I think that's true for dealing with the Golisopod, but it does struggle against Drapion.
Struggles versus, yes, the Steelix and the Drapion, but I think it'll have, and of course the Dugong, but I think everywhere else it has neutral to good play, so it's kind of a 50-50 bring. All right, well, this could come down to alignment here. If I'm Lyle, I want to bring that Diggersby. I want to maybe bring that Primeape. It is a bit risky. I'm trying to think, okay, for that Dusclops there, what is going to be the hard answer to that Dusclops? Just the Shadow Drapion, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it does against Golisopod.
Yeah.
I don't think you have very efficient Hex Shadow Punch, but I mean, you are pretty bulky, so you might be able to hang on even though you're taking super effective Shadow Claws. But I mean, these trainers have finished deciding. Let's see what they brought. Looks like SS Thorn actually is bringing the Gastrodon onto the field, and Lyle has the Diggersby.
Yeah, Lyle would really like to see the Shadow Drapion here. He does have that, that Primeape in the back, which can certainly hold its own versus the Drapion as well. But without access to counter, since it is running Karate Chop, you're not really able to just punch your way through that matchup.
All right, Scorching Sands coming through here, puts the Gastrodon below half health there, and Gastrodon able to just get off this Earth Power right away. SS Thorn not even remotely concerned about any potential catches, and just going to get it off. Let's see if he gets that defense drop, 10%.
Okay, we did not see the Scorching Sands drop. We don't see the Earth Power drop as well. Lyle should be able to get to this next Scorching Sands before SS Thorn is able to reach the Body Slam. So is this going to be enough to knock out?
I'm not sure. We did just see the Scorching Sands land earlier, but the Gastrodon is able to barely hang on. SS Thorn is going to preserve that energy and quickly bring in the Shadow Drapion, realizing that the Diggersby was relatively energy dry, so I like that a lot, and throwing just as Lyle reaches the Scorching Sands.
We talked about how Lyle was in an awkward spot in game number 1. This is an equally awkward spot in game number 2. You don't want to bring your Primeape in behind energy into a Shadow Drapion. You can't bring in your Dusclops versus Shadow Drapion. You have to shield now your Diggersby. I like the bait recognition though by Lyle, actually recognizing that, hey, I can get a Protect Shield here. He knows that this Diggersby is my answer to his Drapion. Yeah,
he needs every inch he can get versus the Drapion. Is going to let the Aqua Tail go, not a very hard-hitting charge attack, especially without that same type attack bonus. So going to be one of the very few charge attacks that Primeape is able to take. And this is actually close combat coming through. SS Thorn respects it and successfully shields it up.
Yeah, no, this is a huge shield for SS Thorn on charge attack priority. The Aqua Tail did get loaded, just like we said. Lyle may want to try and okay, actually just lets this go. And an undercharge from SS Thorn, I think with the close combat debuff, is still going to be knocking out. Now, Lyle pretty much has to bring back in the Diggersby, but keep an eye on Switch Clocks. He did not wait his Switch Clock now, and he is locked in versus this Dugong. Cannot get out.
He has to throw the Scorching Sands to stall out that timer, and Scorching Sands is going to come through, but now you've kind of lost your main mechanism for taking out the Drapion.
Yeah, you do have access to Ice Punch, which is able to hit for neutral, but this is not a Shadow Dusclops here. I don't even know that one Ice Punch is going to knock out. Meanwhile, you're just going to get debuff, debuff, debuff. At some point, you're going to have to reset that debuff. So I do like that Lyle was able to keep his Diggersby on the field, right? So it can at least be a debuff clear, but things are looking grim for Lyle right now.
Yeah, I think the best possible case for Lyle would be if he's able to catch a charge attack onto the Diggersby, so not only would you absorb energy, but you'd also clear the debuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-for-1 there. Look, Lyle has pulled off miracles before, so don't put it past the realm of possibility here. Switch Clocks are coming up, but you still need 2 Shadow Punches to knock out this Dugong. Here comes the first Shadow Punch. Lyle close to 100 energy here as well. Let's see what he's able to do.
All right, first Shadow Punch coming through here. SS Thorn able to hang on with the Dugong, just one fast attack away from the Icy One. Tries to come into with the Dugong, and Lyle also swaps into the Diggersby, but it just gets farmed down.
Yeah, I don't know that Ice Punch even KOs here. And yeah, okay, but actually is able to get the Ice Punch off first. So if this somehow knocks out, this could be really interesting, but I just don't think it's enough.
It's not enough. Drapion is able to hang on, even gets to the super effective crunch, and Lyle still has a shield up. He has some energy, and I don't remember if the Dugong has energy.
That's the question. Does Dugong have a move? Does it have a charge attack ready to go?
A little bit of has. Oh, it did have a move, but I think it does lose charge attack priority to the Dusclops.
Yeah, you can see Lyle looked a little surprised there. But yeah, that's just like, that's like a 50-50 call. If you end up, okay, hold on, the body slam is loaded. This is double resisted body slam. So I'm going to say this does not knock out.
I agree with you, but let's see what happens. Oh, and the Dusclops hangs on. That's actually quite a bit of health. That's like 5 HP and a dream there. Wow, we thought Lyle was absolutely doomed. I think Lyle might have thought so too, but he's able to take the 1-1, keeping his hopes alive here in the winner's bracket.
I can't hear Lyle, but I think him just, I think I could hear him mouthing, oh, I can't believe I won that game, because that one was so close. Things were looking absolutely grim and dire there for Lyle Jeffs, but we really got to see Dusclops just holding its own there, just tanking charge attack after charge attack after charge attack, and despite the debuffs, finding a way to win that matchup. And you know what? I think if Hex was not buffed, there's no shot that Lyle has a chance there. Really helped him out there.
Of course not. I mean, not only are you not dealing as much damage with the Hexes, but you're also not getting to those Shadow Punches quite as quickly there. So, you know, maybe we underestimated Dusclops there. We were thinking that it looked very grim and dim for Lyle, but, you know, he found a way. The Dusclops found a way, and now he's back in it.
Yeah, for those of you watching on the stream, that is Hex Dusclops there, not Quick Attack there. That is going to be the recently buffed Hex, which again does one additional energy generation, which really changes a lot of charge attack timings. But it also does one additional base power as well. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a strong move there. While Lyle was unable to make a catch there, it did set up the situation where he was able to farm down with Hex against that Drapion, and just enough to hang on with that non-same type attack bonus. Body slam being fired from the relatively medium attack weighted Gastrodon. Yeah, just Dusclops, it probably tanked about 4 or 5 charge attacks there unshielded.
Very bulky Pokemon, and Lyle has a lot of trust in it, so let's see what they bring for game number 3. Lyle's actually bringing the Diggersby back, and now SS Thorn has the Golisopod.
All right, well, the Primate may have some play in the back here, especially if Lyle's able to get a shield advantage. As we know, 2 Fire Punches do not knock out, and the Aqua Jets do just enough to knock out this Diggersby.
But this is kind of a matchup where switch advantage might not be super important, and you might want to just be getting ahead on energy with your offensive Pokemon in the back. For SS Thorn, that's the Drapion, and for Lyle, that's the Primate.
Honestly, the first person to shield here could be the person at the disadvantage, so this will be interesting to see. All right, well, this could have been a charge attack priority. Does Lyle want to prioritize getting this energy off? Says no. Is there any reality that he hangs on with just a sliver of HP? Yes, indeed, he is. And he's actually able to get to the Scorching Sands. Oh, what a play here!
Oh my goodness, he no shields!
He maybe was predicting the switch from SS Thorn and lands the Scorching Sands. SS Thorn, he's like, what's going on here?
And there goes the MVP Drapion. It is still able to get off an Aqua Tail against the Primeape. You do have to use a shield if you want to get it off because Lyle did reach the Rage Fist on charge attack priority.
I think Lyle is just in such a good position now because he forces this protection now. Now he's boosted. Yes, if you bring back that Golisopod, it is going to be a little bit awkward, but there is no way that Lyle's not going to be shielding this Primeape here. It's in such a good position.
And he gets 3 Karate Chops here. And now if you're SS Thorn, you have to deal with a boosted Primeape. You have very little energy on this Golisopod as well.
I think this is going to be a Primeape sweep. I don't even know if we're going to see the Galarian Weezing at this point. I think that the single boosted Rage Fist is going to be very close to knocking out. If it doesn't knock, oh, it does knock out. And now you're going to be up against this Dugong. How quickly the turntables here. So
Primeape is punching its way through this Dugong, and Lyle's building up a lot of energy, just going to go for the double close combat, no messing around with Rage Fist, and I think SS Thorn knows it's over. You know, really wasn't expecting that Scorching Sands.
Oh man, what a treat for us there. I don't think anyone was expecting that, staring at that Diggersby Golisopod matchup. It all came down to a little trickery, a little bit of deception. Sometimes when you know your opponent, you know them so well, you know they're going to make that catch. You throw the wrong move on purpose, and it turns out being a very smart play. In fact, it reminds me, if anyone wants to go back into the annals of time and look at previous tournaments, Fort Wayne 2023, Arrow throwing a resisted energy ball that ends up landing into an Azumarill. It was a crazy, crazy play that ended up hitting for super effective.
Yeah, I think Lyle also got a little bit lucky there because he didn't really have to face any fast attack pressure from either the Drapion or the Golisopod, and that's kind of what let him get to that, you know, very critical Scorching Sands.
Yeah, and I love just, you know, normally you're in a position as the Primeape where you're getting outpaced by the Drapion. It gets to its Aqua Tail before you get to your close combat. But after that Scorching Sands, you're now in the driver's seat because all you have to throw is Rage Fist. Thorn has to shield it. You get energy and you're outpacing everything. And at the end of that matchup, that Primeape probably could have just karate chopped down that Dugong. That was insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Primeape was, you know, maybe the MVP, but I think the Scorching Sands was kind of the fate that sealed the game there for SS Thorn.
All right, well, what a matchup that we just saw there. Absolutely a treat for everyone watching there. And yeah, Lyle just seems unstoppable here. Have we ever seen a repeat champion? So back-to-back in the, you know, from one season to the next, winning the same regional? I don't know that we have.
I don't think so. I think the closest we've had was actually Dunebug winning multiple Texas
That's right.
tournaments. But anyways, we're actually going to toss to a quick break, take a look back at some of the highlights from today, including some of the treats we just saw.
What's up, Pokemon fans? I'm here with Stephanie, one of our commentators from Pokemon Go, to talk a little bit about what's happening in the game right now. Now, Stephanie, we've got a couple of really fun events coming up, so what can you tell us about?
Well, one event that's happening right now is Might and Mastery season has kicked off with its first big event, Powerful Potential, and it features 2 Pokemon specifically. Kubfu, which is making its Pokemon Go debut, the Wushu Pokemon. So you get to have your very own legendary Kubfu, and it's very special. It's a Pokemon. You can't transfer it to the professor. You can't transfer it to Pokemon Home. It is very special and very unique. So that's one Pokemon that features. And also Charcadet is making its shiny debut. So if you squint really hard, you can take a look and see if your Charcadet has the different color eyes that mark if it is a shiny or not. That Pokemon is going to be featured in all of the different egg groups, 2 kilometer, 5 kilometer, 7 kilometer, 10 kilometer eggs. You have a chance of hatching potentially a shiny Charcadet.
That sounds so much easier in theory, just walking around, than actually trying to look at it in the overworld for Scarlet and Violet and trying to get your hands on a shiny Charcadet. That's why I was giggling, because we have these Pokemon that we're very familiar with in the video game, but boy, is it hard to see sometimes that shiny difference.
And it's going to be even easier to get Charcadet because this event features half-hatch distance. So the eggs that you put in incubators, half-hatch is phenomenal. So your 2-kilometer eggs will only hatch in 1 kilometer. Even more, if you finish the timed research, you will unlock quarter hatch distance. So that is a phenomenal bonus. So definitely be finishing your timed research so you can access that bonus.
That sounds like an amazing bonus to have, especially when you get steps in, actually visiting Vancouver as well if you're here, or hopefully the weather's started to get a little bit nicer. But there's also another event, if you're watching this on Saturday, that's happening.
Yeah, Fuecoco Community Day. Fuecoco is my first partner Pokemon in the Paldea region, is my favorite. So I'm very excited to see Fuecoco get the spotlight in Community Day. That's going to be happening on Saturday from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock p.m. local time. And if you evolve your Fuecoco up to Crocolore and then up to Skeledirge, your Skeledirge can learn the charged attack Blast Burn. It's an attack that's only given to those first partner Pokemon, one of the best attacks in the game. Also, its signature attack, Torch Song, is now going to be added to its move pool as well.
That's so exciting, especially knowing that Shiny Fuecoco is so cute. I think it's one of my favorites, not just because it's pink when it actually gets up to a shiny Skeledirge, but also how could you not love such a head empty, no thoughts Pokemon?
Yep, and let's say Fuecoco isn't even your favorite Pokemon and you're not as excited about it. Play for the bonuses. It's triple Stardust during the event, so that is definitely a bonus you want to play for. As well as all of the other great Community Day bonuses. You get an extra special trade with your friends for a total of 2 for the day instead of 1. Lures and incense lasts for 3 hours, which is another great bonus as well. So definitely a lot of reasons to play on Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. local time.
And that's not including the special bonuses that are active for actually being at a regional championship if you're here in person. Then you get 3 special trades a day, so I'm definitely going to be making very good use of that. But there's a little bit more on the horizon when it comes to the Pokemon Go game, and so let's talk about that. What's coming around the corner?
Ooh, let's talk about the Festival of Colors. That is an event coming up, and one of my favorites. I love when we get to feature different cultural holidays in Pokemon Go from all around the world. Trainers in India are going to get some even more special bonuses and access to a really cute Pikachu in a specific costume. That's going to be great, as well as some really fun, colorful Pokemon. I believe Bruxish is making its shiny debut. Bruxish, maybe not my favorite Pokemon, but I like its shiny. I like that it's better than like Charcadet's shiny, like we were saying, or you have to squint to see the eye color. It's at least a very apparent shiny.
Yeah, I don't know, like, Bruxish is not my favorite Pokemon design, so that's not the shiny that I'm getting excited about. However, it is very cool that it is making its debut, but for a limited time during the Festival of Colors, Shiny Smeargle is also going to be back. So if you missed your chance, a calendar year plus ago, then this is going to be the time for you to try to get your hands on that elusive Shiny Smeargle too.
There are so many great reasons to be playing Pokemon Go right now. So trainers, if you are listening out there, I am hoping that you pick up your game and we will meet you out there.
Sounds like a plan. Well, Stephanie, thank you so much for sharing the updates that we've got going on for Pokemon Go. And now we're going to get back to our Pokemon action.
Well, it's great to hear about all of the new upcoming events there. I'm AlphaFeed, joined by Stephanie and Christine, who just teleported back over from the lounge where she was talking with Rosemary Kelly, or Nekra, one of our VG casters.
Also I guess I did an outfit change as well.
Very impressive.
Very impressive, traveling through time and space. Speaking of space, Meteor Fallion is actually going to be one of our next trainers who is going to be featured on the stream. We saw him earlier. And Meteor Fallion is a trainer that we've seen kind of grow and adapt in his gameplay. The Season of Might and Mastery is all about growing and honing your skills. And we've actually seen Meteor Fallion leave his signature Pokemon behind, the Bastiodon, the Shadow Victory Bell, in lieu of a more balanced team.
And he's going to be in the winner's semis, looking to win here, win one more match to make it to day 2. And speaking of day 2, we have a bit of a prediction from us casters as to who we think will be the most likely to make it into day 2. And Meteor Falian's opponent, Heidanis, is actually my pick to be making day 2. Back in 2024, he was able to top cut, made it into top 8, and is looking to repeat that performance today.
Yeah, we saw Lyle doing quite well just now against SS Thorn. That was a lot of people were saying in chat, like, this is the match of the century. Like, this is what we want to see, Lyle versus SS Thorn. So that was so exciting. So lots of trainers doing really well today, like we predicted.
And you know what you don't want to see?
What don't we want to see?
You don't want to catch a ground type move onto a poison type.
Now, it's not good.
Not good. But we got our trainers ready up on stage. We have Heidanis Actual versus Meteor Falian. Pretty balanced teams from both sides. Really interested in seeing some more Shadow Sableye play from Meteor Falian. And then, of course, Dusclops on the opposite side does not want to see that matchup, but what does is his Drapion or Azumarill. Chargebug, really interesting neutral play into everything besides the Kanto Marowak. But here we go. Game number 1. Pretty neutral leads from both sides. Meteor Falian's Shadow Sableye, access to Power Gem though, will deal super effective damage against the Dugong.
I talked about Dugong earlier today and how with Dugong, the longer a matchup stays, the longer Dugong can stay on the field, the more prolonged a matchup is, the better it is for Dugong because it can just continually debuff the opponent. So we see Heidanis throw one additional Ice Shard before throwing that first Icy Wind to begin to chip away at this Shadow Sableye's attack.
And I might have preferred to see a bait for Meteor Falian there, given that it's highly likely that Heidanis is going to shield up that first charge attack. Now, Heidanis has the option, do I need to shield up this Power Gem, or will my Dugong be Dugong?
And the Dugong is staying around. Actually, Meteor Falian bringing in his own Dugong, and we see Heidanis counter with a very strong check with that Chargebug, and we see a little fist pump there from Heidanis.
Yeah, Heidanis very happy to sneak an entire Volt Switch through just one more Volt Switch coming through before the Discharge. Discharge a little bit cheaper, a little less damage than it has been in the past, but is going to be super effective against this Dugong.
Ooh, and it looks like Heidanis again getting to throw getting to throw the Volt Switch, getting to throw another Discharge. Super effective damage into the Dugong, almost enough to knock it out. One more Volt Switch will do it, going down with energy.
Yeah, might have preferred to see Meteor Falian throw a charge attack instead of the fast attack. However, there is the benefit here of gaining energy into this Shadow Kanto Marowak. Unfortunately, in the back for Heidanis is both Azumarill and Dugong. Dugong with an Icy Wind loaded is going to come in, throw it immediately, pull Meteor Falian's shield here, and is going to lower that Kanto Marowak's attack stats so that I think it's going to need to be able to throw a Rock Slide here in order to threaten a knockout.
It definitely will, but Heidanis is going to be able to throw this Icy Wind first and knock out that Shadow Kanto Marowak. So now Sableye is going to be rushing to get to an attack, getting all the way up to the Power Gem, but it looks like it's actually opting for the cheaper Foul Play. With all of that Shadow Claw damage, Foul Play is now enough for the knockout.
Yeah, and it's a really tough end game here for Meteor Falian. Just a bit of HP left on the Sableye, and one of the best answers in the meta for it comes out of the Pokeball on the other side of the field. Azumarill very comfortable to take this Power Gem, and it's going to secure game number 1 for Heidanis.
Heidanis gets making his way, getting very close to that day 2, which is what you have predicted, AlphaFi. What do you think of Heidanis' chances of securing that day 2 after that battle?
I feel very great. Of course, he did have a bit of a team composition advantage. Meteor Falian unable to align that Kanto Marowak onto the Pokemon that he would have liked to. That Chargebug looked quite solid in that matchup. It was able to do a lot of damage with those two discharges into the Dugong. I think Meteor Fallion could have maybe optimized a little bit with when he was throwing his charged attacks, allowing an entire Volt Switch through 4 turns of energy and damage is not ideal. And then, of course, as you see there, doing 1 Ice Shard before throwing his charge attack allowed for that fast attack coming from Heidanis to knock out and denied all of that energy from his Dugong.
And here we are going to see that last-ditch effort from that Shadow Sableye to throw that Power Gem before it is eventually knocked out. We are going to have to see, can Meteor Fallion turn this around, or will Heidanis move 1 step closer to that Day 2 performance? We have Dugong versus Azumarill, again, a very neutral matchup. We are going to very likely see Meteor Fallion go right away for that first Icy Wind, and then follow it up with several drill runs. This is a matchup between 2 very bulky Water-type Pokemon with different subtypings, Dugong having that Ice subtyping, Azumarill having the Fairy subtyping.
And looking at Heidanis' team, he's very comfortably bringing both of his water types. Dugong, the best answer is going to be that Emolga, but as we've seen in the past, it is not that easy of a matchup to play out as the Emolga, as you are taking super effective damage from those Ice Shards, your attacks being lowered by the Icy Winds, and Dugong can quite comfortably take 1 discharge as well. Azumarill as well, the worst matchup is going to be that Emolga or potentially a Shadow Drapion, but the Shadow Drapion typically needs to use more shields than the Azumarill to win that matchup.
And here we are going to see another very bulky Water-type mirror match. It is Dugong versus Dugong, which a mirror match we're not going to see too many more times, considering Dugong's probably going to get phased out by Lapras soon enough in the meta. But here we see Meteor Fallion switching into the Shadow Sableye, going to absorb this Icy Wind, 1-stage attack debuff now, but a Power Gem is still going to be threatening.
4 Shadow Claws into the Power Gem. Great timing for Meteor Fallion. This Power Gem is likely going to be enough to knock out. Shield comes up from Heidanis, wanting to preserve the Dugong. I actually like that a lot, given that this Dugong can take another shield from Meteor Fallion or potentially knock out the Sableye.
And Meteor Fallion opts to put up that Protect Shield to protect the Sableye, because the Sableye can get to 1 more attack and gets to that Power Gem. That is going to threaten quite a bit of health from that Azumarill. It is 1-stage attack debuffed, but still 2 stages attack debuff, actually, bringing it just down into the red.
Azumarill coming back in, no debuffs on its end. Play Rough coming through, going to do a lot of good neutral damage to this Dugong. Not enough to knock out, and not in bubble down range. The question is, it's actually a charge attack tie. I was going to say, can either Pokemon fast attack farm down, but this drill run is going to knock out Heidanis' Azumarill.
I'm actually really curious, looking at this back-end matchup, we have the Shadow Drapion into the Charjabug. We had 2 really bulky matchups. I'm wondering if the actual match timer, the game timer, is going to come into play.
It honestly could. I think that is a possibility, but because it's a Shadow Drapion in the back, it might not. We might see a lot of fast attack pressure. I think Heidanis has energy on his Dugong as well. What he needs to avoid is a catch from Meteor Fallion. This Crunch will do a lot of damage. I don't think it picks up a knockout yet, but it probably puts this in a Poison Sting down range.
And the Charjabug now down into the red. Meteor Fallion just has that 1 Protect Shield remaining. Is he going to use it here? Is he going to use it on the Sableye? Uses it here. That Sableye is such low health. We see Heidanis quickly swap into his Dugong, but the Shadow Drapion able to get to a Crunch. Heidanis still has a Protect Shield. It's going to go away now.
And because of this switch, Heidanis is in a much more comfortable position. 4 move turns like Volt Switch are a lot easier to catch against than a 2 to 3 turn move like Poison Sting into Ice Shard. We see a bit of an over-celebration from Heidanis there, maybe overplaying it a little bit to be funny, but a great solid set there from Heidanis. The 2 trainers hug it out on stage, and that's well fought there. I do, again, want to call out that switch at the end to bring in the Dugong. Make it so that your opponent has a more tricky time catching your charged attack. and giving you a bit more of a safer play in that end game to secure victory.
And that is a great victory for Heidanis. I think that might have been sincere because that brings him into tomorrow's play. He's going to be playing Lyle Jeffs tomorrow in the winners bracket finals for his group.
Ah, I see. Yes. So they are going to be playing on day 2, yet they are not in day 2 / not in Top Cut.
Yes, we're going to be continuing our day 1. We're going to be continuing that group bracket tomorrow in day 2. So that's really exciting for Heidanis and to play such a juggernaut like Lyle Jeffs III.
Yeah, and he's going to need to defeat him if he wants to have a chance at that victory. Lyle Jeffs, the previous Vancouver Regional from last year, we have actually had all 3 previous regional winners here. We have Cindy, we have Dialab, and we have Lyle Jeffs. So it's definitely a stacked crowd here, especially for the Vancouver Regional, right? It's stacked for Vancouver because those players have all done so well at Vancouver. Clearly, it's a location bias.
Yes, I wonder if we're going to have a brand new champion or are we going to see a repeat? I believe Dialab is also still in the tournament as well, I think on the loser side.
All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights from that last matchup. This is going to be game number 2 here. The Icy Wind from the Dugong, lowering the attack from the Shadow Sableye, and then pivoting out into the Azumarill, getting that fast attack damage through with those bubbles, allowing the drill run, not really caring that much about the switch because the Charge Bug was in a safe spot. In that endgame.
And there we have it. Just, again, a lot of excitement on the side of Heidanis and he's on the winner side of the bracket, so that's comfortable. Let's say he can't end up not being able to defeat Lyle. He can still continue to go on to win the tournament.
Yes. Starting day 2 on the winner side is very, very important for having a easier path to victory. We've said it many times. It's much more of a slog through the loser side of the bracket, and I don't actually know the stats, but I'd be curious to see how many tournament winners are coming from the winner side versus the loser side. I think it's kind of even. Like, I remember the stats maybe a year ago was like maybe 55-45%, but I don't know them as of this year.
We'll have to get back to big maths with Big Phoebe later on because now we have Soph ready with Heidanis. Your pick to be most likely to make day 2. Take it away, Soph.
Wow, congratulations on picking someone who actually did make day 2. I'm here with Heidanis. You looked pretty pumped after your win there. How do you feel?
I'm feeling so pumped. If you asked anybody how many regionals I've been to this season, they probably can't even tell you because I've never really made stream. And I've always lost round 1, so yeah.
Well, if you lose off stream, then no one knows, so it's all fine, right? Tell us about the Charge Bug. I feel like we've seen it on a couple of teams, including yours. How are you liking it?
I really like it. It lost me 1 game earlier, but it won me both these games, so it's at a positive win ratio right now. I think Electric is really good in this meta, especially, or at least this like snippet of the meta with Dugong, since Dugong has been really, really good. So yeah.
Yeah, and even if Dugong leaves, you'll still have Lapras, so I feel like Electric will still be out there. And what about the Shadow Dusclops? I mean, we haven't seen that a lot from a lot of trainers, and I don't think I saw you bring it just now.
Yeah, I actually haven't even brought it 1 time today, so maybe that's a little cheeky clue for Lyle's Jeff tomorrow, but hasn't really done me anything. But I think it's good.
All right, no worries. And now that you're on to day 2, what are your plans to prepare for tonight?
Probably watch the stream. Honestly, I was down in the dumps on Monday when the moveset got revealed on Friday. I didn't know what I wanted to run. I texted my good friend Aiden, and I was like, what should I run? And he gave me some ideas, so the Dusclops pick is from him, which is apparently from Lyle's Jeffs.
All right, well, in addition to this Aiden, is there anyone else you want to shout out?
Yeah, I'd give a shout out to Sean. Of course, I'd give a shout out also to my homies over on SoCal Swablu. Sorry, Dre Flames, I didn't bring my jersey, or it's actually lost in the luggage. And then the list can be very extensive, but of course I have to give a shout out to my parents and anybody watching at home as well, Adrian and Alexis and MJ.
Sounds like a great support system. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck, and thank you so much for your time. And for now, we'll toss it back to Stephanie and Nick.
Thank you so much for that interview. Great to hear from Heidanis. He is so excited after and breaking that streak of losing right away in round 1. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, based on his reaction there, based on the interview there, I'll definitely agree with you. That was legitimate excitement there from Heidanis.
Yeah, I don't think he was playing it up at all. And we have 2 trainers now who are going to be looking to move on. We are looking at the losers round 6 in Group C. So both of these trainers have suffered a loss. This is win or go home for Dr. Roast Beef or for the Taurean. The Taurean is a previous regional champion. Dr. Roast Beef has had a really good season. Again, shouting out his performance in Toronto was phenomenal and looking to claim a gold medal of his own.
And looking at these 2 teams, I'm seeing another Galarian Corsola, maybe another person I'll have to ask about their opinions on the nerf. We see a Dr. Roast Beef with his Shadow Fortress again. I'm very excited to see how that plays into the Taurean's team. It's very great coverage, but remember that Dr. Roast Beef does not have Earthquake. It is Mirror Shot and Rock Tomb.
And here we have the Shadow Jumpluff into the Azumarill. Shadow Jumpluff here is not going to be able to throw that grass type coverage, is going to have to go for the neutral Acrobatics instead. But Acrobatics is such a powerful move, such a powerful attack that I think Jumpluff is still going to be okay. And does Shadow Jumpluff, because the regular Jumpluff I know can tank 1 Ice Beam from the Azumarill, can the Shadow Jumpluff do the same?
I believe so. It's a little less comfortable though, and I think you need the Shadow variant to be able to have 2 Energy Balls knock out as well. So it's a bit peculiar how this matchup is a little bit similar, a little bit different. No shielding the Acrobatics means that it does a lot of heavy hitting damage. The one interesting thing here, though, is that Dr. Roast Beef did not switch out into his Kanto Marowak, instead opting to take that Crunch, go for the Fairy Wind down. The Poison Stings are adding up, but catching the Aqua Tail on his own Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, really interesting play. Dr. Roast Beef really quick thinking, recognizing that he wasn't going to get the Fairy Wind down and making the catch instead, and giving his Shadow Drapion quite the energy advantage to whatever comes in next, whether it's the Azumarill or this Diggersby.
Diggersby comes in. It has access to super effective Scorching Sands, as we saw earlier. Great catch onto the Azumarill, but the one nice thing for Dr. Roast Beef here is that he actually wants his Shadow Drapion against this Pokemon because he does not want his Carol Marowak against the Azumarill.
And we're going to see the Shadow Drapion go for a Crunch. I don't believe this is going to be quite enough to knock out, but it's going to be pretty close. We might even see a defense drop. No, it's just 2 more Poison Stings, and that gives a little bit of an energy advantage going into this Diggersby, able to get to an Aqua Tail right away.
Yeah, Aqua Tail coming through, going to do a nice amount of chip damage here. The question is, can the Taurean get a quick attack down before another Aqua Tail is reached, or will Dr. Roast Beef opt to actually switch out here? And it looks like Aqua Tail coming through, going to do another bit of good chip damage here. I have to imagine the Taurean shields this up.
And you would imagine correctly, and there we have it, the final Pokemon on the side of Dr. Roast Beef, a fully healthy Shadow Kanto Marowak. Is he going to use the Protect Shield here? Nope, going to opt to use it later, going to tank that Scorching Sands. Doesn't even do the take the Marowak down into half health. However, this is going to seriously threaten this Marowak's health, so we see Dr. Roast Beef utilize the Protect Shield here. No more shields to hide behind, but the Taurean still has 1.
I would have actually liked to see the Taurean not switch, or excuse me, Dr. Roast Beef not switch out from that Shadow Drapion, because he did allow the Taurean to potentially switch out from this matchup and remove, he prevented himself, Dr. Roast Beef prevented himself from switching out this matchup had the Taurean gotten a Scorching Sands debuff. However, in comes Jumpluff, no move thrown because there still was a shield on Dr. Roast Beef's side. A bit unfortunate there from the Taurean. No attack drops occurred, which meant that all of that fast attack pressure was coming through from that Shadow Kanto Marowak on Dr. Roast Beef's side.
Dr. Roast Beef one victory away here to continue moving on in the tournament. This is losers round 6, so this is definitely, it's a slog going through the loser side of the bracket. We talked about it before, just how difficult it is. Even if he makes it through this, he still has to get to the loser semifinals up against Gerald.
Yeah, and then after that, it's the losers finals, but that will be played tomorrow. We'll see the replay here, catching the Aqua Tail onto the Shadow Drapion. This is going to be neutral damage and the move you'd want to throw in that position anyways. Aqua Tail catch by the Torian, great, but the crunch coming through, putting that Azumarill into 2 Poison Sting range, very nice for Dr. Roast Beef to get that energy coming out of that matchup.
Again, because he needed to be able to get that Diggersby down into Fairy Wind range so the jump up could successfully knock it out. It looks like our trainers are discussing something a little bit here before we lock into the next battle. Perhaps we can take another look at these two trainers' teams. Again, Dr. Roast Beef and the Torian having pretty unique teams from each other. Dr. Roast Beef having that Shadow Fortress, having the Jellicent, where the Torian instead bringing that Galarian Corsola, even though it had that nerf to Nightshade, and the Torian also bringing the Galarian Weezing, which benefited from the update with Sludge.
Yeah, this is the second time we've had 11 unique Pokemon between 2 teams of 12. I don't need to do the math this time because I did the math earlier, so I'm going to get it right, I promise. The only common Pokemon between these 2 teams is that Shadow Drapion, which is so versatile, or has so much play, is so versatile, and is so dominant in terms of its usage in the meta. It's that Pokemon and Azumarill, which have been the top 2 Pokemon in the meta for such a long time, basically for the latter 2/3 of the last season and going into this season. I think they're still both going to be quite strong. We'll see maybe Azumarill get eked out a little bit by Lapras coming in, but Lapras is not eligible to use Psy-Wave this tournament, so it is not going to be all that popular as of yet.
Just to update everybody who is in the venue and also at home, the Torian wants to review the missed quick attack on Diggersby. First, to make sure that the quick attack was indeed missed, and second, and also was it impactful to the end, to the outcome of the match.
Yeah, I think that occurred when the Diggersby came into that Shadow Drapion. The Shadow Drapion did actually survive with 1 HP or about 1 HP, and it was switched out at the very end. That was what I was calling out, where I actually wish that Dr. Roast Beef didn't do that, because he could have saved his switch clock for removing any potential debuffs that occurred from Diggersby's Scorching Sands. None of those actually occurred, so it didn't matter in the end, but being able to reset that debuff is really, really crucial for a Pokemon like Shadow Kanto Marowak that does so much of its damage through its fast attack pressure.
Yes, every single Mud Slap, we see it against the Shadow Drapions all the time, just how much a singular Mud Slap does on top of the Bone Club damage with the charge attack pressure, being able to get to Bone Club so quickly. Kanto Marowak really, really needs to have all of it, like full attack. It can't have any debuffs to be able to really shine. Where a bulky Pokemon, like think like Dusclops, like it's okay if it has like a debuff on it. It's not really there to do damage, it's there to take damage.
One funny thing though about Dusclops is it has access to Poltergeist, and Poltergeist, even on a Pokemon like Dusclops, does a lot of damage.
It does. However, why don't we see that often in play? Like when we take a look at the Pokemon that, when we take a look at the Dusclops that have been used here today, we're seeing a lot of those really quick to get to attacks, like the Ice Punch, like the Shadow Punch.
So there's a couple of reasons. The first is that it's often more beneficial when shields are in play to have lower energy charged attacks. That's why we see bait moves be so impactful for bringing Pokemon in and out of the meta. If there's a Pokemon that has only hard-hitting nukes, it typically isn't as good. You know, Registeel, that's one of the things it struggles with. It only has Focus Blast and Zap Cannon, and it doesn't have fast attack pressure. Azumarill also is a little bit slow to its charge attacks frankly, it needs to have that hindrance, otherwise it would be way too powerful, but it is one of the drawbacks of something like a Azumarill.
Quagsire had that problem for a really long time.
Yes.
Really only being able to utilize attacks like Stone Edge and Earthquake. When it got access to attacks like Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb, it brought it into the meta. And it's really powerful. We've seen trainers like Out of Pocket be able to pilot it to great success.
That's a really great example. The other aspect of it is that with the lower time switch clock, throwing charge attacks, that animation cycle of zooming into your Pokemon, swiping all those bubbles, zooming out, that takes 10 seconds off of the clock. So if it's a 50-second timer and you're throwing 3 or 4 charged attacks in your extremely bulky Pokemon, you've eaten up that entire switch clock, and that means that you are able to pivot out again and maybe get into a better matchup at the end of that.
It looks like on our stream that the judges have decided that that missed quick attack does warrant a rematch. So we are back down 0-0. Take that last match out of your mind. It doesn't count. The only thing that these trainers benefit from that last match is knowledge about your opponent. That's the one thing we can't erase. We don't have any like movie magic to go back in time and erase that. But the win has been removed. We are down 0-0, and these trainers still have to win 2 matches each in order to move on in the losers bracket. As I was mentioning earlier, this is losers round 6. The winner of this match is going to go ahead and play Gerald, and then there's still the losers finals after that that will be played tomorrow. And however, so the loser of this, they're done. They're going home. It's the end of their tournament run here today in Vancouver. Thankfully, though, there's still a lot of matches to be played. There's a lot of regionals. We still have NAIC left. Lots of opportunities left to get championship points and all those local tournaments as well.
Of course, make sure that you're going out and supporting the local scene. It is a great way to get those BFLs, those best finish limits, towards getting those championship points to qualifying for Worlds. Let's get back into the action here. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. It's a grass type versus a ground type. The grass type has no grass type charged attacks, and the ground type can frequently win this matchup because it has access to Fire Punch.
Yeah, I'm wondering how I love the acrobatics animation. I'm sorry, that took me out of it for a moment. Jumpluff just going and zooming right in there. But yeah, I think this really kind of hurts Jumpluff to not have access to its super effective attack. We're actually seeing Dr. Roast Beef stay in this matchup and taking a lot of Poison Sting damage on his Shadow Jumpluff, maybe getting a little bit of chip damage before switching into his own.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's the plan. The issue? Actually, no. I take that back. I was going to say the issue being that I think it's still outside of Aqua Tail range, but with the Poison Sting damage, you know, you're saying, huh, it's resisted Poison Sting damage. Poison Sting is better at generating energy than it is at doing damage. But because they're both Shadow types, or because there's both Shadow variants, the Poison Sting is adding up. Aqua Tail does look like it might be just enough. No! 1 or 2 more Poison Stings, another Aqua Tail loaded from the Torian. Dr. Ospies has an option. He can shield or no shield this. I think he's going to maintain switch advantage either way.
Yes, so absorbing that, kind of taking the Diggersby into, or taking his Shadow Drapion into really low health. So when the next Pokemon comes in, it's not going to get a ton of farm off of the Pokemon. We're going to see Shadow Drapion go for an Aqua Tail, recognizing not going to make it to a crunch. So just kind of throwing the Aqua Tail, getting a lot of nice neutral damage, and then bringing the Jumpluff comes in to Aerial Ace. Dr. Roast Beef doesn't really have a great answer.
Yeah, this is a great team composition read from the Torian. Bringing in this Pokemon has super effective damage against the Jumpluff, and also has super effective damage against the Jellicent in the back for Dr. Roast Beef. We're seeing an Aerial Ace come through. The Torian going to now switch out and pivot back into the Diggersby, able to reach a Fire Punch before another Aerial Ace is loaded. Actually going for a charge attack tie. He grimaces a little bit, maybe thinking it's an Acrobatics, but don't worry, it's just an Aerial Ace. This won't do all that much damage to the Diggersby.
Nah, Diggersby is a bulky bunny. It can handle one of those just fine. However, this Jumpluff cannot take a Fire Punch. The Torian actually going for a bit of an undercharge, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think it's going to knock out.
Yeah, picks up the knockout. In comes Jellicent with Hex. It's not doing all that much fast attack damage to this Diggersby, but Scorching Sand coming through can potentially pull the attack drop here, and I think Dr. Roastbeef still barely has a Shadow Drapion in the back, so had it happened, he still would be able to switch out.
Yeah, that's a really good benefit of holding onto a Pokemon with low HP in the back. Jellicent being able to use same type attack bonus, Surf, to be able to come close to knocking out. However, because this Jellicent is on Hex and not Bubble, is not going to be able to fast attack down. He has to throw another charge attack.
Scorching Sands coming through, an immediate pivot. Now the attack drop does occur. Shadow Ball coming through. This is going to do a lot of neutral damage to the Galarian Weezing. It is a poison and fairy type, therefore it takes neutral damage. Trying to catch the charge attack. Will a Brutal Swing knock out? Oh, instead accidentally hits he hits a Fairy Wind and gets knocked out.
Yeah, Taurean, you can see that was not what he wanted to do, throwing the fast attack instead. That was the Taurean's game to lose.
Brutal Swing would have been more than enough damage there to knock out. However, if you see on the screen, there was actually still a shield from Dr. Roastbeef.
Oh.
So a shield could have come up in that instance. I don't think it was actually that impactful that he went for that Fairy Wind there. The Hex damage still, or the fast attack damage still would have applied and would have knocked out that Galarian Weezing.
We both thought it was a lot closer than it was. Dr. Roastbeef remaining a lot calmer than we were behind the desk.
Frankly, it was because we were both so interested in what was happening. We were leaned into the screens and the shields were out of our peripheral view. Surely.
Thoroughly. So now Dr. Roastbeef has to have a strategy. We are back up 1-0 in favor of Dr. Roastbeef. He only needs that one more win to continue on. Here we're going to see that Aqua Tail take that Shadow Drapion down to really, really low health. I liked this team read from the Taurean to bring the Galarian Weezing. I just don't think the Taurean was able to quite get as much use out of it as he wanted.
Yeah, the real issue in that endgame was that Shadow Ball. There were no shields remaining for it, right? The Hex comes through. He would not have been able to get to 2 charge attacks either way, and the Diggersby didn't have enough energy to reach a charge attack of its own before a Surf came from the Jellicent. So really great energy management from Dr. Roastbeef there. A little bit unfortunate for the Taurean. Had he maneuvered in such a way so that the Shadow Ball did not land onto that Galarian Weezing and the Galarian Weezing was provided maybe an extra shield in that match, I think he would have been in a little bit more of a dominant position in that game.
Our trainers are locked in. Dr. Roastbeef needs one more win to continue his journey here in Vancouver. The Taurean, if he loses again, he's out. So we have Jumpluff into the Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola suffering a nerf from Nightshade. Nightshade not going to be as powerful against this Jumpluff.
Acrobatics coming through. Once again, Dr. Roastbeef does not win a bulky Pokemon, is on the far end of the field, does a little bit more than 50%. Power Gem coming through now. This is the same strength Corsola as before, you know, Astonish was not changed. Power Gem was not changed. In comes the Shadow Drapion, a very safe switch outside of this Kanto Marowak.
And Kanto Marowak can safely take one Aqua Tail, especially because Shadow Drapion does not have any fast attack pressure when it comes to the Marowak. The Poison Sting's barely chipping away compared to the massive fast attack pressure coming from this Kanto Marowak. Dr. Roastbeef can comfortably use a Protect Shield here, knowing he can apply a lot more pressure to this Drapion.
Yeah, Dr. Roastbeef able to get the farm down. 2 more Bone Clubs loaded with energy, 2 Bone Clubs loaded with energy. Bone Club number 1 coming through. He might be able to reach a 3rd against this Diggersby if the Taurean opts for a fast attack down.
Yeah, and he's going to need all of those Bone Clubs to be able to do any meaningful damage to the Diggersby. Bone Club just doesn't really cut it. Diggersby's just too bulky. But we're going to see the second Bone Club come through, take the Diggersby down to half health, and perhaps we're going to see the 3rd Bone Club there. Now it's some meaningful damage. Now the Taurean has to make a decision. Do I protect the health on this Diggersby, or do I let this Bone Club go? Decides to let it go.
This is a really tough spot for the Taurean because in the back is Dugong, which does super effective damage to this Diggersby, and it can lower the attack of the Taurean's Galarian Corsola. I have to imagine he switches out here to preserve that Diggersby so that later on he could potentially switch out, reset the attack drops from these Icy Winds. Going actually for the Nightshade here hoping that it's going to be enough. He needs to shield up all of the remaining charge attacks from Dr. Roastbeef. He has very little health remaining on his Pokemon.
Dr. Roastbeef has to make a call. Is this the Power Gem or is the Torian going for the Nightshades? Actually uses the last Protect Shield here, but Dr. Roastbeef can also potentially make a catch onto that Shadow Jumpluff. Depending. He's going to throw another Icy Wind. This is going to bring down the attack even more of the Corsola. Torian has no choice but to shield. And there it is! There is the catch I brought up!
It will, but Dr. Roastbeef had an Aerial Ace loaded, so the catch now could potentially happen from the Torian if he's actually... Wait, no, he's able to outpace. The Power Gem comes one fast attack before the Dugong reaches it, so now the Torian, because of that catch, because of the loss of that charged attack, is going to be able to win this game.
Yeah, walk me through that decision making, because I thought like, oh, the Jumpluff could potentially absorb some damage. I didn't realize that the Jumpluff had an attack left on it.
Yeah, maybe Dr. Roastbeef forgot because that Jumpluff had switched out way at the beginning of the game. It was all the way because it was his lead Pokemon, right? It was the lead Pokemon against that Galarian Corsola. He had built up that energy, saved it, switches it in, but does a Fairy Wind instead of the Aerial Ace, losing that crucial damage to secure the knockout into that Corsola. I think just maybe a bit of a miscue from Dr. Roastbeef there, forgetting that he had all that energy stored up.
Yeah, and that it is so unfortunate to go down with a move stored. Kind of walk me through here. Here's where the Galarian Corsola kind of comes into play in this game number 2.
Yeah, getting that fast attack down, Bone Club, I think it was 3 or maybe 4, I forget. There was just so many of them thrown into that Diggersby. And here we see it, the catch, the energy loaded on the Shadow Jumpluff, but not thrown and able to barely reach this final knockout with the Power Gem right before the energy was reached from Dr. Roastbeef's Dugong.
So what could Dr. Roastbeef have done differently? Because it seemed like it was Dr. Roastbeef's game to win there.
Absolutely. I think it's really tough, frankly, to remember, especially after a really long day of battling. These trainers have been here since, I think they start at 9 a.m. is their call time, and they start their battles. They've been here at the venue. They're exhausted at this point. So it's tough to rely on just mental notes of where your energy is and where your opponent's energy is. So maybe doing a physical note to recall that you had that energy would have been key. Here we go into a crucial game number 3 here. Dr. Roastbeef has typically liked to stay in this matchup a little bit. You can take a crunch, you can pull a shield from the acrobatics, but will he throw the acrobatics this time, or will he opt for a bait with Aerial Ace? He's shown time and time again that he wants to go for those acrobatics, and this time he's going for Aerial Ace.
Interesting. So what is the Torian going to call? Is he going to shield it? No, makes the call that it's just the Aerial Ace here. Jumpluff gets to another one. The Torian opts to go for more Poison Sting damage instead of throwing the attack right away. Now the Torian uses the Protect Shield. Shadow Dropion's going to be pretty low. I think Shadow Dropion's going to do well in this matchup. Has so much energy. This is typically really good for the Marowak. However, the Dropion just... it has 2 Aqua Tails locked and loaded.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see Dr. Roastbeef having stayed in that matchup for so long. However, we do see a counter switch here. It's going to be the Galarian Corsola coming in from the Torian, and with no real strong answer for it on Dr. Roastbeef's side, he's going to throw this Bone Club here, and if he stays in any longer, he's going to get fast attack farmed down. Nightshade's super effective into this Jellicent. It's going to require a shield to come up.
Yeah, Jellicent is bulky, but that super effective Ghost versus Ghost damage will definitely start to take its toll. You can see, again, the Astonishes versus the damage from the Astonish versus the damage from the Hex coming from Jellicent.
Shadow Ball going to take a shield, would have done massive amounts of super effective damage. Nightshade number 2 coming through. I have to imagine that this is going to pull a shield from Dr. Roastbeef, but at this point, I think he can just go for Surfs, but no, a quick switch into the Shadow Drapion is going to do super effective damage with this crunch, and it's going to be really close to knocking out.
Heavy damage. That is a knockout, and the Kanto Marowak comes in. However, the Torian still has an entirely healthy Diggersby in the back.
Going to throw this Bone Club saying, I want to see that third Pokemon you have in the back, and unfortunately for him, it is going to be an extremely healthy Diggersby, going for the quick attack down and securing game number 3, the Torian making it through this losers round 6 into the losers semifinals.
Yes, congratulations to the Torian. Maybe trying to work his way to another regional championship. But again, that was a great tournament again for Dr. Roastbeef. He's really been on fire in 2025.
Yeah, lots of great play from him there. Really interesting team compositions. I really do like his team a lot. To remind you, since it's no longer on the screen, it was a Jellicent Fortress. I would have maybe preferred to see Earthquake on the Fortress, the Shadow Fortress, instead of the
Mirror Shot?
The Mirror Shot. The Mirror Shot Steel-type charge attacks don't have a lot of strong positioning within the meta. You want to throw it at Wigglytuff. A lot of people did think that Wigglytuff would be really good in this meta, but we actually haven't seen all that much of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've casted any Wigglytuff games today.
No. And you know why? It's because the Inadequants didn't make it to the tournament.
Nah, Inadequants is not here to pilot that Wigglytuff to success. We can take a look here at the Torian's last win in this series, taking himself into the losers semifinals. Again, just really good work from the Torian. A lot of perseverance, I would say, from him.
Yeah, and here we see it, game victory here. After that Bone Club comes through, Diggersby able to get the fast attack down, and we see the trainers shake the hands on stage as a sign of good sportsmanship. It's been a long day, Stephanie. We still have a bit of a ways to go.
We do. The battles are not stopping. Fuecoco Community Day did come to a stop, though. I got a couple of shinies. How did you fare, Alpha Phoebe?
I have caught over 100 Fuecoco. Shiny checked at least 20 others. 0. I'm angry. My pin actually shows my feelings here. I don't, camera, can you zoom in? No, you can't. No, that's really unfortunate. My eyes are like all squirrely and dizzy and confused.
I managed to get a couple shiny Fuecoco, but as we were talking off stream, Fuecoco will come back for December Community Day. That's kind of a tradition in Pokemon Go for December, which is really nice. All the Pokemon from all the community days of the year make another reappearance. So we'll see our little empty-headed friend again come December.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit about the events going on right now. We have a graphic for you for the Might and Mastery event that's now happening. Of course, or excuse me, is that the season?
That is the season.
The season
of
an event.
Yeah, the Might and Mastery season where Dynamax Raikou is going to be making its debut, as well as we have an event going on right now called Powerful Potential. You can get your own Cubfu. Cubfu made its debut in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet in the Isle of Armor expansion. Or no, it was a Sword and Shield.
Sword and Shield. Mm-hmm. We got there. And of course, that is, I believe, Gigantamax Machamp with its forearms pulsating with lava? Question mark? I don't know. That's that.
Powerful energy.
I'm making it canon right now. It's lava. It's got lava flowing through its veins.
Yep, so that was a Gigantamax Machamp and then 2 Dynamax Urshifu. Urshifu has 2 different paths it can take. It can be a single strike or a rapid strike Urshifu. Rapid strike kind of going more for like the quick jabs, like lots of smaller attacks. Where single strike, it is going for the one-hit knockout right away.
Yeah, and I'm curious a little bit to see what its implementation of its special moves. It gets Surging Strikes and it gets Wicked Blow. Surging Strikes for the water form, Wicked Blow for the dark form. In the video game, those go through Protect. Will they do the same in Pokemon Go? I'm not sure. We'll have to find out.
and we will, but not right now. Right now, we've got 2 battlers up on the stage. We have my pick to make day 2, which is SS Thorn, up against Ashton Ash. Ashton Ash has also had a really good season. We saw him, he was the runner-up, the finalist from NAIC, and has done really, really well throughout the season as well. I believe also in Merida had a really good performance, as well as in LAIC.
And on these teams, we're seeing a bit of a difference between the two. Ashton Ash maybe a little more of a old style last season team with the addition of Charge Bug, but we saw a little bit of Charge Bug on teams last season. However, for SS Thorn, he's running that Thunderfang, Steelix, Golisopod, and I guess the rest of the team, the other 4 Pokemon, have been around in the meta before the Mighty Max season. So 2 out of 6, 1 out of 3. Seems pretty good. But let's go ahead and get into our first of potentially 3 battles here. It's going to be a Shadow Jumpluff into Shadow Drapion. We'll see SS Thorn stick it out. He is opting for the double flying moveset again. Aerial Ace and Acrobatics. Crunch coming through, not threading a knockout, but will he opt for an Acrobatics or will he go for the Aerial Ace bait?
That is up for SS Thorn to decide and for Ashton Ash to call. SS Thorn went up to like a lot of energy, and Ashton Ash does decide to shield the Aerial Ace. So there was a bait on the side of SS Thorn. So now, because he built up all that energy, is able to throw an Aerial Ace that will land on the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, the one nice thing for Ashton Ash here is that because SS Thorn threw immediately, he knows that it was just an Aerial Ace. He can throw an Aqua Tail here, which even though resisted will threaten a knockout. No shield from SS Thorn. He's going to take shield advantage into this next matchup. In comes his Gastrodon. A quick switch from Ashton Ash, recognizing, hey, I think that my Azumarill is very safe into the rest of your team. I feel very comfortable giving up switch advantage that I earned with my shield, saving that Shadow Drapion for a later matchup.
I'm looking at kind of the end game, a potential end game matchup against the Golisopod versus the Dugong. Golisopod is really unique in that it resists all of Dugong's charge attacks and its fast attack.
Play Rough coming through, doing good neutral damage. And a bit unfortunate there from Ashton Ash. The Earth Power did come through to lower the Azumarill's defense. I would have maybe preferred to see him throw Ice Beam first, but because typically on neutral energy, Ice Beam is the move you want to throw as Azumarill against Gastrodon, but Gastrodon did have an energy advantage, so throwing that move, I guess, makes a little bit of sense. In comes the Shadow Drapion. Crunch going to pull the first shield from SS Thorn.
Yeah, that Golisopod has so much energy, though. Going for the Aqua Jet right away, wants to get the Shadow Drapion out of here, so the Golisopod can start to do work against the Dugong and the Azumarill that is still in the back. Azumarill down with really low health, and then the Dugong, which it doesn't really want to see this Golisopod.
Yeah. Dugong is going to have to come in because the Azumarill would just be more energy for the Golisopod, needing to save it in the back for a catch. Able to go for X-Scissor here. It's going to do good, same type attack bonus, neutral damage to the Dugong. It is a significantly improved move since it has been way, way long ago. It has been buffed. It does a little bit more damage now. X-Scissor coming through once again, pulls the final shield from Ashton Ash.
Yeah, but now these Icy Winds are going to start to take effect. Even though they are resisted, Golisopod is partially a water-type Pokemon, dual water and bug type. So this is resisted damage, but it is going to start to impact these X-Scissors. SS Thorn still has the Gastrodon around if he wants to clear that debuff.
X-Scissor coming through, not going to be enough to pull a knockout quite yet, and the Gastrodon is quite healthy in the back. It's going to be a catch there of the Icy Wind onto the Gastrodon. However, a charge attack was absolutely necessary into this Gastrodon anyways because of how healthy it is. Without that undercharge, actually now catching the Body Slam, good catch by Ashton Ash. A full charge means that one more Ice Shard was still able to be thrown. However, I think the Golisopod is going to be able to outpace in this endgame.
Yep, so we're going to see Dugong throw 1 ice shard, and then we have, the Golisopod. The Golisopod has the attack already ready to go, just 1 fast attack away from it. So we see SS Thorn winning really on the back of that Golisopod.
And Golisopod, looking at these two teams, does look really, really solid. We saw it match up before against a Diggersby, and although you might think, hey, that should be a really good matchup for the Golisopod. It's a water type into a ground type. Because it's using the fast attack Shadow Claw, you're double resisting that as the Diggersby. Diggersby is incredibly bulky, and it can hit back for neutral or resisted damage with Fire Punch and Scorching Sands. So it's a little bit closer than you might expect.
These taking a look at the replay, again, the Golisopod just really was positioned really favorably. This kind of makes me wonder if Ash is going to leave the Dugong on the bench, because it's really just food for the Golisopod.
It's tough. I would have to agree. I think the Dugong is more of a liability than it is a asset, because you can cover the jump bluff with your Shadow Drapion a bit better, or not better, excuse me, a bit more safely, because it does not, that Shadow Drapion does not worry about that matchup against that Golisopod.
So our trainers are looking to move on. This is losers round 6. We're not even in the losers semifinals yet. Meteor Fallion is waiting there for the winner of this match. Potentially the winner of this game if SS Thorn can secure it. Now it's the Golisopod versus the Diggersby. Golisopod throwing Shadow Claw does not do any fast attack pressure to this Diggersby. And Diggersby is going to be able to throw neutral Fire Punches. Again, Golisopod is a water and a bug type. The super effective and the resist cancel each other out.
Shadow Claw's coming through, building up to the Aqua Jet here. Aqua Jet's going to do good, super effective damage to the Diggersby, but as you'll see, it takes more than 2, just barely more than 2 Aqua Jets to pull it a knockout here. It's going to be a charge attack tie. I don't believe this Aqua Jet will knock out, but it'll be interesting to see exactly how low the Diggersby is. It is actually, surprisingly, in Shadow Claw downrange.
that is not something we say for a normal type Pokemon. We're going to go ahead and see the Fire Punch come through the Golisopod. We can see the damage that it sustained. It's down under a quarter health, I would say, in the back line now. And now we see Shadow Drapion into the Azumarill. Shadow Drapion likes this matchup, especially if it can get a crunch debuff right away, so these Poison Stings become more and more impactful. No defense drop right away, though.
It's really funny that both of the trainers decided to simultaneous swap there, although both of their Pokemon were still having a little bit of health. However, because they both switched into very neutral Pokemon against most of the meta, Ash doesn't have an additional ground type on his team, and SS Thorn does not have any really hard Azumarill answers on his team. It was a very safe play for both of them to make. Play rough coming through at the same time as a crunch, but Ash is going to throw up a shield.
And we are going to have to see how SS Thorn is going to play this out. I did not hear the defense drop. I did not hear the defense drop audio cue. So we have to say that did not happen. And we see SS Thorn actually shielding the play rough, and Ash making an aggressive swap back into the Dugong, leaving both of his other Pokemon, the Azumarill and the Diggersby, in the back line with really low health.
Ash opts to no shield the crunch. I like this decision because it would be the one that does the least amount of damage if a defense drop did occur. Unfortunately for Ash, a defense drop did occur, and a very bulky Gastrodon is on the other side of the field. It can survive 2 charge attacks from the Dugong and is going to be putting out even more damage with these Mud Slaps because of that defense drop.
Yeah, Gastrodon is known for being bulky and being able to pressure with those Mud Slaps. We're going to see 1 Body Slam, get the final Protect Shield, but Gastrodon can handle this next Icy Wind. It is fine, and Gastrodon has another Body Slam loaded. Dugong's defense is dropped, but Gastrodon has had some attack drops. So now they're kind of thinking, like, does this matter? Is this going to knock out? What's going to happen here? The Body Slam did not knock out. So here we have the Azumarill. It's going to be kind of like the very ends of these Pokemon. Ashton Ash, I think, kind of recognizing he can't overcome the Shadow Drapion in the end game. You can hear kind of like its roar. The Drapion is just kind of ready here. Even though Ashton Ash had all of his Pokemon available to him, none of them had the health needed. None of them had an attack loaded to be able to deal with that Shadow Drapion. So SS Thorn is the victor here. Has not yet secured day 2, but is able to continue on in this tournament. This is the end of the tournament run for Ashton Ash, but I still say Ashton Ash has been on fire in 2025. Still has had a lot of really great tournament performances, and I would count this towards them.
Absolutely. He's definitely been on a run. Look out for him at Worlds this year. I'm sure he's going to be attending. But congratulations to you on having your pick continue on through the rest of the tournament.
But as I said, he hasn't secured day 2 yet. That was losers round 6. SS Thorn still has to defeat Meteor Falian in the losers semifinals for this group.
Yeah, and a little bit of a quirk happened at the end of the game that I want to call out, and I want to call out a piece of good sportsmanship from Ashton Ash. What happened there was a multi-charge attack tie. 3 charge attacks happened on the same turn, technically. There were the 2 from SS Thorn as well as the 1 from Ashton Ash. However, I could read Ashton Ash's lips. He said, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter." SS Thorn had so much health on the Gastrodon, and still a good amount of health on the Golisopod as well. There's really no win conditions for him at the end of the game based on the defense drop from that from the crunch that time, excuse me, and how much damage the Mud Slaps are doing from the Golisopod, from the Gastrodon. These Pokemon that start with the same letters are really tripping me up today. I had Jellicent and Jumpluff earlier, and now I have Golisopod and Gastrodon.
Well, we certainly know that your PhD is not in English. It's in the science and the maths. But that was, again, really good. Congratulations to SS Thorn for continuing to move on. And thank you for calling out that bit of sportsmanship. That's something that I really like from our game. I think we have a really strong, tight-knit community with trainers that have a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah, and we've had some really wonderful battles on this stream. I think we're going to throw it over to our co-casters, Sophia and Jim. But watch these highlights and stick around because we are not done with the battles yet.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffs and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Welcome back, trainers. Look how far we've come indeed through the day 1 bracket here in Vancouver. My name is Softove, and I'm here with Wholesome to bring you the final matches of day 1 as we figure out who's going to make it into day 2.
Yeah, no, it's been a great tournament thus far, and it's really been fun to see this unique meta that we're never going to be seeing again, how trainers have been able to adapt and navigate throughout. I gotta say, trainer predictions, Malamar did not work out for the 3 of us that picked it, unfortunate, but we have seen a lot of play from some of the other Pokemon like Dusclops and Shadow Sableye especially.
Exactly. Taking a look back at our caster predictions, yes, you did mention that 3 of us chose Malamar. I think we should all be upset that we didn't see more Malamar today. But some of these other picks, you had these Hex users in Dusclops and Jellicent. We've also had the Shadow Sableye, which I feel like has been making quite an appearance here throughout the day.
No Claydol, however. All right, well, these trainers are getting ready here. I think we're going to be moving over to the stage shortly, but I think we've seen both of these trainers already today. Yeah, Gerald versus the Torian. The Torian, I know, has had some extended stays on stage here, but he's made it all the way to the losers semifinals here in Group C. He's going to be locking in shortly versus Gerald. Now, these are 2 trainers that are both running that Galarian Weezing, which, you know, was a Pokemon I was considering for my caster prediction. Did not make its way into, I think, any of ours. However, we're moving right in here. We know it's late in the evening. Let's get into the battle, so.
All right, Gerald is running the Shadow just the regular Gastrodon in the lead here versus the Galarian Corsola. Torian is, of course, one of the few trainers still using it even after the Nightshade nerf.
Okay, well, this is going to be interesting because the Nightshades, like you said, have been nerfed. Do 2 Nightshades after the Astonishes KO. Are you maybe able to get to an Earth Power or 2 Earth Powers to knock out? I don't really know what the formula here in this matchup is, but I still feel like it's a little bit favored for the Corsola.
Yeah, you are very bulky. You can see how much damage that first Nightshade did, and I definitely think the next Nightshade is going to be enough. The Astonishes as well are also chunking away.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you even farm down here? No, okay, Torian will likely need to invest in Protect Shield here if he wants to hang on to all of this energy. Switch advantage will be very important here. Okay, Torian lets the Corsola go down, now brings in the Primate. Primate of Energy is obviously going to be a good Pokemon, and you are able to hit for neutral into this Galarian Weezing, but you take super effective damage. Quick swap now, this is going to be Diggersby into the Dugong.
And this is beautiful alignment for Gerald. Yes, you mentioned that Primeape is definitely good up energy, but in this case, it's pretty much walled by the Galarian Weezing. Those fairy ones are going to chunk it very, very quickly, and this matchup is also favorable for Gerald.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep in mind, both Protect Shields are up for both trainers right now. Gerald able to get off the Icy Wind. This is going to be super effective into this Diggersby. Not enough to knock out, but enough to take it to half HP. Diggersby, meanwhile, is trying to get to this next Scorching Sand, trying to search for a debuff on his own.
Yeah, Scorching Sands coming through here, not going to be doing very meaningful damage to the Dugong. And if you're Gerald, I have to imagine you just farm up a little bit more energy and then throw the Icy Wind. And at that point, your switch clock will be up and you can come back in with your Weezing if Torian has the Primeape on the field.
As the Torian, is there any way that your 2-shield Shadow Primeape has any chance against that Galarian Weezing?
No.
Short answer to a very simple question. All right, down goes the Diggersby. In comes the Galarian Weezing. It's got the typing advantage for sure. These Karate Chops are double resisted. Now that said, you do not resist these Rage Fists, but the advantage that you have as Gerald now is that you can simply let the first Rage Fist go and you don't have to worry about getting Fast Attack down.
Exactly, and you don't even have to worry about a catch. So the great thing here for Gerald is that he can pretty much just land one charge attack and Fast Attack all the way down, whereas the Torian already had to use the energy on that Rage Fist, which didn't go shielded.
Okay, here comes the next Rage Fist. You do have to start shielding these, and we've just seen Gerald go straight for these Brutal Swings. Any amount of chip damage in addition to the Fast Attack damage should be enough to knock out here, and I see no reason why you don't continue to go for these Brutal Swings.
Yeah, they are resisted, and I would guess that Primeape can't actually hang on to a Brutal Swing, but of course the subsequent Fairy Winds would be lethal to the Primeape.
Yeah, don't forget the Dugong still hanging around in the back. Really, at this stage in the game, there's just no coming back. This Brutal Swing is loaded. Even if you somehow hang on versus this Brutal Swing, I don't think you're going to be able to get through the remaining 2 Pokemon. And yes, the Primeape does go down. Game number 1, clean victory there for Gerald. Really came down to alignment, and I think we could have maybe seen the Torian throwing that second Nightshade. He was trying to go for that farm down, though, and did not want to go down Protect Shields, and yeah, it ended up biting him.
Yeah, it felt like a very straightforward game for Gerald there once the lead matchup was over. You see that Gastrodon in the top left, and we've been seeing other Mudslappers like Kanto Marowak kind of take the spotlight. But if you look at Torian's team, the Gastrodon is actually really, really safe. So Gerald might have just been thinking that if he can force alignment with Gastrodon versus any lead from the Torian, he's in a really good spot. And that's exactly what we saw in that first game.
In the wise words of SJ, make sure you bring a Mudslap resist. And yeah, he did not bring a Mudslap resist here from the Torian. So it does make that Gastrodon very strong, just like you said. Now, I do think that Torian could have actually taken that switch alignment, but perhaps he was worried about a farm down with one of those other Pokemon getting ahead in energy.
I think also when you have a Shadow Primeape in the back, you definitely tend to want to just put 2 shields onto that.
Yep.
And shielding a low health Galarian Corsola is not really like a natural play, even though, like you said, it might have been very impactful in that particular game.
But I think if you're Gerald, you recognize that, and you know that you have to bring one of your Pokemon that's going to be strong into it. And you have a lot. There's the Azumarill, there's the Weezing, your 2 Fairy types. You also have the Charge Bug that's going to resist those Karate Chops as well. So I think you're always going to be bringing some sort of resist to that Primeape. Let's not wait around, though, so if we're moving into game number 2 for the Torian, this is win or go home.
All right, what a fantastic lead for Gerald. So he could be on his way to a 2-0 victory if all goes well for him. Torian with a quick swap into Drapion, but Gerald actually fires off his Aqua Tail first.
Yeah, nice recognition to throw this right away and not have any overfarm whatsoever. You want to take advantage of that 1-turn swap. In comes the Aqua Tail. Gerald lands that and then immediately goes into his Gastrodon. Maybe we could have seen a swap right away, but I think Gerald just wanted to pretty safely get that first charge attack off and now know that he can simply just farm all the way down before this Drapion is able to reach this next crunch.
That's right, the Drapion barely doesn't get off that crunch. If it had survived that third Mudslap, I think it would have, but gonna come right back in with the Corsola, trying to absorb some of this energy and hope that, you know, the Diggersby can do a lot of work in the back.
Well, this soft farm down now actually may set up this Corsola to land 2 Power Gems into that Drapion, which I don't think is enough to knock out, but it is certainly enough to threaten a lot of HP. This is going to be a double resisted non-stab body slam. I think even missing a couple bubbles there was Gerald.
Yeah, I think the Torian, oh, but actually maybe wasn't keeping count, actually shielded up a guaranteed body slam. That's going to hurt him, I think, down the line here, because he really needs shields for that Diggersby to be able to deal with the Aqua Tail spam from Drapion.
That's an oof moment right there. You can't take that one back, and at this stage in the tournament, that is certainly going to be really tough. Here comes the Power Gem, though, for the Torian. Yeah, love to have that second Protect Shield remaining. He's going to have to figure out here via this Diggersby if he can end up sweeping this. The good news for the Torian, though, is that he does have 2 poison types that he's going to be able to try and work through with that ground type Pokemon.
All right, second Power Gem coming through. Like you said, a lot of energy from that farm down. Gerald is choosing to save his shield. He hasn't seen the backline Pokemon yet, and I think that's a good decision because Scorching Sands, of course, is super effective on both of Gerald's remaining Pokemon.
2 Aqua Tails here will be the vast majority of this Diggersby HP. 3 is enough to knock out. I'm wondering if 2 Aqua Tails maybe puts it in range where a Brutal Swing will be enough to finish it off.
All right, well, I'm wondering whether this Drapion has the health it needs to get to a third Aqua Tail. I saw the quick attack come through there, and I think Gerald is that 2 or 3? Oh, actually was 3 stings away and barely makes it with just a sliver of health.
Okay, but The question is, how much does the Scorching Sands do into this Galarian Weezing? Keep in mind, this is not Lyle's Shadow Galarian Weezing. This is the non-Shadow variant, so it's going to have a bit more bulk. In comes the Galarian Weezing. Here is the Scorching Sands. Maybe with an attack debuff, you might be able to hang on versus this Brutal Swing.
Oh wow, that Scorching Sands doesn't do nearly enough here. If you're the Torian, you still need to land 2 more charge attacks, one to take the shield and one to actually land and deal some damage. Second Scorching Sands coming through here, and I think Torian is hoping for the debuff, just like you said.
Okay, immediately brings in the Galarian Corsola. It has no energy whatsoever. I think Gerald just needs to build to 2 Brutal Swings. He's 1 away from the next one. Diggersby does not have any energy remaining whatsoever. This Brutal Swing should be enough to knock out the Galarian Corsola, and then you simply need to get to 1 more Brutal Swing. Will the Brutal Swing be enough to knock out the Diggersby? Shields are down. This is when you want to have that Protect Shield that you used earlier for the Torian.
All right, well, that's a clean 2-0 victory for Gerald on the back of his Gastrodon, which I think was a very powerful Pokemon in both of those games. You know, maybe a little bit of an unfortunate for a mistake for Torian there. I know he's going to be, going back home upset about that shield usage, but if I'm being honest, it's been a pretty long day. Torian in particular, we've seen in these very extended matchups on stream, so I don't blame him for putting up the shield there.
I think if you look at total minutes on stage, probably no one had more than the Torian here this tournament. I know that's been the case for several tournaments. He's had a lot of lengthy stays on stream and just lengthy days when it comes to some of the disputes that he's had to go through there. So all that does wear on your mental, without a doubt. So I think you're, like you said, more prone to mistakes towards the end of the day. So kudos to Gerald. He's going to be moving on to the losers finals, but that is the end of the road for the Torian.
That's right. So we'll get to see Gerald tomorrow, I think taking up slot number 11 out of 12 that we have lined up for you on day 2. But I think Gerald, was really just kind of in command throughout this second game. He had that fantastic lead of Drapion into Corsola, and I think Torian kind of mistakenly putting up the shield on the body slam was really kind of sealing the deal.
That was the difference maker for me. I think 2 Shield Diggersby clears that matchup, ties up the series 1-1, but instead down a shield, I think there was just enough juice left in the tank from that Drapion to get to that 3rd Aqua Tail, and yeah, that was the difference maker there. I do want to call out that early alignment though, the Drapion into Drapion with the 1-turn switch advantage for Gerald. Landing that Aqua Tail put that Drapion in perfect farm down range where the Torian was only able to get to 1 crunch, not even able to get to that 2nd Aqua Tail there. So yeah, he was in the driver's seat from start to finish, but I do think there was some play there for the Torian.
I think so as well, but I think it was also a pretty comfortable matchup on Gerald's side as well. Like, you had the very safe Gastrodon, which I already talked about, but also the Galarian Weezing. I don't think there was a really clear answer on the other side, right? There was the Diggersby, maybe, but we saw at the end of the game there when the Diggersby was really low health, all the Weezing had to do was just spam out 1 more Brutal Swing, and that takes like 4 seconds. So.
Yeah, and realistically with the non-Shadow variant as well, I mean, we saw just how easily it was able to tank that Scorching Sands from Diggersby, so there was really nothing that threatened to one-shot it whatsoever or in a position to really fast attack down. I think that non-Shadow variant worked really, really nicely there.
Exactly, yeah. If you only need to deal a little bit of damage, then the extra bulk is really only helping you.
Absolutely. Well, I think we have one more match for the night here, so thank you everyone for sticking around with us. It's been a great tournament so far, and like we said, a unique transitional meta as we wrap up Dual Destiny and move into Might and Mastery. What a great time it's been. We have one more match. It's going to be Meteor Fallion versus SS Thorn. We saw SS Thorn most recently versus Lyle Jeffs, where one of the most entertaining matches that we've seen in a long time, certainly at this tournament here. Lyle, I actually got to speak with him, and I asked him, okay, Lyle, tell me, Scorching Sands, you're throwing it into the Glycopod there. What was your thought pattern? He said, okay, well, look, Fire Punch, I know, probably does roughly the same damage as a Scorching Sands. I'm only going to get 1 off. Maybe he goes for a swap and I land some super effective or neutral damage, but it's the utility for that debuff chance that is what he was going for there, and worked out very nicely for him with that reverse sweep.
Yeah, exactly. And he had a pretty bulky Diggersby, it looked like, that wasn't really afraid of getting Shadow Clawed down. So he felt pretty comfortable just committing to that Scorching Sands, even though he already had the Fire Punch when SS Thorn loaded up that 2nd Aqua Jet.
Yeah. Well, these trainers are getting ready on stage. Like we said, it's going to be SS Thorn versus Meteor Fallion. And at this stage in the game, this is loser semi. So again, it is win or go home. Everything on the line. It could come down to who's going to be making fewer mistakes. We talk about that concept with Lyle all the time, just minimalizing mistakes. But here, late in the tournament, you've gone through so many battles already. How can you maintain your mental, maintain your focus, avoid those mistakes, and punch your ticket today too?
All right, well, this is going to be an interesting matchup. We actually have a couple of Pokemon that are unique to these different trainers. We only have the Drapion and Dugong in common. For SS Thorn, we have the Golisopod that we already mentioned, you know, playing such a pivotal role earlier in his matchup with Lyle. Also the Steelix, and on Meteor Fallion side, we have the Emolga that we've seen throughout the day, as well as the Shadow Sableye.
I want to see some Emolga action. I think it actually has a lot of play versus SS Thorn's team. I think that there's some weaknesses that he may be able to exploit. These trainers are still locking in though, and I think that we saw a lot of play from Meteor Fallion's Shadow Sableye, so it would not shock me if he brings that as well. Trying to look at what's going to be the answer to that Sableye, maybe the Drapion, but you're going to be resisting those Poison Stings, so it's all going to come down to charge attacks at that point.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Drapion as well as the Shadow Jumpluff would probably be SS Thorn's best answers to the Shadow Sableye, but I agree, the Sableye actually looks relatively safe again.
I'm wondering though, that's a Shadow Jumpluff. If you land one of those Power Gems, are you in a position where you can just 2-shield farm through? Maybe.
You might be. I've seen a Power Gem land on a Dugong, and it does quite a bit of damage. I think Jumpluff is a little bit bulkier when it's not in its Shadow form, but this one, of course, going to be taking 20% more damage.
We were talking about how safe Azumarill has looked for Meteor Fallion in the past, but we haven't seen him bringing it a ton necessarily, so it'll be interesting to see if he does bring it this time around. All right, trainers are locked in. This is our final matchup of the day. Let's get some excitement in the chat and here in the crowd. Game number 1 of the loser semis Group D. We have Meteor Fallion with his Emolga into the Steelix from SS Thorn.
And I think this is Emolga's worst nightmare. Meteor Fallion forced to go into the Azumarill. Yes, you are dealing super effective bubbles, but you're also locked in, and that gives SS Thorn the opportunity to fire off this debuffing Psychic Fangs.
You could even just stay in here. I mean, the Emolga does take, you know, super effective damage from the Dugong, but no, SS Thorn opting to just bring in the Dugong instead and just solidify that very, very one-sided matchup, having the Steelix still on that Emolga. It's going to be resisting all of the fast and charge attacks.
Play rough coming through here. This doesn't do much damage at all, and especially not when the Azumarill has already been... Oh, sorry, it actually just has a defense fall, not the attack fall. But Drill Run coming through here. SS Thorn not opting to go for the attack debuff with the Icy Wind.
You know, I'm curious, after these Thunder Fangs, as well as the debuff from the Psychic Fangs, plus the damage itself, can you just Ice Shard all the way down for this Azumarill now? I believe Azumarill is going to be on the 6th cycle for the Play Rough, and there's no way that an Ice Beam is going to be KOing. No, you do have to swap out. Okay, here comes the Emolga, but you don't want to take one of these super effective Icy Winds. Maybe just kind of sacrificing this Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe recognizing that the Emolga wouldn't have that much utility against the Steelix anyways, but I feel like SS Thorn has always kind of been in the driver's seat in this game. He's been able to debuff these Pokemon on Meteor Fallion side, which have just been kind of locked in, and I think if you're Meteor Fallion, yeah, you just let this Emolga go, hope that your Shadow Sableye can do something in the back.
Yeah, this has been the Dugong show, honestly, this entire tournament. Dugong has been so safe and so impactful, not only with its utility, but just with its coverage that it has between ice and ground type. We have seen some Golisopods, but it hasn't really been an answer to it necessarily. All right, Meteor Fallion does get 2 Shadow Claws on his Shadow Sableye. He's going to have an energy head start versus anything that comes in, but I mean, these Thunder Fangs are chipping away without a doubt, and you still have a full HP Golisopod hanging out in the back as well.
You do, but SS Thorn is actually letting this foul play go, and I think if you're Meteor Fallion, the worry might be that you just faint 2 fast attacks, because the Azumarill is already very, very low in the back, and you see SS Thorn just going straight for the Psychic Fangs, knowing that even if it goes unshielded, which it does by Meteor Fallion, the defense fall is just going to be really valuable for your fast attacks.
Yeah, you can swap out of this, but I just don't know that you're going to be able to withstand the fast attack pressure, debuff or not, from this Golisopod. Yes, you do not have same type attack bonus. Here comes the Azumarill, though. Will you be able to get to a Play Rough? Does SS Thorn still know the counts here? I think that he may have been counting and knows that, yes, this is just an Ice Beam.
That's right. So great counting by SS Thorn, maybe realizing that it's still possible that the Sableye will get to a charge attack, and that would do much more damage than a Play Rough, even if it were reached, but luckily for him, it was not.
Do you even go? Okay, yeah, SS Thorn does go for the charge attacks here. I think he is going to be able to reach 3 Aqua Jets here, and even if he doesn't, I think he's going to do enough fast attack pressure with this Golisopod that the Steelix may be able to finish things off.
Yeah, SS Thorn does still have a shield, so I'm guessing that he is going to reach double Aqua Jet before he's able to fast attack down the Sableye. But you know, this is what we talked about earlier, right? Having multiple win conditions, whether that's landing a charge attack at the end of the game or just going for fast attacks, which actually, you know, Thorn is deciding that the fast attacks would be faster. Don't have to wait out those 10 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Game number 1 will be going to SS Thorn. I think that early on he's unsure, okay, can I fast attack this down? When you're in that lower HP situation, it's a lot easier to gauge, will you actually be able to farm all the way down with fast attacks? So good heads up play there by SS Thorn, speeding up the matchup a little bit for us as well, so.
Yeah, saving us a couple crucial seconds, right? Doing 5 Shadow Claws, or maybe it was 4 Shadow Claws, instead of 10 seconds of a charge attack animation.
I think that kind of separates, good trainers from great trainers as well, is that recognition for when you simply can just go for a farm down. Not necessarily always in late game situations, but when you're recognizing, all right, I've landed a charge attack, and, shields or not, I have the fast attack pressure to force alignment or, farm all the way down. And certainly SS Thorn was able to take advantage in that game number 1. We saw the Emolga, though, for Meteor Fallion. Like we said, it seems really good into a lot of Pokemon, but it saw its worst nightmare there in the Steelix, and Meteor Fallion was not able to come back.
Yeah, everything besides the Steelix looks like a neutral or favorable matchup, so pretty unfortunate that the Emolga had to see the Steelix there. But, maybe SS Thorn was kind of anticipating that. Or maybe just leading a Psychic Fangs user that can debuff the lead means that if you get a good lead, you can maintain it pretty easily.
And what was really interesting here is actually seeing how much value this Dugong was able to provide. With these Thunder Shocks, they don't really provide a lot of fast attack pressure despite being super effective. Yeah, SS Thorn was able to reach 2 Icy Winds versus that Emolga on his Dugong, and not only was he able to neutralize 1 Pokemon with his Dugong, he was able to take out 2.
That's right, and of course the end game, like we said, just fast attacking down. Great recognition from SS Thorn here, but they're actually already in their second game here, and this is probably the most classic matchup that has defined the last couple of months, Azumarill versus Drapion.
Okay, relatively neutral matchup here. Maybe in the Zero Shield situation you give a bit of an advantage to the Azumarill, but look at these backlines. SS Thorn with that Gastrodon may have a great play into the Drapion, especially if he's able to even the Dugong can still do very nicely with the Drapion as well.
All right, well, that was a fantastic catch by SS Thorn. Such a classic play by Drapion players against Azumarill. 10 Poison Stings and Swap. He did get the Ice Beam catch as well, not even the play rough. So now he's in a very good position. Still has a ton of energy banked on the Drapion and a little bit ahead on energy here versus Sableye.
Yeah, he really just completely devalued all of that energy from that Azumarill. Double resisted, non-same type attack bonus into a tanky Pokemon. That puts the Drapion in such a good position now where that energy can get relocated elsewhere and have so many destinations.
All right, Icy Wind coming through here by SS Thorn. This obviously threatens to knock out the Sableye, and Meteor Fallion kind of recognizing that, maybe if I shield this up, I'm not going to have shields for all the Drapion's energy later, so decides to just come in, maybe get a little bit of an energy advantage. But unfortunately for Meteor Fallion, there is a Gastrodon in the back.
Yeah, when I look up unfortunate in the Pokemon Go dictionary, they describe this matchup right here. So if it is the Gastrodon into the Drapion. We talk about how much flexibility Drapion has in general, but its worst nightmare is going to be that Gastrodon, which can tank charge attacks a lot better than something like a Shadow Kanto Marowak, for instance. Here we go, though. All this energy will get unleashed now again versus this Azumarill. No defense drop first time around, but Thorn already has another crunch ready to go.
Yeah, it's looking like smooth sailing for SS Thorn here. Yes, this energy is resisted, but you're going to be doing just so much damage with these Poison Stings. They're adding up so quickly, and then same thing on the Drapion, right? 2 shields up on both sides for so much of this game, but I think SS Thorn is eventually just going to be able to fast attack all of Meteor Fallion's Pokemon down.
Yeah, 4 Protect Shields still in play. I don't think we're going to see one here for Meteor Fallion, and then what do we have left in the back? It's the Gastrodon versus the Drapion. I think the writing is on the wall here. I think that SS Thorn's simply going to be able to farm down. We actually had a simultaneous knockout. I think that was a 1-turn wait there for SS Thorn, trying to gauge what was going to be going on. I don't anticipate that anything is going to happen other than just a simple farm down from SS Thorn.
All right, well, 1 shield does get used because Meteor Fallion decides to throw a crunch there, but I think for SS Thorn, he's just going to be simply tapping the middle of his screen. 1 more Mud Slap is enough, and he's going to be moving on to day 2.
Congratulations to SS Thorn, our final match for day number 1, a clean 2-0 victory. There's an opportunity we may see a rematch of SS Thorn versus Lyle later on in day number 2. But that's going to be our very last matchup for the day. It was a long day, but we got to see some great battles. And we got to see a very interesting meta that we'll probably never get to see again, with the exception of tomorrow.
That's right, although there was actually a tournament happening in Latin America today with the exact same meta. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, being streamed, but I did hear about some very talented trainers there making it very far.
I saw the top cut, and yeah, I think we'll review that tomorrow for sure. But that's going to be a very interesting tournament as well, with a lot of very formidable opponents. All right, well, so any final impressions for what you saw in day number 1 here?
Well, I think we were talking about it earlier, but it kind of feels like Dugong's last ride. Maybe not the last ride, though. I feel like it's been doing so
Maybe not.
well. Yeah, it's been doing so well, so we'll have to really see if Lapras kind of usurps Dugong's position, or we just have multiple ice water types in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was thinking that it was going to get replaced with by Lapras, but after today, maybe not. Maybe it has its own unique spot. The other thing for me is I think Shadow Sableye is a strong pick. I've seen it up against even bad answers or bad counters like Azumarill. It seems to be holding its own, and it's one of those few Pokemon that has 2-turn fast attack pressure. I mean, realistically, it's like Shadow Claw and Counter are going to be the vast majority of those 2-turn fast attack pressure Pokemon. I think it's had a lot of great play.
Yeah, I'm really excited about Shadow Sableye. Maybe not the highest usage here, but maybe we'll see it more into the season, especially as trainers realize how great it is, maybe try to get those XL candy to power up those Shadow Sableye. But for now, we're going to toss to a quick break where you can learn more about XL Pokemon, and we'll be right back.
The Great League only requires Pokemon to have a combat power of 1500 or less, making it the most accessible league for Pokemon Go. Since most Pokemon max out at a much higher level, not as much Stardust or candy is needed to have a viable team for this league. However, there are a few Pokemon that get close to their optimal strength around 1500 combat power. Pokemon you often see in play tournaments, like Medicham, Sableye, Lickitung, and Azumarill, can greatly benefit by being powered up past level 40. But to do so, they need to use Stardust and XL Candy. Here are a few tips to help you collect XL Candy a little faster. Feeding wild Pokemon Pineapple Berries will increase their catch candy. When you delete Pokemon from your storage, you will also get a minimum of 1 regular candy and, if you're lucky, an XL candy. You can swap 100 regular candy of a specific Pokemon to get 1 XL candy in its place. A guaranteed way to receive XL candy is by trading Pokemon with another trainer. If you trade a Pokemon for another caught at a distance of over 100 kilometers away, you will get 3 regular candy along with a minimum of 1 XL candy. So if you find you're a few XL candies short, make sure to hold on to those extra desired Pokemon to trade with a friend. Another way to gain XL candy is by walking a Pokemon as your buddy. If Pokemon are over level 35, you have a much greater chance of receiving XL candy when you reach the Pokemon's walking progress requirement. To speed up this process even more, consider using a Poffin, which will cut the walking requirement in half. Another bonus of having Pokemon as your buddy is that it allows you to boost your level by 1 whole step if it is a best buddy, making your level 50 Pokemon a level 51. This can be advantageous if you are missing the required candy or want to give an additional combat power boost. Certain in-game events or spotlight hours can also help you on your candy quest. Some event bonuses provide additional candy for successful catches or for transfers. To increase your chances for additional catch candy or XLs, you can Mega Evolve a Pokemon with the same typing. For example, a Mega Evolved Venusaur at its highest tier level has enhanced catch candy for all grass or poison type Pokemon. Not every Pokemon will benefit from being above level 40, but some can really take advantage of the extra hit points and defense. Let's look at both the regular Azumarill, which maxes out at level 41, and the XL Azumarill, which maxes out at level 45.5. Both Pokemon are viable to use in the Great League format, and both end with a similar combat power of around 1500. While the regular Azumarill can beat the XL in the mirror, it is because it is able to win the Charge Attack Priority event. However, this is where the advantage stops. Azumarill gains much more bulk by being an XL Pokemon and can comfortably tank 2 Earthquakes from a Galarian Stunfisk. It also survives attacks that would knock out a level 40, ensuring wins against many Pokemon in the 0 and 1 shield scenario that the level 40 would typically lose. So while not all Pokemon in the Great League benefit from being brought up to level 50, you can see quite a few that are often used in competitive PvP. Hopefully these tips can help you level up your Pokemon as quickly and efficiently as possible.
And we We are here in Vancouver to wrap up this regional championship for day number 1. We have had some incredible battles. Nick, what stood out to you?
For me, it's Dusclops. I think Dusclops is the new Galarian Corsola, and it's got a better matchup against that Diggersby, which walls Galarian Corsola so awfully.
How about you, Soph? What stood out to you for this day 1 of battles?
I have to say, I've been really pleasantly surprised by Golisopod. I think we all thought Foul Play was going to be the most exciting 40 energy, 70 damage move, but I think Aqua Jet has actually really been a great addition for Golisopod.
And Jim, what stood out to you?
Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. I mean, realistically, you guys are talking about all these Pokemon that have been updated. I think for me, the surprise was Dugong. I mean, we've seen it do well before, but I think most people were sleeping on it for this particular tournament. No changes, no updates, but it's made an impact here in Vancouver.
And we are excited to see how these Pokemon are going to make an impact tomorrow. So be sure that you are tuned into the stream. It starts at 10:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Be sure that you are tuned in. We have lots of great trainers still left in the tournament.
And of course, you can't forget that those winners and losers finals from the groups are still going to be played tomorrow. So we have a little more action than you might think happening tomorrow morning.
Yes, and Soph, as you mentioned, we had another regional tournament happening this weekend. There are even more regional tournaments happening in the future. Soph, can you talk us through the season schedule?
Yeah, we're here in Vancouver, but the next North American regional will be in Atlanta in April, and then we've got Milwaukee and Portland in May, and then New Orleans to kick off June, and that's going to be the last tournament and the last day that you can earn championship points before Anaheim.
And that is going to be such a great tournament. We are going to get to see another guaranteed win, another guaranteed ticket to Anaheim, California tomorrow. Again, 10:45. Be sure you are tuned in. So, Jim, can you talk us through, we're going to talk about Pokemon, the broadcast website, as well as where people can follow the channel.
Yeah, make sure you guys do visit Pokemon.com/broadcast. You can follow along on Twitch. You can watch on YouTube as well. Make sure you check out the VODs from previous regionals. And also, make sure you guys interact with us on social media as well. You can use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on X. Get your formerly tweets, now posts, featured on the broadcast as well.
Yes, we love seeing all of your posts. We're excited to see what did you think of the tournament today. A lot of people thought match of the century of Lyle versus SS Thorn, so a lot of people were looking forward to that. I'm excited we got to show it. We have even more exciting battles for you tomorrow, so be sure to tune into the stream. That's it for us from today. We will see you tomorrow.
Good games. Good games. Oh! Good game. Good games. I was scared of that A-slash. I was scared of that thing.